3 years of survival in the apocalypse made Lu Xinyi realize that the real desperate situation is not the zombie siege, but the unfathomable human heart. During those difficult days, she unconditionally trusted her teammates, best friends, and her boyfriend. But what she got in return was complete betrayal. A carefully planned conspiracy pushed her into the encirclement of zombies. In despair, she died tragically with regret and hatred, without even having the chance to utter a single question. But fate seemed unwilling to let her go. When she opened her eyes, Lu Xinyi found that she was reborn. She went back to 7 days before the apocalypse, and this moment was exactly the scene where she confessed her love to the scumbag. The difference is that this time, she is no longer the innocent girl. Facing the former betrayer, the flame of revenge is burning in her eyes. She sneered at the scumbag and said, "Confession? No way. Pay me the money you owe me for the co-branded pants first. If you don't pay, I'll take them off right now." As everyone was stunned, the scumbag's face turned pale and blue. And her best friend, the woman who seemed innocent but was actually a green tea and white lotus, was not spared either. Lu Xinyi directly exposed her hypocritical mask and kindly matched her with the scumbag, sincerely wishing them a long and happy life together. After returning home, Lu Xinyi did not forget to deal with the family mess. She confronted her scumbag father and stepmother, as well as her half-brother, who only knew how to exploit her. Want to take advantage of her? No way. Using legal and practical means, she successfully kicked them out of the house, making this family experience the feeling of being homeless. While Lu Xinyi was busy settling the past, an unexpected surprise came to her. She bound to a mysterious system and gained a powerful space. This space can not only store unlimited items, but also grow crops, raise poultry, and even has purification and repair functions. She instantly realized that this was her trump card for survival in the apocalypse. So she quickly adjusted her plans and frantically stockpiled supplies. She filled the entire space with rice, flour, grain, oil, fruits, vegetables, and even canned food and snacks. In addition to supplies, she also did not forget to improve herself, from weapons and equipment to physical training. The end of the world arrived as expected, and zombies were rampant in the streets. She hid in the safe house she had carefully built, leisurely drinking milk tea and eating hot pot, watching the world outside the window fall into chaos with a sneer on her lips. While others were fighting desperately, she was enjoying life. Lu Xinyi pushed open the door of the storage room and was about to check the size of the internal space when a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for discovering the storage space. The novice mission is now open. The initial volume of the storage room is 50 cubic meters. The host needs to fill up the storage room within 1 hour of outside time. Completing the task will earn rewards. She was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Is it 1 hour in the outside world or 1 hour in this space?" The flow rate of space-time is 5 times faster than that of the outside world. If she were to calculate based on space-time, she would not be able to complete the task in 12 minutes in the outside world. 1 hour in the outside world. Lu Xinyi heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that and walked quickly into the storage room. The 4 walls formed a square with a side length of about 3.69 meters, and the space seemed empty. She glanced around briefly, quickly left the storage room, and began to think about how to complete the task. Obviously, there was no time to buy things, so she had to make use of the existing resources. Her eyes fell on the sofa in the living room, and she tried to put her hands on the sofa and silently said collect. In an instant, the sofa disappeared. The image of the storage room appeared in my mind, and the sofa quietly appeared in the corner. It turns out that this is how it can be done. She curled her lips into a smile, and then put all the movable objects in the room into the storage room. Even the pots and pans were not spared. The house of more than 100 square meters soon became empty, and the storage room was filled to the brim. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the novice mission. The reward storage room volume has been expanded to 50,000 cubic meters. The flow of time has stopped, and a new land function has been added. The land is in a folded mode, and the area can be up to 500 times the actual size, and the host can freely plan its use. 50,000 cubic meters of storage space, time stands still. Lu Xinyi couldn't believe her good luck. The newly added land function means that the original vacant land of only 10 square meters actually has an area of 5,000 square meters. All this made her laugh softly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission half an hour ahead of schedule. Now we are distributing the novice gift pack. Another reward? Lu Xinyi's eyes lit up. Along with the system prompt, a large disc appeared in front of her. 24 pieces of paper were evenly attached to the disc, and 3 pointers could be adjusted at will. She adjusted it carefully, dividing the disc into thirds, then took a deep breath and spun the disc. The disc rotated at high speed and then gradually stopped. The notes pointed by the pointer appeared one by one. She opened them and saw, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining an off-road vehicle with a maximum defense value, a Meow Dao with a maximum durability, and 3 skill points." The mission reward has not yet ended. A transparent light screen appears in front of me again. The top reads, Character Attributes, Name, Lu Xinyi, Age, 20 points, 0 Basic Attributes, Strength, 10 Agility, 10 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 10 Skills, None Teammates. None. Lu Xinyi stared at the attribute panel that appeared in front of her and couldn't help but muttered, "Am I a game character?" The system's voice then sounded, "Of course not, the host is a real person." The attribute panel is only to allow the host to understand his own status more intuitively. After confirming that he was not a virtual character, Lu Xinyi put aside all distractions and began to allocate the 3 skill points in his hand. After a brief thought, she added 3 skill points to strength, agility, and physique respectively. As her attributes improved, she felt her body instantly filled with strength, as if she could smash a wall with one punch. Then, she checked the other 2 rewards in the novice gift pack. A black SUV stopped in front of her, with a tall chassis and a thick and sturdy bumper, like a beast in the dark. The Meow Dao was 1.2 meters long, gleaming with cold light, and its blade was as slender as a seedling, extremely sharp. Lu Xinyi knew that in the end times, such cold weapons were more practical than hot weapons. She curled her lips in satisfaction, and then asked the system, "How do I get points?" The system replied, "You can get points by hunting zombies, recruiting teammates, and completing random tasks." When she heard recruiting teammates, Lu Xinyi's eyes suddenly turned cold. In her previous life, it was her trusted teammates who betrayed her and pushed her into despair. Now that she is reborn, she will never trust anyone easily. Avoiding the topic of her teammates, she continued to ask, "Can living things be raised on the land?" "Yes," the system answered briefly. After receiving a positive answer, Lu Xinyi began to make plans before the end of the world. She first restored the items in her home to their original state, and then planned her actions for the next 7 days. First, to raise money. Second, to stock up on supplies. And third, to transform her grandparents' self-built house in the suburbs into a sturdy, safe house. The building has front and backyards and is located in a remote area, making it an ideal hiding place. Although the 2 elders have passed away long ago, this vacant building will become her refuge in the end times. However, to accomplish all this, she needed funds. Lu Xinyi checked her bank card and added up the New Year's money, scholarships, savings from part-time jobs, and living expenses, which totaled only more than 50,000 yuan. Adding the 12,000 yuan she got back from Zhu Tianxiu, it was only 62,000 yuan. This was far from enough. She finally took the property certificate and went to the loan shark company. The head of the loan shark company saw that she was young and a college student, so he immediately gave her harsh conditions. A loan of 1 million yuan with an interest rate of 60%, which had to be repaid within 1 month. Otherwise, the house would belong to them directly. After hearing this, Lu Xinyi sneered and sat on the chair, looking directly into the other person's eyes. 1 million is too little. I want 5 million. The person in charge snorted. Little girl, don't you see if your apartment is worth 5 million? Lu Xinyi said calmly, I'll mortgage the house to you. If you can't pay back the money in a month, the house will be yours, and so will I. You can sell my organs or use me for something else, it's up to you. The other party was intrigued by her words and looked at this young but courageous girl. Finally, the other party took a step back and said, 5 million is not acceptable. 4 million is the maximum. Lu Xinyi pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded and agreed. 4 million is 4 million, but it must be in the account immediately. After confirming that the money had arrived, she left the company with a sneer, already having a follow-up plan in mind. With the funds, Lu Xinyi immediately contacted the largest security company in H City and put forward her requirements. 1. Build a 10-meter-high solid wall around the building, using the thickest alloy steel plate to ensure collision and explosion resistance. Step 2. Renovate the interior of the building, installed bulletproof glass, soundproofing pads, monitoring systems, fire prevention equipment, and large diesel generators. 3. Lay out power grids, cameras, and traps outside the high walls, and set up towers inside the high walls to facilitate observation of surrounding movements. Finally, she emphasized, all renovations must be completed within 5 days. After hearing Lu Xinyi's request, the security company staff was stunned for a moment and looked her up and down, as if they couldn't believe that the young girl in front of them could make such a strict request. As a professional security company, they never interfere with the privacy of their clients. As long as the other party can afford the money, they will complete the task without compromise. Ms. Lu, we can accept your request, but 5 days is too tight, and I'm afraid it will affect the quality of the project. The staff member said tentatively. It must be 5 days. Lu Xinyi said decisively. If time is tight, I can pay an additional deposit. The other party hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement, and the two parties quickly signed the contract. The total price of the project was $6 million, and Lu Xinyi paid a deposit of $2.4 million in advance. The project would be completed within 5 days, and the balance would be settled within a month. After paying the deposit, Lu Xinyi took the contract and left the security company. She sneered to herself. It was a great deal to build a solid, safe house with $2.4 million. As for the balance, when the end of the world comes, it will be nothing but a piece of waste paper. Next, she rented a van, paid a deposit and rent of 5,000 yuan, and officially started her large-scale stockpiling plan. To reduce costs, she decided to purchase grain and agricultural products directly from the source. The rice in the hands of rural farmers only costs 2 yuan per caddy, while the price in urban supermarkets is generally as high as 3 or 4 yuan. At the first stop, she drove to a rice-growing village and, after negotiating with the farmers, bought a large amount of high-quality rice at a low price. Then, she went to the oil press workshops in the towns and bought freshly pressed rapeseed oil, which was more fragrant and more affordable than the processed oil in the supermarket. In addition, she also purchased potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and rice from farmers, among which corn and rice were prepared as feed for future chicken and duck farming. After each load of the van, she would stop at an out-of-the-way spot, transfer the goods to a storage unit, and then continue on to the next stop. In 2 days, she traveled to several villages and eventually stockpiled 50 tons of rice, 10 tons of rapeseed oil, 5 tons of potatoes, 5 tons of sweet potatoes, and 10 tons of paddy and corn, spending a total of about 400,000 yuan. Not only that, she also ordered 30 live pigs from a pig farm and arranged for them to be sent to a slaughterhouse for slaughter and processing. Pork, ribs, pig's trotters, pig's offal, etc. are not only easier to preserve after being cut, but the price is also much cheaper than on the market. After completing the purchase in the countryside, Lu Xinyi drove to a large wholesale market in the city to start a new round of purchases. She bought a variety of vegetable seeds, including spinach, radish, cucumber, tomato, pepper, etc., and also bought fruit tree seedlings such as pear trees, apple trees, mango trees, etc. In order to ensure future food diversity, she purchased a large amount of meat, 2,000 kilograms of beef, 1,000 kilograms of mutton, and 2,000 kilograms of whole chickens, ducks, and rabbits. She also stocked up on beef rolls, mutton rolls, tripe, and duck intestines, which are essential for hot pot. In terms of aquatic products, she bought 200 kilograms of fish and shrimp, planning to raise them in fish ponds on the Spaceland. In addition, she also bought 30 chickens, 30 ducks, and 4 rabbits for breeding. Thinking about the future function of the land, she also bought additional farm tools such as hoes and shovels. In the food section, she almost cleared out the shelves, buying condiments such as salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, chili powder, dry goods such as black fungus, kelp, and bean curd sticks, as well as fast food, snacks, and drinks. She even purchased supplies such as milk, milk powder, and oatmeal, striving to maintain a rich diet in the apocalypse. After storing all the supplies from the wholesale market in the storage room, she went to the slaughterhouse again to pick up the processed pork. When the truck returned fully loaded, she parked it in a secluded alley near the community and walked home to avoid neighbors becoming suspicious of her stockpiling activities. However, just as she passed the alley, she suddenly heard a sound of fighting. Lu Xinyi stopped, her eyes slightly cold, and looked vigilantly in the direction of the sound. Turning left, Lu Xinyi walked about 30 meters and saw 6 or 7 men in black leather jackets surrounding a teenager, punching and kicking him. Their actions were rough and brutal, with no intention of showing mercy at all. The beaten boy fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. He was about 17 or 18 years old, with messy black hair, covering his angry eyes, and a sickly pale face like a vampire who had never seen the sun. He was tall, with long limbs, but too thin, as if he would fall down at the slightest gust of wind. With his body type, he had no power to resist 6 or 7 strong men. Lu Xinyi was about to leave when she noticed the boy looked up at her. His eyes were fierce and stubborn, like a wild beast that might pounce on its prey at any time. "What are you looking at?" One of the sturdy men noticed Lu Xinyi and cursed fiercely. "If you don't want to have your eyes gouged out, get out." "You have nothing to do here, get out," another man threatened coldly. Lu Xinyi stood there, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and showed a mocking sneer. "Did your family build this road? You said I should leave, so I have to leave?" She wanted to stay out of it, but was completely angered by their attitude. Moreover, she just wanted to try out how strong her body was after being strengthened by the system. How can a few grown men bully a student? She glanced at the boy on the ground with disdain, judging that he should still be a high school student. The leading burly man spat on the ground, took a few steps, sneered and said, "Little girl, do you want to meddle in other people's business? With your thin arms and legs, I can knock you down with just one slap. However, if you call me brother, I might spare your life." Lu Xinyi felt sick and sneered. "You think you are worthy of being my brother?" Before she finished speaking, she punched the man in the face and knocked him to the ground. "You stinky woman! How dare you do that?" Several strong men rushed up with a roar. Lu Xinyi watched coldly, without saying anything more, and went straight to meet them. These people had obviously trained before and were not ordinary thugs, but Lu Xinyi's physical fitness at this moment was far beyond that of ordinary people. She punched one man in the cheek, knocking his teeth out. She grabbed another man's wrist and twisted it hard, and heard a crack sound as bones were dislocated, and the man screamed in pain and fell to the ground. The remaining people were a little frightened when they saw this, and they were beaten back by Lu Xinyi's swift punches and kicks several times. In just a few minutes, 6 or 7 strong men all fell to the ground and wailed, "Bitch, don't let us see you again, or you will be in trouble," one of them said viciously, but there was obvious fear in his eyes. Lu Xinyi glanced at them with disdain and said in a cold voice, "Get lost." Several people supported each other and fled in a panic. Lu Xinyi retracted her gaze, walked to the young man on the ground, and looked down at him. "How is he? Is he still alive?" The young man looked up at her with a complicated expression. He glanced at her silhouette, which was coated with a layer of golden light by the setting sun, and seemed a little stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by a sudden stomach growl. Lu Xinyi. She took out a piece of bread from her backpack and handed it to the boy. "Eat it." The boy stared at her and hesitated to take it. "Aren't you hungry? Why are you still standing there?" Lu Xinyi shook the bread in her hand. Seeing that he still didn't move, she became a little impatient, threw the bread directly at him, and turned to leave the alley. 3 years of apocalypse gave Lu Xinyi a profound understanding of human nature. She no longer trusts anyone easily, but she is also unwilling to completely give up her kindness. As long as others don't actively hurt her, she won't trample on her bottom line. After returning home, Lu Xinyi walked into the space and used a hoe to divide the original 10 square meters of land into 10 pieces. These plots will be independent due to the folding characteristics of the space and will not interfere with each other. She can plan them at will for planting or breeding, making full use of limited resources. The next day, at dawn, Lu Xinyi began to stock up frantically. She ordered hundreds of takeouts, including fried chicken, pizza, milk tea, skewers, cakes, etc. She even called to order all categories of the restaurant's signature dishes that could not be delivered. She then drove to major shopping malls and wholesale markets, focusing on purchasing daily necessities, medicines, tools, and clothes. She tried to prepare as many toiletries, medicines, down jackets, winter clothes, mats, electric fans, and even tents and radios as possible. Especially since she knew about the extremely cold and hot weather after the apocalypse, she deliberately stocked up on cold and cooling supplies. In order to store entertainment resources, she also purchased multiple mobile phones, tablets, power banks, and planned to download a large amount of film and television, ebooks, and music resources. In addition, every time she passed by a gas station, she would secretly transfer gasoline into the space and purchase some diesel. In just 2 days, Lu Xinyi's storage room and land functions were filled to the brim. Her stockpiling plan was coming to an end, and there were only 2 days left before the end of the world. Lu Xinyi received a call from the security company early in the morning and learned that the renovation of the safe house had been completed. After agreeing to inspect it in the morning, She planned to move in directly to prepare for the impending doomsday. At 8:30 in the morning, Lu Xinyi walked out of the door with a backpack on her back and walked quickly towards the alley where the trucks were parked. The return time for the rental car was exactly 2 days later in the afternoon, but by then the end of the world would have come. So who would care? She decided to just take the truck for herself. An extra car would always come in handy in the end of the world. Less than 10 minutes after the truck had driven out, it was completely blocked in front of it. The vehicles on the road were lined up like a long dragon, with no end in sight. Lu Xinyi sat up and observed the situation, and found that the opposite lane across the green belt was also blocked. The vehicles in front and behind kept honking their horns, and the drivers seemed anxious. She glanced through the rearview mirror and was surprised to find that many people behind her had hurriedly gotten out of the car and were running forward in fear. Some people tried to get out of their cars to check the situation, but were hit by electric bikes. Some drivers even stepped on the accelerator and rammed the vehicles in front of them, which only made the traffic jam even worse. Lu Xinyi turned her eyes to the front. The gas station 100 meters away was still operating normally, but there was a faint sound of chaos. The next second, she heard a low roar that did not sound like a human. Looking further ahead, a man with gray eyes and bulging veins on his face suddenly grabbed the shoulder of a woman next to him and bit off her cheek. The woman screamed heartbreakingly, but the man tore off a bloody piece of flesh. After a moment, the woman on the ground began to twitch. Her limbs twisted abnormally, and then she suddenly got up, her eyes gray, and rushed directly to the passers-by beside her. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinyi's pupils shrank slightly, and a huge wave of emotion rose in her heart. Zombies broke out. The doomsday came 2 days earlier. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, quickly started the truck, and turned the steering wheel to try to drive into the bus lane next to her. However, just as her car entered, a crooked bus full of passengers crashed into her truck at a very fast speed. The passenger seat of the truck was dented, and the bus continued to rush uncontrollably towards the gas station, and a violent explosion occurred instantly. Flames shot up into the sky, and thick smoke engulfed nearby vehicles and buildings. The shock wave of the explosion shattered the glass, and glass fragments flew everywhere. The scene was like hell on earth. Lu Xinyi's ears rang with shock, but she did not hesitate to take out the Miao Dao from the space and decisively abandon the car. As soon as she got out of the car, a zombie rushed over. She looked at it coldly and swung the knife to chop the zombie's head fiercely. The sharp blade cut open its skull. Thick black blood splattered on the car window next to it, and the young woman in the car let out a shrill scream. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting a zombie and obtaining 1 point. The points mall has been opened. The system's voice sounded in the mind. Lu Xinyi didn't care about the points. She drew her sword and turned around, swinging the Miao Dao again, piercing the head of another zombie that tried to approach. She glanced at the girl in white in the car, and her cold eyes frightened her into silence. Just as she was about to leave, the girl in white and her companions hurriedly followed, sticking close behind Lu Xinyi with a look of panic on their faces. Lu Xinyi ignored them and walked quickly towards the sidewalk. The city was in complete chaos, with panicked survivors and relentless zombies everywhere, as well as explosions from time to time. It was obviously unrealistic to leave the city at this time, so she decided to go home temporarily and wait until the situation stabilized before going to the safe house. 2 zombies blocked her way, and she calmly went behind them, and with a flash of the knife, she directly cut off their heads. The companion of the girl in white behind her was frightened by the bloody scene and screamed. She couldn't help but complain, "Hey, can you be more careful? The blood is almost splattered on us." After the girl in white was pushed towards the zombies by her companions, she watched her friend turn around and run away, her heart filled with shock and disbelief. However, the crisis did not allow her to think too much. The zombies in front of her were approaching rapidly. The branch in her hand was useless and was broken in the blink of an eye. While her companion was running away, she was deliberately tripped by Lu Xinyi and fell to the ground. Several zombies immediately pounced on her, pinned her to the ground, and bit her madly. The girl screamed in pain and tried to struggle, but her throat was bitten in an instant and her internal organs were pulled out. The scene was extremely bloody. The girl in white stood there in a daze, staring at this cruel scene dully, her mind going blank. She couldn't believe that the friend who had just said he would protect her would push her out to die without hesitation. And that friend died a very miserable death at this moment, becoming a meal for the zombies. Just as she was shocked, a zombie suddenly pounced towards her, opening its mouth full of black blood, just inches away from her neck. Swish! A flash of cold light passed by, and the sharp meow-dow accurately split the zombie's head, and black blood splattered on the clothes of the girl in white. She looked up blankly and saw Lu Xinyi standing in front of her with an expressionless face, blood dripping from the meow-dow in her hand. The decisive aura of killing made her look like a killing god. "What are you still standing there for? Run!" Lu Xinyi ordered coldly. The girl was awakened by her tone, and hurriedly stood up and followed her. But Lu Xinyi did not stop and continued to move forward, swinging the meow-dow in her hand, killing the zombies that tried to approach one by one. When she passed by the corpse of her companion who had turned into a zombie, the girl in white felt mixed emotions. She lowered her head and glanced, then forced herself to look away, gritted her teeth, and quickened her pace, following closely behind Lu Xinyi. Only when they turned into a street with relatively few zombies did Lu Xinyi stop, turn around, and stared at her coldly. "You don't have to follow me anymore." The girl in white immediately bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago." Lu Xinyi frowned. "Do you know those are zombies? I've seen zombie movies." The girl in white said in a trembling voice, "These monsters are exactly the same as the zombies in the movies." "Listen," Lu Xinyi said coldly, "find a safe place to hide, prepare plenty of food and water, and wait for rescue." "Will there be rescue?" the girl asked expectantly. "There will be," Lu Xinyi answered firmly. She knew that when the apocalypse broke out in her previous life, the country quickly organized a rescue team, but she unfortunately missed it at that time, so she had to associate with scum and was betrayed in the end. After explaining all this, Lu Xinyi turned and left. The girl in white hesitated for a moment and did not continue to follow her. After watching her leave, she looked for a safe place to hide alone. Lu Xinyi returned to the community, trying to avoid the chaos on the main road. At this time, most of the people in the community were elderly and children, and most of the young people had gone out to work. As soon as she entered the community, she heard the door of the security booth being pushed open, and a familiar voice called out, "Lu Xinyi, is that you?" Lu Xinyi immediately clenched his meow-dow and turned to look. It was the security guard of the community. He looked nervous, and when he saw Lu Xinyi covered in blood and the blood-stained long knife in his hand, he couldn't help swallowing. "What happened outside? Why are people biting people like crazy?" the security guard asked anxiously. "These are zombies. You'd better lock the gate of the community and don't let them in." Lu Xinyi's tone was calm, but he did not hide the warning in it. The security guard panicked and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll go right away." Just as he turned around to lock the door, a terrified scream came from outside the community. Lu Xinyi's eyes instantly alerted, holding the meow-dow tightly, and quickly walked towards the direction of the sound, ready to deal with new threats. "Help! Help! Dad! Mom! I'm scared." "It's Lu Xinyi." "Lu Xinyi, what are you still standing there for? Come and help us drive these monsters away." Lu Xinyi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lu Jinping and his family of 3 running towards her in panic. Behind the 3 of them, 7 or 8 zombies followed closely, with hurried steps and empty eyes. Lu Xinyi's heart sank. It was really unlucky. Why did he run into them in this area? She pretended not to see it, walked into the community gate, walked up to the security guard, and said coldly, "Zombies are coming, close the door." Upon hearing this, the security guard prepared to close the door without saying a word. "Don't close the door. We haven't entered yet. Don't close the door," Lu Jinping shouted, pushing the security guard aside and rushing into the door. Wait for us." Zhao Chuyun pulled Lu Xinyi tightly and ran forward desperately, almost stumbling before they rushed into the gate before the zombies caught up with them. She collapsed all over and fell to the ground, looking at the zombies outside the door in horror. Her heart was pounding like thunder, but her eyes turned to Lu Jinping with anger. Lu Jinping avoided her gaze and saw Lu Xinyi's back. He was instantly filled with anger. He shouted at Lu Xinyi desperately, "Lu Xinyi, you unfilial daughter, you actually watched your father die without saving him." Furious, Lu Jinping no longer paid attention to Zhao Chuyun and Lu Xinyi who were staggering behind him. He grabbed Lu Xinyi's arm angrily and pulled her back. "It was you who asked the security guard to close the door just now, right? Do you want to lock your father outside and let those monsters bite him to death?" Lu Xinyi looked at him coldly, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. "I asked the security guard to close the door, so what? Lu Jinping was furious and raised his hand, about to hit Lu Xinyi, but he saw her raise the Miao Dao in her hand, and the sharp blade quickly touched his neck. Hit me? I want to see who is faster, you or my sword. The Miao Dao was covered in blood. Was it zombies' blood or human blood? Lu Jinping couldn't tell for a moment. The scene before him made his heart tighten suddenly, and his face turned pale. Xinyi, don't be impulsive. Zhao Chuyin was stunned when she came over with Lu Xinyi. Yes, I'm your father. You can't kill me, Lu Jinping said in an urgent tone, and quickly lowered his head to avoid the sharp blade. Lu Xinyi glanced at the two of them coldly, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a huge roar coming from the air. She raised her head suddenly, her eyes penetrating the dust and smoke, and discovered that a passenger plane was falling at high speed, with thick smoke billowing from its tail, and it was falling directly towards the community. She didn't dare to stay any longer, and turned around quickly, deciding to flee the community. She knew that entering the space did not mean safety, and if the place she came out of was a ruin, the space might not be able to save her life. Be careful, she shouted, and turned and ran quickly. Lu Jinping's family finally realized the seriousness of the problem, and they panicked when they saw the plane about to fall. Oh my God! The plane has crashed. Lu Jinping ran out of the community frantically, followed by Zhao Chuyin and Lu Xinyi. The security guard was also frightened and quickly caught up with Lu Jinping and chased after them. Just as Lu Xinyi rushed out of the community, several zombies were led away by her and surrounded the entrance of the community. As soon as Lu Jinping and his friends rushed out of the door, the zombies surrounded them like wild beasts. Get out of here! You monsters! Get out of here! Lu Jinping kicked a zombie, and just as he knocked it over, another zombie pounced on him. Husband, save us! Zhao Chuyin hugged Lu Xinyi tightly, avoiding the zombie's pursuit, and was almost caught several times. Lu Jinping looked back and saw the two trapped, and immediately rushed over. He just pushed a zombie away, and then he took Lu Xinyi's hand and wanted to leave quickly. However, there were more and more zombies, and the plane was about to fall, so they had to fight with all their strength. Suddenly, a hint of cruelty flashed in Lu Jinping's eyes. He grabbed the security guard's shoulder and said through gritted teeth, "Brother, I'm sorry." After that, he pushed the security guard towards the zombies without hesitation. Then he turned around and shouted to Zhao Chuyin and Lu Xinyi, "Run!" The mother and son had no choice but to follow Lu Jinping closely without looking back. In the distance, Lu Xinyi, who had already run out, saw all this clearly. She was not surprised because she had long known Lu Jinping's selfishness. He was the kind of person who only cared about his own life and death, and the life and death of others had nothing to do with him. The roar was getting closer and closer. Lu Xinyi accelerated again, ran at full speed, and looked back. This glance instantly made her heart rise to her throat. The huge passenger plane fell rapidly, and its wings cut through the building like a steel knife. The 20-story building was instantly cut in two and collapsed with a loud bang. Thick smoke billowed. The shock wave generated by the explosion shattered the glass. Flames shot up into the sky. Several buildings were engulfed in an instant, and the ruins of the buildings were scattered everywhere. Then, boom! The violent explosion shook the earth, and the surrounding area was instantly engulfed in flames and thick smoke. The entire community was reduced to ruins, and the zombies quickly gathered over. Lu Xinyi was so shocked that she fell to the ground, unconscious. She coughed violently several times. Blood came out of her mouth, and she was covered with wounds. The air was filled with dust, and the surroundings became foggy. Lu Xinyi stood up with difficulty and looked back. The original community had become a ruin, with plane wreckage scattered all over the ground and flames jumping in the ruins. The zombies' growls were heard again. Lu Xinyi's eyes were fixed on the surroundings. The air was filled with more and more zombie scents. Lu Xinyi quickly sensed that the atmosphere around her was becoming increasingly tense. The dense footsteps of zombies were approaching her like a tide. The vibrations on the ground and the howling sounds coming from the air made her heart tighten instantly. She knew that she couldn't fight so many zombies head-on. Facing these hundreds of zombies, she could only choose to temporarily avoid them and find a safe hiding place. Without any hesitation, Lu Xinyi quickly stood up, picked up the Miao Dao at hand, and ran towards the food street on the right without hesitation. Although there were not many zombies in the restaurant street at this time, the commotion of the crowd and the approach of those zombies would undoubtedly make this area more dangerous. She could only rely on her trained reaction and agility to try to avoid direct confrontation with the zombies. When she ran to the middle of the food street, a large wave of zombies suddenly emerged at the end of the street ahead, apparently attracted by the nearby explosion. Lu Xinyi's heart tightened, and she quickly assessed the situation around her. Her escape space had been greatly reduced, and her only option was to find a place to hide as soon as possible. She turned around and quickly ran into a hot pot restaurant. The door of the hot pot restaurant is heavy and usually has a safety door. She quickly closed the door to ensure that she could temporarily avoid being discovered by the zombies. Inside the hot pot restaurant, although there were no customers in the store, several waiters who had turned into zombies were approaching her. Without any hesitation, Lu Xinyi raised her knife and chopped off the head of the waitress zombie that was approaching her. Blood spurted out, and the head rolled to the cash register at the front desk. Seeing this, several other zombies quickly pounced over, but Lu Xinyi showed no mercy and quickly killed them. She didn't stop, nor did she even look at the fallen zombie, and quickly went up to the second floor. The second floor was relatively quiet. Everything in the store was normal. Only the slight sound of footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Lu Xinyi walked gently to the window and observed the situation below through the window. She saw that the zombies at the end of the street had gathered into a group and began to rush frantically towards the place where she had just escaped. The zombies seemed to have been attracted by the chaos coming from the subway station and the plane crash, and the group was getting bigger and bigger. Looking out again, she found that the group of zombies had joined the zombies in the subway station, instantly making the zombie swarm on the street much larger. Lu Xinyi frowned, knowing that this place was no longer safe at this time, and the hot pot restaurant could not be her long-term refuge. She quickly looked around, trying to find other escape routes. She remembered that there was a residential area behind the hot pot restaurant, and this residential area seemed relatively quiet, with fewer zombies. In addition, she had previously conducted reconnaissance via drone and found that the exit to the southeast of the community was relatively quiet, so she decided to try to escape from this route. After determining the approximate escape route, Lu Xinyi took out a drone from the space, carefully controlled it to fly out of the window, and flew a circle along the back door of the community. The drone flew very high, and although the sound attracted the zombies in the community, it was far beyond the zombies' pursuit range. After confirming the distribution of the zombies around, Lu Xinyi breathed a sigh of relief and began to prepare to leave. She took out a bottle of mineral water from the space, drank a few sips quickly, and after replenishing her strength, she took out a small medical kit from the space and checked her injuries. When she fell, she had some bruises on her knees and elbows and some minor scratches on her face. Although they were not serious, she still treated them carefully to avoid infection. After a short break, she went to the hot pot restaurant's kitchen again. As part of the catering industry, the hot pot restaurant's kitchen is full of fresh ingredients: spicy beef, pork belly, lasagna, tripe, vegetables, etc. These ingredients are extremely important to her and can provide her with sufficient energy and nutrition. She did not miss any resources and quickly put all the ingredients as well as hot pot base, beer, cola, and other drinks into the space. After collecting the supplies, Lu Xinyi opened the back door of the hot pot restaurant without hesitation and quickly entered the community. She made sure not to be discovered by the zombies as she crossed the community. The southeast exit of the community was relatively quiet, so she decided to leave from there. However, when she was walking through the community, just as she passed a unit building, she suddenly heard a shout from upstairs. "The beautiful lady downstairs!" Lu Xinyi looked up and saw a young couple standing by the window on the third floor. The man leaned out and shouted at her, "Beauty, what's going on outside? Can you bring us some food? We're running out of food." The woman also shouted, "Miss, please help us go to the supermarket at the entrance of the community and bring back some food. Remember to buy me some ice cream cones. I like ice cream cones." Lu Xinyi stopped and looked coldly at the couple whose mouths were thicker than the city walls. She ignored them and turned around to continue walking. However, just as she expected, the two men still refused to give up, and their voices became louder and louder, attracting several zombies. Although these zombies were not a threat to her, she did not want to create any more trouble, so she immediately turned around, drew her sword, and chopped off the zombies that blocked her way. The couple upstairs were even more excited. Seeing her display such powerful strength, they shouted again without hesitation, "Hey, since you are so powerful, it should be easy for you to bring us some food. It's not a difficult thing to help us. Yes, you are so powerful. Why don't you help us? How can you be so cold-blooded to watch someone die without rescuing him?" Lu Xinyi was completely amused by their words. She glanced at him coldly, turned around, and continued walking forward without stopping. When they saw that she didn't respond, they became even more noisy and even started to attack her personally. Who are you showing your disapproval to? We're not refusing to pay you. Why are you so cold-blooded? Her back had already gone far away, leaving the couple to continue to shout loudly. Lu Xinyi ignored them, but secretly thought in her heart that in the end times, the relationship between the survivors was complicated. Just as these two people showed, there were always people who could not face the reality. Soon after, she continued walking and walked out of the community. When she looked back, she heard a knock on the door upstairs, and then heard a man's voice from inside. "Who is it?" Then a clear female voice came. "Open the door and send warmth." Hearing the clear female voice, the two people in the room let down their guard a little. "It's the person downstairs." The man looked outside through the peephole and saw a tall young woman with outstanding looks standing outside. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Shall we open the door?" "Open it. Maybe she's here to bring us food." The woman nodded with a hint of expectation in her eyes. The man opened the door carefully. However, as soon as the door opened, a zombie with an eye missing suddenly pounced on him. Black blood continued to seep out of the hollow eye sockets, and the mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth, biting straight towards the man's neck. The man screamed in fear, took 2 steps back, and fell to the ground. "Ah!" The woman screamed, her face turned pale. She wanted to escape, but her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and she couldn't move at all. "Are you scared already?" A mocking voice came from behind the zombie. The man and the woman turned around and saw Lu Xinyi grabbing the zombie effortlessly and fixing it with the rope around its neck. Do you want to kill us?" The man was still sitting on the ground, his legs shaking uncontrollably, staring at Lu Xinyi angrily. "A zombie with a broken hand scares you so much." Lu Xinyi sneered, holding the rope tightly in his hand, and brought the zombie in front of him. The man then saw clearly that the zombie's arms were cut off by the sharp blade, and blood splattered everywhere. If it weren't for these wounds, the man would have been bitten by the zombie when he opened the door. "What do you want?" The man finally got up from the ground and looked at Lu Xinyi angrily. Lu Xinyi ignored him and said coldly, "Didn't you ask me to bring you food? Take it, no need to thank me." After saying that, she kicked the zombie into the house and closed the door. She ignored the panicked screams in the house and turned around and walked straight downstairs. If these two people were able to kill the zombies, it would mean that they were not destined to die. If they were bitten, it would only mean that they were too incompetent and could not even deal with a zombie with a broken hand. Arriving at the gate of the community, Lu Xinyi took a quick look at the situation outside. Most of the zombies were attracted away by the sound of the plane explosion, and the number of zombies on the street had obviously decreased. Despite this, Lu Xinyi still did not dare to take it lightly. She carefully avoided the zombies on the street and quickly came to the supermarket mentioned by the couple just now. Although the supermarket was not big and the amount of goods was not as large as that of a large supermarket, it was enough to meet her current needs. Lu Xinyi pushed open the door of the supermarket and was pounced upon by a zombie as soon as she entered. This zombie was still wearing the clothes of a supermarket cashier, with veins bulging on his face, bulging gray eyes, and sticky blood on the corners of his mouth. It was obviously the source zombie infected by the virus. Lu Xinyi kicked the zombie away without hesitation, then drew out her Meow Dao. When the zombie pounced at her again, she stabbed it in the forehead. At this time, the zombie virus had just broken out, and neither the zombies nor the survivors had evolved yet. Therefore, Lu Xinyi did not check the zombies' heads for crystal cores as he had done in the past, but instead solved the threat directly. She continued to walk deeper into the supermarket, and when she walked around a row of shelves filled with boxed milk, she suddenly saw a zombie on the ground. It was another female zombie wearing cashier's clothes. There was a big bloody hole on the zombie's body, with its intestines and internal organs exposed, and the ground was covered with bright red blood. Although she was seriously injured, she did not die, but turned into a zombie, making a low huss sound from her mouth. Seeing Lu Xinyi, the zombie immediately waved its hands and tried to pounce on her. Lu Xinyi didn't hesitate at all and wielded her knife to kill the zombie, quickly eliminating the threat. Lu Xinyi quickly checked the supermarket. Apart from the 2 zombies she had just encountered, she did not find any other zombies or survivors. She took a final look at the cameras installed in the supermarket. Although the end of the world had come and not many people might pay attention to these surveillance cameras, Lu Xinyi still carefully removed the cameras just in case to ensure that no clues were left. She then went to the supermarket's warehouse, which was filled with rice, flour, grain, oil, various instant foods, snacks, beverages, cigarettes, alcohol, toiletries, and other daily necessities. Lu Xinyi was unceremoniously and put all the supplies in the warehouse into the space, while not paying much attention to the supplies on the shelves outside. She knew that there were other survivors in the community outside the supermarket, and once the initial chaos subsided, these survivors would come out to look for food. She has stored a large amount of supplies in her space and is able to grow crops on her own, so she doesn't have to collect all the supplies and leave other survivors with nowhere to go. When she came out of the supermarket, she happened to catch a glimpse of a man with a fire axe rushing towards her quickly, followed by a large group of zombies. When the man saw her, he immediately waved excitedly and shouted, "It's you! Great! You're still alive!" Lu Xinyi looked at the man, frowned slightly, and wondered in her heart, "Who is he?" Before she could react, the man had already quickly run up to her and looked at her excitedly. "It's great to see you again." Lu Xinyi looked at the boy in front of him and found that he was about 17 or 18 years old, tall, with very fair skin, and looked like he had never seen the sun. Although his face was young, the light in his eyes made people feel fearless and excited. Suddenly, she remembered this person. It turned out that she had helped him and given him some food during a chance encounter. However, even though she remembered him, Lu Xinyi still said coldly, "So what? I don't know you, don't follow me." But the man eagerly grabbed the corner of her clothes with a pleading look in his eyes. "Can I go with you? You helped me, and I will always remember you." Ding dong! It is detected that a member wants to join the host team. Do you agree? Lu Xinyi was stunned when she heard it. The system prompt made her even more hesitant. Chapter 13, Does the host really want to refuse? The system's voice made Lu Xinyi stunned. This guy wanted to team up with her, but was detected by the system? Reject. Lu Xinyi thought to herself, "I don't need teammates, and I don't want to be betrayed and abandoned by my teammates again. Host, please rest assured, all teammates who have entered the system will have their souls bound to the host and will never betray the host." Never betray? Lu Xinyi sneered secretly. This statement is nothing more than a joke. Even if I am willing to recruit teammates, I have to first confirm whether they are qualified to be my teammates. The boy in front of me is tall, handsome, and looks very well behaved, like a big golden retriever. However, he is not qualified to be her teammate. Now that the end of the world has come, she will never recruit teammates who are holding her back. Seeing that Lu Xinyi didn't answer for a long time, the young man's expectant eyes became a little nervous. He retracted his hand, grasped the corner of his clothes tightly, pursed his lips, and asked cautiously and fearfully, "Is it okay?" Meeting his pleading eyes, Lu Xinyi asked coldly, "Want to come with me? Then are you willing to sell your soul to me?" The young man was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand what she meant. But just a second later, he nodded without hesitation. "Yes. No matter what you ask me to do, I am willing." She looked like she was afraid that if she answered too late, she would regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lu Xinyi lowered their faces at the same time, looking sharply behind each other. Immediately afterwards, the two turned around at the same time, one with a meow knife and the other with an axe, and they slashed at the zombies coming towards them. Lu Xinyi got rid of a few zombies in twos and twos. Turning around, he saw that the young man's axe was stuck in the zombie's head and could not be pulled out for a while. This kid can even kill zombies with one axe. How could he be beaten so badly by those people that day? But she didn't think much. She looked back and left quickly. She didn't even know the boy's name or his origins. How could she let him join her team so easily? However, after walking not far, she noticed that the young man was following her step by step. Lu Xinyi stopped, turned around, and said sternly, "Don't follow me. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being rude to you." The young man looked at her pitifully, "But the streets are full of monsters, and I am alone. I don't know where to go. Find a place to hide and wait for rescue." Lu Xinyi said firmly, "In short, don't follow me. Don't worry, I will never hold you back." The young man tried his best to sell himself. "You have also seen that I can kill those monsters. Although I am not as powerful as you, I will try my best to become just like you." "Awesome. Can you let me go with you?" Ding dong. It has been detected that a member wants to join the host team. Do you agree? The system's voice sounded again, and Lu Xinyi refused without thinking. But before she could refuse, the system said again, "Recruiting teammates can earn 1,000 to 3,000 points. Does the host really not think about it? Host, look at you. You only got 86 points after killing so many zombies. As long as you recruit a teammate, the minimum is 1,000 points. Do you really want to refuse, host? The sound of the system continued to confuse Lu Xinyi like a magic sound. It was impossible not to be moved. She had to kill 1,000 zombies to earn the minimum 1,000 points given by the system. But after experiencing the betrayal and abandonment of her teammates in her previous life, she would never just let a stranger be her teammate. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xinyi said to the young man, "If you can kill 50 zombies without being bitten by zombies, I will let you follow me." Although this kid did kill zombies just now, it is obviously a difficult task for an ordinary person to kill 50 zombies without being bitten. This task should allow him to quit despite the difficulties. The young man suddenly became excited, nodded his head immediately, and said anxiously, "I'm going to kill 50 zombies now. I will definitely finish it." After saying that, he smiled with joy, clenched the fire axe in his hand, turned around excitedly, and chopped down the zombies approaching them without hesitation. Lu Xinyi glanced at his quick and accurate attack and narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy looked harmless on the outside, but he was quite ruthless. After getting rid of this inexplicable young man, Lu Xinyi walked along the street killing zombies while looking for materials to collect. The streets near the community are full of various restaurants. She can leave some goods in the supermarket for the survivors, but there is no need to keep food and supplies from restaurants because they will spoil soon. Therefore, whenever Lu Xinyi passed by a restaurant, he would go in and search the store. Vegetables, fruits, pasta, various meats, frozen foods, alcoholic beverages, etc., as long as they are not spoiled, are all put into the space and taken away. Fortunately, there were few survivors on this street. Perhaps they had found a place to hide. Therefore, Lu Xinyi was not worried about being discovered. After searching 4 or 5 restaurants in succession, Lu Xinyi passed by a gold shop and walked into the store. In the eyes of others, even eating is a problem after the apocalypse, let alone getting things like gold. But Lu Xinyi has a space with super large capacity, so even if the entire gold shop is emptied, it will not take up too much space. Therefore, after getting rid of several zombies in the store, she directly put all the gold jewelry and gold bars in the store into the space. When she came out of the gold shop, she saw the young man running in front of her as fast as he could and looking at her with a bright smile. "I killed 50 zombies," the young man said as if he was taking credit, his clear eyes full of pride and joy. Now that the zombie virus has just broken out, many people don't even have the courage to kill zombies. How could he kill 50 zombies so quickly? Lu Xinyi couldn't help but be a little surprised and looked at him carefully. The short sleeves on his body were now soaked in blood, so that the original color could not be seen. There were also a lot of blood stains on his hands and arms, and the blade of the fire axe in his hand had several cracks. It was enough to show how intense the scene where he killed the 50 zombies was. "You weren't bitten?" Lu Xinyi raised his eyes and looked at him. Perhaps because of the fierce battle just now, his originally pale face was slightly rosy now, and there were still a few blood stains on the right side of his face. "No," the boy said crisply, like a primary school student who had completed his homework seriously and was waiting for the teacher's praise. "Since you are so powerful and can easily kill 50 zombies, why were you beaten so badly by those people that day?" Lu Xinyi asked the question in his heart. The young man lowered his eyes shyly and whispered, "I was too hungry that day. Once I am hungry, I will lose all my energy." Lu Xinyi didn't know what to say for a moment. The young man raised his eyes, looked at her nervously and expectantly, and spoke cautiously. "I killed 50 zombies. Now, can I go with you?" Chapter 14, Can't Open the Door to Them. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lu Xinyi heard the system's application prompt for joining the team again. She chose to refuse without hesitation, and she looked at the young man in front of her in silence, who was very tall but very thin. She didn't know the details and origins of this man, nor why he insisted on teaming up with her, but she had to admit that he was a good zombie killer. If she lets him follow her, it will indeed help her a lot. At least she won't have to do it herself all the time when it comes to killing zombies. But just letting him become his teammate is obviously impossible. Teammates meant trust, and he wasn't worthy of her trust yet. Perhaps she could let him act with her temporarily. If he had any evil intentions or was dragging his feet, she would give up on him without hesitation. "You want to come with me?" "Yeah." The young man nodded heavily. Lu Xinyi said coldly, "Following me means you have to obey me in everything. You are not allowed to hold me back or disobey my orders." The young man nodded his head and said firmly, "Don't worry, I will listen to you in everything and I will never hold you back." Remember what you said. If you can't do it, get out of here as soon as possible. I can definitely do it. Looking at the young man's determined and serious look, Lu Xinyi just nodded lightly. The promises made in words cannot be fulfilled, and whether they can be fulfilled depends on actual actions. Once he fails, she will break up with him immediately. Then let's go. Seeing Lu Xinyi agree, the young man immediately showed a hearty and happy smile, almost jumping for joy. He quietly moved next to Lu Xinyi, trying to get closer to her, but the slender and sharp Miao knife was immediately pointed at him, forcing the young man to stop. Don't come near me. I'm so dirty. The young man looked down at his dirty clothes and immediately said in frustration, Is it really dirty? Lu Xinyi said expressionlessly. Isn't it dirty? The young man drooped his head in despair and stopped talking. Ignoring his pitiful look, Lu Xinyi said coldly, Stay at least 2 meters away from me. The young man raised his eyes and looked at her pleadingly, but thinking of his promise just now, he immediately nodded obediently and whispered, I understand. Then he moved a little further away from Lu Xinyi. Only then did Lu Xinyi look back with satisfaction. She disliked the dirty zombie blood all over him, which was part of the reason. More importantly, she didn't know him at all and couldn't let her guard down easily. The two of them continued walking along the street. Once a zombie appears, the young man immediately rushes out and kills it quickly and accurately without Lu Xinyi taking action. When passing by a restaurant, Lu Xinyi asked the boy to deal with the approaching zombies outside the store, while he entered the store carefully avoiding the boy's sight and quickly collected supplies. After scanning several shops in succession, the two of them arrived at the intersection at the end of the street. As soon as they arrived at the intersection, Lu Xinyi heard a sharp and piercing sound of brakes coming from the street on the left. Immediately afterwards, a black Audi car hit the various vehicles on the street at a very fast speed and hit the street light with a bang. The several-meter-high street lamp was forcibly broken by the Audi car and fell directly towards Lu Xinyi and the two. Get away! Lu Xinyi shouted, jumped up quickly, and dodged the street light nimbly. She looked back at the young man and saw that he was also avoiding it, and then she looked back at the Audi car. There was a family of 3 sitting in this car. The mother was holding her daughter in the passenger seat. There were piles of luggage in the back seat. It seemed that the family was planning to escape out of the city. But unfortunately, this family of 3 died in this car accident. The sharp braking sound of the Audi car and the collision sound of the Audi car hitting the street light instantly attracted the attention of all the zombies nearby. In the direction where the Audi car was coming, there was a large group of zombies approaching, the number of which was at least hundreds. Not only that, but zombies from the other 2 directions at the intersection also heard the sound and came over. Now, apart from fighting the zombies, Lu Xinyi and the 2 could only turn around and return the way they came. Unfortunately, the remaining zombies on the street, when they came, also heard the noise and came towards them. For a moment, they were surrounded by an army of zombies at this intersection. After quickly scanning the corpses in 4 directions, Lu Xinyi's brain was spinning rapidly. There is a large supermarket more than 600 meters away on the street directly ahead. As long as they get rid of these zombies, they can go to that supermarket to take refuge, and she can also stock up on supplies. After making up his mind, Lu Xinyi turned to look at the young man and said, Run! At the command, she rushed out like the wind, running forward as fast as she could. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly followed her. The large group of zombies that were coming towards them became excited instantly when they saw the 2 of them, like a cat seeing a mouse. They rushed towards them one after another, waving their hands to catch the 2 of them. Lu Xinyi held the Miao Dao tightly and slashed at the zombies, blocking the way with the knife while running. The sharp Miao knife easily split open the zombie's head. As blood spurted out, the zombie fell to the ground. Within a short distance of 200 meters, Lu Xinyi had killed more than a dozen zombies one after another. She took the time to look back at the young man following her and saw that he had a serious look on his face, and he slashed the zombies charging towards him with his fire axe without hesitation. Although she didn't kill as many zombies as she did, she still eliminated several zombies. As long as it doesn't hold her back. Lu Xinyi looked back, looking at the zombies that were still coming in differently, and waved the Miao knife again. Running wildly, the 2 finally arrived at the supermarket successfully after killing dozens of zombies. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, Lu Xinyi found that the sliding door of the supermarket was tightly tied with cloth strips from the inside. Inside the door, more than 20 men and women were looking nervously and fearfully at the 2 of them, as well as the zombies rushing towards them from behind. Quick! Open the door and let them in, a girl with short hair said, but she was immediately opposed by others. You can't open the door. You see that man is covered in blood. Who knows if he was bitten? There are so many zombies behind them. You must not open the door. Yes, you can't open the door to them. Otherwise, we will all die. But if you don't open the door for them, they will die outside. The short-haired girl said anxiously. The zombies haven't gotten close yet, so we still have time to open the door. But the girl's words still met with firm opposition from others. Lu Xinyi stood outside the door, looking at the people inside with cold eyes. The scene at this moment reminded her of her past life, when she was ruthlessly shut out by her teammates. Putting away his thoughts, Lu Xinyi looked back at the group of corpses about 100 meters away from them, then stepped forward, and the Meow knife reached through the crack of the sliding door. Chapter 15. Entering the supermarket. What do you want to do? The people inside suddenly panicked and shouted sharply. Before the speaker could step forward to stop him, the sharp Meow knife had easily cut through the knotted cloth. While opening the door, Lu Xinyi turned back to the young man and said, "Follow me." Then he ducked into the door. "You can't do this. We finally locked the door with cloth strips, and you destroyed the door. Aren't you waiting for the zombies to come in?" The man just rushed over and reached out to poke Lu Xinyi's shoulder. Lu Xinyi grabbed his wrist, twisted it hard, and stuffed the cloth strip used to tie the door into his mouth before the other person screamed in pain. If you want the zombies outside to come faster, then yell as fast as possible. After speaking coldly, Lu Xinyi used the cover of his backpack to take out 5 stainless steel chain locks from the space. She picked this up in a hardware store just now, and she didn't expect it to come in handy so quickly. The main entrance of the supermarket has 2 sliding doors, and the other door was also tied up with cloth strips by this group of people. Lu Xinyi handed the young man 3 chain locks and asked him to lock the door in front of him. He took the other 2 chain locks and relocked the other door. After doing all this, the group of corpses outside were only 30 or 40 meters away from them. Lu Xinyi didn't stop, called the young man to turn around, and ran inside. The 24 people were already shocked by her orderly actions, and they obviously didn't expect that she actually carried so many chain locks with her. Seeing the 2 people running away, these people came to their senses and hurriedly left the gate to avoid being discovered by the zombies. The first floor is not the business scope of the supermarket, but consists of clothing stores, restaurants, milk tea shops, gold shops, etc. The second and third floors are where the real supermarket is. After leaving the entrance of the supermarket, Lu Xinyi patrolled along the first floor and saw many killed zombies lying on the ground. He didn't know if they were killed by the group of people just now. After confirming that there was no danger on the first floor and that the other exit door was locked, Lu Xinyi found a sportswear store and walked in. She took a black backpack from the shelf and handed it to the boy, saying, "If you want to eat anything later, just use this backpack to pack it. How much it contains is your own business. I will not interfere with you, nor will I support you. As she said that, she glanced at the various styles of sportswear in the store. Also, change the dirty clothes on your body. The boy hugged his backpack and nodded obediently. "I understand." He walked around the dazzling shelves, but frowned in confusion. Then he walked up to Lu Xinyi and asked cautiously, "Which dress do you think looks good on me?" Lu Xinyi glanced at him strangely and said casually, "Wear whatever you want." The boy was a little disappointed, but he still went to choose clothes. Lu Xinyi ignored him, and while he was choosing clothes, she came to the storage room of the store, where there were many unopened clothes and shoes. After scanning the storage room and seeing that there were no cameras, she waved her hand and put all the inventory into the space. When she came out of the storage room, she saw the boy changing his clothes and standing in front of the fitting mirror. Lu Xinyi glanced at him lightly and found that he had changed into black short-sleeved clothes and black trousers, and even the sneakers on his feet were black. I also heard him muttering in a low voice, "Now, even if it's stained with blood, it won't look dirty anymore." Lu Xinyi. Pretending not to hear, Lu Xinyi also chose a dark sportswear and went to the fitting room to change into it. She is still wearing jeans now. Although it does not affect her ability to kill zombies, it is still no more convenient than sportswear. When both of them changed their clothes and came out of the store, Lu Xinyi found that the group of people just now were watching them warily not far away. She ignored the group of people and was about to go to the second floor, but she heard someone from the group say, "You too, please stay." Immediately afterwards, an elegant man in his mid-30s and wearing glasses took a few steps towards them, with a kind smile on his face. "It's a mess outside. It's fate that we can gather in this supermarket. Why don't you two join us? There is strength in numbers, and we can take care of each other." What do you think? Lu Xinyi said nothing, but glanced at him coldly, then looked at the group of people behind him. She saw clearly that nearly half of the people in the group refused to open the door for them. Now you invite them to act together? I don't know what this person is planning. No need. Lu Xinyi said coldly and walked upstairs. The young man turned his head, and a hint of coldness appeared in his originally clear eyes. After taking a deep look at the group of people, he turned around and quickly followed Lu Xinyi. I told you, these two guys won't act with us, but you insisted on recruiting them. One of them walked up to the man with glasses and said disdainfully, now they've gone upstairs first. What are we still standing here for? Hurry up and go up. Someone echoed. Yes. Those two people are carrying bags. They must be here to collect supplies. We have to go up and keep an eye on them quickly, and we can't let them take too many things. Yes, we came here first. Even if we need to get supplies, we should come first. How can we let them get there first? The people who said these words were almost all the people who just refused to open the door for Lu Xinyi and his wife. Before the man with glasses could say anything, these people entered the clothing store one after another. Each took a bag and quickly rushed to the second floor. When the others saw this, they were afraid that they would be too late and would have less supplies, so they hurried to follow. Soon, only the man with glasses and the short-haired girl who was the first to open the door were left. Uncle, what should we do now? The man with glasses sighed and said, let's also get a bag and go upstairs to pack supplies. The goods on the second floor are mostly clothes, daily necessities, toiletries, kitchen supplies, and electrical appliances, while food is almost all on the third floor. Lu Xinyi didn't stop. After getting rid of the zombies blocking her way, she continued to head to the third floor. There are obviously a lot more zombies on the third floor than on the second floor. There are only a dozen zombies on the second floor, but there are dozens on the third floor. The zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse had not yet mutated, and their movements were slow and stiff. They could only go upstairs, but not downstairs. Therefore, even if the zombies on the second and third floors heard the noise they were making on the first floor, they could not go downstairs. You go over there, and I'll go over here. After getting rid of the zombies in front of him, Lu Xinyi raised his hand and pointed to the convenience food area on the right and said to the boy, while he went to the cooked food area on the left. After destroying the supermarket's cameras, she avoided the boy's sight and quickly put the food from the delicatessen area into the space. As soon as she left the delicatessen area, the group of people arrived on the third floor. Ah, there are zombies! A panic scream suddenly rang out, instantly attracting all the zombies on the third floor. Chapter 16, Why is Your Heart So Cruel? Lu Xinyi and the other person moved very quietly and found that there were only a few zombies left, and they were all dealt with by them. But after this group of people came up, their screams of fear were like a horn for dinner, and all the zombies on the third floor moved in an instant. Hurry up! The zombies are coming. Kill them quickly. Ah, don't come over here. You monsters, don't come over here. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. For a moment, the scene became extremely chaotic. The 20-odd people were like a pile of scattered sand, and they were quickly attacked by zombies. A woman about 50 years old tripped and fell to the ground. Before she could get up, a zombie grabbed her right calf and bit her calf hard, leaving bright red flesh and blood. The tendons in his legs were torn out forcefully. The woman screamed in pain and kept kicking the zombie's head, but gradually, her movements slowed down, and then her eyes turned gray, veins popped out on her face, and her body began to twist and deform. At the same time, the situation of others was also very bad, and 2 more people were bitten by zombies. The smell of blood made the zombies even more excited and attacked all survivors present with more ferocity. In the crowd, young and strong men and women each looked for weapons to attack the zombies, but it was still difficult for them to deal with dozens of zombies. After the short-haired girl smashed a zombie to death with a 3-pound bottle of laundry detergent, she was grabbed by the shoulder by another zombie as soon as she stood up. During the push, her back hit the laundry machine behind her. Liquid shelves. Bottles of laundry detergent fell from the shelves one after another, hitting the zombies and the girl with short hair on the head. When she was dizzy, she looked anxiously at the man with glasses not far away and sent him a signal for help. Uncle, save me. The man with glasses was too distracted to take care of himself at this time. The situation of the short-haired girl made him anxious, but he was entangled by 2 zombies and couldn't get away. Meow meow. Seeing that the short-haired girl was about to be bitten, the man with glasses widened his eyes in horror, filled with grief and anger. But at this moment, a cold light flashed, and the zombie that pounced on the short-haired girl suddenly had its head in a different place, and its head fell to the ground with a clang. It rolled several meters away and was stepped on by another zombie. The short-haired girl only felt a thick black blood splattering on her body. The originally ugly and ferocious zombie suddenly lost its head, and its body also fell to the ground. This sudden change made the short-haired girl unable to recover, until a fair and pretty face appeared in front of her and asked her in a calm and cold voice, "Are you okay?" The short-haired girl suddenly came to her senses and shook her head hurriedly. "I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for saving me." Lu Xinyi just hummed lightly and turned to deal with the other zombies. When they were at the entrance of the supermarket, it was this short-haired girl who was the first to ask them to come in, and she always remembered it. And look at the way this girl dealt with the zombie just now. Although she was very scared, she still tried to overcome her fear. She was also very ruthless, using laundry detergent to smash the zombie's head until it was bloody and bloody. At least I did my part. With the joining of Lu Xinyi and the young man, the two of them struck quickly and accurately, and the zombies were quickly eliminated. The group of people were all slumped on the ground now, looking like they were surviving the disaster, but they still lost several people. Lu Xinyi glanced at these people indifferently, somewhat doubting that they really solved the zombies on the first floor. "Classmate." The short-haired girl and the man with glasses came to Lu Xinyi and bowed deeply to Lu Xinyi. "Thank you for your life-saving grace." "No need to thank me," Lu Xinyi said calmly. "If all of you are bitten, it means that I will have to kill more than 20 more zombies, which will be very troublesome." Girl with short hair, man with glasses. "No matter what, you saved my life. You are my savior," the short-haired girl said seriously. "My name is Zhou Miao. You can call me Miao Miao. By the way, this is my brother-in-law." Zhou Miao pointed to the man with glasses next to him. The bespectacled man pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, showed a friendly smile, and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou Yin, and I am a middle school Chinese teacher. Thank you for saving Miao Miao. If you hadn't taken action in time, Miao Miao would have died. I'm about to be bitten by a zombie." Lu Xinyi didn't want to get involved too much with them. After nodding lightly, he took steps to go somewhere else. But who would have expected that as soon as she took 2 steps, a man with a lot of zombie blood on his body strode over and stood directly in front of her. "Get out of the way," Lu Xinyi said coldly. This person was the first person who objected to letting them enter the supermarket, and he was also the person who she stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth. Naturally, she would not have a good look towards him. "I won't let you," the man said angrily. "You are obviously capable of dealing with those zombies. Why didn't you take action earlier? You had to wait until a few of us died before you would take action? I said you were young and have a heart. Why are you so cruel and vicious?" With that said, he stretched out his hand to poke Lu Xinyi's shoulder. But before his hand touched Lu Xinyi, the boy next to him took a step forward, grabbed his finger, and pushed it back hard. Click! The man's index finger was immediately broken off, turned almost 180 degrees, and stuck to the back of his hand. "Ah!" The man screamed out in pain and glared at the boy angrily and fiercely. "You brat! How dare you attack me?" With that said, he pretended to hit the boy. A sharp knife, stained black by zombie blood, was suddenly placed across his neck, making the man immediately afraid to move rashly. "When we were dealing with zombies just now, why didn't I see that you were so capable?" Lu Xinyi sneered. "You people have nothing to do with me. Why should I help you? Why didn't you think of it when you didn't allow us to enter the supermarket? Cruel, vicious." The man glanced at the Miao Dao around his neck in fear and argued, "Aren't we afraid of zombies rushing in? There are more than 20 of us, and you only have 2 people. We naturally have to focus on the overall situation." "Yeah." Lu Xinyi curled his lips and sneered, kicked him on the knee, and when he fell to his knees, he kicked him on the temple, knocking him to the ground. She had wanted to do this just now on the first floor. "You." The man raised his head angrily and looked at Lu Xinyi with hatred, but when he met her piercing and terrifying gaze, a coldness instantly shot up from the soles of his feet. "This girl looks to be around 20 years old. Why is the aura around her so terrifying?" Lu Xinyi ignored the man, but glanced at everyone present and said coldly, "Now that the zombies in the supermarket have been eliminated, it is best for us to keep our relationship to ourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 17, Don't You Feel Blushing? Seeing Lu Xinyi and others walking to the other side of the supermarket, the group of people breathed a sigh of relief. Someone came to Zhou Yin and accused him. "Teacher Zhou, why didn't you say something to help us all just now? It's obvious that the girl refused to save her. So why are you still watching her attack our people? Others also followed suit. That's right. Teacher Zhou, you are the teacher. You are here to judge. Is this the girl's fault? The people here are older than her. Has she even forgotten the virtue of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Zombies attacked us, and she actually watched coldly. What kind of teacher do you think can teach such a student? Oh, I see. She just wants us all to be bitten to death by zombies, so they can monopolize this supermarket? Yes, that's what they must have planned. The man just now also covered his temple where he was kicked, came to Zhou Yin, and said dissatisfied. Teacher Zhou, we all see you as a teacher, so your opinion is the main one. You said you wanted to recruit those two people, but look what they did. Teacher Zhou, I'm going to say something ugly first. If you still want to recruit those two people, then you have to decide whether there are them or me in the team. His words immediately received approval from many people. I think Zhang Yanwei is right. Those two people are too cruel and cold-blooded. I don't want to be on the same team as such people. Zhou Yan's usually gentle and friendly face could not help but show a hint of anger at this time. These people all live in the same community as him. They have seen each other for many years, and everyone knows each other. His car had a limited number today. When the zombie virus broke out, they happened to be waiting for the bus at the bus stop outside the community. Because of this, after the virus broke out, they ran to this supermarket together. I just didn't expect that the neighbors who I usually thought were quite friendly would now look so ugly. Have they forgotten who killed these dozens of zombies just now? If it weren't for the two children who were not yet Meow Meow, they would all have died in the mouths of the zombies. Aren't you blushing when you say these words? Zhou Miao couldn't stand it anymore and said dissatisfiedly. On the first floor, you were the ones who refused to open the door for others. When they opened the door and came in, you dash. She raised her finger and pointed at Zhang Yanwei and continued. You still accuse others, but you didn't expect the result, right? They had prepared a chain lock a long time ago, and they have considered it much more comprehensively than you. And you, she pointed to other people present. What qualifications do you have to accuse others of refusing to save them? Who stipulates that others must save you? Why do you respect the old and cherish the young? I think you only know how to respect the elders, but they don't know how to love children. Besides, most of these zombies were killed by two people. How many have you killed in total? Now you have the nerve to blame others for not saving them. If they really wanted to ignore death, you would all be dead now. And there is still a chance to accuse others here? These words left the group of people speechless. Even Zhang Yanwei, who had always been the naysayer, didn't know how to refute at this moment. Zhou Miao glared at the group of people angrily and pulled Zhou Yin away. Uncle, let's go somewhere else. I don't want to stay with them. Seeing that his niece had said everything he wanted to say, Zhou Yin nodded silently, and the uncle and nephew moved to a clean place to stay. Lu Xinyi, who was on the other side of the supermarket, did not miss the movements of this group of people, and naturally listened to all Zhou Miao's words. Fortunately, this girl is very good at carrying things. As for this group of people, she didn't take them seriously, and she wouldn't stay in this supermarket for long. As long as they don't mess with her, she can pretend they don't exist. Sensing the young man's gaze, Lu Xinyi put away his thoughts, glanced at him, and asked, "What do you want me to do?" The young man quickly looked away, shook his head shyly, and whispered, "It's nothing." Lu Xinyi was too lazy to pay attention to him. He reached into his backpack and took out a braised chicken leg and a box of self-heating rice from the space, intending to fill his stomach first. After the zombie virus broke out, she had been running, collecting supplies, and killing zombies almost all the time. Even though her body had been strengthened by the system now, she felt a little tired and a little hungry. Seeing the young man staring at her again, Lu Xinyi glanced at him again and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I ask you to get what you like to eat? I won't give it to you." The boy quickly shook his head and explained, "I don't want to eat your food. I have it." With that said, he took his bulging backpack and opened the zipper for Lu Xinyi to see. Lu Xinyi glanced at it, showing off quite a bit. Bread, biscuits, ham, mineral water, braised eggs, etc. are quite complete. "I like to eat this," the boy said, taking out a bag of Oreo biscuits from his backpack and handing it to Lu Xinyi. "Here you go. You can keep it for yourself. There are plenty on the shelves. I can get it any time I want." The young man immediately lowered his eyelids to cover up the loneliness in his eyes, murmured in a low voice, took back his hand in despair, and stuffed the biscuits back into his backpack. Lu Xinyi ignored his pitiful appearance and asked seriously, "Why do you insist on going with me? We don't know each other at all. You helped me that day, so I want to go with you." The young man replied seriously. His eyes were particularly focused. You are the only person who helped me. In my heart, you are the most important. I want to do my best. I will do my best to repay you. Lu Xinyi. What is this all about? Then your life is really miserable. No one has helped you for so many years. Lu Xinyi said casually. The young man lowered his head when he heard this, so that Lu Xinyi didn't notice the flash of coldness in his eyes, but felt that his mood dropped a lot instantly. Seeing this, Lu Xinyi was thinking about whether to say some words of comfort. At this time, Zhou Yin and Zhou Miao came over and stood 2 or 3 meters away from them. Can we sit here? Lu Xinyi glanced at the two of them and said calmly, Whatever. Thank you. Zhou Yin smiled politely, sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a piece of bread from his backpack and ate a few bites, then asked tentatively, What are your names? Lu Xinyi. Xinyi is a traditional Chinese medicine. It seems that your parents are both very learned people. Lu Xinyi just smiled and said nothing. There is no doubt that her mother is educated. As for Lu Jinping, he is a useless man who is lazy and only knows how to live off his wife. However, her and her sister's names were given by their mother and have nothing to do with Lu Jinping. Zhou Yin turned his gaze to the young man again and asked, What's your name, little brother? Lu Xinyi also turned her head to look at him. To be honest, she didn't know his name yet. Meeting the curious gazes of the 3 people, the young man shook his head and said, I don't have a name. Chapter 18, How about we act together? No name. Zhou Yin looked at the young man in surprise, then turned to look at Lu Xinyi with questioning eyes. Lu Xinyi. See what she does? She didn't know the boy's name either. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Zhou Yin said with a smile, It doesn't matter if you don't want to say your name. I just think we are acquainted, so I want to get to know each other. With that said, he turned his attention to Lu Xinyi again and changed the subject. Classmate Lu, what are your plans next? Lu Xinyi shook his head gently. I have no plan. Just take it one step at a time. Her next plan was, of course, to collect some more supplies in the city, and then leave the city to go to her safe house. But it is naturally impossible to say these words to them. Zhou Yin didn't doubt it. After all, the disaster had just happened, and everyone was busy running for their lives. I'm afraid they didn't have enough time to think about the next plan. Student Lu, if you don't mind, why don't the 4 of us act together? Zhou Yin said again. You may think that I look quite polite on the outside, but I do exercise and have the strength to kill zombies. Meow Meow can also kill zombies. As you saw just now, we won't hold you back. He could tell that this girl named Lu Xinyi was very wary of them and was distant and indifferent. Moreover, she was also very capable. She and the boy had easily dealt with the dozens of zombies just now. But for such a capable person with a very indifferent personality, what he fears most is someone holding him back. If they want to team up with these 2 people, they must make sure not to fall behind. No need. Lu Xinyi rejected his proposal. I don't like to travel with others. You should find another companion. Zhou Yin was a little disappointed with this answer, but he didn't insist. He said, It doesn't matter. Although we can't travel together, I still want to make friends with you too. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I hope we can sit together and talk like we are now. Yeah, Lu Xinyi responded vaguely. In the end times, the most unrealistic thing is what the future will be like. Because no one knows which will come first, death or tomorrow. However, one must always keep hope, so she did not say anything to discourage them. Then we won't disturb you 2 anymore. Zhou Yin stood up and asked Zhou Miao to go somewhere else. Zhou Miao looked back at Lu Xinyi step by step. It wasn't until Zhou Yin pulled her head back that she reluctantly looked back. Uncle, do we really not want to fight anymore? This girl named Lu Xinyi, even though she is younger than you, she is a person with great ideas. Zhou Yin lowered his voice and said, This kind of person has always made up his mind, and it is difficult to change his decision. And now that the end of the world has arrived, it's normal for them to be wary and wary of strangers. As he spoke, he turned to Zhou Miao seriously. Meow Meow, you must also remember that the world today is no longer what it used to be. It is a good thing for you to be kind-hearted, but you must not lose your good intentions, and you must not trust others easily. Do you know? Zhou Miao nodded seriously and said, Uncle, I understand everything you said. I'm just a little regretful that I can't be a companion with that girl. I like her very much. Glancing in the direction of Lu Xinyi and the other 2, Zhou Yin sighed and said, I hope there will be time to see them again in the future. By then, we will strive to become companions with them. After the uncle and nephew of the Zhou family left, Lu Xinyi glanced at Zhang Yanwei's group and saw that they were far away. They were also paying attention to what was going on her side, and were very wary of each other. She slowly looked away, looked at the boy beside her, and asked casually, "Do you really have no name?" The young man lowered his head slightly and whispered, "No." She had no intention of inquiring into other people's past and privacy, but the boy said that he had no name, which made her a little curious. "Where's your family? Didn't they give you a name?" "I grew up without a family." Lu Xinyi didn't know how to speak for a moment. "Qingqing is an orphan who was abandoned by his family. Can you give me a name?" The young man raised his eyes and looked at Lu Xinyi expectantly with his clear dark brown eyes. "Me?" Lu Xinyi laughed for a moment. "I'm not your parents. Why should I name you? You are the most important person to me, so I want you to name me." The young man's eyes were extremely serious, filled with sincerity. Lu Xinyi twitched the corner of his mouth and said speechlessly, "I just helped you once. I didn't want you to repay me. You don't have to regard me as so important. But you helped me and saved my life. You are the most important in my heart." The young man was eager to prove his feelings, and his tone became anxious. Yes, what you say is the most important is the most important." Lu Xinyi was too lazy to argue with him. As long as he didn't hinder her or hold her back, he said the most important thing would be the most important thing. "Then can you give me a name?" The young man's eyes were bright, and he stared at Lu Xinyi for a moment. Lu Xinyi rolled his eyes at him. "But it's really inconvenient that he doesn't have a name. She can't just call him hey every time." "Is it okay?" the young man asked cautiously again. "Why are you so anxious? Don't I have to think about it?" Lu Xinyi said angrily. "Then your name is Qin Jin Jiao." Her and her sister's names were both Chinese medicine names. She couldn't think of a name for a while, so she simply gave him a Chinese medicine name. "Qin Geng." The young man murmured a few words in a low voice, then looked at Lu Xinyi with a bright smile and said happily, "My name is Qin Geng. I finally have a name." After saying that, he suddenly stood up and ran in the direction of Zhou Yan's uncle and nephew. Lu Xinyi looked at it in confusion. Seeing him walking up to Zhou Yan, he said proudly, "I have a name. My name is Qin Geng. Xian gave it to me." Zhou Yan was a little confused for a moment. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he showed a gentle and friendly smile and said sincerely, "Qin Geng, congratulations on your name." "Yes." Qin Xian nodded reservedly, and then quickly ran back to Lu Xinyi's side and sat down cross-legged. He couldn't hide the joyful smile on his face while eating biscuits. It can be seen that he is really happy that he has a name. Lu Xinyi looked at him helplessly. This young man has a sense of innocence that doesn't understand the world, but he can be so ferocious when he kills zombies, and the sense of innocence no longer exists at that moment. The whole person is like a contradiction, innocent yet cruel. Lu Xinyi couldn't help but wonder, where did he come from? At this moment, she suddenly heard the voice of the system. It was not a reminder of the task or the application for joining the team, but a casual chat between the system and her. "Host, are you really not considering letting Qin Ju become your teammate?" Chapter 19. Death in Various Ways. Lu Xinyi pulled the corner of her mouth speechlessly and said unhappily in her heart, "Why do you always ask me to recruit teammates?" System. This system is committed to creating a better future for the host. The host did not meet good teammates in the previous life, so he was betrayed by his teammates. In this life, this system will naturally change the host's past of being betrayed by teammates and help the host recruit teammates who are absolutely trustworthy and will never betray the host. "Really?" Lu Xinyi was skeptical. "You asked me to recruit Qinju as a teammate several times. I really wonder if you and him have some secrets that you cannot tell anyone." System. Absolutely not. This system only serves the host. How could it have any secrets with other people? Really? System. All of our systems have received professional training and will never lie to the host. Please do not doubt this system. Lu Xinyi glanced silently at Qin Ju beside her, and seeing that he was still immersed in the joy of having a name, she calmly withdrew her gaze. "You said that teammates who were entered into the system would never betray me?" System. That's right. With this system, the host can recruit teammates without any worries. Although the sound of the system was a cold, electronic mechanical sound, at this moment, Lu Xinyi actually heard a bit of expectation in its sound. "Do you have a mission indicator?" "I didn't recruit teammates. If your mission indicator is not completed, you will be punished." This time, she actually heard the system's somewhat crying voice. So the host really doesn't consider recruiting teammates? Lu Xinyi curled up the corners of his lips without leaving any trace, showed a wicked smile, and said lightly, "Let's talk about it later." This time, the system really cried. Lu Xinyi ignored the system and looked at Qin Geng calmly again. There is a system to ensure that she believes that her teammates will never betray her. But if she wants to recruit teammates, she still has to choose carefully. At least the character and strength must pass the test. For now, she recognizes Qin Ju's ability, but as for his character, she still needs to observe more. After some free time, Lu Xinyi took out her mobile phone to check the news online. At present, electricity and communications have not been damaged, and mobile phones can access the internet normally. Zombies and the end of the world have long been hotly discussed on the internet. Some people said in despair that all their family members had turned into zombies. They were the only one left in the family, and they didn't want to live anymore. Some people, based on their own experience of watching many zombie movies, called on everyone to store more food and drinking water and to stay at home as much as possible and not go out. Others asked whether the authorities would organize a rescue team to help everyone and whether there was a safe place for everyone to take refuge. Some people even posted videos of themselves running away, showing hideous and terrifying zombies chasing them nonstop, almost biting the person filming the video several times. The photographer was lucky enough to survive being chased by zombies without being bitten and even captured this video. Many people also left messages in the comment area, saying that he was brave, lucky, and destined. The photographer replied one by one, his words full of disdain for zombies, and said that he would go out to live broadcast to kill zombies later, so everyone must watch his live broadcast on time. As soon as Lu Xinyi read through the photographer's replies to netizens, she found that he had posted another update, which was a reminder to start broadcasting. This photographer really went out to live broadcast killing zombies. In the picture, this young man in his 20s showed his equipment to the audience. I saw that he was wearing long sleeves and trousers, black leather gloves on his hands, thick paper shells tied with transparent tape on both forearms, a red helmet on his head, and a bulletproof vest on his body. He was holding a mobile phone in his left hand for live streaming and a sharp bone-chopping knife in his right hand. The photographer showed the bone-chopping knife to the audience and introduced, "This knife was bought by my mother specifically to chop pig bones. It can even chop pig trotters into pieces easily. Killing zombies is not a snap, it's a piece of cake. Come on, old friends. Let's see how I use this bone-chopping knife to kill all the zombies in our community." Hundreds of thousands of people had already poured into the live broadcast room at this time, and Lu Xinyi didn't know what kind of mentality these people had when starting the live broadcast. Anyway, she wanted to see how the photographer committed suicide. On the screen, the comment area in the lower left corner is constantly refreshing with comments. "Kill. Kill these nasty zombies. They killed my father. The anchor must kill more zombies to help me vent my anger. Before I woke up this morning, I heard a commotion outside. When I got up, I saw, my dear, zombies are sieging this city. The anchor wanted to take more pictures of zombies eating people, so I won't go out and watch it myself. The anchor is really seeking death. He is not staying at home at this time, but he actually ran out to fight the zombies. Anchor, I admire you for being a man. Why are you still wearing a bulletproof vest? A real man should fight zombies with his bare hands." The photographer was inspired by the comments. He strode out of the house, but he didn't expect to see a zombie rushing towards him as soon as he opened the door, which frightened him for a moment. But he quickly reacted and slashed at the zombie's body with his bone-chopping knife. Thick black blood spurted out, but the zombie kept approaching him, raising his left arm that had been chopped off with only a layer of skin left, trying to catch the photographer. The photographer slashed with the knife again, completely cutting off the zombie's left arm, but the zombie was still not dead. The intact right arm firmly grasped the photographer's left hand holding the mobile phone and lowered his head to bite the photographer's arm. The photographer couldn't help feeling a little panicked and immediately raised the bone-chopping knife to chop the zombie's left hand. Just when he slashed the zombie's left arm, the zombie bit him on his unprotected upper right arm. Blood instantly spilled out, and the photographer screamed in pain. The phone fell to the ground. In the picture, the audience only saw a sharp bone-chopping knife on the zombie's left arm. However, it seemed to feel no pain. It grabbed the photographer and chewed the photographer several times. The bloody and dazzling scenes are presented to all viewers. The comment area fell into silence. Everyone was shocked by this cruel and terrifying scene. Lu Xinyi watched all this indifferently. When she saw that the photographer had also turned into a zombie, she casually exited the live broadcast room. When the zombie virus first broke out, there were always some people who didn't take the disaster seriously, thinking that they were more powerful than the zombies, so they tried every means to commit suicide. This photographer is not the only one seeking death. In his previous life, Lu Xinyi had seen many people who tried to commit suicide. Once reborn, there will only be more and not less such people. But it doesn't matter. As long as this kind of death-seeking person doesn't come to hinder her, she will just watch it for fun. In a blink of an eye, it was dark. After a simple dinner, Zhang Yanwei and his group took a rest one after another. After a while, the uncle and nephew of the Zhou family also fell asleep leaning against each other due to exhaustion and sleepiness. Lu Xinyi, who was lying on the ground and dozing, suddenly turned over and sat up, shouldered his backpack, picked up the miao knife, and prepared to leave quietly. Chapter 20. Why is there nothing? The trouser leg was gently grasped by a hand, and then Lu Xinyi heard Qin Xian's deliberately lowered voice. Xianyi, where are you going? Lu Xinyi squatted down, held his shoulders to prevent him from getting up, and then said angrily, You keep an eye on those people here. Don't let them notice that I am not here. I'll be back soon. Qin Xian looked at her nervously. Will you really come back? Yes. Lu Xinyi replied casually, then looked at the others. Seeing that everyone was asleep, she felt relieved and warned again. Remember what I said. Qin Xian loosened her trouser legs and nodded obediently. Yeah. After scanning the surroundings and determining the direction, Lu Xinyi quickly and quietly arrived at the safe passage. She opened the door of the safe passage very lightly and disappeared behind the door in a flash. She was going to the supermarket warehouse, where her real goal was. The warehouse was in the direction of the back door on the first floor of the supermarket. She quickly walked along the stairs to the first floor. The zombies in the supermarket had been cleared away during the day, so she didn't have to worry about a zombie suddenly jumping out of the darkness. When she came to the back door, she used the street lights to observe the situation outside the door. When she found that there were no zombies wandering outside, she quickly opened the chain lock on the door and ducked out. After going out, she wrapped the chain lock around the door handle to prevent zombies from accidentally breaking into the supermarket. Go out and turn right and walk about 20 meters to the warehouse door. Lu Xinyi came to the warehouse door and found that the door was locked. If she wanted to enter the warehouse, she had to find a way to unlock the door first. Although she had learned the skills of unlocking from others in the apocalyptic era of the previous life, the door lock of this warehouse looked very complicated. Even if she could open it, it would take some time. So, she directly opened the system's points mall and looked for props for one-click unlocking. After some inquiries, she found a master key that could open any door lock of any shape and function. Redeem points, 100. And her current total points, 151. She had to spend 2/3 of the points she earned after working hard for a long time today. Lu Xinyi suddenly felt a pain in his body. But for the supplies in the warehouse, she still reluctantly exchanged the master key. After the exchange was successful, an ordinary key appeared in her hand. The shape of the key and the shape of the keyhole were obviously different. She tried to insert the master key into the keyhole, but to her surprise, it actually went in. There was a slight click, and the door lock opened immediately. Lu Xinyi was overjoyed, quickly put away the key, and pushed the heavy iron door hard. Bang! The iron door made a loud sound as she pushed it, and she immediately stopped and looked around cautiously. In the dimly lit warehouse, there was suddenly a sound of shuffling and stiff footsteps, accompanied by a slight hee-hee sound coming from the throat. Immediately afterwards, a zombie with a pierced intestine and a rotten belly rushed towards him. Lu Xinyi turned around and kicked his legs, kicking the zombie away. Ah! She quickly pulled out the miao knife on her back, and the cold glint of the blade reflected her cold eyes. The lights from the street outside the door shone in, and she could see clearly what was going on in the warehouse. Between the piled shelves, a dozen zombies were walking towards her in unison. The zombie that she kicked away also struggled to get up and pounced on her again. While Lu Xinyi ducked sideways, Miao Dao stabbed forward, and the blade instantly penetrated the zombie's temple. As soon as she pulled out the miao knife, she noticed a strong gust of wind coming from behind. She hurriedly bent forward and kicked her right leg upwards from behind, hitting the zombie's bloody chin hard. After kicking the zombie back 2 steps, she stood up quickly, turned around quickly, held the miao knife in both hands and stabbed forward, directly piercing the zombie's left eye. Other zombies had already surrounded him at this time. Lu Xinyi did not dare to be careless and quickly waved the miao knife in his hand, and the long and sharp blade made a sound of breaking through the air. Soon, these dozen zombies all died under her knife. Lu Xinyi took a glass of tap water from the space villa and rinsed the dark zombie blood off Miao Dao. Then he used a dry towel to wipe off the water on the miao knife, and then put it back into the scabbard. She glanced at the zombies lying on the ground indifferently and saw that the zombies were almost wearing the same uniform. They must be employees of the supermarket warehouse. When the disaster struck, they mutated or were bitten to death before they could even run out of the warehouse, and eventually they all turned into zombies. As for the warehouse door, it may have been closed by the employees who escaped. Lu Xinyi looked away and began to look at the entire warehouse. The warehouse has a rich inventory, with food, daily necessities, clothing, kitchen utensils, and electrical appliances all classified and placed in different areas. There is also a cold storage. Lu Xinyi put all the food, daily necessities, and clothes into the space. Afterwards, she picked and chose a batch of kitchen utensils such as rice cookers, woks, bowls and chopsticks, pressure cookers, air fryers, etc. As for electrical appliances, she collected a batch of electric fans, air conditioners, heaters, and refrigerators. Seeing that there were no other supplies worth collecting, she went to the cold storage and opened the door with a master key. As soon as the door opened, a gust of cold air blew in, making her shiver. Lu Xinyi quickly took out a down jacket from the space and put it on, then walked into the cold storage. As soon as she walked into the cold storage, she caught a glimpse of two bodies that had turned into ice sculptures. Looking at the blood-stained appearance of the two bodies, she thought they had turned into zombies. With her fists clenched, she gave each of the two corpses a heavy punch, knocking their heads to the ground. This way, even if the power in the warehouse is cut off later, they will have no chance of thawing and reviving. The cold storage was also full of supplies, including ice cream, popsicles, quick frozen dumplings, frozen chicken legs, chicken breasts, frozen fish, frozen shrimps, etc. Lu Xinyi accepted everything and collected them all. After leaving the cold storage and taking off her down jacket, Lu Xinyi was about to walk towards the warehouse door when she heard the clang of an iron door being pushed open. She quickly hid behind a refrigerator and quietly peeked out, seeing a dozen fierce and tall men walking in from outside the warehouse. These people all held weapons in their hands, either knives, axes, or baseball bats, all stained with dirty blood, and there was a lot of blood on these people's bodies. I think I got here by killing zombies all the way. What's going on? Where's the food? Why is there nothing? The bearded man standing at the front looked around the warehouse and roared angrily. It's such a big supermarket, but there's not even any food in the warehouse. Lu Xinyi realized that these people also came to the warehouse to look for supplies. Chapter 21, Want to Seize the Supermarket. Boss, you see there are so many zombies dead on the ground. Someone must have been here before us and emptied the warehouse of supplies, said a person next to him. The bearded man looked around the entire warehouse and saw that there were only some useless televisions, refrigerators, and other electrical appliances left. He was so angry that he kicked a zombie on the ground. Damn, what bad luck! I ran all this way and killed so many zombies just to come here to move supplies, but I didn't expect that someone got there first. It's best not to let me know who robbed me of my supplies. Otherwise, he must be cut into pieces. Lu Xinyi, hiding in the dark. He would never know who emptied the supermarket of supplies. She hid quietly in the dark and continued to observe the movements of these dozen people. I saw the bearded man cursing and walking towards the cold storage. Go and see if there is anything to eat in the cold storage. Many people haven't started grabbing food yet. We must be one step ahead of others. Otherwise, when others start grabbing supplies, we will be able to grab less. Others hurriedly echoed. Boss is right. Lu Xinyi, who was in the dark, took a look at the bearded man. I have to say that this man is still very farsighted. Now that the disaster has just happened, many people may not have reacted yet, or they may think that the disaster will soon subside, so they have not yet realized the importance of food storage. When everyone starts to worry about food, looking for supplies and fighting for food will be the only way for every survivor. But Lu Xinyi didn't think much about it, because these people were about to reach her side. She quickly ducked into the space and quietly observed the situation outside. The bearded group walked to the cold storage and saw that the door of the cold storage was open, but it was also empty inside. This time, not only the bearded man, but others were also shocked. Who is it? He actually moved all the food in the warehouse. How on earth did he do this? That's right. To move the materials in the warehouse, you need at least several large trucks, right? It seems that the people who move the materials must be a well-trained team. Could he be an official? Probably not. The officials should be busy building shelters and rescuing people now. Moreover, the officials have their own food reserves, so they would not evacuate supermarket warehouses when the disaster first occurred. I think it should be the supermarket people evacuated it. I think so too. Everyone was talking a lot, But the bearded man almost became angry. He didn't even have a grain of rice at home, so he took the risk of going out to look for supplies at night. Who knew that the place he was eyeing had already been looted by others? Wouldn't this make him make a wasted trip? Boss, there are no supplies in the warehouse. Should we go to the supermarket upstairs? Maybe there are supplies there. Yes, boss. Those people emptied the warehouse, so they probably have no interest in moving the things in the supermarket. Besides, there are many restaurants on the first floor of the supermarket, so you can find some food there. Upon hearing this, the bearded man immediately turned around and walked out with big strides. Let's go to the supermarket upstairs. Soon, a group of more than a dozen people left the warehouse in a hurry. He was too lazy to even close the warehouse door. After these people left, Lu Xinyi came out of the space and looked in the direction where these people left with a serious expression. Zhang Yanwei and his group, Zhou's uncle and nephew, and Qinju were all on the third floor of the supermarket. When these people went to the supermarket to find food, they would inevitably meet Qinju and others. Looking at the fierce appearance of this group of people, I'm afraid nothing good will happen when they meet the people in the supermarket. She didn't care what Zhang Yanwei and his team were like, but the Zhou family's uncle and nephew left a good impression on her, and Qinji was her pre-selected teammate for inspection. After thinking quickly, Lu Xinyi decided to follow him and see the situation before making a decision. When she came to the back door of the supermarket, the bearded group had already entered the supermarket and locked the back door from the inside with the chain lock she left behind. Fortunately, she had the master key, and Beard and the others did not wrap the chain lock too tightly. She pushed the two glass doors hard, and a 3-finger-wide gap opened between the glass doors. She quickly used a meow knife to pull out the hanging door lock. The master key was inserted into the keyhole, and with a soft click, the chain lock was opened. She pushed open the glass door 3 times, and didn't forget to lock the door again after entering. The first floor was very quiet. I guess those people had already gone upstairs. Lu Xinyi walked quietly along the stairs to the 3rd floor. As soon as she reached the safe passage door on the 3rd floor, she heard a quarrel coming from inside. Who are you? Why are you driving us away? We were the ones who came here first. That's right. Do you understand that it's first come, first served? It's your turn to leave. Lu Xinyi pushed the door of the safety passage open a gap and observed the situation inside. Looking from her angle, she could see Zhang Yanwei and his group arguing with Luo Hu and others. As for Qin Xian and Zhou's uncle and nephew, they were nowhere to be seen, and it was unknown where they were hiding at this time. Luo Shihu and others did not pay any attention to the protests of Zhang Yanwei and his group. If you don't want to die, get out of the supermarket right away. Lu Xiu put the bloody machete on his shoulder and glared at Zhang Yanwei and others fiercely. Zhang Yanwei and others were immediately frightened by his terrifying appearance, and they all shrank their necks and did not dare to look at him. But they were really unwilling to leave this supermarket full of supplies at night. Not to mention the terrifying zombies everywhere outside. Where should they find shelter this late at night? For a moment, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Yanwei, waiting for him to stand up and speak. Zhang Yanwei was dissatisfied, but he still took 2 steps forward and looked at the bearded man with a smile. Brother, can we have a discussion? You take 60% of the supplies in the supermarket and leave us 40%. We can each find a place to stay. How about we stay within our own borders? The bearded man snorted and said disdainfully, Do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with us? As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people behind him also showed their weapons, all staring fiercely at Zhang Yanwei and others. How could Zhang Yanwei and others dare to confront these people head-on? They were immediately trembling with fear and hugging each other tightly. Suddenly, Zhang Yanwei raised his finger and pointed to the place where Lu Xinyi was staying before leaving the supermarket and said urgently, Brother, let me tell you the truth. This supermarket has been occupied by someone, and we are all prisoners of that person. It is useless for you to threaten us. If you want to seize the supermarket, you have to find that person. Isn't the young girl amazing? Dozens of zombies are no match for her. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be easy to deal with these dozen people. Chapter 22, we have no accomplices. The bearded man looked in the direction Zhang Yanwei pointed, but apart from the shelves filled with goods, he saw no one. Besides you, is there anyone else in this supermarket? Zhang Yanwei nodded quickly. Yes, there are 4 more people. They are in a group. They said that each of us can only carry 1 backpack of food, and the rest belongs to them. If we dare to take more, they will kill us. So, big brother, it's useless for you to threaten us. You have to go find those 4 people. They are the current bosses of this supermarket. The bearded man looked at him suspiciously for a long time. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, he ordered a few of his own people to inspect the supermarket carefully. Even though there were 6 people, they divided into 2 teams and headed towards both sides. The rest of the people, together with the bearded men, were still staring at Zhang Yanwei and his group. Zhang Yanwei was very nervous, and he didn't know if the girl heard what he said. He knew very well that if the girl heard what he said, after dealing with these people, the girl would definitely find trouble with him. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't really let him be kicked out by the bearded people, right? The best way is for the girl to fight with this group of people until both sides suffer, and then he will follow behind and drive them all out of the supermarket. Thinking to himself, he was always paying attention to the movements of those 6 people. At the same time, he was also very puzzled. Even if the girl and the boy didn't move, why were Teacher Zhou's uncle and nephew not seen? Teacher Zhou is a very friendly person. If you see them in danger, you shouldn't just sit idly by and ignore them. Dark place. The uncle and nephew of the Zhou family were hiding in a staff room, quietly observing what was going on outside. Uncle, they're looking for us and Lu Xinyi and the others. Zhou Yin nodded and whispered, we are not their opponents, so it is better to hide. I want to look for Lu Xinyi and the others just now, but I only saw Qin Xian, not Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi isn't here? Zhou Miao was a little surprised. Where will she go this late at night? Maybe I went to the bathroom. Zhou Yin said casually. I asked Qin Xian to hide with us, but he didn't want to and said he would wait for Lu Xinyi to come back. Zhou Miao showed an expression of disdain and whispered, this Qin Geng is really Lu Xinyi's loyal dog. When did you still have the heart to say this? Zhou Yin glanced at her. Hide quickly. Those people are coming. Seeing 3 people walking towards the employee room where they were hiding, the uncle and nephew hurriedly hid in a cabinet. However, this cabinet is relatively small, and it is a bit crowded for 2 adults to hide in it. Zhou Yin first stuffed Zhou Miao into the cabinet, hid in and prepared to close the door, but could not close the door and accidentally made a clanging sound. What's the sound? Outside the staff room, a person was keenly aware of the movement. He immediately stopped his 2 companions and pointed in the direction of the staff room. There is movement inside. Let's go and have a look. The 3 of them came to the door of the staff room together. As soon as they turned on the light in the staff room, they saw the uncle and nephew of the Zhou family huddled up in a cupboard, but the cupboard door was ajar and could not be closed. Both sides stared at each other for a while without saying anything. After a moment, one of the other parties said, you 2, come out immediately. The uncle and nephew of the Zhou family had to crawl out of the cupboard. Uncle, you should lose weight. Zhou Miao complained in a low voice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hide in the closet. Zhou Yin glanced at her silently, accusing her of talking nonsense with his eyes. Hurry up and leave. Someone pushed Zhou Yin rudely. Finally, the 2 were brought to Zhang Yanwei and others. Teacher Zhou, how come you were caught too? Zhang Yanwei acted surprised and looked at Zhou Yin worriedly. Didn't you say there were other people in this supermarket? Without waiting for Zhou Yin to speak, Zhou Miao glared at him fiercely and said unhappily. After betraying them, he actually had the nerve to ask them how they were caught. It seems you are right. There are indeed other people in this supermarket. The bearded man said to Zhang Yanwei, then turned his attention to Zhou Yin and the 2. Where are your accomplices? If you know what they're looking for, let them come out quickly. If my people find me, I won't be polite to them. We have no accomplices. Zhou Yin raised his eyes to meet the fierce gaze of the bearded man and said calmly, I don't know how he told you, but there are only 2 of us, and there is no so-called accomplice. Zhang Yanwei was anxious when he heard this. He was afraid that the bearded man would think he was lying, so he hurriedly said, Brother, apart from us, there are really 2 people in the supermarket. If you don't believe me, ask them. As he spoke, he pointed to the group of people behind him. The group of people had long been frightened by the bearded men and others, and they followed Zhang Yanwei's lead. After hearing what Zhang Yanwei said, they all nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. There are indeed 2 more people. Those 2 people, one is a pretty girl about 20 years old, and the other is a high school student who looks to be about 17 or 18 years old. They're the ones who took over this supermarket. If you don't believe me, just go look for them. They must still be in the supermarket. Hearing this, Lu Xiu glanced at the group of people with disdain. A little girl and a high school student can occupy the entire supermarket. There are more than 10 or 20 of you, but you can't deal with a little girl and a high school student? Are you really good enough? Zhang Yanwei and others were immediately choked. Their faces were filled with embarrassment, and they all lowered their heads and did not look at him. Brother, you don't know something. Zhang Yanwei defended shamelessly. These two people are very capable despite their young age. They kill almost all the zombies in the supermarket. Really? Bearded Beard became interested. Are these two really so powerful? Really? Zhang Yanwei nodded immediately. The bearded man snorted coldly. Wouldn't that make you even more useless? You can't even kill a zombie. Zhang Yanwei. At this moment, among the other three people sent by Bearded Beard to patrol, one of them suddenly let out a loud cry of pain, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. A burst of curses followed. You brat, you're tired of living, aren't you? How dare you attack us? Don't talk nonsense to him. Catch this kid, and I will chop off one of his hands. How dare you hit me? Everyone immediately looked around and saw a pile of neatly arranged boxes of milk. They were knocked to the ground by a figure. The milky white milk instantly flowed out and spilled all over the floor. Immediately afterwards, the other two people were thrown out one after another, hitting the first person accurately. The tall and thin young man walked slowly over and looked at the three of them condescendingly, his slightly green face now filled with frost. This is Xinyi's territory, and no one else is allowed to enter. Chapter 23, Who Dares to Take Action? The movement here attracted the attention of the bearded men and others. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but froze when they saw Qin Xian's cold appearance that was not consistent with his age. Is that really Qin Geng? Zhou Miao asked Zhou Yin in a low voice. The young man not far away who had a coldness all over his body and looked like a murderous god. Was he really the guy who was as obedient as a big golden retriever in front of Lu Xinyi? Zhou Yin said nothing and looked at Qin Geng with the same surprise. He also didn't expect Qin Xian to deal with living people as fiercely as if he were dealing with zombies. What's more, he didn't expect that without Lu Xinyi present, Qin Ji would be like a cold, emotionless machine. Is this the high school student you're talking about? The beard pointed at Qin Geng and asked Zhang Yanwei, with a hint of doubt in his tone. Zhang Yanwei swallowed quietly, nodded, and said, It's him. Are all high school students today so cruel? The bearded man muttered in a low voice, and then walked towards Qin Geng. Young man. The bearded man walked to stand opposite Qin Geng, holding the machete on his shoulder and looking Qin Geng up and down. You are very cruel. One person beat three of me. Qin Xian didn't even look at him. His attention was all on the three people he beat. His cold eyes made all three of them tremble. This is the place Xinyi chose. He still has to wait here for Xinyi to come back. He cannot let these people take away Xinyi's place. Young man. Luo Shihu was not annoyed when he didn't answer, so he continued to ask, Where's the little girl with you? Why haven't you seen her? Are you so scared that you are hiding? Qin Xian raised his eyes slightly and glanced at him coldly, but remained silent. Before Xiao, who could say anything, the people next to him couldn't help but curse. Our boss is talking to you. What's your attitude? Do you want to be kicked out of the supermarket now? Qin Ji's face remained expressionless. He opened his thin lips lightly and said coldly and slowly, This is Xinyi's place. You all have to get out. Qinyi? What Xinyi? The man smiled disdainfully. Oh, that little girl with you? At such a young age, didn't your teacher teach you not to fall in love early? As soon as he finished speaking, his companions all started laughing. The man became more courageous. He came to Qin Xian in a few steps and pushed his shoulder roughly. You haven't even grown your hair yet, have you? You dare to tell us to get lost? Let me tell you, this supermarket, it all belongs to us. Take that little girl of yours and get out of here. While talking, he pushed Qin Zheng twice more and took 2 steps forward. Seeing that the man had stepped into his territory, Qin Xian suddenly took action, grabbed his right hand, and directly removed the man's arm before anyone could react. Before the man could even scream, Qin Zhu flashed around and got behind him, grabbed the top of his head with one hand and grabbed his neck with the other, twisting it hard. Snap! The man's neck suddenly broke, and he fell limply to the ground. This time, the bearded man, Zhou Yin and his companions, as well as Zhang Yanwei and his gang, were all stunned by Qin Zhu's quick, accurate, and ruthless methods, and his ruthlessness in taking people's lives without even blinking an eye. Even Lu Xinyi, who had been hiding in the dark and observing the situation, did not expect Qin Zhu's move to be so quick and decisive. In front of her, Qin Zhu always looked innocent and naive, but she didn't expect that he would be so cold and cruel when she was not around. However, in the last days, if you are not ruthless, you will be the one who suffers. She continued to look at everyone over there, And when she saw the bearded man coming back to his senses and wanting his younger brothers to teach Qin Geng a lesson, she walked out of the darkness and quickly came to Qin Geng's side. Who dares to take action? A cold and clear voice suddenly sounded. The shimmering Miao Dao made a burst of sound and pointed straight at the bearded heart. Lu Xinyi's sudden appearance made Lu Shi and others startled again. When Zhang Yanwei and the others saw her appearance, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If this young girl appears, the bearded people will definitely not get any benefits, and they will not be kicked out of the supermarket. The happiest person is none other than Qin Geng. Ixi, you are back. After changing his cold and frightening look just now, Qin Xian smiled so brightly that no one would associate him with the ruthless spirit that killed a person in the blink of an eye. Everyone present looked at him in astonishment, especially the bearded people, who didn't react for a while. Isn't this kid really a learner of face-changing? Lu Xinyi glanced at Qin Xian and said calmly, I said I would come back. I didn't tell others that you left, nor did I let them enter your territory. Qin Xian said, as if he was taking credit. Yeah, you did a good job. Qin Xian immediately showed a happy smile. Lu Xinyi ignored him, looked at the bearded man with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, You want to seize the territory? That's what I meant. Without hiding his beard, he raised his chin and said arrogantly, We have taken a liking to this supermarket. If you want to survive, get out of here. No, boss, this kid can't leave. A younger brother next to him said immediately, This kid killed one of our brothers. We can't let him just leave. We have to kill him to avenge our brother. Hearing this, the bearded who also cast his fierce gaze at Qin Xian. You're right, this kid must pay for it with his life. Pay with your life? Lu Xinyi sneered upon hearing this. If you want to die here like your brothers, you can ask him to pay with your life. So, you want to defend him? The bearded voice was a bit colder, staring at Lu Xinyi fiercely. So what? Lu Xinyi replied. Based on her current observation of Qin Xian, he is quite obedient to her words. His own strength is quite good, and he will not be too kind. He has not hindered her so far. He is still ruthless when he should be ruthless, so she can let him be her reserve teammates. Since he is a reserve teammate, naturally he cannot watch him being retaliated by this group of people. Then it seems that you're going to fight us to the end because you don't eat the toast but you have to drink it as a penalty? I've never liked drinking. The bearded man choked at her words, and anger welled up in his heart. These two people are so arrogant. He originally just wanted to drive these people out of the supermarket, but he didn't expect that this yellow-haired boy would dare to kill his brother, and the young girl who appeared last did not take him seriously. In this case, he had no choice but to show them how powerful he was. Brothers, teach them a good lesson so that they can improve their memory. With an order, the dozen or so people behind him all picked up their weapons and rushed towards Lu Xinyi and Qin Geng. The battle is about to break out. Chapter 24. Tie them up. Although the attacks of these dozen people were unsystematic, they were so brutal that every move was deadly, so that Lu Xinyi did not dare to take it lightly. I saw her bending backward to avoid the machete swung by Beard, and while quickly straightening up, she slammed the 30-centimeter long handle of the Miao knife into Beard's temple. Beard felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. When he was dizzy, he was kicked to the ground hard by Lu Xinyi. Before he could get up, Lu Xinyi kicked him in the abdomen several times, causing him to curl up like a shrimp in pain. Just as he was about to reach out to grab Lu Xinyi's feet, he saw Lu Xinyi suddenly change her target and kick him in the jaw. That kick made the bearded man feel like his jaw was broken by her. The severe pain took him a long time to recover. Lu Xinyi ignored him, turned around, and used the back of the Miao Dao to chop hard at the neck of one of the younger brothers. The younger brother fell to the ground immediately, holding his aching neck tightly. Lu Xinyi stepped in front of the younger brother, raised his foot, stepped hard on his lower abdomen, and used his body to leap forward. While bending his knees forward, he accurately hit the face of another younger brother, causing the younger brother to retreat several steps. Her body was as nimble as a swimming fish, and these people could only get beaten up as they couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. In less than 10 minutes, most of the dozen or so people had been beaten to pieces by Lu Xinyi, and the remaining few were also severely beaten by Qin Xian and lay on the ground crying for their fathers and mothers. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that these two young people who looked young could have such outstanding skills. Especially this young girl. On the outside, she looks like a delicate and helpless person, but her attacks are quick and hard, leaving her opponent unable to fight back. So handsome. Zhou Miao looked at Lu Xinyi with admiration. I declare that from today on, Lu Xinyi is my idol. Zhou Yin glanced at her helplessly and had to admit in his heart that this girl named Lu Xinyi was indeed surprising. When a disaster strikes, many people will be frightened to death even if they see a zombie, let alone killing zombies. But Lu Xinyi can easily kill a zombie with just a drop of a knife without blinking an eye. Now facing a living person who is looking for trouble, she can also use force to convince him. She is assertive and at the same time bold and careful. Teacher Zhou, please tie them up. The clear voice brought Zhou Yin back from his thoughts. He saw Lu Xinyi hand him a bundle of ropes and point to the bearded and others who were rolling in pain on the ground. Zhou Yin did not hesitate, took the rope, and asked Zhou Miao to help him. The uncle and nephew quickly tied the group tightly. Lu Xinyi just glanced at them to make sure they were tied tightly, then shifted his gaze and cast his sharp eyes on Zhang Yanwei. Meeting her serious and sharp gaze, Zhang Yanwei's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously avoided her gaze. She really wanted to settle a score with him, but he doesn't regret his decision. Tie him up too. Pointing at Zhang Yanwei, Lu Xinyi turned around and said to Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was stunned for a moment, but without asking any questions, he quickly came to Zhang Yanwei and tied him up quickly regardless of Zhang Yanwei's struggle. What are you doing? Let me go. Zhang Yanwei cursed angrily. Zhou Yin, don't forget, we are neighbors in the same community. We are in the same group. Why are you teaming up with outsiders to deal with me? Zhou Yin pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said calmly, You also know that we are neighbors? When you and this group of people confessed to me and Miao Miao, did you ever think that we were neighbors? Zhang Yanwei was choked, but he still stiffened his neck and retorted, I can't help it. You have seen what kind of people these people are. If I don't confess you, they will drive us all out. Supermarket. As he said that, he turned to look at his companions behind him and said hurriedly, Do you think I am wrong in doing this? I'm not doing this for all of us. The companions immediately stood up to speak for Zhang Yanwei. That's right, Teacher Zhou. Zhang Yanwei has his own reasons for doing this, so why are you doing this? Teacher Zhou, let's let Zhang Yanwei go as soon as possible. Everyone can't see each other when they look up, so there's no need to cause such embarrassment. Where were you when Zhang Yanwei stood up to defend us? Zhou Yin, what qualifications do you have to accuse Zhang Yanwei? I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a selfish villain. Everyone said something to each other, one after another speaking out to defend Zhang Yanwei, or scolding Zhou Yin with righteous indignation. For a moment, the scene got a little out of control. Bang! An empty can hit Zhang Yanwei's feet hard, bounced straight up, flew close to the tip of Zhang Yanwei's nose, flew to the top of his head, and finally fell heavily. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sudden movement, and they all looked around. Then he saw Lu Xinyi holding Miao Dao, leaning lazily on a shelf, with a distant and indifferent expression, but his twinkling eyes were filled with impatience and coldness. Under her obviously displeased gaze, everyone subconsciously kept silent, and no one dared to speak again for fear of making her unhappy. I asked Teacher Zhou to tie up Zhang Yanwei. If you have any opinions, tell me. Lu Xinyi spoke slowly, his sharp eyes scanning everyone's faces one by one. Everyone lowered their heads in unison, not daring to look at her. When Zhang Yanwei saw this, he was very anxious and disgusted with the bullying of these people. This group of people only dared to yell at Zhou Yin because he was easy to talk to. However, when facing Lu Xinyi, they all tightened their necks like quails. What a bunch of useless trash. Why did you tie me up? Zhang Yanwei looked at Lu Xinyi angrily and defended. Just because I betrayed you? I've already said it. I did this to protect everyone. Sacrifice the ego to achieve perfection. Dame, is this wrong? Besides, these people were finally subdued by you, so you didn't lose anything. Lu Xinyi frowned irritably, her fair and pretty face full of impatience. Shut his mouth. He talks too much. As soon as she finished speaking, Qingju quickly tore off the large yellow label paper on the shelf, rolled up several pieces of label paper into a ball, and stuffed them directly into Zhang Yanwei's mouth. Seeing Zhang Yanwei finally shut up, Lu Xinyi spoke again and said coldly, I don't care what your motives are. As long as you get in my way, you're against me. After saying this, she asked Qingju to take Zhang Yanwei over and let him stay with the group of people with bearded men. Seeing this, others dared not raise any more objections, for fear that they would suffer the same fate as Zhang Yanwei. After all, the person with the most say in the supermarket now is Lu Xinyi. who possesses absolute military power. Chapter 25, Leaving the Supermarket. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, it was just dawn, and Zhou Yin was still asleep when he felt someone gently rocking him. He reacted immediately and opened his eyes suddenly, and what he saw was a bright and beautiful white face. Student Lu. After Zhou Yin saw who was coming, he let down his guard, touched the glasses on the ground, and put them on, then asked, "What's the matter so early?" "We are leaving now." Zhou Yin was a little surprised when he heard this. He sat up subconsciously, looked at Lu Xinyi, and then at Qin Zhu, who was following her closely. "You're leaving?" he asked in surprise. "Why don't you stay here? There's food here, and there are no zombies. It's a very safe place." "I have my own plans," Lu Xinyi said without further ado. "I'll leave the bearded man and Zhang Yanwei to you, Teacher Zhou, to deal with. You can do whatever you want with them, but I suggest you don't let them go." "I understand." Zhou Yin nodded. If he let these people go, they would definitely turn around and deal with him and Miao Miao. He would never risk his and Miao Miao's lives. Besides, these people were defeated by Lu Xinyi and Qin Zhu with great effort. It would be too unfair for him to just let them go. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yin asked, "Where are you going next?" He thought Lu Xinyi would not answer, but he heard Lu Xinyi say, "Go find supplies somewhere else." Knowing that she was a very opinionated person, Zhou Yin did not ask any more questions, but only reminded her, "You must pay attention to safety and take care of yourself." "Yeah, so do you." With a soft response, Lu Xinyi glanced at Zhou Yin one last time, then at Zhou Miao, who was still sleeping soundly next to him, got up and quietly left the supermarket with Qin Xian. Looking at the direction they left, Zhou Yin sighed. "I want to say goodbye, but now that the end of the world is coming, everyone is in danger, and I don't know if there will be a chance to see each other again." Arriving on the first floor of the supermarket, Lu Xinyi asked Qin Xian to wait for her at the supermarket gate, while she went to the underground parking lot. She needed a valid reason to get her buggy out of the space. Fortunately, Qin Xian was still obedient to her words. Although he didn't want to be separated from her, he still nodded obediently and walked back to the door step by step. Lu Xinyi glanced at his reluctant appearance helplessly, then strode along the stairs to the parking lot. The door to the stairwell was locked. She opened it with a master key. After entering the parking lot, she locked the door from the outside to prevent zombies from entering the supermarket from the stairwell. It was still early, and it was very dark in the parking lot. Lu Xinyi walked quietly towards the exit, planning to take out the off-road vehicle when he was almost at the exit. After walking about 10 meters, she keenly heard stiff footsteps nearby. She hurriedly dodged and hid behind a nearby pillar, pulled out the Miao Dao very gently, and looked warily towards the direction from which the sound came. After being strengthened by the system, her 5 senses are sharper than ordinary people, so even in the dark, she can roughly see the surrounding environment clearly. "I saw a zombie wearing a gray suit and a striped tie. The collar of the white shirt around his neck had been dyed blood red. He was walking slowly forward step by step, twisting his stiff neck to look at his body." Around, Lu Xinyi did not kill the zombie rashly, but looked around again and found that in addition to this zombie, there were more than a dozen zombies slowly wandering around. And these dozen zombies are all on her path. If you want to get out of the parking lot, you have to deal with these zombies. After thinking for a moment, she took out the off-road vehicle. When the huge, beast-like off-road vehicle landed, the sound it made was not loud, but in this quiet parking lot, it was very clear. For a moment, all the nearby zombies looked this way. Lu Xinyi ignored the zombies and quickly got into the driver's seat. The engine started, and the roar of the off-road vehicle suddenly sounded, attracting all the zombies in the parking lot. Ouch! The zombies roared like beasts and rushed towards Lu Xinyi with stiff and dragging steps. Seeing this, Lu Xinyi turned on the car lights and deliberately honked the horn. The loud horn made the zombies even more excited, and their pace accelerated a lot. Soon, dozens of zombies gathered in front of the car. Lu Xinyi slightly raised his lips in a cunning arc. Then, boom! The off-road vehicle started suddenly and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The zombies didn't know how to dodge, so they were knocked out by the anti-collision lever on the front of the car, where they ran directly under the wheels and were crushed to pieces. Her off-road vehicle has full defense, so there is no need to worry about crashing. Moreover, this off-road vehicle is larger than other off-road vehicles on the market. If it hits a zombie quickly, the zombies will just wait to die. After running over the group of zombies, Lu Xinyi saw that there were still some fish that had slipped through the net. Lu Xinyi swung his tail beautifully, turned the car around, and drove into the remaining zombies again. She didn't drive out of the parking lot until all the zombies had turned into shapeless flesh. When she drove to the supermarket gate, she saw Qin Xian still holding his fire axe and struggling to kill zombies. Several zombies were already lying on the ground around him. Lu Xinyi parked the car on the side of the road and observed quietly, but found that his movements were getting slower and slower, and it became more and more difficult to kill the zombies. He even almost got scratched on the shoulder by a zombie. Isn't this guy pretty awesome? Now what's going on? She suddenly remembered that Qin Xian had told her before that he would lose strength when he was hungry. In this situation, could it be that he is hungry? Seeing that he was almost knocked down by a zombie, Lu Xinyi hurriedly drove forward and directly knocked away a zombie in front of Qin Xian. "Get in the car," she said seriously before Qin Xian could speak. Qin Xian hurriedly opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. The off-road vehicle immediately rushed out like the wind. Glancing at his increasingly pale face, Lu Xinyi asked speechlessly, "Are you hungry?" Qin Xian lowered his head in embarrassment and responded in a low voice, "Yes." "Isn't there food in your backpack?" Lu Xinyi glanced at the backpack in his arms. "Eat first to fill your stomach. I don't want to save you later." Qin Xian lowered his head and said guiltily, "I'm sorry." After bumping into a lone zombie on the road, Lu Xinyi said angrily, "If you feel sorry for me, just eat quickly. I told you a long time ago that if you want to follow me, you can't hold me back." Qinji immediately opened the zipper of his backpack, picked up the top piece of bread, tore open the bag with a tear, and began to eat it. With his mouth full, he still prayed and said, "I will be full, and I will never hold you back. Don't drive me away." Lu Xinyi. Chapter 26 wanted to steal her car. When Qinju finally filled his stomach, the SUV stopped outside a bookstore. Although Lu Xinyi bought several mobile phones and downloaded offline maps before the end of the world, she still planned to find a paper map just in case. I also planned to find some books on planting and breeding in the bookstore. The zombie virus broke out in the morning. There were almost no customers in the bookstore except for a few store clerks. At this time, there were only 2 wandering zombies in the bookstore. Lu Xinyi walked into the bookstore and dealt with the 2 zombies in a few moves. She then discovered that there was a beverage shop on the underground first floor of the bookstore. She sent Qinju to the beverage shop to collect supplies, while she began to look for the books she wanted. As usual, she destroyed the cameras in the store and found the bookshelf where the agricultural books were located. She was too lazy to look through the books one by one, so she simply put the books and the bookshelf into the space. After that, she walked around the store and collected all the books that she was interested in or thought she might need in the future. After she finished collecting the books, Qin Xian also came back from the first floor. His backpack was stuffed to the brim, and he was carrying a plastic bag full of supplies. "Have you collected them all?" she asked. Qin Xian nodded and handed the plastic bag to her. "This is for you." Lu Xinyi did not refuse and said, "Please help me carry it into the car." "Good. Then let's go." Qin Xian followed Lu Xinyi out and saw that there were fewer books in the store, but Lu Xinyi was still only carrying a slightly bulging backpack and still only holding a meow knife in his hand. But Qin Xian didn't ask anything, and even his expression didn't change at all, as if he didn't know why the book was missing, and he had no interest in exploring it. As soon as the 2 of them arrived at the door of the bookstore, Lu Xinyi suddenly raised her hand to tell him to stop, then hid behind a bookshelf and looked outside cautiously. Qin Xian also hurriedly hid next to her and followed her line of sight. Looking at it, they found 4 men and 2 women gathered in front of their off-road vehicle, obviously very interested in their vehicle. A tall and thin man also tried to knock the driver's seat glass with a heavy object, but found that the glass was as hard as steel and could not be broken. What material is the glass of this car made of? Could it be bulletproof glass? The tall and thin man touched the window glass, and the greed in his eyes deepened. The tall girl with a ponytail next to him echoed, "If we can drive this car away, we won't be afraid of these zombies in the city. Then, whether we are looking for supplies or leaving the city to find shelter, there will be nothing to worry about." "Worry? That's right." Another man also said, "This car looks like it has been specially modified, and you can see that the tires are full of blood. It has obviously been crushed by zombies. Then why are you hesitating? Get this car quickly." The 6 people were busy again, but no matter what method they used, they couldn't open the door. They could only watch this off-road vehicle with top defense and panic. The movement of the 6 people attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, who stumbled towards the 6 people. "The zombies are coming. If we don't drive away, we will be surrounded by zombies." Another shorter girl with curly hair said nervously. Why are you panicking? Didn't you see that we are busy? You can't help here, so go kill the zombies, said the tall and thin man. The girl immediately became unhappy. Those are zombies, they're scary, okay? I don't want to go. Shut up if you don't want to go. The girl with the ponytail glanced at her and said angrily, How long have you been now, and you still think of yourself as a big star? I am a star. Logically speaking, you have to call me senior. Do you talk to seniors like this? The curly-haired girl scolded unhappily. Senior? I see you. Okay, please stop talking. A tall, slender, well-proportioned man with outstanding appearance interrupted the quarrel between the two, rushed forward first, swung the baseball bat in his hand, and hit a zombie on the head. Seeing this, the ponytail girl also took a homemade spear and stabbed a zombie in the eye. Two other men also joined the zombie-killing team. Only the tall and thin man was left to fight against the off-road vehicle. As for the curly-haired girl, she leaned against the front of the car with her arms folded, constantly urging the tall and thin man to get the car ready. This group of people are all strong young people, and their movements are quite standard. They know that the weak point of the zombie is the head, and all attacks are directed towards the head of the zombie. The four people fought hard for more than 10 minutes and finally eliminated all the zombies surrounding them. It's just that the four of them looked a lot more embarrassed. You are so dirty. Stay away from me. The curly-haired girl pointed at a man and said with disgust. The man opened his mouth, but in the end he just moved aside silently. The girl with the ponytail couldn't stand it anymore. Just when she was about to retort, the handsome man grabbed her arm. Sumo, it's not like you don't know what kind of person Zishan is, why bother with her? Ji Yunja, if you normally speak for her, that's all. But look at what time it is now. There are zombies everywhere in the city. If she continues to do this, we will all be dragged down by her. Hearing this, Li Zishan said dissatisfiedly. Sumo, aren't you just jealous that Yunja has a good relationship with me and that he can speak for me? You don't even look at what you look like. You look like a man. What man would like you? You. Just as Sumo was about to speak, she heard the tall and thin man utter an irritated fuck. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on him. This car is too hard to handle. The tall and thin man was so angry that he kicked the SUV, but the SUV was not damaged and his foot was hurt, which made him even angrier. I really want to know which expert modified this car. I have tried many ways to fix it, but I can't even open the door. Ji Yunja walked forward and touched the hood of the SUV, glanced around, and said in a deep voice, This car has been modified to suit the current environment. If the disaster had not just happened, I would have suspected that the owner had modified it specifically for this disaster. This car is parked here. Could the owner be nearby? Sumo said, We'd better not think about taking this car, otherwise it will be troublesome if the owner finds us. Li Zishan said disapprovingly. So what if we find out? Are the six of us afraid of the car owner alone? Besides, didn't you just say that if we could drive away the car, there would be nothing to worry about, but now you are afraid? As she said that, she glanced at Sumo with disgust. If you ask me, we must first find a car owner and force him to give us the car. As soon as Li Zishan finished speaking, she suddenly let out a terrified scream and looked towards the bookstore on the street in fear. Chapter 27, Stay away from my car. What's wrong? Ji Yunja asked hurriedly. There is someone there. Li Zishan raised her hand and pointed to the bookstore and said with some fear. When she turned her head just now, she saw a man and a woman standing expressionlessly behind the glass door of the bookstore. She was so frightened that she thought they were zombies. Ji Yunja and others also hurriedly looked towards the bookstore and were a little surprised when they saw Lu Xinyi and Qinju. After confirming that the two were alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they're not zombies. Could this car be theirs? Sumo said in a low voice. The tall and thin man agreed. The car is parked outside the bookstore. Maybe it really belongs to them. Li Zishan turned around and glared at the two of them. Are you sure this car is theirs? Those two people don't look very old. How can they drive such a nice car? However, just as she finished her words, she heard a clear but unhappy voice. Stay away from my car. For a moment, Li Zishan felt as if her face was slapped hard and it was burning with pain. In order to regain her face, she took 2 steps forward, looked at Lu Xinyi from above, and looked at Lu Xinyi up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. This girl is young and looks like a college student, but her face is very beautiful. Even though she is in the entertainment industry and has seen many beautiful female stars, and she herself is not bad looking, she has to admit that the appearance of the girl in front of her is at the forefront in the entertainment industry where there are so many beauties. Li Zishan suddenly felt unbalanced when she thought that this girl was prettier than herself and was the owner of this car. You said this car is yours? Who can prove it? Lu Xinyi didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked towards the driver's seat. When she was in the bookstore just now, she clearly saw the actions of this group of people and naturally knew that this female, star named Li Zishan, was a douchebag. She had always stayed away from this kind of douchebag who couldn't understand the situation and acted as if she wanted to avoid getting herself into trouble. Hey, I'm talking to you. Seeing that she ignored her, Li Zishan said displeasedly and quickly stepped forward to block Lu Xinyi. Seeing this, Qin Xian walked in front of Lu Xinyi, carefully blocked her behind him, and pushed Li Zishan dissatisfied. Li Zishan staggered back 2 steps and stared at Qin Xian angrily. How dare you push me? Do you know who I am? Even if the young man in front of him was as handsome as a porcelain doll, and even more handsome than Ji Yunjia, the most handsome guy in the entertainment industry, it still couldn't make up for his mistake of pushing him. Qin Xian ignored her, but looked back at Lu Xinyi worriedly and asked in a low voice, Xinyi, are you okay? I'm fine. Get in the car. Lu Xinyi responded in a low voice and started to leave. Seeing this, Li Zishan quickly opened her arms to block the two of them. If you don't apologize to me today, don't even think about leaving here. Lu Xinyi frowned impatiently and stared at her coldly. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Yunjia walked over quickly, pulled Li Zishan aside, and looked at Lu Xinyi apologetically. Sorry, Zishan speaks outright. Please don't mind. Lu Xinyi glanced at him indifferently, then turned his sharp eyes to Li Zishan and said coldly, You're not talking like a fig leaf for being uncultured and unqualified. Who are you saying is uneducated and unqualified? Li Zishan angrily threw away Ji Yunjia's hand, stepped in front of Lu Xinyi, and pointed at Lu Xinyi's nose with her manicured finger. Lu Xinyi said nothing, but slowly raised the Miao Dao in his hand. When he pushed the handle of the knife with his thumb, a section of the glistening blade was exposed. Only then did everyone realize that she was holding a weapon in her hand, or a long knife that looked sharp at first sight. Ji Yunjia grabbed Li Zishan again and apologized to Lu Xinyi. Classmate, if we have offended you in any way, we apologize to you and hope that you will forgive us for our inappropriateness. Suemo also came over at this time and said in an apologetic tone, Classmate, we didn't know this car was yours. We thought it was an abandoned car that no one wanted, so we wanted to drive the car away, but we didn't destroy you. So I hope you can forgive us for our offense. Putting the Miao sword back into its sheath, Lu Xinyi said in a cold tone, Don't block my way. Ji Yunjia and Suemo took 2 steps back almost reflexively to make way for her. Seeing that Lu Xinyi was about to get in the car, Ji Yunjia hurriedly called out to her, then came to her in a few steps, showing his signature smile. His fans love his smile, and even passersby say his smile is easygoing and approachable. But he found that Lu Xinyi didn't respond at all to his smile. Ji Yunjia felt a little embarrassed, and his smile became stiffer. But he still tried his best to keep smiling and said in a consultative tone, My classmate, you see that there are zombies everywhere in this city now. It is not suitable for fighting alone. Why don't we cooperate? Don't worry, we won't fight just because there are many people. How about taking advantage and sharing all the supplies I find with you? Li Zishan was about to object when she heard what he said, but Suemo quickly covered her mouth with quick eyes and hands. Just because Li Zhuojing couldn't see the situation clearly didn't mean they couldn't understand it either. Just because these two people have this high-defense off-road vehicle shows that they are not ordinary people. If they could bring these two people together, it would definitely do more good than harm to their team. Classmate, what do you think? Ji Yunjia asked carefully again. I refuse. After saying this, Lu Xinyi opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Before Ji Yunjia wanted to speak, he closed the car door with a bang. If she really wanted to cooperate with others, she would have chosen to cooperate with uncle and nephew Zhou Yan when they were in the supermarket. At least they didn't cooperate. After Qin Xian also got in the car, Lu Xinyi started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle drove straight out. TSK, this car is really cool. The tall and thin man looked at the off-road vehicle gradually going away and made an envious voice. Let's quickly find 2 cars and follow them. Ji Yunjia said, and began to look for a drivable car on the street. The others didn't ask any questions and all joined the team looking for a car. Only Li Zishan said dissatisfiedly, Those 2 people are so annoying. Why should we follow them? And Yunjia, why did you propose to cooperate with them? I don't want to cooperate with such rude people. However, no one paid attention to her. Even Ji Yunja, who had always been patient with her, was only looking for a car and had no time to talk to her. Being ignored by everyone, Li Zishan stamped her feet angrily. How abominable! Everyone quickly found the two vehicles. After everyone got in, the two vehicles immediately chased the off-road vehicle in the direction it left. Even if you can't cooperate with those two people, it's good to be able to borrow their light. Chapter 28: Collecting Supplies at the Gas Station. The off-road vehicle was very fast, crushing zombies all the way to the nearest gas station. There were a lot of zombies at the gas station. Lu Xinyi made a rough estimate and estimated that there were 50 or 60 of them. Get out of the car and kill these zombies first. After saying these words, she quickly got out of the car with a meow knife before the zombies came closer. Qin Xian got out of the car right after him and hit a zombie's head hard with his fire axe with a curled edge. The two of them were like gods of death, and any zombies that came close to them were directly shot in the head by the two of them and collapsed to the ground into a puddle of mud. Soon, there were only a dozen zombies left in this group. The meow knife stabbed into the open mouth of a zombie. Lu Xinyi turned around and said to Qin Xian, "I'll leave the rest of the zombies to you. I'll go find the oil barrel." Qin Xian nodded and struck a zombie in the neck with a fire axe. Lu Xinyi turned around and walked to the warehouse of the gas station. On the way, he met a lone zombie and killed it with a knife. Opening the warehouse door with a master key, she quickly scanned the warehouse and found 6 30L empty oil drums and 4 300L large oil drums in the corner. She put the 4 large oil drums and 4 small oil drums into the space and left the warehouse with only 2 small oil drums. Quickly coming to the oil dispenser, she put the oil gun into a small oil drum. While refueling, she moved all the oil inside through the small oil drum into several oil drums in the space. After filling 2 large oil barrels and 2 small oil barrels with gasoline, Lu Xinyi removed his hand and filled the small oil barrel in front of him with gasoline. After that, she followed the same example and filled several other empty oil drums with diesel. After doing all this, she filled up the SUV with gas. When she put 2 small oil barrels containing diesel and gasoline in the car, she found Qin Ju squatting in front of a zombie, seemingly searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Hearing this, Qin Ju turned around and looked at her, then stood up and walked quickly to her, handing her a crystal-clear diamond necklace like offering a treasure. The pendant of the necklace was a lifelike butterfly that seemed about to spread its wings and fly. "For you." Lu Xinyi didn't answer and frowned slightly and said, "Did you pull it off the zombie?" I don't want it. It's unlucky." There are many gold necklaces in her space. If she really likes these jewelries, she can go to jewelry stores to collect various kinds of jewelries along the way. Qin Xian's eyes dimmed instantly, and he lowered his head in despair. But he soon cheered up and said firmly, "Then I will find you a better-looking necklace from the store." Lu Xinyi was not interested in this and said calmly, "Whatever you want." After saying that, he turned around and walked to the small supermarket at the gas station. "Even though we are here, we still need to collect some supplies before we leave." However, when she walked into the small supermarket, she found that there were several people hiding in the small supermarket. These people were so hidden that she didn't even notice them before entering the supermarket. Fortunately, the warehouse was some distance away from the supermarket, and the oil drums were placed in the corner of the warehouse. No one saw her when she put the oil drums into the space. When she was refueling, she was also blocked by the refueling machine, so these people could not see her movements clearly. Otherwise, there is a real danger of exposing the space. This also taught her a lesson. She must be more careful and cautious in the future. There were men and women, old and young. Judging from their clothes, 2 of them were gas station employees, and the other should be people who came to the gas station to refuel. When disaster struck, they all hid in this supermarket. These people had just seen the ferocity of Lu Xinyi and the 2 in killing zombies. Now when they saw the 2 walking into the supermarket, they all looked at the 2 with wary eyes. One of them, a burly man wearing a black short-sleeve shirt and his right arm covered with tattoos, took a step forward and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lu Xinyi only thought that he asked nonsense. What else can you do in the supermarket? Of course, is to collect supplies. "Get food," she said calmly, turning back to signal Qin Xian to get the supplies. "But we occupied this place first." The tattooed man stopped. "If you want to take food, you must first obtain our permission." Lu Xinyi looked at him silently. This tattooed man was tall and thick, and he also had a tattoo on his arm that looked very scary. But in fact, this man was not very courageous, because she noticed that his voice was slightly trembling when he spoke. This person is a coward who is strong on the outside but acts on the inside. However, she had no intention of conflict with these people. Okay, then we want to get some food. Do you agree? The tattooed man and others looked at each other, and after seeing everyone nodded lightly, the tattooed man said, "We agree, but you are not allowed to take too much. This supermarket is not big, and there are many of us. If you take it away, too many, and we may not be able to sustain it for a few days." Okay, Lu Xinyi is not short of supplies, but based on the principle of coming, he doesn't want to leave empty-handed. Furthermore, she could see that although this group of people were wary of them, they were not hostile. Naturally, she would not actively provoke them or cause trouble for herself. Finally, Lu Xinyi filled up his backpack, and Qin Xian took a plastic bag and filled it with a bag of supplies. When the two of them pushed open the glass door of the supermarket and walked out, they found that Ji Yunjia and his group of 6 people had also driven here. What Lu Xinyi didn't know was that these 6 people were chasing them. Although they were a long way behind them, they still found it by following the tracks of the off-road vehicle. What a coincidence, we meet again. Ji Yunjia raised his signature smile and took the initiative to greet Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi looked at him suspiciously, not believing that this was really a coincidence. As a star, Ji Yunjia has always managed his expression well, so he can still keep his expression unchanged under Lu Xinyi's suspicious eyes. "Are you here looking for supplies?" he said, glancing at the plastic bag Qin Xian was holding in his hand. "Just in time, we are also planning to look for supplies. Why don't we go together, so we can have someone to look after us on the way?" Seeing that the other party refused to give up and wanted to cooperate with him, Lu Xinyi replied simply, "I don't cooperate with others," she said, and left. Ji Yunjia turned around and wanted to stop her, but at this moment, 2 young girls rushed out of the supermarket and looked at Ji Yunjia, Su Mo, and Li Zishan excitedly. It's Ji Yunjia, and Su Mo, and Li Zishan. "Oh my god, we are so lucky to meet the celebrity in person. Come in quickly, we have food here. Even if there is no food, we can go find supplies together." Blocked by 2 girls, Ji Yunjia could only watch the SUV drive away. He sighed silently, then took his companion and followed the 2 girls into the supermarket. Forget it. He was too lazy to chase those 2 people. If cooperation cannot be negotiated, it means that there is no such fate. Chapter 29. Back to the safe house. In the blink of an eye, it has been 5 days since the end of the world. During these 5 days, the official rescue team came once, first rescuing senior leaders and technical personnel in scientific research and medical fields, and then organizing the evacuation of the people. The zombie virus broke out, leaving only about 1/10 of the world's population alive. H City, a large city with a permanent population of about 20 million, now has nearly 100,000 to 200,000 survivors. It was obvious that the rescue team was unable to evacuate all of the hundreds of thousands of survivors. Therefore, the authorities called on people who have not yet evacuated to prepare supplies, stay at home, and try not to go out, close doors and windows, do not open doors at will, and wait for rescue. If conditions permit, you can also go to official shelters on your own initiative. Lu Xinyi was not interested in going to the official shelter. She had her own safe house, which might be even more sturdy than the official shelter. And now, it was time for her to leave the city and go to her safe house. In these 5 days, she collected a lot of supplies, including food, daily necessities, clothing, gasoline and diesel, and a batch of solar power panels. She already has enough supplies, and there is no need to stay in the city for a long time. After all, zombies can be seen everywhere in the city now, and staying here will only make it more dangerous. In a 10-story hotel, Lu Xinyi stood by a window on the 5th floor, using a drone to carefully observe the situation heading out of the city. After determining the route out of the city, she flew back with the drone, and then looked at Qin Geng next to her. "You really don't want to go to an official shelter?" This was the 5th time she had asked him this question. Qin Xian also gave the same answer for the 5th time. "No, I just want to follow you." Lu Xinyi pursed her moist red lips and fell into deep thought. After 5 days of getting along, she has gained a clearer understanding of Qin Ju. He never had any objection to her words. He would do whatever she asked him to do without refutation or complaint. She had also seen his ability to kill zombies. When he was not hungry, he would not hold her back. Overall, he did meet her requirements for a teammate. Besides, she was now preparing to go to the safe house, and if she didn't properly deal with Qin Ju, she would never take him to her safe house. System. Host, please speak. Lu Xinyi thought to herself. Will the teammates you entered into the system really not betray me? The cold mechanical electronic sound of the system brought a bit of excitement that the mission was finally completed. Does the host finally want to recruit teammates? Host, please rest assured that this system will never tell lies and will not betray the host. Then definitely not. Yeah. Lu Xinyi responded lightly and looked at Qin Geng hesitantly. Qin Xian was a little uneasy when she saw him. He nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes and looked at her pitifully, as if he was afraid that he would be abandoned by her. After a moment, Lu Xinyi asked, "If I let you be my teammate, would you be willing to sell your soul to me?" The system once said that the souls of teammates who are entered into the system will be bound to her, which is equivalent to selling their souls to her. Hearing this, Qin Xian nodded without hesitation and said, "I do. As long as I can go with you, I'm willing to do anything." Lu Xinyi finally made up his mind and said, "Okay, from now on, you will be my teammate." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the system's voice, sounding very cheerfully. "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a teammate. You will be rewarded with 3,000 points. Please keep up the good work and continue recruiting teammates." 3,000 points? Lu Xinyi was a little surprised. She knew that recruiting teammates would be rewarded with points ranging from 1,000 to 3,000, but she still didn't expect that the system would directly reward her with 3,000 points. What is your reward standard? System. Rewards are given based on the abilities of teammates. The higher the abilities, the higher the point rewards. Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows without leaving any trace. From this point of view, Qin Xian's strength is recognized by the system as powerful. She put her thoughts away and checked her current points. Current total points, 3892. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little unbalanced. In the past 5 days, she had spent the past 5 days killing zombies and gained more than 800 points. Recruiting Qin Xian as a teammate gave her 3,000 points. The points awarded for killing zombies are too few. Cursing secretly, she opened the teammates column and saw that the teammates column that was originally empty now had one more name. Teammate, Qin Geng. Xine. Can I really be your teammate? Qin Xian's excited and unbelievable voice pulled Lu Xinyi's thoughts back from the system. Well, you're my teammate. After receiving her affirmative reply, Qin Xian was so excited that he danced with joy. His face was filled with a joyful smile, and he smiled so much that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Seeing his extremely excited expression, Lu Xinyi couldn't help but curl her lips. Okay, don't be happy. Let me say it first. Even if you're my teammate, you must listen to me and don't hold me back. Qin Geng stood at attention, nodded solemnly, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I promise to listen to you in everything and never hold you back." Okay, then come with me. Qin Xian followed Lu Xinyi and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" "Get out of town." Along the determined route out of the city, the off-road vehicle sped past. Even if zombies heard the noise, they could not catch up with the extremely fast speed of the off-road vehicle. About an hour and a half later, the off-road vehicle finally arrived at the safe house, which was as solid as a fortress. The safe house is nearly 1 kilometer away from the main road. There are many tall and lush evergreen trees planted around it, which almost completely blocks the safe house. If you don't get closer, you won't be able to find the safe house. The off-road vehicle stopped about 100 meters outside the safe house. The two got out of the car together. "Be careful, there are many traps around," Lu Xinyi warned, carefully checking the surrounding environment. When she first approached a security company to build a safe house, although she did not come to the site to supervise, she often communicated with people from the security company, so she knew where the traps were. Carefully avoiding the trap, she walked around the safe house to make sure there were no suspicious signs around. Then she opened the large iron door of the safe house and drove the off-road vehicle into the garage. Qin Xian looked at this safe house that had been transformed into an airtight place like an iron barrel in shock. He couldn't help but said, "Excellent, this house is so good." After closing the big iron door again, Lu Xinyi turned around and walked to the garage, saying as he walked, "From now on, this is our base." The system's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. "Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for owning a base, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 points. Please actively expand the scope of the base and get more reward points." Lu Xinyi, will she be rewarded with points when she returns to her safe house? Also, what does it mean to expand the scope of your base? She just wants to lie down in the safe house and doesn't want to expand her base. Chapter 30, Oasis Base. Lu Xinyi cursed secretly and noticed that there was an extra item in the System Character Attribute panel. XX base. Floor area, 1,000 square meters. Number of people on base, 2 people. Lu Xinyi glanced around the entire safe house. Taking the 10-meter-high wall of the safe house as the boundary, the entire safe house is indeed almost 1,000 square meters. The number of people in the base naturally refers to her and Qin Xian. As for this XX base, she should be asked to name the base. After thinking quickly, she named the base Oasis base. Xine, what's wrong with you? Qin Xian asked suspiciously when he saw that she was standing there without moving. Putting away his thoughts, Lu Xinyi shook his head. Nothing, just take the things in the car to the warehouse and put them away. Good. After the two of them moved the food from the trunk of the SUV to the warehouse, Lu Xinyi walked towards the kitchen. As they walked, she asked Qinju, "Can you cook?" Qinju shook his head awkwardly. "No." "So can you drive?" "No." Lu Xinyi opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. She suddenly regretted recruiting him as a teammate. Before the disaster, it's normal for you not to be able to drive at your age, but now is not a peaceful time. I need you to be able to drive. Lu Xinyi said seriously. So, you must learn to drive as soon as possible. Understand? Qinju nodded solemnly. Got it. Yes. Lu Xinyi responded and continued walking forward. Then he thought of something and turned back to look at Qin Xian curiously. Are you an adult? I'm already 18 years old. Lu Xinyi nodded in understanding and said, You can choose any room downstairs, but the room upstairs is my place. You can't go upstairs at will without my permission. Do you understand? No. Okay, you go and choose a room, and I'll cook. Lu Xinyi said, walking into the kitchen, and suddenly turned back to Qin Xian and said, You also need to learn to cook. She can't always cook alone. After closing the kitchen door, Lu Xinyi opened the refrigerator, took out some meat, vegetables, drinks, etc. from the space, and filled the large double-door refrigerator full. Then, he took out a lot of seasonings and put them on the condiment table. Pots, pans, cutlery, and cutlery are naturally indispensable. Soon, the originally empty kitchen became full of life. She even took 2 dish towels and put them on the sink. As the first meal in the safe house, she didn't want to have a simple meal, nor did she want to eat the cooked food in the space. Save those cooked foods for when you don't have time to cook. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of tenderloin, a slaughtered carp, and a cabbage from the refrigerator. When Qin Xian chose the room and came to the kitchen, he happened to see her cutting the tenderloin. Xine, what are you planning to cook? Can you teach me? You cook the rice first. Lu Xinyi pointed to the rice cooker next to him and told him how to cook the rice. Qin Xian immediately washed and cooked rice quickly. After the rice was cooked, he stood aside and quietly watched Lu Xinyi cooking, his eyes full of seriousness like academic research. Lu Xinyi's movements were very skillful. After all, Lu Jinping's family of 3 used her as their nanny. She did almost all the laundry, sweeping the floor, cooking, and washing dishes. Lu Jinping would lose his temper if the food was slightly unpalatable. In the past few years, after Lu Jinping divorced her mother, her cooking skills have been honed. Speaking of Lu Jinping, I wonder how the 3 of them were doing when the plane crashed that day? Are you still alive? However, whether they were dead or alive had nothing to do with her. In this life, she will not give them any help again. Soon, the meal was ready. Sweet and sour pork loin, pickled fish, and vinegar cabbage are all very homely recipes, but the color and flavor are not bad at all. Smelling the alluring aroma, Qin Xian felt his stomach growling and wanted to eat 2 big bowls of it right away. Have a meal. After hearing what Lu Xinyi said, Qin Xian moved his chopsticks and put the most tender part of the fish in a Lu Xinyi's bowl. Xinyi, you eat. No need to pick up food for me. You can eat your own. Lu Xinyi said, but thank you for your kindness. Qin Xian took 2 mouthfuls of rice and said seriously, I will definitely work hard to learn to cook and cook for you in the future. Lu Xinyi smiled and said, Okay, then I'll wait to eat your cooking. After dinner, Qin Xian took the initiative to do the dishes. Lu Xinyi went to the 2nd floor. In addition to the bedrooms and study room on the 2nd floor, the most important place is the control room, which contains all the monitoring systems around the safe house, as well as the controllers of various facilities in the safe house. Nowadays, power and communications in most places have been destroyed, but there are still a few places that have not lost power. The area where the safe house is located is the surviving place. As a result, the safe house's backup power was not turned on, and it is still operating on national electricity. But national power won't be able to hold on for long. Half a month after the end of the previous life, a sudden outbreak of cooling and snowing weather caused total damage to the already precarious power, and the power was completely paralyzed. But in this life, the end of the world has been advanced by 2 days, and she is not sure whether this extreme cold weather will also be advanced. But in this life, she has made enough preparations. Even if the national power supply is paralyzed, she has a diesel generator and solar power panels, so she is not worried about power problems. After getting familiar with all the equipment in the control room, she sat in front of the rows of monitors and began to monitor the surrounding situation. There are a lot of monitors around the safe house, and they are all installed in very secret places. They can monitor the main road up to 1 kilometer away. Through the monitor, she could clearly see that there were many vehicles arranged in a mess on the main road. Many vehicles were knocked upside down, and some vehicles directly hit the guardrail on the roadside, and their bodies were shattered. And on this spacious 2-way 6-lane road, there are still many zombies wandering around. After staring at the monitor for about half an hour, Lu Xinyi got up and went downstairs to make sure there was nothing abnormal around him. Seeing Qin Xian staring blankly at the refrigerator in the kitchen, she asked aloud, "What are you doing?" "I want to learn to cook, but I don't know how. I will give you a recipe later. You can follow the recipe. Now go out with me and learn how to drive." The off-road vehicle drove out of the safe house and followed the 2-way 2-lane country road to the main road 1 kilometer away. Lu Xinyi honked the car horn to attract all the zombies around him, and then he and Qin Xian killed all the zombies. Afterwards, she drove an off-road vehicle at extremely fast speeds, forcing her way out of the jumble of vehicles. The off-road vehicle returned to Qin Xian. After getting off the vehicle, Lu Xinyi found him a Volkswagen that was still in good condition. Pulling the driver who died in the car accident out of the car, she turned back to Qin Xian and said, "Come here and learn to drive." Chapter 31, Found a Good Place. Qin Geng learns things quickly. Even though he only learned to drive for 4 days, he's already good at it. From the beginning, I could only drive in straight lines on main roads, but now I can drive on winding country roads. Although I am still not very proficient, I can at least drive the car smoothly. In the apocalyptic era, driving does not require compliance with various traffic regulations. Lu Xinyi does not have high requirements for Qin Geng, as long as he can drive normally. Today, Qin Geng went out to practice driving as usual, while Lu Xinyi was monitoring the surrounding situation in the safe house. After confirming that there was nothing unusual around her, she opened the system mall. Her current total points were 5308, which looked like a lot, but when she opened the skill category in the mall, she was speechless. The most basic elemental powers, namely gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, required 10,000 points to redeem one. As for the less common ones, such as space-related abilities, auxiliary abilities, invisibility abilities, etc., more points are required. At this moment, Lu Xinyi understood why the system always asked her to keep working hard and earn more points. Without points, she couldn't even redeem her superpowers, let alone upgrade them. Finally, she closed the skill classification with tears in her eyes and found the skill points again, only to discover that even one skill point required 5,000 points. Lu Xinyi. System, the prices in the mall are really not robbery? System. Host, you are such a joke. How can this be considered a robbery? Look, there are still many cheap things in the mall, even items worth 1 point. Lu Xinyi pulled the corner of her mouth speechlessly. Yes, that's right, there are even 1-point products. But even if she redeemed the 1-point bubblegum, it would be useless. Lu Xinyi just felt tired and stepped into the space, intending to go farming to relieve his mood. The 10 square meters of land was evenly divided into 10 parts by her, 3 of which were used for breeding, 3 for growing fruits, and the remaining 4 for growing vegetables. Among the 3 plots of land used for breeding, 1 is for raising chickens and ducks, 1 is for raising fish, and the other is for raising rabbits. The flow of time and space is faster than that in the outside world. And since this is land provided by the system, the vegetables grown can be harvested in just 2 or 3 days. In her 4 square meter vegetable plot, spinach, peppers, cabbage, and eggplants are all ripe and ready to be harvested. Now that there are enough supplies in the storage room, there is no need for her to collect vegetables from the vegetable patch to occupy the capacity of the storage room. She stepped into the field where chickens and ducks were raised. The 30 chicks and 30 ducklings I originally bought have now grown up enough to start laying eggs. After collecting the eggs and duck eggs, she carried a basin of rice and started feeding the chickens and ducks. Ducks like water, so she dug a puddle in the field and filled it with water for the ducks to swim. After that, she went to feed fish and rabbits. Raising rabbits is very convenient, Just use the cabbage leaves in the vegetable field next to them. Moreover, rabbits have strong breeding ability. She only bought 4 rabbits at first. Now 2 of the female rabbits are pregnant, with round bellies, and they should give birth to baby rabbits soon. After feeding the livestock, she carried a fruit basket to a fruit field. The 500 square meter fruit forest is full of fruit as far as the eye can see, including bright red apples, yellow persimmons, and emerald green pears. Even fruits of different varieties and seasons can grow and bear fruit normally in the system land. She picked a few apples and pears, took the eggs and duck eggs she had just picked up, and stepped out of the space. When she came to the kitchen, she washed the apples and pears and put them in the fruit bowl, put the eggs in the refrigerator, and planned to make salted duck eggs from the duck eggs. Just as she was preparing the salt and planning to make salted duck eggs, Qin Xian came back from practicing driving. Okay, I found a good place. As soon as Qin Xian walked into the kitchen, he couldn't wait to share it with her. There is a beautiful village not far from our safe house. Lu Xinyi recalled the words and remembered the village he mentioned. The safe house is facing the main road, and the village is behind and to the left of the safe house, about 2 kilometers away in a straight line. It's just that it's not on the same country road as the safe house, and you need to go through 2 forks. In the past few days, Qin Geng almost practiced driving on the same road, so he didn't notice the existence of this village. This village is a rural tourism demonstration village, specially built by H-City in recent years. The village is not big, with only more than 80 households and nearly 300 residents. There are BBS, restaurants, coffee shops, souvenir shops, etc. in the village for tourists to live and eat. Tourists come to the village mainly to experience the countryside, enjoy flowers, and experience labor. Lu Xinyi was making salted duck eggs while thinking secretly. She is very short of points now. She just kills zombies, and she doesn't know how many years and months it will take before she can accumulate 10,000 points to exchange for superpowers. Recruiting teammates is unrealistic. Not everyone is like Qinji, so he obeys her words because she is kind to him. Moreover, the maximum points for recruiting teammates are only 3,000, which is not even enough to exchange for skill points. But the expansion base is different. The points given by the expansion base are calculated according to the ground area of the expansion range. 1 square meter is equal to 1 point. The larger the expansion range, the more points will be awarded. If she could bring the village Qin Xian mentioned into her base, she would get at least over 100,000 points. After making up his mind, Lu Xinyi quickly made salted duck eggs, called Qin Geng, and drove the off-road vehicle to the village. She must save enough points to redeem powers before the extremely cold and blizzard weather arrives. Because after the extreme cold weather, both zombies and survivors will gradually awaken their abilities. She had no superpowers in her previous life, and her ability to survive for 3 years in the apocalypse was all due to her ability to fight in battles. Now that there is a system in this life that can redeem powers, she naturally wants to have more powers. The off-road vehicle soon arrived at the village. On a tall stone at the entrance of the village, 3 words are written with dragons and phoenixes flying in the air. Taoyuan Village. At the intersection into the village, there is a tall bracket with a red banner hanging on it that reads, "Welcome to Taoyuan Village." Opposite the village entrance is a large rice field that grows lushly. The seedlings are now green and swaying gently in the breeze. It's a pity that the heavy snowfall in the near future will completely destroy this rice field. Lu Xinyi continued to drive towards the village. Various landscape trees were planted on both sides of the 2-way 2-lane road, and outside the road were farmland with various crops grown. The off-road vehicle passed a stone bridge dozens of meters long, and the two finally saw the first house. Under the stone bridge is a pond, which is densely packed with green lotus flowers. You can vaguely see a few scattered flower buds. When they are in full bloom, this pond of lotus flowers must be very beautiful. Parking the car by the stone bridge, Lu Xinyi got out of the car with a meow knife and walked straight towards the house in front. Chapter 32, it's indeed her good system. Arriving at the door of the house cautiously, Lu Xinyi first looked inside the house through the window and saw that there were no zombies in the living room, then opened the door and walked in. "You go over there, I'll go over here." Pointing to the 2 rooms on the right side of the living room, she said to Qin Xian, and then walked to the room on the left. Unexpectedly, as soon as she opened a door, a zombie with blood around its mouth, bulging eyes, and a bloody hole in its abdomen rushed toward her. Lu Xinyi reflexively kicked the zombie and pushed it against the opposite wall. Immediately afterwards, she rushed over, and the sharp meow knife penetrated the zombie's forehead, nailing it to the wall. When the meow knife was pulled out, the zombie also collapsed to the ground softly. Lu Xinyi looked around the room and found that it was a tea room. In addition to the zombie, there was also an indistinguishable corpse lying on the ground that had been chewed and bloody. After cleaning the tea room, she went to another room. She cautiously opened the door, but she couldn't help but be stunned. This is a children's toy room, presumably a place for tourist children to play. At this time, in the children's room, a child zombie who looked to be about 2 or 3 years old turned his head and looked at Lu Xinyi after hearing the sound of the door opening. The eyes that should have been clear and innocent have now turned gray and lifeless, and the round face is stained purple, with several obvious veins on the face. The child zombie smelled the human scent and immediately rushed towards Lu Xinyi with its short legs. But when it was still half a meter away from Lu Xinyi, the shining meow knife pierced its throat. The apocalypse is so cruel. Even such a young child cannot escape the fate of mutating into a zombie. Under the zombie virus, whether they're senior leaders or ordinary people, people in any industry and in any position have an equal probability of mutation. Lu Xinyi stopped looking at the little zombie and turned to go to another room. It took the two of them less than 5 minutes to clean up the zombies in this house. While walking outside the house, Lu Xinyi asked the system, "What requirements do I need to meet to expand the scope of the base?" System: "The host has cleaned up this house and turned it into an ownerless house. Then, this house is regarded as the host base. The host plans to wait for you to finish cleaning up the village and settle the points. Or is it settled once for cleaning one house?" Lu Xinyi thought for a while and said, "Let's settle the accounts together. Otherwise, she would have to listen to the system announcement every once in a while, which would be annoying to death." The two continued walking along the road. The houses in the village are relatively evenly distributed, with each house not far apart and built on roads. As this village is a tourist village, there must be tourists in the village, but when the zombie virus broke out, it was early morning on weekdays, so there were fewer tourists in the village. Including the villagers in the village, when the disaster occurred, there were only 300 to 400 people in the entire village. I just don't know if there are any survivors in this village. Zombies could be seen wandering everywhere on the spacious road, but they were quickly killed by the two of them. The two of them cleaned the houses one by one. When they got tired, they stopped to rest for a while. After replenishing their strength, they continued to clean the next house. It was so busy that by evening, all the houses in the village were finally cleaned. But unfortunately, they did not find a single survivor during the cleanup process. It is unknown whether the survivors have fled the village or whether there are no survivors at all. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing Taoyuan Village. Please select the boundary line of Taoyuan Village. Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "Boundary line? In other words, Taoyuan Village is part of the base, and I can choose its size myself." System: "Yes, but the host needs to be reminded that no matter how large the range you choose, the upper limit of the point reward is 100,000. Lu Xinyi was speechless when he heard this. She was counting on expanding her base to earn high points, but it turned out that there was an upper limit on the point rewards. But 100,000 is not a lot, barely acceptable. She did not answer the system immediately. Instead, she drove an off-road vehicle and arrived with Qin Xian in front of a Taoyuan Village topographic map sign at the entrance of the village. The boundaries of the village are clearly marked on the map, as well as some of the landmark buildings in the village. Lu Xinyi stared at the map and thought for a while, then said to the system, "Let's use the stone with the word Taoyuan Village at the entrance of the village as the boundary line." System: "Okay." As soon as the system finished speaking, Lu Xinyi saw that starting from the big stone at the entrance of the village, a 3-meter-high wall made of bricks and iron railings suddenly appeared out of thin air and continued to move along the village. "Extend." Lu Xinyi. She quickly looked at Qin Xian next to her, only to find that he was immersed in his own thoughts, his eyes always focused on the terrain map. As if aware of Lu Xinyi's doubts, the system explained thoughtfully, "Host, please rest assured that only you can see the appearance of the wall. After the wall is built, others will acquiesce to the existence of the wall and will not have any doubts." The fence was built quickly, and it was even beautifully decorated with green creepers and red or blue morning glories. The entire wall surrounds Taoyuan Village, leaving only one entrance and exit at the entrance of the village, and a heavy iron gate at the entrance. Seeing this, Lu Xinyi mentally praised the system. It is indeed a good system of hers. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully expanding the scope of the base, and a reward of 100,000 points. The host can operate the base in the character attribute panel. Lu Xinyi hurriedly opened the System Character Attribute panel and found that in addition to base area and base number of people, there were two more options: base defense and base construction. Base defense specifically refers to the newly created wall, which can be upgraded with skill points. The initial defense is 10. Base construction is divided into two categories: housing construction and land construction, which can still be upgraded with skill points. Housing improves solidity, and land improves output quantity and quality. Lu Xinyi stared at the attribute panel in front of him with a complicated mood. She was unknowingly led by the system into a path of no return where earning points was her mission. She obviously just wanted to stock up on supplies and lie down in the safe house. But now, she had to run around constantly to earn points, improve her strength, and build a base. Xinyi, this Taoyuan village is our territory, so can we come here at any time in the future? Qin Xian's voice brought Lu Xinyi back from his thoughts. Lu Xinyi observed him without leaving any trace, and found that he indeed had no doubt about the existence of the wall, and even acquiesced that Taoyuan village had become their property. Well, you can come if you want, she replied. Get in the car and go home. Unexpectedly, just as the two were about to get in the car, they heard an anxious voice coming from the village. Wait a minute, you two, please wait. Chapter 33 Base Members Plus 4. Lu Xinyi looked back and saw a man and a woman with two children under 10 years old running quickly towards them. She subconsciously clenched the Miao Dao in her hand, maintained the posture of drawing the knife, and looked at the intruder warily. The two men ran and stood a few meters away from the off-road vehicle. The man put his hands on his knees, took a few breaths, and then asked Lu Xinyi pleadingly, You two, please take us away. Can you? There are only 4 of us left in Taoyuan village. We really don't know what's going to happen next. What to do? The woman held back her tears and held her son and daughter tightly in her arms, her face with slightly rough skin filled with sadness. Lu Xinyi looked at the family of 4 and asked, Are you villagers from Taoyuan village? The man nodded immediately. Yes, our ancestors have been villagers of Taoyuan village for generations. My name is Li Dashan, this is my wife Zhang Chui, and my children Li Mingxian and Li Mingxiu. Lu Xinyi said nothing and observed the couple calmly. Both of them looked ordinary in appearance, and their eyes were honest. There was no hint of any scheming in their appearance. She looked at the hands of the 2 men again. They were very rough. Li Dashan's hands still had thick calluses, which seemed to be the result of long-term work. As for the children of these 2 people, the boy is estimated to be 8 or 9 years old, and the girl is about 5 or 6 years old. They look quite similar to the 2 of them. Both of them are very honest. Where were you hiding before? Lu Xinyi asked. When she was cleaning up Taoyuan village today, she didn't see a single survivor. Where did this family of 4 come from? Li Dashan replied. We are hiding in the cellar of our house. Because our Taoyuan village has now become a tourist village, and there are many tourists, we are afraid of some misunderstandings that are difficult to explain, so we have installed monitors at the door of every household. Then, he said, looking at Lu Xinyi cautiously, I saw you killing zombies through surveillance on my mobile phone. We don't have the guts to kill zombies. We can only wait until you kill all the zombies in the village before we dare. Come out. Don't you dare to kill zombies? Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows. You are a grown man, and you don't even dare to kill zombies. Why should you let me take you away? Li Dashan choked on her words and lowered his head without confidence. However, his wife Zhang Chui stepped forward and said, Although we don't dare to kill zombies, we can help you work. My man is a good farmer, and the vegetables we grow are better than others. I think I'm pretty good at cooking. As for my 2 children, they can still work even though they are still young. His expression and words are full of expectations that can be taken away. Lu Xinyi pursed her lips and said nothing. Nowadays, the scope of the Oasis base has expanded a lot, but the number of people in the base is still only her and Qin Xian. If you have a base, you will naturally need base members. I just don't know if there are points reward for taking in survivors and living in her base. Just as she was thinking this, she heard the sound of the system. Ding dong! It has been detected that a member wants to join the Oasis base. Does the host agree? Each additional base member will be rewarded with 1,000 points, and the base members will always be loyal to the host. Lu Xinyi said in a sinister tone, System, you are so considerate. You know everything I want. The system pretended not to understand her yin and yang, and said, The responsibility of this system is to provide services to the host. Think about the host's thoughts, worry about the host's concerns, and strive to create a better future for the host. Lu Xinyi. Okay. Ignoring the system, she looked at the couple in front of her again. I have an Oasis base, and now Taoyuan Village has become part of the Oasis base. If you want to join my Oasis base, you can, but..." After hearing this, the couple knew that there were conditions for joining the Oasis base, but they still had hope in their hearts. "But what?" Li Dashan asked carefully. Lu Xinyi pointed at him and said irresistibly, "You have to kill a zombie with your own hands to show me that you have the courage and ability to kill zombies. Now is the end of the world. There are zombies everywhere, and my base will not contain them. A man who dares not kill zombies." Li Dashan was stunned when he heard this. Obviously, he did not expect that she would make such a request. He looked at Lu Xinyi hesitantly, then at his wife and children, and met their eyes with confusion and fear. In fact, the young girl in front of him is right. As a man, if he doesn't even have the courage and ability to kill zombies, how will he protect his wife and children in the future? After pondering for a while, he looked at Lu Xinyi again and nodded firmly. "I promise you, as long as you promise, you can let us join your base and give us a bite to eat. I promise that as long as you are a member of my base, you will never go hungry, and your quality of life and safety will be guaranteed." Lu Xinyi said seriously. "Okay, I believe you." After Li Dashan said this, he turned back and glanced decisively at his wife and children, and then walked straight to the main road at the entrance of the village with majestic steps. All the zombies in the village were killed by Lu Xinyi and Qin Xian. He wanted to kill a zombie to prove himself, so he had to look for it on the road. However, there were large tracts of farmland around him. After searching for a long time, he finally saw a zombie in a rice field. He took a deep breath, stepped onto the field ridge, and walked straight towards the zombie. Zhang Chui brought her 2 children to the edge of the field. She looked at Li Dashan nervously and worriedly, but did not dare to say anything. She was afraid that disturbing the zombie would bring danger to Li Dashan. She could only pray in her heart that he would be safe. Return. Lu Xinyi and Qin Xian also walked slowly to the mother and son, lazily watching Li Dashan walk in front of the zombie. He obviously didn't know how to kill a zombie. He didn't even have a weapon. He fought with the zombie with his bare hands. He was almost bitten by the zombie several times, but luckily he escaped without any risk. Gradually, he finally discovered that attacking the zombie's torso and limbs was useless. So, Li Dashan picked up a bamboo pole with a scarecrow on the side of the field and made up his mind to stab the zombie in the head. The zombies finally stopped attacking and fell to the ground. Li Dashan also suddenly lost his strength and sat slumped on the field ridge. After a long while, he finally found some strength and dragged his tired steps back to the roadside. Zhang Chui and the 2 children immediately rushed to him, and the family hugged each other tightly. After a while, Li Dashan came to Lu Xinyi with the joy of victory on his face and a somewhat honest smile. "I killed that zombie." Lu Xinyi stared at him, nodded slightly, and said, "Well done. From now on, your family of 4 will be members of my Oasis base." She just finished saying, "Ding dong! Congratulations on the addition of 4 members to the Oasis base and a reward of 4,000 points. Please keep up the host's efforts and add more members to the base." Chapter 34, Extremely Cold and Snowy Weather is Coming. Li Dashan and his wife looked at Lu Xinyi in disbelief. Their simple faces were full of excitement, and their eyes looked at Lu Xinyi with a bit of respect. Lu Xinyi knew that it was because they had been entered into the system and were absolutely loyal to her, so they looked at her with respect as if they were looking at their leader. "Can we really join the Oasis base?" "Certainly. Thank you. Thank you so much." Li Dashan rubbed his hands excitedly, even speaking without consciously using the honorific. Zhang Chui asked from the side, "I still don't know how to call you and this little brother." "My name is Lu Xinyi, and his name is Qinji, and he is my teammate." Lu Xinyi said, "I am the owner of the Oasis base, and you are members of the Oasis base, so you can call me boss from now on." "Okay, boss," the couple said in unison without hesitation. Even the 2 children shouted to Lu Xinyi in the same manner. "Okay, boss." Lu Xinyi couldn't help but laugh and pointed at Qinji and said, "He is the second in command of the Oasis base. You just call him Dash." "Just call me Qinji." Qinji suddenly interrupted Lu Xinyi. "My name was given to me by Xinyi. I like it very much. You can just call me by my name." Lu Xinyi turned to look at him and saw that he was also looking at her with a bit of determination in his clear eyes, so she let him go. "Okay, then just call him by his name." "We listen to the boss," Li Dashan responded, and then asked, "I wonder if there is anything we can do for the boss." Lu Xinyi thought for a moment and said, "Since you are villagers of Taoyuan Village, you should continue to live in Taoyuan Village and guard the gate of Taoyuan Village. There are only 6 of us in the Oasis base at present. Except for Ju and me, you are not allowed to open the gate of the village for anyone else. In addition, you will have to move all the zombies in the village to the outside and burn them together, and then clean up the village. This will be very hard work. I won't set a time for you, but I don't want to see you being lazy either. The couple nodded in unison, without any dissatisfaction or objection. Don't worry, boss. We will clean up the village as soon as possible. Lu Xinyi hummed and asked, Is there a warehouse in the village? There is a granary. It used to be a public granary in the village, but it was later abandoned. When the tourist village was built, the village committee renovated the granary and used it as a tourist attraction. That's good. Lu Xinyi said, You go from house to house and move all the usable materials, whether they are food or daily necessities, to the granary and put them in categories. From now on, that will be the unified warehouse of Taoyuan Village. As long as the food has a long shelf life, if you want to keep the food that is not suitable for storage, you can keep it for yourself. If you don't want to keep it, throw it away. What a pity it is to throw it away. Zhang Chui said immediately, We'd better keep it for ourselves. These days, their family of 4 is staying in the cellar. Although they are protected from zombie attacks, eating has become a big problem. Now this season is the growing season of crops, and there is no storage at all in the cellar. They rely on Li Dashin to venture back home to find some food every day. However, there was not much food at home, so the couple focused on their children first. It didn't matter if they themselves were hungry, but they couldn't starve their children. Now that Zhang Chui heard Lu Xinyi throw it away if he didn't want to keep it, Zhang Chui suddenly felt heartbroken. You decide for yourself. Lu Xinyi didn't care about this and said, Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. Every 3 days, I will give you some food to ensure that your family of 4 can eat for 3 days. But don't take any chances and think that I will always take care of your food and drink. This is just a benefit given to you because you are the first members of my Oasis base and as a reward for cleaning up Taoyuan Village. This benefit and reward are not enough. It will last too long. I want you to remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Li Dashin and his wife had no objection to this. Boss, you and Qin Xian killed all the zombies in Taoyuan Village and built such a good wall for us in Taoyuan Village. We are satisfied that we can continue to live here. How can we dare to expect that the boss will always control our food and drink? The wall she built? Lu Xinyi twitched the corner of his mouth. Although the system said that others would not suspect the emergence of the wall, she did not expect that in Li Dashin's mind, she was already powerful enough to create such a huge wall on her own. Without worrying about this issue, Lu Xinyi used the cover of his backpack to take out a walkie-talkie and handed it to Li Dashin and told him how to use the walkie-talkie. Finally, he said, You can contact me through this walkie-talkie in the future, and I will tell you through the walkie-talkie if anything happens. I know, boss. Okay, let's do this for today. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, your family will send someone along this road to the intersection to pick up the ingredients. Lu Xinyi said, although these 4 people have become members of the Oasis base and are absolutely loyal to her, she does not want to expose the location of the safe house to them yet. Having finished what should be explained, Lu Xinyi and Qin Xian drove the off-road vehicle back to the safe house. Qin Geng was driving the car on the way back, and Lu Xinyi was sitting in the passenger seat. He stretched his right hand out of the window comfortably, feeling the evening breeze blowing through his fingertips. Suddenly, she was keenly aware that the temperature of the air was dropping. In just a few seconds, she could clearly feel the sudden drop in temperature. Coming, the extremely cold blizzard weather in my previous life. The end of the world has been brought forward by 2 days, and this extremely cold weather has also been brought forward by several days due to the butterfly effect. Drive faster. Go home quickly. Lu Xinyi urged Qin Xian, and then took out the walkie-talkie to contact Li Dashin, asking them to search for some food nearby. Go home quickly, close the doors and windows, and keep warm. The SUV sped along the country roads and soon returned to the safe house. When the off-road vehicle drove into the large iron gate of the safe house, the temperature had dropped by more than 10 or 20 degrees. When Lu Xinyi got out of the car, she felt a sudden chill, which made her shiver. Get in the house quickly. Good. Qin Xian closed the rolling shutter door of the garage and quickly ran into the living room with Lu Xinyi. He turned around and closed the door and suddenly saw a piece of pure white snow falling down. Before he could be surprised, he saw snowflakes falling one after another. Xinyi, it's snowing. He turned around and shouted to Lu Xinyi, but his head was covered by the dark blue down jacket thrown by Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi was wrapped in a long, off-white down jacket, walked to stand next to Qin Xian, and looked outside through the slightly open door. Yeah, it's snowing. The arrival of extremely cold and blizzard weather means that humans and zombies will begin to evolve special abilities. The world will undergo earth-shaking changes again. Chapter 35 Redeem Abilities. Lu Xinyi placed a temperature thermometer outside the house, and the measured result was -2 degrees. In early June, the highest temperature in H City has reached 30 degrees. Although it is a cloudy day today, the temperature before the temperature drops will be 26 or 27 degrees. In other words, in just over 10 minutes, the temperature dropped by nearly 30 degrees. Moreover, this rapid cooling situation is still continuing. The snow has changed from small flakes at the beginning to heavy snow now, falling continuously, covering the several potted plants in the yard with a thick layer of snow. The whole world turned white at this moment. The heavy snow fell for 5 days, and the temperature remained at -60 degrees Celsius during these 5 days. When facing extreme cold weather in her previous life, she hid in a library with Zhuo Tianxiu, Ning Qian, and others. If they had not burned books in the library to keep warm, she would have had a hard time surviving that period of extreme cold. But in this life, she had made sufficient preparations, whether it was warm clothing or heating equipment in the safe house. She had prepared everything. Therefore, even though it was snowing heavily outside and the ground was covered in white, the safe house was still warm as spring. This sudden extreme cold and snowstorm has once again put the human race, of which only about 1/10 remains, at risk of extinction. Many survivors died in the sudden drop in temperature as they were caught off guard. By the time the extreme cold weather ends, of the original 1 in 10 survivors, probably only about half will remain. But this is not something Lu Xinyi should worry about. During this period, she stayed in the safe house every day to exercise, teach Qin Zhu how to cook, monitor the situation around the safe house, and occasionally contact Li Dashan. Her life was not boring. During this period, she occasionally contacted Li Dashan using the walkie-talkie, and she was relieved to learn that their family of 4 was still safe. After checking the surveillance again, Lu Xinyi opened the system points mall. Now she has 109,521 points and can redeem them for abilities and skill points without any worries. Although she wanted to exchange for special powers, the price of special powers was too high. After she exchanged her 100,000 points for a special power, there were not many left. Therefore, she finally set her sights on elemental powers. After the extreme cold weather, the survivors and zombies all awakened their special powers, and the most common ones were strength powers, speed powers, and elemental powers. The elemental powers are also different. Gold, fire, earth, wind, and thunder are more aggressive, while water and wood are mostly used in daily life and base development. When water is difficult to use, the role of a water-based ability user is reflected. If you want to grow crops, wood-based ability is a good ability that can make crops grow faster. But Lu Xinyi is not short of water, and her space is suitable for growing crops, so she does not need wood-related abilities for the time being. As the saying goes, more skills are better than less. If her points allow, she still plans to exchange all her superpowers. But right now, she only plans to exchange for 1 superpower. After hesitating for a moment between the fire and lightning powers, she finally spent 10,000 points to exchange for the lightning power. Afterwards, he spent another 50,000 points to exchange for 10 skill points, adding 2 skill points to each of the 4 basic attributes of strength, agility, physique, and spirit, as well as the thunder power he had just exchanged. Lu Xinyi flashed into the space and tried out her lightning ability in the small courtyard in front of the villa. She just waved her hand, and a purple lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, creating a bowl-sized hole in the ground. Lu Xinyi was immediately shocked. In her previous life, she had seen users with lightning abilities use their powers. To reach her current level, one would need at least a 3rd-level ability. In addition, she found that her body had changed significantly compared to before. It was stronger and lighter, and even her mental strength had become much stronger. Although it cost her 60,000 points at once, these 60,000 points were well worth it. There were more than 49,000 points left, and Lu Xinyi spent another 10,000 points to exchange for 2 skill points, which were added to the base's defense. This indicator includes the 2 walls of the safe house and Taoyuan village. After adding skill points to each of them, the defense of the 2 walls instantly doubled. After doing all this, her points were only 39,521. She looked at other goods in the mall. There were food, clothes, daily necessities, crops, etc. Even firearms were available, but they were very expensive. A revolver required 10,000 points. Bullets were relatively cheap, costing 100 points each. As for firearms with higher attack power, the price will be even more expensive. Skipping firearms, she continued browsing the mall and suddenly saw an option for a butler robot. She clicked on the details page and found that this butler robot was simply perfect. The butler robot can do all the chores at home, big or small. She can even give instructions to the butler robot at will, and the robot will complete them perfectly. But when she saw the price of the butler robot, 100,000 points. At this moment, Lu Xinyi deeply felt that he was just a poor man. In the end of the world, we still have to work hard to make money. After closing the shopping mall that was causing her congestion, she went to the fields and picked a basket of fruits and vegetables, as well as several eggs and duck eggs. After coming out of the space, she hurried downstairs, put on her down jacket, scarf, and hat. After wrapping herself tightly, she opened the door and walked out. Xine, where are you going? Qin Xian quickly walked out of the kitchen with a spatula and asked anxiously. Go to Taoyuan Village. Lu Xinyi replied casually. She was stimulated by the sky-high prices in the System Points Mall and needed to go out to relax. It's cold outside. It's okay. I'm wearing thick clothes. It's not cold. I'll go with you. Is your meal ready? Lu Xinyi asked. Seeing that he was speechless, he said, just cook at home. I'll be back soon. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Xian to speak again, she walked out of the house quickly. A gust of cold wind hit her face, making her shiver from the cold and wrap her down jacket tighter. It had been snowing heavily for several days, and the ground was covered with thick snow. It was impossible to drive, so she could only walk to Taoyuan Village. Now the whole world is completely white, and even the long green trees around the safe house are covered with a thick layer of snow. Fortunately, neither zombies nor survivors would go out walking in such extreme weather, so she didn't worry about the safe house being discovered. Arriving at Taoyuan Village, Lu Xinyi saw that the large iron gate was blocked by snow. She had no choice but to climb over the wall, and then stepped on the snow up to her knees, 1 foot deeper and the other shallower. Li Dashin's home was in the center of the village. She walked for a long time before arriving outside Li Dashin's home. She knocked on the door, but there was no movement in the house. She took out the walkie-talkie to contact Li Dashin, but there was no response from the walkie-talkie. Chapter 36, Want to Die Somewhere Else. Lu Xinyi frowned and pushed open the door that was blocked by the snow. The cold wind immediately rushed into the house, carrying the snowflakes, and a layer of frost instantly condensed on the ground at the door. She walked into the house and closed the door. Seeing that no one was around, she took out a basket of food prepared for Li Dashin's family and placed it on the table in the living room. Li Dashin. As soon as she shouted, she keenly noticed that there was something wrong with the smell in the house, as if it came from the second floor. Covering her mouth and nose, she quickly went upstairs and found that the closer she got to the master bedroom, the stronger the pungent smell became. When she arrived outside the master bedroom, she kicked open the door and saw that Li Dashin's family of 4 had all fainted on the ground, and there was a pile of burnt ashes on the tile floor. Lu Xinyi. Don't these people have any common sense? Actually making a fire in such a confined space. Lu Xinyi hurriedly walked in to check the breathing of the family of 4. Fortunately, they had just fainted and were still breathing. She quickly moved the 4 people to the second bedroom, next door, and performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on them one by one. After seeing that their breathing became stronger, she found bedding to cover them and then opened the window for ventilation. After that, she returned to the master bedroom and opened the window of the master bedroom. I don't know how long it took, but Li Dashin woke up faintly and felt cold all over. He couldn't help but shiver. Feeling a little dazed, he turned around and saw Lu Xinyi sitting on a chair nearby with a gloomy face, his hands folded across his chest, showing no anger or authority. Li Dashin couldn't help but feel nervous. Just as he was about to get up, he heard Lu Xinyi say, "Go and close the window." "Yes, boss." Li Dashin replied subconsciously, wrapped himself in a quilt, and came to the window, and closed the window with trembling hands. When he turned around, he happened to meet Lu Xinyi's sharp and cold eyes, which made him shiver in fear. "Old boss, why are you here? If I don't come, you and your family will not know when they will die." Lu Xinyi said coldly. "Li Dashin, I think you are an honest and responsible person and you have a family, so I'll let you join my base. But I'm not asking you to commit suicide and cause trouble for me." Li Dashin lowered his head, not even daring to express his anger. "If you are dissatisfied with your longevity, Leave my base and seek death elsewhere. If you want to seek death, don't stay in my base. Lu Xinyi cursed displeasedly. Boss, I know I was wrong. Li Dashin whispered with his head almost on his chest. We originally planned to only burn for a while, thinking there should be no problem. But the weather is really too cold, let alone too boy. We adults are reluctant to leave the fire, and it burns longer without realizing it. This time it was indeed their carelessness that almost led to a big mistake. If the boss hadn't braved the wind and snow to come to their house, their family of 4 would have really perished. It was the boss who saved their family's lives. Not to mention that the boss just scolded him or even beat him. That was the boss's right thing. Lu Xinyi looked at him gloomily. The zombie disaster has caused widespread water and power outages around the world, making the human living environment very difficult. Now we are encountering extremely cold and snowy weather, and the living environment is even worse. In peacetime, you might still be able to rely on air conditioning and other equipment to keep warm, but now the country's power supply has been completely paralyzed, and even the lights can't be used, let alone turning on the air conditioner. Moreover, H-City is a city in the central and southern parts of the country. The lowest temperature in winter is only a few degrees below zero. It is normal to be unable to withstand such extremely cold weather. But even so, their stupidity and carelessness still made Lu Xinyi very dissatisfied. If the people in her base are so stupid and add unnecessary trouble to her, then she will probably have to deal with all these troubles every day, and there will be no need to talk about killing zombies to expand the base. I'm going to say something ugly first. If you make such stupid mistakes again in the future, I will kick you out of the base immediately. Li Dashin immediately shook his head and said, No, absolutely not. I promise that from now on we will do things carefully and never make such a mistake again. I won't cause any trouble to you, boss. Remember what you said. If there is a next time, I will never be soft. After saying these words, Lu Xinyi stood up and walked out of the bedroom without looking back. Li Dashin glanced at his wife and children who were not yet awake, hesitated for a moment, and finally followed Lu Xinyi downstairs. When he came downstairs, he found that Lu Xinyi had already left first. He turned around and went upstairs with some disappointment, only to see a vegetable basket on the table in the living room. Quickly coming to the table, he opened the tablecloth covering the basket and found a basket full of food. Although they were all very simple steamed buns, they were food that fit the current environment. The natural gas had stopped long ago, and the water pipes were frozen. Even if Lu Xinyi sent them a basket of ingredients, they could not make them into food. On the contrary, steamed buns are more convenient. And Li Dashin discovered that this basket of steamed buns was still radiating heat. Among other things, he found several apples and some cold medicine and antibiotics. At this moment, Li Dashin only felt that his nose was a little sore and his eyes became moist. The boss was still scolding him angrily when he was upstairs, but before leaving, he still left so much food and medicine for their family. The boss is so nice. He vowed that he would do more for his boss and repay his kindness. Lu Xinyi returned to the safe house and stuffed the steamed buns that had been frozen into ice cubes in the basket into the refrigerator. This was the basket of food that she put on the table when she first arrived at Li Dashin's house, and the basket that Li Dashin saw was the one she replaced when she left. In any case, Li Dashin's family is now a member of her base. As the owner of the Oasis base, she cannot possibly watch them starve to death. Ixie, you are back. When Qin Xian came out of his room, he happened to see Lu Xinyi walking out of the kitchen. He walked forward quickly and took the down jacket that Lu Xinyi had just taken off. Why have you been gone so long? Something happened. Are you okay? Qin Xian asked nervously, looking her up and down, afraid that she might be injured somewhere. Lu Xinyi waved her hands to him placatingly. I'm fine. Something happened to Li Dashin's family, but it has been resolved. Is the meal ready? I am hungry. It's done. I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. Qin Xian was immediately diverted. After hanging up her down jacket, she quickly walked into the kitchen. In the past few days, under Lu Xinyi's strict teaching, Qin Xian's cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. And he was particularly keen on cooking various delicacies for Lu Xinyi. Seeing his enthusiasm, Lu Xinyi handed over the kitchen to him, which saved her a lot of trouble. The extremely cold weather lasted for half a month in the previous life, but only lasted for 13 days in this life. This morning, Lu Xinyi got up early as usual, opened the curtains in the bedroom, and found that the heavy snow had finally stopped, and there was a ray of sunshine on the horizon. After the extreme cold weather, there will be hot weather. Chapter 37: Awakening of Superpowers. Putting on his coat, Lu Xinyi opened the window and placed the thermometer on the windowsill. -10 degrees. You must know that before this, the temperature had been maintained at about -60 degrees. Moreover, the value on the thermometer is still rising. After Lu Xinyi finished washing up, she went to exercise in the space for more than 2 hours. When she came to the window, she found that the temperature had risen to 10 degrees above zero. She looked at the thick pile of snow in the yard, which was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, melting snow is colder than snowing, but now the temperature is rising, so we can't feel the coldness of melting snow at all. Lu Xinyi took a quick look and then turned around and went downstairs. She found Qinju standing at the door of the living room, also looking at Huaxue curiously. Xinyi. Hearing the footsteps, Qinju turned around and smiled brightly at Lu Xinyi. Look, the snow has melted, and the weather is not cold anymore. Yeah. Lu Xinyi nodded and looked at the dazzling sun that had risen to the middle of the sky. It is still early in the morning, and the temperature has already risen so much. By the hottest time of the day, the temperature will probably reach a very scary temperature. By the way, Xine, Qin Xian spoke again, with a serious tone. I found out that I have superpowers. Do you have superpowers? Lu Xinyi immediately turned to look at him and asked curiously, what superpowers? She had mentioned something about supernatural powers to Qinji before, but she didn't say much, and Qinji didn't ask any more questions. She didn't know Qin Geng in her previous life, so she naturally didn't know what kind of powers Qin Geng would awaken. Meeting her questioning gaze, Qin Xian opened the palm of her right hand, and in an instant, a ball of jumping red flame appeared in her palm. Not only that, Lu Xinyi also saw a trace of purple thunder and lightning from this cluster of flames. But this lightning was too thin and was difficult to detect because it was wrapped in flames. Unexpectedly, Qin Xian actually awakened the power of fire and thunder. She pointed at the wisp of purple thunder and lightning and said, "Can you separate that wisp of thunder power?" "Thunder power?" Qin Xian asked doubtfully. "Do I still have thunder power?" Looking at where she was pointing, he was immediately shocked when he saw the wisp of purple. "It's really a thunder power. Xeni, I have also awakened a thunder power." "Well, it's very good," Lu Xinyi praised, and then guided him to separate the thunder ability from the fire ability. After trying several times, Zilei, who was originally wrapped in flames, finally stood side by side with the flames. "Try the power of the two powers first," Lu Xinyi said, asking him to use the power into the yard. Qin Xian first condensed a ball of dancing flames and waved it towards the yard. In an instant, the red flame carved out a dry area 1 meter long and 2 meters wide among the snow that had not yet melted. After that, he tried the thunder power. Purple thunder and lightning crackled down from the sky, creating a hole as big as an egg on the ground. After trying it, he turned around and looked at Lu Xinyi expectantly and asked eagerly, "Xinyi, how is my power? Is it powerful?" Lu Xinyi nodded approvingly and praised generously. "It's pretty good to have such power just after awakening the superpower." Although Qin Xian's superpower strength is not as good as hers, it is still much stronger than most survivors who have just awakened their superpowers. With the strength he has shown so far, he has already broken through the first level to the second level. As long as he absorbs some crystal cores, I believe he will be able to break through to the second level soon. After receiving her praise, Qin Ju's pale face instantly showed a happy smile. "Xinyi, am I really that great?" "Real. What about you? Do you have awakened superpowers?" Lu Xinyi thought about it and decided to display her lightning ability in front of him. After all, when she goes out with him to kill zombies in the future, she will always use her superpowers, and he will know it sooner or later. "You also have thunder abilities," Qin Ju said in surprise. No one knew what was going on in his mind, but a suspicious blush appeared on his usually pale face. Lu Xinyi was too lazy to explore his strange thoughts and said, "Let's go to Taoyuan village later." Lu Xinyi took out the solar power panels he had collected in the city, installed some of them in the safe house, and transported the rest to Taoyuan village. Now that the hot weather is coming and the sun is scorching every day, solar power panels come in handy. When they came to Taoyuan village, the temperature had already risen to 30 degrees. There was not much snow left in the originally white snow, and only some ice water remained on the ground that had not yet evaporated. The green rice fields outside Taoyuan village now show no signs of life, and the crops in the fields in the village have been completely destroyed by the snow. The whole village gave off an aura of decadence. Lu Xinyi didn't care because this was the end of the world, and such scenes could be seen everywhere. Before the two drove to Li Dashan's house, they saw him, Zhang Chui, and their two children cleaning the remaining snow on the village road. Seeing this familiar off-road vehicle, a family of four hurriedly greeted it. "Boss, you're here." Li Dashan walked to the driver's seat window with a simple smile on his face. Lu Xinyi hummed, opened the door, and got out of the car. "Come here and help me move my things." "Okay, boss." Li Dashan quickly put down the broom and called Zhang Chui to the trunk with him. When he saw the neatly stacked solar power panels, Li Dashan asked doubtfully, "Boss, what is this?" "Solar power generation panels. Isn't there no electricity in the village? We will rely on this to generate electricity in the future," Lu Xinyi said while asking him to help unload the goods. After unloading the goods, Lu Xinyi directed Li Dashan and Qin Geng to install the batch of solar power panels in an open area facing the sun without any shade. After busying for a long time, she finally installed it and warned Li Dashan, "Although there are solar power panels now, you can't waste them. You must use them sparingly." Li Dashan nodded. "I understand, boss, don't worry." "Yeah," Lu Xinyi responded, turned around and took out a plastic bag from the car, which contained a piece of pork about 2 kilograms, some vegetables, and 3 kilograms of rice. "This is the food I promised you before." She handed the plastic bag to Li Dashan and said, "Before you clean up Taoyuan village, I will still distribute food to you every 3 days. Is this pork?" Li Dashan's son Li Mingxian looked at the fat and thin piece of pork in the plastic bag and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "The boss gave this to us. Why don't you thank the boss?" Li Mingxian pulled his sister Li Mingxiu to Lu Xinyi and said crisply, "Thank you, boss." Lu Xinyi touched their heads and said, "If you still want to eat meat in the future, you have to work hard, you know." "I got it, boss," the brother and sister said in unison, their little faces full of seriousness. "It's good to follow the boss, and you can still have meat to eat. In order to eat meat, they must work hard." Chapter 38, Collecting Supplies on the Highway. "Why is it so hot today?" Zhang Chui muttered beside him, reaching out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Li Dashan echoed, "Yes, it was snowing yesterday, and it's suddenly so hot today. It's almost as good as the weather in July and August. This day is too strange." Zhang Chui added, "It's only June. There was a sudden drop in temperature and heavy snowfall some time ago, and now it's so hot. Do you think the Earth is about to explode?" Lu Xinyi smiled and said, "It's hard to predict the explosion, but the end of mankind has arrived, and the living environment will only get worse in the future." With that said, she asked Qin Xian to get in the car and prepare to leave. Sitting in the driver's seat, she caught a glimpse of Li Dashan's two children, whose faces were flushed with heat. After thinking for 2 seconds, she turned back and took the backpack placed in the back seat, reached into the backpack, took out 2 boxes of ice cream from the space, and handed them to the 2 children. "The ice cream is too cold. Don't eat it too fast, or you'll spoil your stomach," she warned. The 2 children were so happy that they almost laughed out of their eyes and nodded obediently. "Thank you, boss. We will remember it." "Okay, you can continue to do your work. We are leaving." The off-road vehicle quickly drove out of Taoyuan village. Lu Xinyi caught a glimpse of Qin Xian's depressed mood and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I want to eat ice cream too." Qin Xian turned his head and stared at her intently, his tone a little aggrieved. "Lu Xinyi, are you a 3-year-old child?" "I'm 18 years old." "That's all right, you're not a child anymore. Why are you still eating ice cream?" "But," Qin Xian wanted to explain, but in the end he lowered his head and whispered, "Okay." Lu Xinyi glanced at him, looking at the pitiful way in which he obviously wanted to eat, but in order not to disobey her, he still resisted his greed and agreed. She couldn't help but curl her lips. "Really want to eat?" "In no mood. Since I don't want it, I won't give it to you." "Then if I say yes, will you give me ice cream?" "It depends on my mood." Qin Xian hesitated for a moment, then bravely said, "Then I want to eat, Xinyi. Can you give me a box?" "Take my backpack dash." Lu Xinyi suddenly fell silent, his delicate brows slightly twisted, with a trace of tangle and hesitation in his expression. After a moment, she sighed, "Forget it." Just when Qin Xian thought she was rejecting him, he saw her flipping her right hand, and a box of dark blue ice cream appeared out of thin air in her palm. Qin Xian's eyes widened in shock. He looked at the ice cream and then at Lu Xinyi in disbelief. "Don't you want to eat? Take it quickly." At Lu Xinyi's urging, Qin Xian hurriedly took the ice cream, but still looked at her hand curiously, his eyes full of inquiry. "I didn't tell you before, in addition to awakening the thunder power, I also awakened the space power." Lu Xinyi said casually, "It's the kind of space power that can hold things. In the future, when we go out to collect supplies, we can put things away, put it in my space." She thought about it repeatedly, and finally decided to tell Qin Xian the secret of her storage space. But that was all. As for the system and the space villa she could enter and leave at will, she would not tell him. Although Qin Xian had shown absolute loyalty to her after spending so many days together, and the system had guaranteed that Qin Xian would never betray her, she still would not reveal all her trump cards to him. Qin Ji had no doubt about her words. He just thought it was amazing and exclaimed, "Exing, your powers are so powerful. No wonder you can take out ice cream at will. Your powers are not bad either." Lu Xinyi said, driving the car straight to the main road 1 kilometer in front of the safe house. After the snow melted, the mangled vehicles on the main road were once again revealed. The vehicles on the nearly 2 kilometer main road nearby were violently rammed into both sides of the road by Lu Xinyi with an off-road vehicle when Qin Geng was practicing. Now, she drove along the main road, heading into the city. She didn't stop the car until the road ahead was blocked by a mess of vehicles again. "Get off the car and look for trucks and logistics vehicles with goods," Lu Xinyi said. The two of them searched along the main road. Lu Xinyi saw a minivan and opened the back compartment. A rotten smell immediately hit her face, almost making her vomit. This is a seafood refrigerated truck. The goods in the truck have long been rotten and smelly, and now it emits an unpleasant and pungent smell. She quickly closed the carriage door and took several deep breaths before she finally regained her composure. This lethality is really too powerful. When she walked around to the driver's seat, she found the driver's zombie trapped in the driver's seat by the seat belt, waving his hands and trying to catch her. During extremely cold and blizzard weather, zombies will be covered in snow or directly frozen into ice sculptures. However, after the extremely cold weather, the zombies will also thaw and come back to life. Seeing that this zombie couldn't get out, Lu Xinyi didn't bother to put in the effort to kill it. After all, it was only worth 1 point. Who would have thought that after she walked nearly 10 meters away, the zombie broke free from the restraints of the seatbelt and pushed open the car door that was not tightly closed. The zombie fell to the ground with a thud, then quickly got up and rushed towards Lu Xinyi. That running speed is faster than a normal person running 100 meters. This is obviously not the speed that zombies originally possessed in the early days of the apocalypse. This is a mutant speed-type zombie. Lu Xinyi raised her eyebrows slightly, with a hint of interest in her eyes. "I didn't expect to encounter a mutant zombie so soon." However, her speed is now comparable to that of a 4th-level speed-type mutant, and this mutated zombie is only 1st level and is far inferior to her. She just held the Meow Dao tightly in both hands, kicked off, and jumped out like an arrow, and arrived next to the zombies in the blink of an eye. The Meow Dao drew a graceful arc in the air, and as the Meow Dao fell, the zombie's somewhat shriveled head also fell to the ground. Crystal cores will form in the heads of zombies with special abilities. The crystal cores of zombies of different levels will have different sizes, and the crystal cores of zombies of different special abilities will also have different colors. Lu Xinyi stabbed the Meow Dao into the zombie's head, and after searching for a while, he finally found a yellow crystal core the size of a peanut. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a 1st-level zombie crystal core. Does the host need to exchange the crystal core for points? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Xinyi was silent for 2 seconds, then asked, "How many points is a 1st-level crystal core worth?" System: 1st-order crystal core 10 points, 2nd-order crystal core 20 points, 3rd-order crystal core 40 points, 4th-order crystal core 80 points, and so on. Lu Xinyi pursed her lips and said nothing. Although a 1st-level crystal core is only worth 10 points, it is at least much more generous than giving only 1 point for killing an ordinary zombie. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Exchange." As soon as she finished speaking, the yellow crystal core in her palm suddenly disappeared and was replaced by 10 points increased in the system points. Chapter 39 found a cart of rice. Just after exchanging this yellow crystal core, Lu Xinyi found that the points mall was sparkling. She quickly opened the points mall and found a new arrival notice. TSK, is the mall so considerate now? When new products are put on the shelves, she will be notified. She clicked on the new product notification to see what products were available in the mall. In addition to a variety of snacks and clothing, Lu Xinyi's eyes suddenly fell on one of the items. Crystal Core Evolution Liquid. If a psychic wants to improve his or her abilities, he or she can only do so by absorbing the energy in the crystal core. But in the early days of the apocalypse, no one knew that crystal cores could enhance superpowers. Even if they knew it later, how to extract the energy from the crystal cores was still a big problem. After several studies, the researchers finally found a way to absorb the energy of the crystal core. However, the crystal core is produced by the zombie virus after all. Even if a reasonable method is found and the supernatural power is indeed improved, it will still bring negative effects. In his previous life, Lu Xinyi did not have any special abilities and did not know much about crystal cores. Most of the information he learned came from other people. In this life, because she has the system, and her ability improvement mainly relies on the system's skill point bonus. In her eyes, the crystal core is just a tool to exchange points. But I didn't expect that something like Crystal Core Evolution Liquid would appear in the mall. She clicked on the details page of Crystal Core Evolution Liquid and found that the purity of this Crystal Core Evolution Liquid reached 100%, and there were no side effects. Only 5 points are needed to redeem a 10 milliliters bottle of Evolution Liquid. System. How many crystal cores were used to extract this bottle of Crystal Core Evolution Liquid? System. A first-order crystal core can extract 10 milliliters of evolution liquid, a second-order crystal core, 20 milliliters, a third-order crystal core, 30 milliliters, and so on. The mall only sells 10 milliliters of evolution liquid. When Lu Xinyi heard this, a gleam of light shone in her clear and sparkling eyes. She can get 10 points in exchange for the first-level crystal core to the system, while the first-level crystal core evolution liquid only needs 5 points to buy. Doesn't this mean that she transferred the crystal core from one hand to the other and made a net profit of 5 points? System. I am now convinced that you are really committed to creating a better future for me. System. The responsibility of this system is to allow the host to have a better future. Please do not question the professional ethics of this system. Lu Xinyi smiled and said, "Well, I don't question you, I trust you." Without hesitation, she directly exchanged 2 bottles of evolutionary fluid. 2 palm-sized glass bottles appeared in her hands, filled with transparent liquid. She didn't take it immediately, but looked around first. Qin Xian was in the opposite lane at this time, checking the dilapidated vehicles on the road one by one, and did not notice her side. As for the zombies on the road, they were all attracted by Qin Xian and killed by him one by one. Withdrawing her gaze, she dodged into the space under the cover of a bus in front of her. She first diluted 1 bottle of evolution fluid with 500 milliliters bottled mineral water, while the other bottle was not diluted. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the bottle of undiluted evolution fluid and drank it in one gulp. It is no different from boiled water, bland and tasteless. But after drinking it, she immediately felt a vigorous force erupting in her body, quickly flowing through her limbs and bones, making her frown and resisting the pain that seemed to be split between muscles and bones. Pain. Fortunately, the pain did not last long. After about 5 minutes, the pain finally stopped. Lu Xinyi was still breathing heavily, and big beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, hitting the ground with a patter. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, letting her breathing gradually calm down. Then, she spread her right hand and condensed a burst of thunder power. There was no need to use this lightning. Just looking at the lightning in her palm, she knew that her powers had improved a lot. Because the lightning in her palm was obviously twice as thick as before taking the evolutionary fluid. Purple thunder and lightning crackled and flashed. It is indeed the evolutionary fluid produced by the system. The effect is simply too obvious. Putting away her powers, she stepped out of the space, fearing that Qin Xian would be suspicious of her absence. Xinyi. As soon as Lu Xinyi came out of the space, she saw Qin Xian waving to her excitedly, gesturing for her to come over. "What's wrong?" she asked, walking towards Qin Xian. "I found a truck full of rice." When Lu Xinyi heard this, he immediately quickened his pace and quickly came to his side. "XNE, you are so fast." Qin Ji looked at her in surprise and couldn't help but sigh. "It's okay," Lu Xinyi said casually, turning to look at the truck compartment. What you can see are neatly stacked bags of rice, each of which weighs 50 kilograms. They are all well packaged and not damaged at all. This cart of rice weighs at least 5 tons. "Good job," Lu Xinyi said, handing the mineral water mixed with the crystal core evolution fluid to Qin Xian. "Drink some water." "Yeah." Qin Xian happily took the mineral water, opened the lid, and took a few sips. Lu Xinyi observed his reaction calmly, and when he saw that he did not continue drinking, he asked, "Have you felt any changes in your body after drinking this water?" Nothing has changed. Qin Xian looked at her blankly and blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Lu Xinyi did not answer and asked him to wait aside for 5 minutes while she prepared to put the cart of rice into the space. By the way, do you need to give some of this rice to you? After all, you discovered this. She looked back at Qin Xian. Qin Xian waved his hand quickly. Xinyi, please keep it. You have space to put things wherever you want. Besides, we live together. Don't we all have food to eat together? Yes. Lu Xinyi nodded and put all the rice into the space. When the 5 minutes were up, she asked Qin Xian again about his physical changes. Qin Xian was always at a loss. I don't think anything has changed. Show me how you use your powers. Good. Qin Ji immediately used his fire and thunder powers, and dazzling red flames and flickering purple thunder and lightning appeared instantly. He frowned slightly and said doubtfully, why do I feel like my powers have become stronger? It's a little stronger. Okay, let's get in the car first. Lu Xinyi said casually, changing the subject. Qin Ji drank diluted evolutionary fluid and only drank half a bottle, so his body did not feel any pain, and the changes in his abilities were not particularly obvious. But this is enough. There were no other trucks on this section of the road, so the two of them drove the off-road vehicle forward. For the dilapidated vehicles blocking the road, Lu Xinyi directly used the off-road vehicle to forcefully knock them away. Soon, the two came to a crossroads. Chapter 40. Sweeping the Logistics Distribution Center. Continue walking forward and you will enter the city. If you choose to go left, you will eventually end up near Taoyuan Village. Therefore, Lu Xinyi chose to go right. Abandoned vehicles can be seen everywhere on the road, as well as bloodstains on the ground that have long since dried up and solidified, and even the melting snow has not washed away the bloodstains. As for the zombies on the street, no one knows where they're wandering now. The off-road vehicle drove forward for about 20 minutes, and Lu Xinyi saw a large logistics distribution center appearing in front of him. At the same time, she also saw a large group of zombies wandering outside the distribution center. She didn't know if all the zombies on the road had gathered here. The logistics distribution center means abundant supplies, but there must also be a lot of zombies here. Lu Xinyi parked the car on the side of the road. Her mental power has improved a lot now, but she rarely uses it, so she doesn't know how far her mental power covers. You can give it a try now. She closed her eyes gently, concentrated her energy, and released her mental power outward little by little. The off-road vehicle was now about 200 meters away from the main entrance of the distribution center. Lu Xinyi discovered that as soon as her mental power reached the main entrance of the distribution center, she could no longer go forward. It seems that the range her mental power currently covers is only a straight line distance of 200 meters. She withdrew her mental power, got out of the car with Qin Xian, and then took out a small drone and placed it on the ground. Lu Xinyi controlled the drone to take off and fly straight to the large distribution center ahead. The sound of the drone immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. The zombies that were originally just wandering slowly and mechanically looked up at the drone. Some zombies tried to reach out to catch the drone, but the drone flew high and the zombies could not catch the drone at all. Lu Xinyi flew the drone around the entire distribution center and got a rough understanding of the entire distribution center. The distribution center covers a large area and has many buildings. There are already many employees in the distribution center. After the virus outbreak, it became a gathering place for zombies. According to drone observation, there must be at least 1,000 zombies inside. Looking around, it was densely packed with zombies. If these zombies continue to stay in the distribution center, you don't need to pay too much attention to them. I'm just afraid that one day, this large group of zombies will leave the distribution center. If these zombies wandered into her safe house or went to Taoyuan Village, they would be a big headache. I am afraid that only by getting rid of all these zombies can we feel completely at ease. Controlling the drone and flying back, carefully avoiding the corpses, Lu Xinyi suddenly turned around and asked Qin Xian, "Are you hungry now?" Qin Xian was stunned for a moment, unable to react for a moment, and subconsciously shook his head. "I'm not hungry. Whether you are hungry now or not, eat something to fill your stomach." Lu Xinyi said seriously, "Don't worry about killing zombies later when you suddenly feel hungry and have no energy." Qin Xian understood immediately, nodded heavily, and said, "I understand. Xine is planning to attack the distribution center ahead. Then naturally he can't hold Xine back." After taking the stewed rice with potatoes and ribs handed to him by Lu Xinyi, Qin Xian ate it with a heavy head. After finishing the pork rib rice quickly but gracefully, he said seriously, "Ekini, I'm full. Okay, let's not drive. Let's go from the back of the distribution center, Lu Xinyi said, putting the off-road vehicle into the space. Then, the two climbed over the fence on the roadside and ran straight to the distribution center. The back entrance of the distribution center is connected to another road, which is not as spacious as the main entrance. Apart from abandoned vehicles, there are not many zombies wandering on the road. The two ignored the zombies on the road and walked quietly to the back door. There are high walls on both sides of the back door, and a power grid is installed on the walls. However, now that the world's electricity has been paralyzed, this power grid has become a decoration. The two men did not touch the heavy iron door to avoid making noise and attracting zombies, but chose to climb over the wall. Fortunately, both of them were very agile, and it was easy for them to climb over the 2 or 3 meter high wall. After climbing up the wall, Lu Xinyi first looked around to make sure that the zombies wandering near the wall had not noticed them. Then she jumped off the wall. Qinju followed closely behind. After the two climbed over the wall, Lu Xinyi silently gestured to Qinju, indicating that he should split up and clear out the zombies near the back door first. Fortunately, most of the zombies in the distribution center gathered towards the main gate, and there were not many zombies near the back door. Neither of them used their special abilities. Lu Xinyi used the Meow Dao, while Qinju switched to a machete about 30 centimeters long. The fire axe he had used before was scrapped, and this machete was exchanged by Lu Xinyi from the System Points Mall for 10 points. Produced by the system, the quality is absolutely trustworthy. It is much sharper and more convenient than the fire axe he used before, and the efficiency of killing zombies is naturally greatly improved. The two of them worked in perfect harmony and quickly cleared out dozens of zombies nearby. Since they did not find any mutant zombies, the two did not spend time looking for the crystal core, but instead quickly came to the office building in front. The glass door of the office building was locked from the inside. Even if Lu Xinyi had a master key, she couldn't open the lock on the door. Therefore, the two of them could only find other ways to enter the office building. Along the corner of the office building, the two of them tiptoed around to the direction of the main entrance of the office building. But there were obviously a lot more zombies at the front door. When the two of them came to the corner of the wall in the direction of the main entrance, a zombie 3 or 4 meters in front suddenly turned its head to look at the two of them keenly. Then, the zombie with a hole in its belly, bloody intestines hanging out, shoulders rising and falling, and a somewhat stiff neck, immediately ran towards the two of them. Although this zombie walks with a limp, it does not prevent it from evolving speed abilities. The movement of this zombie attracted the attention of other zombies nearby, and they all looked in this direction. Maybe they smelled the breath of living people, and the zombies suddenly became excited and made hee-hee sounds. Lu Xinyi kicked the speed-type zombie that was running towards her away, cut off its neck with her Meow Dao, and then she quickly swung her sword at another zombie. Qinju followed closely behind and fought with these zombies. Boom! 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 A huge zombie ran towards Lu Xinyi with heavy steps. Every step it took left an obvious footprint on the ground. This is a powerful zombie. A first-level power zombie has the strength of 3 normal men. This zombie rushed forward like a wild bull, knocking away several ordinary zombies in front of it. But when it came in front of Lu Xinyi easily pressed the scabbard against its forehead, and it could not rush forward any further. If it comes to competing in strength, she is not afraid of anyone. Chapter 41, Attracting Zombies. The scabbard against the zombie's head thrust forward suddenly, and Lu Xinyi pierced the zombie's head with brute force. After pulling out the scabbard, she quickly slapped the head of another zombie with the scabbard. The strength was comparable to a blow from a 4th-level power user, and the zombie's head was instantly deflated. Immediately afterwards, she turned sideways to avoid a zombie that was rushing towards her, and then quickly swung her knife. The sharp Meow knife cut the zombie in front of her into 2 pieces. The blade pierced the zombie's head without hesitation. When she withdrew the knife, she was keenly aware of a scorching temperature coming towards her. She hurriedly dodged and saw a ball of flame falling on the place where she had just been standing. Looking back, she saw a zombie with a mouth full of dirty blood. Its teeth were burnt yellow and black, and its lips were also brown. Not only that, there was still a trace of red flame left in its mouth that smelled like corpse. This turned out to be a fire-type zombie. Lu Xinyi stared at the fire zombie with bright eyes. In her eyes, the supernatural zombies are the providers of crystal core evolution fluid. Without any hesitation, she quickly killed the fire zombie. Soon, the group of zombies in front of the office building all died in the hands of Lu Xinyi and Qin Geng. Xinyi, what are you looking for? Qin Ji came to Lu Xinyi with a machete covered in blood. He couldn't help but be curious when he saw that she was turning the zombie's head with a meow knife. "Look for the crystal nucleus," Lu Xinyi said, digging out a red crystal nucleus the size of a peanut from the zombie's slimy brain. "This is the crystal core." Qin Xian looked at the glowing red crystal core curiously. "I will also look for the zombies I killed to see if they have this kind of crystal core. Only zombies with special powers have crystal cores," Lu Xinyi reminded. "Ordinary zombies don't." "I know." After Qin Xian answered, he began to search carefully. After a search, the two finally found a total of 7 first-order crystal nuclei, including 2 power type 1s, 3 speed type 1s, 1 fire type, and 1 wind type. Nowadays, survivors and zombies have just begun to evolve superpowers, so there are relatively few people with superpowers and zombies with superpowers. But as time goes by, there will be more and more survivors and zombies with superpowers in the future. After rinsing the crystal cores, Lu Xinyi put all the crystal cores into a cloth bag and put them into the space, planning to exchange them for system points when he returned. After the battle, just now, most of the zombies in the office building were attracted out, but to be on the safe side, Lu Xinyi decided to search the office building carefully to make sure that no zombies were missed. This office building has a total of 7 floors and is about 20 meters high. There is a staircase on the 7th floor leading to the rooftop terrace. The two started from the first floor and searched every room carefully. When they came across collectible supplies, Lu Xinyi put them all into the space. The zombies on the first floor had been attracted out of the office building just now, and then died at the hands of the 2 men. When they went up to the 2nd floor, they could see a few lone zombies, all of which were killed by the 2 without hesitation. After cleaning all the way to the top floor and making sure nothing was left out, Lu Xinyi decided to stop and rest for a while. She took out 2 bottles of mineral water, handed one to Qin Zhu, and then opened the other and took 2 big gulps. After drinking, she walked to the window and spread her mental energy. Suddenly, the entire distribution center was in her mind. She could clearly see, passing through the small square with a fountain in front of the office building, and then crossing a tree-lined avenue, she came to the warehouse area ahead. Each warehouse is extremely spacious and separated by a certain distance from each other. There are several large logistics vehicles parked at the entrance of each warehouse. Further ahead is an extremely open space, and in front of the space is the main entrance of the distribution center. At this time, thousands of zombies gathered in the open space in front of the warehouse, so densely packed that it made one's scalp numb to see them. When not disturbed, zombies mostly show a quiet, slow, and stiff state. This large group of zombies are all wandering mechanically in the open space at this time. Withdrawing his mental power, Lu Xinyi thought about how to deal with his zombie wave quickly and efficiently. It was obviously unwise to rely on her and Qin Xian to chop him off one after another. Fortunately, her and Qin Xian's abilities are group attack skills with a larger range. But everyone's superpowers are ultimately limited. When the superpowers are used up, they can only rely on time to slowly recover. Without the superpower, he still has to rely on physical attacks. Lu Xinyi was thinking to himself, and suddenly stuck his head out of the window and glanced downstairs. Then, she turned around and said to Qin Xian, "Have you rested?" "After resting, let's continue. Get some rest." Qin Xian stood up quickly and said seriously. The two of them left the office building, crossed the small square, and walked all the way to the warehouse area. On the way, Lu Xinyi told Qin Geng his plan. "Do you understand what I said?" "I understand." "Then you must strictly follow what I say, and you must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, both of us may have to answer here." "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." The two of them were lurking behind a warehouse. Lu Xinyi looked forward, then turned back and made a forward gesture to Qin Xian. Along the warehouse, the 2 men tiptoed to the warehouse door. Suddenly, several dazzling purple thunderbolts struck down from midair, instantly chopping several zombies into black charcoal, with wisps of black smoke rising above their heads. Immediately afterwards, a cluster of blazing red flames suddenly appeared, and the surrounding zombies were instantly enveloped in flames, turning into red, burning people. This sudden movement instantly attracted the attention of all the zombies around, and they all looked in this direction. Lu Xinyi thought the noise was not loud enough, so he took out a loudspeaker, turned on the music player on his phone, and pointed the phone at the loudspeaker. Suddenly, an impassioned and inspiring song, "Unity is Strength," suddenly sounded, and the high-pitched sound was deafening. The zombies were already particularly sensitive to sounds, but now that they heard such a loud and exciting song, they were like wild beasts that smelled the scent of prey, and they rushed toward Lu Xinyi and Lu Xinyi. Run! Lu Xinyi gave the order, turned around, and ran back with the horn in hand. While running, they looked back to make sure the zombies were following them. If there are zombies chasing after them, the two of them will use their thunder powers to chop these zombies into charcoal. When passing the tree-lined avenue, Qin Xian ducked and hid. He did not appear again until the last zombie in a zombie wave walked into the tree-lined avenue. I saw him running forward along the outside of the avenue, while constantly using fire powers towards the avenue, setting all the trees on the avenue on fire. Soon, the 100-meter-long avenue turned into a sea of flames. The zombies in the avenue were all trapped in the sea of fire. Chapter 42: Zombies Rain from the Rooftop. There were about 200 zombies trapped in the sea of fire, and there were hundreds more left closely behind Lu Xinyi. Qin Xian fell behind the zombie team and did not dare to use his powers, fearing that the movement at the end of the team would change the zombies' route. He could only take a detour and approach Lu Xinyi from the side, but there were too many zombies, and he was forced to separate from Lu Xinyi for a while, which made him extremely worried. Fortunately, the zombies' route of action was within Lu Xinyi's plan, and they were attracted all the way forward by the high-pitched sound of the loudspeaker. While passing through the small square in front of the office building, an Earth-type zombie with supernatural powers suddenly attacked Lu Xinyi among the zombies. On the flat ground in front of Lu Xinyi, a sharp cone of earth that was tens of centimeters high suddenly protruded upward. If he didn't have time to dodge, the instep would be punctured by the earth cone, and he would be fixed on the spot. Lu Xinyi's reaction was particularly sharp. As soon as she noticed a change on the ground, she nimbly hid aside. After dodging, she turned back to look at the group of corpses and met the defeated eyes of the earth zombie. As if he didn't expect that she could avoid it, a hint of anger appeared in the originally empty and dull eyes of the earth zombie. Immediately afterwards, it attacked Lu Xinyi again, and several sharp soil cones rose from the ground, appearing in Lu Xinyi's path without any order. Even so, Lu Xinyi still avoided these soil cones nimbly and deftly. On the contrary, the zombies who followed her closely, many of them were fixed on the spot by these soil cones. Lu Xinyi looked back at the earth zombie again, then waved his hand, and a shining purple thunder struck straight at the earth zombie's head. Crackling. The earth-type zombie was chopped into charcoal, and there was even a crack on the top of its head. Countless black smoke came out of its head, and its body was still crackling with residual thunder and lightning. But who would have expected that just after the Earth-type zombie was eliminated, a Speed-type zombie actually crawled over the heads of the other zombies and rushed towards Lu Xinyi at a very fast speed. This Speed zombie jumped from the top of the other zombies and rushed straight towards Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi dodged, and the zombie fell directly to the ground. But before it could get up, Lu Xinyi came to it at a faster speed than it did, and stabbed the Miao knife directly into its head. There was no time to pick up the crystal core, so she withdrew her Miao knife and continued to lead the corpse wave forward. Finally, she led the group of zombies to the 7-story office building without any danger. Lu Xinyi looked back at the dark tide of corpses behind him, and with sharp eyes saw Qin Xian approaching from the darkness. Withdrawing her gaze, she rushed into the building without hesitation and walked up the stairs to the rooftop with a determined expression. Hundreds of zombies poured into the office building at the same time. The glass door at the main entrance of the office building was instantly smashed by the zombies. The glass shards splashed all over the floor and even flew away and penetrated into the heads of some zombies. The originally spacious staircase suddenly seemed extremely narrow in the face of the surging tide of corpses. Attracted by Lu Xinyi's living aura and the loud voice from the loudspeaker, the zombies came to the stairs one after another and scrambled to climb up the stairs. Many zombies fell to the ground due to the pushing and crowding. Before they could get up, they were severely trampled by the zombies that kept crowding up from behind. Many of the zombies that followed were tripped by those who fell in front of them, and for a while, they were all blocked in the stairwell. But this does not stop the zombies from behind. The zombies behind him were seen crawling over the fallen zombies. After crawling through the crowded road, they quickly got up again and ran to the rooftop. Lu Xinyi always kept a close distance from the zombies, ensuring that the zombies could see her, but not be able to catch her. When she arrived at the door leading to the rooftop on the 7th floor, she found that the door was locked and the zombies had already reached the 7th floor. She quickly opened the door with a master key and rushed to the rooftop. A fence about 1.2 meters high was built on the rooftop to prevent accidents from happening on the rooftop. But at this time, the wall became an obstacle to her. She quickly came to a place on the wall in the direction of the main entrance of the office building, exerted her greatest strength, and kicked the wall in front of her. She kicked out a spider web-like crack in the wall. Seeing that the zombies were already on the rooftop, she kicked the wall hard again. Bang! A gap about 1 meter wide was opened in the wall, and bricks flew out and fell to the ground 20 meters deep. Before the zombies approached her, she fixed the loudspeaker on the 20-centimeter wide platform outside the wall. Then, she held the wall and looked at the zombie army that was constantly coming up at the top of the stairs. When the zombies saw their prey right in front of them, they suddenly became excited and pounced on Lu Xinyi one by one with their teeth and claws open. Just when the zombies at the front were about to catch Lu Xinyi, she suddenly jumped from the rooftop. Under the influence of inertia, the zombies were pushed by the zombies behind them, and they suddenly fell from the rooftop like dumplings. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! The sound of falling one after another continued. The zombie that fell first was completely turned into a puddle of mud and was crushed into meat patties by the zombies that fell behind. When Qin Xian rushed over, he saw the scene of zombies raining from the rooftop. Countless zombies either took the initiative or were pushed, and they all fell downstairs. Thinking of the plan Lu Xinyi told him before, he hurriedly used his fire power towards the zombie hill piled up on the ground. Suddenly, a burning volcano suddenly rose. Even among the zombies that fell, a few were lucky enough to survive, but they were burned into fireballs by Qin Xian's firepower. In order to avoid accidents, Qin Xian also used the thunder power to strike at the zombies that were falling, ensuring that the zombies would be incapacitated after falling and could be better burned by the fire. It wasn't until the last zombie fell that Qin Xian put away Zilei and added a fire to the zombie hill to make the fire burn even more vigorously. The raging flames ignited the office building, and thick black smoke continued to rise, making it difficult for him to see what was going on inside the building for a while. Xinyi, he shouted nervously and worriedly, trying to rush into the office building. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice came from a window on the 5th floor. I've seen it. Qin Xian looked up and saw the familiar and graceful figure standing by the window. She suddenly climbed out of the window and jumped without hesitation. Qin Xian was so frightened that he rushed over to catch her, but when she reached the 2nd floor, she suddenly pulled out her meow knife and pierced it into the wall. After a while, Lu Xinyi pulled out his meow dao and jumped down from the 2nd floor. As soon as her feet landed, Qin Ji rushed over, hugged her, and said with lingering fear, "Excellent, it's great that you're okay. Are there no discounts for Chapter 43? Lu Xinyi froze immediately and was stunned for a few seconds before pushing him away. Taking half a step back, she smiled lightly and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Qin Xian didn't notice her retreating movement, but still looked at her with concern. "Are you really not hurt?" "Really not," Lu Xinyi said, turning to look at the burning zombie volcano next to him, and praised, "You did a good job." Qin Ji suddenly showed a happy smile, with a hint of shy blush on his face, and said, "It's all your plan. Ekin, I just followed your plan. It's good that you followed my plan completely, without any mistakes or omissions." Lu Xinyi said, looking at him up and down to make sure that he was not injured, and then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fire burned more and more vigorously, and thick black smoke rose into the sky, covering the surrounding area in choking smoke. "Leave here first and go to the warehouse area to have a look." Lu Xinyi glanced at the office building and said, "This fire won't be extinguished for a while. Let's collect supplies first." "Yeah," Qin Xian nodded heavily. There were no other buildings around the office building, so Lu Xinyi was not worried that the fire would spread, so he took Qin Xian all the way to the warehouse area to look for useful supplies. The most indispensable thing for logistics distribution centers is materials. In addition to the fresh food that had already rotted and spoiled, they found a lot of food in the warehouse area. Bagged rice, barreled instant noodles, snail noodles, barreled oil, dried noodles, etc. In short, there are many types and many quantities. In addition to food, there are also daily necessities, clothing, electrical appliances, etc. Lu Xinyi also found a lot of skincare products and cosmetics. Adhering to the principle of taking nothing for nothing, she put everything she could take away into the space. Afraid that the space capacity would not be enough, she also spent 20,000 points to exchange for 20,000 cubic meters of volume. Now, the total volume of her space has reached 70,000 cubic meters, which is completely enough. But as a result, her points were reduced to only about 20,000. Really poor. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully expanding the base. Please select the boundary of this area. Here it comes, here it comes. Her good system is giving her points. This logistics distribution center covers a very large area, with the front and back doors close to the road, and the best boundary is the boundary of the distribution center itself. Just use the original wall of the distribution center as the boundary. You don't have to build a new wall. System. Okay, host. We are calculating your points reward. Please wait. A few seconds later. System. The points reward has been counted. The host has successfully expanded the base and is rewarded with 80,000 points. 1,214 points were obtained by eliminating zombies. The crystal cores have not yet been counted. Please collect the crystal cores before settlement. Although the points reward obtained this time is not as high as that given in Taoyuan Village, 80,000 points is not bad, not too little. Her current remaining total points are exactly 100,000. In the character attribute panel, a subcategory of Logistics Distribution Center also appears in the base item. She can operate this place in the Properties panel at any time. Lu Xinyi closed the Attribute panel, open the Points Mall, and search for props about collecting crystal cores. There are more than 1,000 zombie corpses in the distribution center, but zombies with special powers may only account for 5%. It is really time-consuming for her and Qin Xian to use their hands to find crystal nuclei in the pile of zombies. After some searching, she saw something called a crystal core detector. As long as the detector was released, it would automatically search for the location of the crystal core. Not only that, she can set the instrument to detect only or to collect automatically. Of course, she wanted to redeem such a humanized instrument. Bye. Just looking at the price, she suddenly felt a little sick. 20,000 points? Can it not be so expensive? System. Aren't things in the mall discounted? System. The products in the Points Mall are already sold at the lowest price, and there is no discount. Lu Xinyi. Okay, 20,000 points is just 20,000. With this detector, she freed up her hands, and she didn't need to mess with the zombie's bloody head. She endured the pain and exchanged it for the crystal core detector. Suddenly, a toy truck appeared in Lu Xinyi's palm, and there was a remote control placed in the truck's compartment. Xine, what is this? Qin Xian looked at the toy truck in her palm, curiously. Lu Xinyi. Crystal core detector. She really couldn't connect this ordinary toy truck with the core detector. Crystal core detector? Qin Xian became even more curious. There is such a thing. The world is huge and full of wonders. Lu Xinyi answered vaguely. Produced by the system, of course it has everything. She placed the toy truck on the ground, took the remote control, and tried to operate it. The buttons on the remote control are very simple: start, detect, and automatically collect. There are only these three options. Lu Xinyi first selected the automatic collection mode, and then pressed start. The toy truck suddenly moved forward and rushed straight towards the zombie corpses in front of it. It came to the head of one of the zombies. A knife like a crab claw suddenly stretched out from the front of the car and stabbed into the zombie's head. It was withdrawn in just a second. At the same time, the crab's claws held a green crystal core the size of a peanut. That was actually a wood zombie with supernatural powers. A skylight was opened on the roof of the truck's cabin. The crab's claws held the crystal core and threw it backwards. The crystal core fell into the cabin accurately. Then, the pickup truck drove straight towards another zombie and repeated the previous operation to accurately dig out the crystal core. Lu Xinyi and Qin Xian were stunned. A small truck that looks ordinary on the outside actually has so many little tricks hidden inside. Lu Xinyi couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. It is indeed produced by the system. After collecting the crystal cores in the warehouse area, the truck drove straight to the boulevard, found the crystal cores among the burnt zombies, and then headed to the office building. The fire in front of the office building had not yet been extinguished, but the pickup truck was not afraid at all. It rushed over majestically and accurately searched for crystal nuclei in the pile of zombies. After collecting the crystal cores, the small truck came out of the office building. There was not even a trace of dust on the truck, let alone being burned by the fire. Lu Xinyi looked at the super smart little truck and suddenly turned to Qin Xian and said, "Go attack that toy car." Huh. Qin Xian was a little confused, but he still walked forward obediently and sent a lightning attack towards the toy car. However, he saw the pickup truck turning sideways with unusual agility and moving coquettishly to avoid the lightning bolt. Qin Xian attacked it again, but the truck was very agile and avoided it perfectly. Lu Xinyi watched quietly, showing a satisfied smile. This little truck is quite smart. It will not be attacked in a daze, and it is also very nimble and agile in dodging and moving. This way, She doesn't have to worry about her pickup truck being stolen by someone who wants to. Chapter 44, Wanting to Grab Territory. The pickup truck stopped accurately at Lu Xinyi's feet and honked its horn twice to signal her to receive the goods. Lu Xinyi squatted down and opened the cabin of the pickup truck. Suddenly, dozens of crystal nuclei of different colors appeared in front of her eyes. So many crystal nuclei. Qin Xian squatted next to her and looked at the crystal nuclei in the truck compartment in surprise. Zombies have just evolved powers now. Only 5% of the thousands of zombies are zombies with powers. This ratio is not high. In the future, there will be more and more zombies with powers. Lu Xinyi said, placing the crystal put all the cores into cloth bags. Including the previous 7 crystal nuclei, there are a total of 71 crystal nuclei, of which the majority are power-type and speed-type crystal nuclei. Lu Xinyi exchanged 50 of the crystal nuclei for points and kept 21 in a cloth bag in case of emergency. The two of them stayed in the small square in front of the office building for nearly half an hour. After confirming that the fire in the office building was going out, Lu Xinyi got up and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up from the ground, she keenly heard the sound of a car outside the main entrance of the distribution center. Judging from the sound, there is more than one car. She glanced at the office building in front of her that had been burned down to its frame and thought to herself, could it be that the fire in the office building attracted the survivors around it? Her mental power spread instantly, and she clearly saw 2 black off-road vehicles parked outside the main entrance. The car door opened, and 9 people got out of the car one after another, 6 men and 3 women. They were not too old. The oldest was probably only in his 40s. Huh? Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows slightly. She actually saw 2 acquaintances, Zhou Yin and Zhou Miao. But she did not relax her vigilance just because she saw someone she knew. Instead, she continued to observe the movements of these people. They first observed carefully at the main entrance to make sure there were no traces of zombies around, and then they walked into the distribution center together. The silence in the distribution center made them suspicious. A young man with a slight build but shrewd facial features said, "This place is a bit strange. Please be careful and don't get separated." The others nodded one after another and tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. Zhou Miao followed Zhou Yin closely and whispered, "Uncle, why don't you see a single zombie here? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any zombies here. That's why I say this place is strange." Zhou Yin whispered, "Follow me closely." The group of people walked to the warehouse area and saw zombies burned to charcoal on the ground. "Is this a fire power?" One person pointed at the zombies on the ground and looked back at the shrewd young man. It was obvious that he was the leader of this group. The man stepped forward and observed the zombies carefully, and found that some zombies had holes dug into their heads, and it was obvious that someone had taken out the crystal core. "It seems that someone arrived before us," the man said solemnly. "Those people must have set the fire here. Everyone, please be careful. It has been at least more than half an hour since we discovered the fire here and arrived here." "Those people must have left, right?" someone said. The young man was still worried and warned. "No matter whether those people leave or not, we can't take it lightly." They did not immediately search for supplies, but continued to move forward. When they came to the avenue, they were surprised again when they saw charred corpses all over the ground and trees burned black. But what surprised them the most was when they came to the office building and saw the mountain-like pile of zombie corpses. Everyone was so shocked that they opened their mouths. Who did this? Isn't it too exaggerated? How is this done?" These zombies jumped from the rooftop. Zhou Yin pointed to the gap on the rooftop and the loudspeaker that Lu Xinyi had damaged with lightning. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and when they saw the gap, they couldn't help showing admiration. Not to mention how I came up with this method. Just luring so many zombies to the rooftop and then letting the zombies jump down honestly is not something ordinary people can do. Zhou Yin couldn't help but sigh. When he said this, a slender figure could not help but appear in his mind. If it was that girl, maybe she could really do it. It's a pity that they never met again after that day. The young man glanced at him calmly and said, "No matter how those people did it, the most important thing for us now is to make sure whether they are still here. If they have left, we can use this place as our base." "Base?" someone asked doubtfully. "Don't we have our own base?" "That place is too small and too dangerous," said the young man. "This is a logistics distribution center with a large area, supplies, and a surrounding wall and power grid. As long as we find a way to restore the power here, the power grid on the wall can continue to work." Zhou Yin was not as optimistic as the other party thought and reminded, Those people have spent so much effort to eliminate the zombies here, and it is impossible to give up here. If we want to use this as our base, it is tantamount to fighting against the enemy. Others are grabbing the territory. When the young man heard this, there was a hint of displeasure in his expression, and he said in a deep voice, "It's the end of the world now, and everyone is racking their brains for survival. So what about grabbing the territory? Whoever is stronger will get this territory." Others echoed, "You're right. There's no such thing as peace in this era. Doesn't it always matter who has the strongest fist and who has the right to speak?" "That's right. The other party is known to only have thunder and fire superpowers. We have 6 superpowers here. Are we still afraid of the opponent's 2 superpowers?" "Zhou Yin, you are just too cautious and timid. In this era, being too timid is doomed to not go far." Zhou Miao has always stood on the side of her uncle. When she heard these people refutate her uncle, she subconsciously wanted to explain for her uncle, but Zhou Yin pulled her arm and shook his head gently at her. Noticing the actions of the uncle and nephew, the young man smiled smugly and ordered, "Search the entire distribution center carefully to make sure there is no one else here." "Yes," the others said in unison, automatically splitting into groups of 2 and going to search the nearby area. However, at this moment, a bright purple lightning struck from mid-air and landed precisely in front of the young man. The young man was so frightened that he quickly took 2 steps back and looked around cautiously. "Who?" As his voice fell, 2 handsome and eye-catching figures, a man and a woman, appeared on the rooftop of the office building that had been burnt down to a pitch-black frame, looking down at the people below. Immediately afterwards, a clear and melodious voice sounded slowly and slowly. "You want to compete with us for territory?" Chapter 45. Embracing other people's ambitions destroys one's own prestige. Everyone looked up, and when they saw clearly the appearance of the 2 people on the rooftop, Zhou Miao instantly showed a look of surprise. "Uncle, it's..." She tugged on Zhou Yan's sleeves excitedly, but as soon as she spoke, she was stopped by Zhou Yan. Seeing Zhou Yan making a gesture of silence to her, she quickly shut up and secretly felt lucky that her voice was not too loud and others probably didn't hear it. But I still couldn't help but feel excited. It turned out to be Lu Xinyi and Qin Gong. Since they parted ways in the supermarket that day, they have never seen each other again. She originally thought that in this apocalyptic era, they might not meet again, but she didn't expect to see them here today. Sensing Zhou Miao's hot and intense look of joy, Lu Xinyi glanced at her lightly, his eyes distant and indifferent, as if looking at a stranger he had just met. Then, she turned her attention to the young man and said coldly, "I heard that you want to compete with us for territory?" The young man did not deny it and said simply, "So what? There are only 2 of you. How can you beat us?" As he spoke, he winked at the 2 people around him. The 2 men nodded without leaving any trace, and then quietly approached the door of the office building. Lu Xinyi noticed the 2 men's movements, but pretended not to notice them and looked at the young man again. "It seems that you are determined to compete with us for territory. Perhaps we can talk." The young man glanced at his 2 companions who had successfully entered the office building and continued, "If you are willing to join us, wouldn't everyone be happy? We can live together in this distribution center. You guys, if I think you have made a great contribution to killing zombies, I can give you some of the power. What do you 2 think?" Lu Xinyi pretended to be thoughtful, but in fact he was observing the 2 people who sneaked into the office building with his mental power. Realizing that they had reached the 3rd floor, she said to the young man, "Your proposal, we don't accept it. This distribution center has become part of the Oasis base. How can she share this place with others?" The young man didn't expect that she would refuse directly. His face turned ugly immediately and his voice became colder. "It seems that you want a toast, and you will have to drink as a penalty." When Lu Xinyi heard this, he couldn't help but think to himself that he seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere. "I've never liked drinking," she said calmly. The young man was instantly irritated. Seeing that his 2 companions had successfully reached the 7th floor, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and continued to say to Lu Xinyi, "I advise you to think clearly whether you really want to go against us." Seeing that the 2 people were about to rush to the rooftop, Zhou Miao, who had been watching silently, nervously grabbed Zhou Yan's arm and kept asking him what to do with her eyes. Zhou Yan patted the back of her hand comfortingly, and there was a hint of worry and nervousness in his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses. He stared closely at Lu Xinyi on the rooftop, always feeling that with her intelligence and vigilance, she should not be able to notice that there were 2 missing people in their team. The only explanation is that she deliberately pretended not to know. The two people had successfully reached the rooftop and walked quietly behind Lu Xinyi and the other two. Zhou Miao's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Just when she was about to shout to Lu Xinyi to be careful, she and Qin Xian looked like they had eyes behind their backs. Before the two people could make a move, they turned around suddenly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xinyi and the two captured the other two people with clean and neat movements, and the other party had no chance to make a move. Pushing the two of them to the rooftop, Lu Xinyi looked at the young man with a sneer. "Is this your sincerity in discussing cooperation with us?" The young man's face was extremely gloomy and ugly, and he was speechless for a moment, clenching his back molars. He didn't expect that these two people were so vigilant, and they were also extremely agile and quick. The people he brought were already the most powerful in his small base, and there were 6 superpowers among the 9 people. But he didn't expect that the strong man in his eyes would be as vulnerable as a lamb to the slaughter in front of these two people. Seeing the young man's reaction, Lu Xinyi threatened coldly, "Get out of my territory immediately if you don't want to die." The young man was silent, thinking to himself, "The strength of these two people is indeed good, but they were able to catch 2 of them. Maybe they were just prepared in advance." If it were a head-to-head confrontation, the 9 people on their side would not be able to deal with 2 people from the other side. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Zhou Yin say, "I think it's better not to fight them head-on. If we do fight, you may not be able to get a favor." "Zhou Yin, what do you mean?" The young man turned his head and stared at him displeased. "You're trying to make other people's ambitions destroy your own prestige." "My brother-in-law is not wrong," Zhou Miao retorted. "He said this all for your own good. He didn't want to see you beaten badly. Do you really think that you can win against them when there are only 2 people on the other side? Tell you stop dreaming. You can't beat them." Those are Lu Xinyi and Qin Geng. Lu Xinyi, who can fight dozens of zombies, and Qin Geng, who can kill a strong man with one move. These 2 people were so powerful back then, and now these 2 people will only become stronger. Otherwise, how could the 2 of them get rid of so many zombies? These people don't need to think carefully, they just think that they have more people, and they think they can win with their numbers. I really don't know whether to call myself confident or arrogant. Before the young man could speak, someone next to him cursed. "Zhou Miao, are you questioning Brother Su's ability? Or are you 2 uncles and nephews finally unable to restrain their desire to seize power and planning to steal Brother Su's boss status?" The young man called Brother Su had a sullen face, stared at Zhou Yin with evil eyes, and said coldly, "Zhou Yin, you want to seize power from me? You are dreaming." Zhou Yan's usually gentle face showed a trace of speechlessness. He pulled Zhou Miao, who was still wanting to speak out, and said, "Su Changjie, from now on, Miao Miao and I are no longer in the same group as you. You can do whatever you want. We will never participate." "Zhou Yin, what do you mean by this?" Su Changjie asked angrily and surprised. "Are you going to leave the organization at this time? The most important thing right now is to snatch the distribution center from the 2 people upstairs, but Zhou Yin and his nephew want to break up with them. In this case, wouldn't they be short of 2 people? Moreover, these 2 people are both supernatural beings. Even if the 2 of them want to break up, it shouldn't be at this time." Zhou Yin pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said seriously, "Yes, we want to leave your base." "Zhou Yin, you, Teacher Zhou." On the rooftop, Lu Xinyi interrupted Su Changjie without hesitation and said sincerely, "Are you and Zhou Miao willing to join my Oasis base?" Chapter 46 Base Members Plus 2. Hearing this, Su Changjie looked at Zhou Yin in surprise. "Do you know each other?" At this point, there is nothing to hide. Zhou Miao said unabashedly, "Yes, we know each other." After saying that, she turned to look at Lu Xinyi on the rooftop and said excitedly, "Classmate Lu, we are willing to join your base." After saying this, she tugged Zhou Yan's arm and said, "Isn't that right, uncle? Say yes quickly." Zhou Yin glanced helplessly and lovingly at the excited Zhou Miao, and then said to Lu Xinyi, "Classmate Lu, long time no see. Thank you for your invitation. We are honored to join your base." As soon as the 2 finished answering, Lu Xinyi heard the system's announcement, prompting her to add 2 more members to the base and receive a 2,000-point reward. Lu Xinyi smiled and nodded at Zhou Yin and Su Changjie, and then said to Su Changjie, "You can get out now." "What did you say?" Su Changjie was still immersed in the anger of Zhou Yin and the other's sudden defection. When he heard Lu Xinyi's words, he became even more furious and his face turned red with anger. "Everyone arrest them all. I want to make this place ours." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 of the 4 people behind him immediately attacked Zhou Yin and the other two, while the other two used their own special abilities to remotely attack Lu Xinyi and Qin Zhu on the rooftop. One of these two people is a wind-type mutant, and the other is an earth-type mutant. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared and blew straight towards Qin Zhu, and a big hole suddenly appeared on the roof under Lu Xinyi's feet. The two psychics smiled smugly upon seeing this. But in an instant, the smiles on their faces froze. Qin Zhu easily avoided the strong wind with a few jumps. Lu Xinyi's figure was more vigorous. When cracks appeared on the roof, she had already quickly moved aside. On the contrary, the man she captured as a hostage fell through the big hole made by the Earth-type superpower. After dodging the attacks of the two men, Lu Xinyi winked at Qin Geng, and the two quickly arrived at the rooftop. Purple thunder and lightning appeared in the palms of the two people, and they both made moves at the same time. Several purple thunder and lightning crackled down from the rooftop, landing accurately on the two superpowers downstairs. In an instant, the two superpowers began to twitch uncontrollably. Their hair became a messy chicken coop, their faces became pitch black, and even their clothes were torn into tatters. Sizzling, there was still residual electricity flowing in their bodies. Immediately afterwards, there were two dong-dong sounds, and both of them fell to the ground at the same time. After a while, the two people who went to attack Zhou Yin and Zhou Miao were also knocked down, lying on the ground and screaming nonstop. Seeing his companions being defeated one after another, Su Changjia suddenly became panicked and looked at his fallen companions in disbelief. Obviously, their numbers had a huge advantage, so they shouldn't be unable to deal with the two people on the rooftop. But why did things develop like this? His people can't even hurt the opponent's hair. With thoughts racing in his mind, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhou Miao with gritted teeth. Among these four people, Zhou Miao is the weakest. If he captures Zhou Miao as a hostage. Crack! Just as he was thinking to himself, a thunder struck his head. In an instant, Su Changjia felt a sharp pain all over his body, and countless electric currents poured into his limbs and bones, making his body numb at this moment, and without any consciousness. Thump! His legs were weak, and he was kneeling on the ground. His body was still shaking uncontrollably. His eyes were white, the corners of his mouth were twitching, and he was even drooling uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, he fell to the ground crookedly, without any strength in his body, and it was difficult to even move his fingers. He saw the graceful figure on the rooftop appearing in front of him, looking down at him. Want to capture Zhou Miao as a hostage? Su Changjia was startled when a crisp and cold voice sounded. He clearly hadn't taken action yet. How could she tell? You suddenly stared at Zhou Miao. Weren't you trying to get Zhou Miao's idea? Lu Xinyi spoke up again, kindly answering his doubts. Su Changjia glared at her angrily, but he was so angry that he fainted. After lazily kicking him, and seeing that he didn't respond, Lu Xinyi turned back to look at Qin Geng, who was walking out of the office building. Qin Xian held one of Su Changjia's companions with one hand. These two people were the ones who sneaked into the rooftop to attack them. One of them fell from the rooftop to the 7th floor. He was limping now. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious fall. You too. Lu Xinyi looked at the two of them with sharp eyes and said coldly, "Take your companions back. If you dare to step into my territory again, it will not be as simple as being struck unconscious by lightning." After these two people saw the strength of Lu Xinyi and Qin Ji, they were afraid of them from the bottom of their hearts. After hearing Lu Xinyi's words, the two of them nodded hurriedly and dragged their companions away in a hurry. After Su Changjia and others left, Lu Xinyi came to Zhou Yin and raised a smile at them. "Teacher Zhou, Zhou Miao, long time no see. Classmate Lu, long time no see. Classmate Lu, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to still remember us. I'm so touched," Zhou Miao said excitedly. "Of course, Qin Xian is also very happy to see you again." Qin Xian nodded slightly in response. "Why did you leave that supermarket?" Lu Xinyi asked curiously. The supermarket was rich in supplies, and she had subdued the bearded gang. Zhang Yanwei and others had nothing to fear. Logically speaking, Zhou Yin and his wife did not need to leave the supermarket. After you left, everyone in the supermarket could maintain peace at first, but gradually the conflicts became more and more frequent, and Zhang Yanwei has been restless. I don't know what agreement Zhang Yanwei and Luo Shihu reached. One day, when I wasn't paying attention, both of them I broke free from the rope and tried to counterattack Miao Miao and I, but in the end we had no choice but to escape from the supermarket. Zhou Yin sighed and continued. After escaping from the supermarket, we met Su Changji's group, and then we joined them. Su Changji's base is in an abandoned residential building half an hour's drive from here. Today, seeing the thick smoke and fire here, Su Changji took us to inquire about the situation, and unexpectedly, we happened to meet you. As he spoke, he smiled with joy from the bottom of his heart. After understanding the experiences of the two people, Lu Xinyi said, "No matter what you have experienced before, from now on, you are members of my Oasis base. As long as you are loyal to me and obey my orders, I guarantee that you will not endure hunger. If you go hungry, you won't be bullied." After Zhou Yin and Zhou Miao looked at each other, they both looked at Lu Xinyi sincerely and seriously and said in unison, "We promise to be loyal to you and obey your orders." Chapter 47, Fangirl Attributes. After listening to what the two of them said, Lu Xinyi nodded lightly and said, "Okay, then come with us to the base now." "Is there any other place?" Zhou Miao asked curiously. "Well, there is a village called Taoyuan Village, which is our Oasis base." Lu Xinyi replied, "But now this distribution center is also part of our base." "Wow!" Zhou Miao immediately looked at Lu Xinyi with bright eyes, full of admiration. "Xinyi, you are really amazing. How many people are there in the Oasis base now?" "Including you two, there are 8 people in total." 8! Zhou Miao was stunned. This was an answer she had never thought of. Based on a village, she originally thought that the number of people would be large, but she didn't expect that there would only be 8 people, including her and her uncle. But in an instant, the admiration in her eyes that looked at Lu Xinyi became even deeper. Only a few people can capture a village as a base, and now you two have successfully captured this distribution center. Xinyi, Qin Geng, how come you two are so powerful? Lu Xinyi was a little unaccustomed to Zhou Miao's intense admiration. With a somewhat unnatural look on his face, he said calmly, "You are also quite powerful. You have all awakened your powers. Their powers fit their names very well. Zhou Yin has awakened fire powers, while Zhou Miao has water powers." Seeing Lu Xinyi's awkwardness, Zhou Yin pulled Zhou Miao, who still wanted to speak, and said helplessly, "Miao Miao, why do you talk so much? There will be many opportunities to talk to classmate Lu in the future. If you have any questions, ask them later." Zhou Miao stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I talk too much. But that's because I admire you so much. I'll try to talk as little as possible in the future. You must not find me annoying." "It doesn't matter," Lu Xinyi said casually. "You go to the warehouse area ahead and wait for me while I look for the car." After saying that, she winked at Qin Xian and said, "You go with them." Qin Xian knew that she put the car in the space, and looking for a car was just an excuse, so he nodded and took Zhou Yin away first. When the 3 figures gradually walked away, Lu Xinyi let the system play its powerful role and transformed the gate pole at the main entrance of the distribution center into a large iron gate similar to that of Taoyuan Village. After getting the system's reply, she took the off-road vehicle out of the space and drove the off-road vehicle to the warehouse area. When the beast-like wild off-road vehicle appeared in front of Zhou Miao's admiration for Lu Xinyi deepened. If Zhou Yin hadn't caught her in time, she might have blown a rainbow fart at Lu Xinyi again. Lu Xinyi. When she was in the supermarket before, why didn't she realize that Zhou Miao had the attributes of a girl crush? After the off-road vehicle drove out of the distribution center, the gate pole at the main entrance of the distribution center turned into a heavy iron gate in the blink of an eye. Soon, the off-road vehicle arrived at Taoyuan Village. As soon as the car stopped at the entrance of the village, Lu Xinyi saw Li Dashin's family of 4 moving out the zombie corpses in the village. In a rice field opposite the village entrance, there are now many corpses piled up, looking like a hill. "Boss, you are here." Seeing Lu Xinyi and Qin Geng, Li Dashin quickly came over with his family and greeted them warmly. "Well," Lu Xinyi opened the car door and got out of the car and said, "I'm bringing you 2 companions. They are new members who just joined our base today. They will live with you in Taoyuan Village from now on." "There are new members? That's great," Li Dashin said, looking curiously at Zhou Yin and Zhou Yin, who got off the car one after another. Although Zhou Yan's clothes were a little dirty and they looked a little embarrassed, Zhou Yan's temperament as a Chinese teacher has not changed, and he looks very elegant and easygoing. Zhou Miao, on the other hand, showed a lively and bright smile, looked at Li Dashin's family with a smile, and waved to them enthusiastically. After the 2 parties got to know each other, Lu Xinyi asked Li Dashin, "Have all the zombies in the village been dealt with?" "There are still some things that haven't been moved yet, but don't worry, boss. We will move them out and burn them as soon as possible. It's okay, don't worry. The weather is hot, so you should pay more attention to rest. Thank you for your concern, boss. Zhou Miao asked curiously. Xing, should we call you boss in the future? Well, you can call me boss like Li Dashin and others from now on. Lu Xinyi replied. Although she and her uncle and nephew from the Zhou family have known each other for a long time, as members of the base, she should treat them equally and not be special. But he didn't expect Zhou Miao to become excited after hearing what she said. He grabbed her hand and said excitedly, Okay, boss. You will be our boss from now on. We will do whatever the boss says. Lu Xinyi. She really doubted whether Zhou Miao had maxed out his fangirl attributes. Effortlessly breaking away from Zhou Miao's hand, she turned to look at Zhou Yin and said, You can choose any house in the village. What you have to do now is to work with Li Dashin and the others to deal with the zombies in the village as soon as possible and eliminate all the zombies in the village. All the materials that can be used are collected in the warehouse. You can ask Li Dashin for details. His family is an aborigine of Taoyuan Village, and he is very familiar with Taoyuan Village. During this period, I will provide you with supplies every 3 days, but I will not provide you with supplies for free forever. I hope you understand this. Afterwards, Lu Xinyi opened the trunk of the off-road vehicle and took out a plastic bag with some food in it. The food was the same as the food given to Li Dashin's family before, including meat, vegetables, and rice. She handed the plastic bag to Zhou Yin and said, If you have any questions, you can contact Li Dashin or use his walkie-talkie to contact me. I just want to emphasize one point. As a member of the Oasis base, I don't want to see you start internal strife. If you start internal strife or even cause trouble in my base, I will not hesitate to kick them out of the base. Zhou Yin and Li Dashin both expressed their understanding. Okay, let's go first. If you need anything, please feel free to contact us. Seeing that Lu Xinyi and Qin Xian were about to leave, Zhou Miao asked anxiously, Boss, where are you going? Don't you live here? We have other places to stay, so you can just stay here. Can. Meow meow. Zhou Yin interrupted Zhou Miao's words and said seriously, Listen to the boss. Although Zhou Miao didn't want to be separated from Lu Xinyi, she still nodded obediently and said, I listen to the boss. Then, with eyes full of reluctance, he watched Lu Xinyi and Qin Xie drive away. It wasn't until the off-road vehicle disappeared that Zhou Miao looked away and said with emotion, I haven't seen you for many days. The boss is becoming more outstanding and more courageous now. Zhou Yin echoed. Who says it's not the case? It would be difficult for a girl of Lu Xinyi's age to have such a strong heart and outstanding abilities in the face of sudden apocalyptic changes. Chapter 48, A Sure Profit Business. This day, Lu Xinyi was in the monitoring room, drinking milk tea and checking the surveillance when he suddenly heard Li Dashin's voice coming from the intercom on the table. Boss, call the boss. She took the walkie-talkie and asked, What's the matter? We have dealt with all the zombies in the village, and the supplies have been piled in the warehouse. Li Dashin's tone was full of expectation. Excuse me, boss. What are our tasks next? Lu Xinyi said, There is no mission at the moment. I will notify you when there is a mission. Okay, boss. After ending the call, Lu Xinyi opened the System Points Mall. Now that Taoyuan Village has been cleaned up, she also has to think about how to develop the base. She first spent 5,000 points to exchange for a skill point, which she added to the land construction in Taoyuan Village. In this way, even though the weather is hot now, the land in Taoyuan Village can be safely planted. Afterwards, she searched the Points Mall for a long time and finally found a points card maker. This points card maker can provide unlimited points cards and card swiping machines, as well as a computer that can accurately count points. Once the points card is activated on the computer, it can calculate points according to the rules she has set in advance. And the points card can also be used to consume points at a card swipe machine. But the price is also quite beautiful. 50,000 points. Lu Xinyi stared at the price in silence for a long time. Can things in the Points Mall not be so expensive? She only has more than 80,000 points in her hand now. If she buys this point card maker, she will only have more than 30,000 points left. But in order to facilitate future base management, she finally gritted her teeth and spent the 50,000 points. Suddenly, a black computer the size of a tablet, a blue card that looked like a bank card, and a white POS machine appeared in front of her. She can set the points calculation rules for the point card on the tablet computer. For example, how many points are earned for farming work per month, and how many points can be exchanged for a member who finds a first-order crystal core. These can all be set freely. After the setting is completed, She only needs to decide that a member will engage in a certain job and then select that job when activating the member's points card. In short, the rules for using the points card are entirely up to her to set. Lu Xinyi stared at the points calculation rules on the computer and asked, "System, the points I give to base members do not need to be paid with my own system points, right?" System, no need. Then if a member pays me points, can I use them in the points mall? System, okay. Lu Xinyi's eyes suddenly lit up and he said sincerely, "System, you are really a good system for me. I like you so much." She only needs to set up the points calculation rules on the tablet computer, and she can harvest the points paid to her by members, such as rent, or use points to purchase supplies from her. This is a surefire deal. Lu Xinyi happily set up the points calculation rules that he was currently thinking of. If there are other calculation rules in the future, he can just add them. Afterwards, she went downstairs with 7-point cards, a computer, and a POS machine. Qin Geng. She found Qin Geng, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen, and said, "You are the first member of the Oasis base. This scorecard number 001 is given to you. You are my teammate. I will set every goal for you. The monthly salary is 1,000 points, and you can use these points to redeem what you want in the future." Qin Xian didn't answer and said, "I am willing to follow you. I don't need a salary. Don't talk too harshly." Lu Xinyi thrust the points card into his hand. "Can you guarantee that you won't have anything you want to redeem in the future? Just take it." She also needs Qin Xian to help her earn points with a point card. If you can squeeze out the wool of the system, then you must not let it go. After seeing Qin Xian accept the points card, Lu Xinyi said, "No need to cook. Let's go to Taoyuan Village." Good. The two drove an off-road vehicle all the way to Taoyuan Village and stopped in front of Li Dashin's house. Now that the zombies in the village have been cleared away, and even the roads have been cleaned neatly, a few people feel a little idle without anything to do. Seeing Lu Xinyi and Qin Xian now, everyone looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to release the mission. Lu Xinyi. The members of the base were so active that it actually made her, the boss, feel even more stressed. "I came here today to tell you something important." Lu Xinyi cleared his throat and said seriously, "Although there are not many people in our base now, since it is a base, it must be managed in a standardized manner. Therefore, I have formulated a management system. This is a points card." She took out several points cards that she had prepared in advance and said, "In the past, everyone used bank cards. From now on, points cards will replace the role of bank cards." She handed the 4 cards number 002 to 005 to Li Dashin and asked him to distribute them to his family members according to their ages. She also gave the points cards number 006 and 007 to Zhou Yin and Zhou Miao respectively. "Although this place used to belong to Taoyuan Village, I have now conquered it and made it my Oasis base. Not only you, but also all members who join the base in the future will have to pay me a rent of 100 points per month," she said, turning her gaze to Li Dashin. "Since Li Dashin's family is an aborigine of Taoyuan Village and they live in their own house, I will waive the rent for your 2 children and only need to pay the monthly rent for you and your wife. The rent is enough. Does anyone have any objections?" Li Dashin's family and Zhou Yin all looked at each other in unison. Then everyone shook their heads. "No objection." Li Dashin's idea is simple. In this apocalyptic era, having a place for them to live safely is a great blessing. What's more, they still live in their own homes and are not displaced like others with their relatives separated. Besides, although the boss has to collect their rent, he will also pay them wages. Zhou Yin and the other 2 had no objection to this. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Lu Xinyi began to arrange their respective tasks. Li Dashin is responsible for farming. Zhang Chui cooks in the cafeteria and provides 3 meals a day for everyone. And Li Mingxian and Li Mingxiu, brother and sister, help Zhang Chui. Zhou Miao has water-related abilities and is a university graduate, so he is responsible for providing domestic water to the base, as well as warehouse management. Zhou Yin is a fire-type mutant, young and strong, so Lu Xinyi assigned him patrol work. With a job, one naturally needs a salary. Li Dashin and Zhang Chui each get 400 points per month, and the 2 children get 100 points per month. Zhou Miao holds 2 positions, so Lu Xinyi gives her 600 points per month. Zhou Yan's patrol job is somewhat dangerous, so he is paid 500 points per month. After explaining, Lu Xinyi said, "Does anyone have any opinions about your work and salary?" Chapter 49, The System Issues a Warning. Everyone shook their heads. The points were already much higher than they expected. After excluding the monthly rent of 100 points, they still have a lot left over. Moreover, The base has a canteen, so they don't have to worry about 3 meals a day. In this apocalyptic era, we can't even dream of such a good life. Seeing this, Lu Xinyi nodded with satisfaction and said, "As long as you work hard to do your job well, I promise to let you live a good life." "Boss, our life is already very good now," Li Dashan said sincerely. "If it weren't for you, the village would still be full of zombies, and our family doesn't know whether we would still be alive." Zhouyan also said, "Yes, boss, you provide us with such a safe living environment, and you also arrange jobs for us and pay us wages so that we can be self-sufficient and don't have to worry about our livelihood. We are very satisfied to be able to live like this." Facing everyone's trusting and grateful gazes, Lu Xinyi suddenly felt his responsibility as the base commander. If she had expanded the base and recruited members before just to gain points, now she really wanted to make the base better. "I also sincerely want all members of the base to live a good life. The weather is getting hotter. The average temperature has been above 45 degrees Celsius in the past few days, but the perceived temperature is far more than 45 degrees. When it is hottest at noon, as long as you walk out of the door, the heat wave will instantly hit you in the face. Throw a raw egg on the ground, and you can get a cooked egg in an instant." In the past few days, Lu Xinyi has been staying in the safe house, leisurely blowing on the air conditioner and eating cold drinks. Only in this way can he relieve the scorching temperature. After going downstairs and taking out half a chilled watermelon from the refrigerator, Lu Xinyi ate the watermelon with a spoon while walking upstairs. Suddenly, he saw Qin Xian coming out of the bathroom with his upper body bare. He seemed to have just taken a shower. His short black hair was wet. Water droplets dripped from the ends of his hair, fell on his smooth and white chest, and then slid down his flat belly into his loose gray shorts. While wiping his hair with a towel, he lowered his head and walked forward without noticing Lu Xinyi in the living room. "Cough!" The sudden voice startled him, and he subconsciously looked up, meeting Lu Xinyi's scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, his cold white skin was visibly stained with crimson. Coupled with his face, which was still a bit green and immature, there was an indescribable fascination. A feeling of shyness welled up in his heart, and he almost reflexively picked up a towel and held it in front of him, the blush on his face becoming even more obvious. Before he could say anything, Lu Xinyi spoke first. "You seem to have grown a lot stronger." Qin Xian couldn't help being stunned, subconsciously took away the towel, looked at his body and murmured, "It seems so. I've grown taller too." Lu Xinyi walked up to him and stretched out his hand to make a gesture between the top of his head and him. I remember that when she first met him, her height was just at the base of his ears. Now, the difference between the top of her head and the base of his ears is about 2 or 3 centimeters. "Really?" Qin Xian also raised his hand to gesture and said in surprise, "I have really grown taller. But your current physique is still not strong enough." Lu Xinyi continued to comment, "Although you are indeed much stronger than when I first met you, it is not enough. Your body is still a little thin." Qin Xian lowered his head silently after hearing this, and the blush on his fair skin quickly faded. Lu Xinyi didn't notice the change in his mood and walked around him, looking around him without scruples. Under her undisguised scrutiny, Qin Xian's cold white skin once again showed an imaginative crimson color. He subconsciously wanted to hide, but Lu Xinyi grabbed his arm, squeezed it hard, and then patted his back and chest. "You don't have enough muscle mass. You have to train. Starting from tomorrow, you will get up an hour early every day and train with me." Withdrawing his hand, Lu Xinyi said in a serious tone. However, his hands tightened unconsciously, and he secretly thought that Qin Xian's skin was quite smooth, like silk. "I know, Xini." Hearing this, Qin Xian ignored his shyness, raised his eyes to meet her clear eyes, and nodded seriously. Compared to Xini, he is indeed not strong enough. He is already an adult man and cannot always stand behind Xine. He wants to protect Xine and stand in front of Xine without hesitation when she needs him. Then he must become strong. The next day it was 5:30 in the morning. After Lu Xinyi finished washing, he went downstairs and found Qin Xian's room open, but there was no sign of him. She immediately spread her mental power and quickly caught his trace. He was running around the safe house. He didn't know how long he had been running, but his short black hair was already soaked with sweat. As he ran, big beads of sweat dripped from the ends of his hair, and his fair face was also covered with dense beads of sweat. Lu Xinyi opened the door of the safe house and walked out. He happened to see Qin Xian running from the left and raised his hand to signal him to stop. "How long have you been running?" I don't know. Qin Xian replied while breathing heavily. Sweat beads slid down his pale cheeks, and when they gathered on his chin, they fell to the ground with a ticking sound. Lu Xinyi didn't ask any more questions, handed him a towel and a bottle of water, and said, "Take a rest first. I will train with you later." After resting for more than 10 minutes, the two began training. After some physical training, Lu Xinyi said, "Speaking of which, I haven't fought against you yet. Qin Geng, we have fought before." Qin Xian hesitated. "I can't do anything to you. I'm just going through the motions and practicing my skills. I'm not asking you to really hit me." Lu Xinyi said, assuming a fighting posture, "Hurry up and stop wasting your time." "All right." As soon as Qin Xian finished speaking, Lu Xinyi rushed over and thrust his tightly clenched fist directly into Qin Xian's face. A fist wrapped in a strong wind brushed Qin Xian's face. After Qin Ji managed to avoid it, he grabbed Lu Xinyi's slender wrist and pulled her in front of him. Looking at the fair face so close, he was stunned for a moment. His eyes swept over her clear eyes, small and straight nose, and red and shiny lips, and his heartbeat speeded up unconsciously. Speed. He just felt his ears getting a little hot, and before he could figure out what was wrong with him, he saw Lu Xinyi suddenly fight back and twist his hands behind his back. "Focus. What are you daydreaming about?" "Yeah." Qinju quickly put away his thoughts and responded in a low voice. The two did not end their training for the day until the temperature began to rise and the sun was high in the sky. After returning to the room and taking a hot bath, Lu Xinyi just came out of the bathroom when she heard the system's voice ringing. "Warning! Warning! The distribution center is under attack. Please go and check it out in time." Chapter 50. Forgive you? Maybe in the next life. Lu Xinyi's brows instantly furrowed and his expression darkened. Someone was attacking the distribution center, and the first person that came to her mind was Su Changjie. Without hesitation, she immediately called Qin Xian and drove to the distribution center. On the spacious road, Qin Xian saw her serious expression and asked hurriedly, "Xeni, what happened?" "It's okay," Lu Xinyi replied casually, then stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle sped forward like lightning. Occasionally, there were a few zombies that sprang out from nowhere. They were all knocked out by the rushing off-road vehicles, and then crushed into meat patties by the wheels. Speeding all the way, the off-road vehicle stopped 100 meters away from the distribution center. "Someone is attacking the distribution center." Qin Xian saw at a glance that someone was trying to climb up the wall at the gate of the distribution center. "I saw that the man was almost climbing up the wall and would soon fall into the wall." Lu Xinyi remained silent, but frost had already appeared on her fair and beautiful face. Without anyone knowing, she opened the points mall and without hesitation spent 10,000 points to exchange for a revolver and spent 1,000 points to exchange for 10 bullets. She leaned out of the car window and pointed her gun at the man in front of her who was struggling to climb the wall. Bang! The bullet flew out of the gun at lightning speed and hit the man's left shoulder accurately. "Ah!" A scream suddenly rang out and blood spurted out. The man also fell from the wall in an instant, his back facing down, and fell heavily to the ground. The group of people at the entrance of the distribution center were also frightened and looked around vigilantly. Someone noticed the SUV and said, "There's someone there?" For a moment, everyone showed off their weapons and stared at the huge off-road vehicle with eager eyes. Suddenly, the off-road vehicle that was parked quietly came at a ferocious speed, as if it was going to knock everyone away, and everyone was scared to avoid it. The off-road vehicle drove through the crowd, then reversed with a beautiful flick and pointed its front end at the crowd again. Fortunately, this time, the off-road vehicle did not rush towards them again. Lu Xinyi sat in the car and looked at the group of people in front of him expressionlessly. She saw Su Changjie's figure at a glance from the crowd. As she expected, it was really him. This time he brought many more people than last time, estimated to be 20 or 30 people. They are all tall, thick-looking men who look very difficult to deal with. Next to Su Changjie stood a tall man with short hair, wearing a black vest and muscular muscles. He was also staring at Lu Xinyi. "Su Changjie, are they the two people you mentioned?" The man in the vest pointed the spiked baseball bat at the two people in the off-road vehicle and asked Su Changjie disdainfully. "Brother Jiang, these two people are both lightning power users, and one of them may be a thunder and fire power user. Don't underestimate them," Su Changjie reminded in a low voice. Jiang Hong looked disapproving. He took 2 steps forward with his baseball bat and tilted his head carelessly. "The two brats in the car, get out of here immediately." Lu Xinyi did not respond, holding the steering wheel with both hands, looking at Jiang Hong with a somewhat complicated look. She knew this Jiang Hong in her previous life. After the apocalypse came, she followed Lu Jinping's family of three and met Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian. Later, during the escape, they joined Jiang Hong's team. I thought that if I joined the organization, I would have a backer. But this Jiang Hong is an arrogant guy. As the boss, he just wants to enjoy being worshipped and can command others at will. As for whether the people in the team are doing well or not, he doesn't care. He only cares about his own authority, whether to be challenged. At that time, many members of the team had opinions about him, but due to his strength, no one dared to say it to his face. After the end of this life, she has never met anyone she knew in her previous life. She thought she would have nothing to do with those people in her previous life, but she didn't expect to meet Jiang Hong today. Although she only stayed in Jiang Hong's team for a short period of more than a month. In this life, due to various butterfly effects, she parted ways with Lu Jinping's family after the disaster broke out, and she never saw Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian again, so she didn't know whether these people would join Jiang Hong's team in this life. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Jiang Hong felt a little unhappy and raised his voice again. I asked you to get down. Are you deaf? As he spoke, he strode over with a baseball bat in hand. He is a person with powerful powers. A full blow from a baseball bat can almost break a person's head. But when he was about to hit the hood of the off-road vehicle with a stick to give the two people in the car a warning, a pistol stretched out from the driver's seat window, and the black muzzle was pointed directly between his eyebrows. If you don't want to die, just stand still and don't move. Jiang Hong froze on the spot and was at a loss for a moment. How could he forget that these two people had guns in their hands? However, Su Changjia never told him that these two people had guns. He only said that they were both superpowers. Lu Xinyi opened the door and got out of the car, still pointing his pistol at Jiang Hong, and moved his cold eyes from him to Su Changjia behind him. Su Changjia, last time I let you go, I thought you would just stay on your own, but I didn't expect you to dare to come to my territory to make trouble. Lu Xinyi said coldly. You are very brave to bring so many people here. Su Changjia was also frightened by the gun in her hand. He obviously didn't expect that in China, a country where guns are banned, she, a girl of about 20 years old, could actually take out a gun. At this moment, he regretted it. If he had known that these two people had guns, even if he had borrowed 10 of his courage, he would not have dared to bring Jiang Hong and his gang to make trouble. These two people are already powerful, but now that they have guns, aren't they even more powerful? Without thinking much, Su Changjia immediately apologized. Girl, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought people to your territory to cause trouble. Please don't remember the villain's fault, and forgive me this time. Forgive you. Lu Xinyi snorted, suddenly turned the gun, and pointed the black muzzle at his heart. In the next life. As soon as he finished speaking, a bullet flew out and penetrated Su Changjia's heart with thunderous force. Blood overflowed instantly. Su Changjia looked at the blood hole in his chest in disbelief, and then looked at Lu Xinyi angrily. Boom! His body fell to the ground uncontrollably, and a pool of blood instantly spilled out from under him. The bright and dazzling blood red stimulated the vision of everyone present, and everyone was stunned. For a moment, the scene was silent. No one expected that Lu Xinyi would shoot Su Changjia so decisively. This incomparably beautiful young girl, at this moment, looked like a murderous god coming out of hell, making people fearful. Chapter 51, Get Out of Here Now. Jiang Hong looked at Su Changjia lying in a pool of blood in disbelief, and then turned to look at Lu Xinyi. His lips trembled slightly, but he remained silent. It's all Su Changjia's fault. What kind of opponent did he find for him? You have all seen Su Changjia's fate. Lu Xinyi spoke slowly, and his cold words broke the deathly silence of the scene. If you dare to try this distribution center again, I guarantee that you will die worse than Su Changjia. It's even worse. While saying this, her eyes were always fixed on Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong also knew very well that her words were obviously meant for him. After all, he was the boss of this group of people. After thinking quickly for a few seconds, Jiang Hong showed a flattering smile and said, Girl, this is a misunderstanding. You put the gun down first. How about we talk slowly if you have anything to say? I have nothing to say to you. Jiang Hong's smile stiffened a bit, and he endured the embarrassment and said to himself, We didn't know that this distribution center is your territory. Su Changjia only told me that this distribution center is very safe, so I took people to follow him to find out. Condition. Who knew? This is actually your territory. I'm so sorry for the offense. However, what he said was full of loopholes, and Lu Xinyi only found it funny after hearing it. Doesn't he know that this is her territory? You're lying to a 3-year-old. Stop talking nonsense, and get out of here immediately, otherwise, Lu Xinyi said, shooting directly into the ground in front of Jiang Hong. The bullet hit the ground, and the cement fragments shot out flew past Jiang Hong's face, leaving an obvious blood mark on his rough face. Jiang Hong's body couldn't help but stiffen, and he didn't dare to move rashly for a while. After a moment of silence, he gradually regained his thoughts, looked at Lu Xinyi warily, and then left with the others in dismay. It wasn't until Jiang Hong and others drove away that Lu Xinyi put away his pistol, took out his walkie-talkie, and contacted Zhou Yin, asking him to meet her at the distribution center immediately. Xi, if we just let those people go, will there be any future trouble? Qin Xian walked to her side and said worriedly. He didn't have the guts. Lu Xinyi said, I killed Su Changjie in front of him, and he knew I had a gun in my hand, which served as a warning to the monkeys. Having stayed in Jiang Hong's team for more than a month in her previous life, she had a rough understanding of Jiang Hong's character and conduct. Although he is an arrogant guy who cares most about his authority, he is also a bully. Her actions just now must have made him realize that she was not someone he could afford to offend. For a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong, as long as he is not bent on death, he will not dare to cause trouble again. Qin Xian didn't say anything after hearing this, but looked deeply in the direction Jiang Hong left. About half an hour later, Zhou Yin drove up to Lu Xinyi and Lu Xinyi in a small truck he found in the village. Boss, you came to me in such a hurry. What's the matter? Zhou Yin asked hurriedly after getting out of the car. Where is his base? Zhou Yin looked in the direction Lu Xinyi pointed. When he saw Su Changjie in a pool of blood, he couldn't help but be stunned. I killed him. Lu Xinyi looked at him calmly and said in a calm tone. Zhou Yin looked back at her and said calmly, You will kill him. I guess he must have done something to make you think he must die. Lu Xinyi was noncommittal. Glancing at Su Changjie casually, she said, Take his body and let's go to his base. Okay, boss. Under the leadership of Zhou Yin, the 3 people quickly arrived at Su Changjie's base, an abandoned residential building. This old-fashioned residential building is not high, with a total of 5 floors. There is a corridor on each floor, and the door of every household faces the corridor. There is a 100-square-meter courtyard below the residential building. Outside the courtyard is a 3 to 4-meter high wall that surrounds the entire residential building. The car stopped in front of the iron gate of the wall. Before the 3 of them got out of the car, they heard the noise in the yard. If you listen carefully, you will find that they are discussing Su Changjie. Brother Su is dead. What should we do? That's right, he's the boss of our base. If he dies, what should our base do in the future? Who killed Brother Su? I want to avenge Brother Su. As the crowd got excited, a man wearing a brown short-sleeved shirt stood up and said, Everyone, please be quiet and listen to what I have to say. Brother Su has contributed a lot to our base. If Brother Su hadn't discovered this abandoned residential building and cleaned up the zombies in the building, how could we have such a safe place to live? Brother Su not only provided us with shelter, but also actively looked for supplies for us. But now, Brother Su, who always thought about everyone, was killed and died unjustly. Brother Su treats me like a brother. I can't just watch Brother Su die in vain. I will avenge Brother Su, inherit Brother Su's will, and lead everyone to build the base better. Now everyone was very excited, and after hearing his words, they all echoed loudly. Revenge! Revenge! We want to avenge Brother Su. The high-pitched voice echoed through the entire residential building, but it made Lu Xinyi frown speechlessly outside the wall. Su Changjie had just died, and there were people inside who couldn't wait to take Su Changjie's place. As for revenge, it depends on whether they have this ability. Inside the wall, the angry voices continued. Who killed Brother Su? Tower, you and Xiangzi went out with Brother Su today. Tell everyone who killed Brother Su. The 2 men named Tower and Xiangzi were immediately pushed to the center of the crowd. Under everyone's indignant gaze, the 2 couldn't help but look at each other. Because only the 2 of them returned to the base, under everyone's questioning, they had no choice but to tell everyone about Su Changjie's death, and thus, there was this exciting scene. As for whether to tell the murderer of Su Changjie, when they thought of the young girl who was decisive and ruthless, they couldn't help but shiver. If possible, they really didn't want to see that femme fatale again. Tower, Xiangzi, please tell me. Yes, both of you. Quickly tell everyone who killed Brother Su. so that we can go and avenge Brother Su. Facing everyone's questioning, Tower glanced at the hesitant Xiangzi, took a deep breath, and finally made up his mind and said, yes. However, just as he said this, the tightly closed iron door was violently slammed open by someone from the outside. A loud bang startled everyone in the yard, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a beautiful and charming young girl, accompanied by a young and handsome boy and an elegant man wearing glasses, walking inexpressionlessly. Chapter 52, I killed him. Everyone present was even more surprised when they saw the person clearly, especially when they saw Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin, it's you. Have you finally figured out how to come back? Zhou Yin, haven't you and your niece already withdrawn from our base? Why are you back now? Do you think it's Brother Su's body that Zhou Yin is dragging? Yes, it's Brother Su's body. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Yin, either shocked, confused, angry, or suspicious. The man in brown short sleeves came forward, his slightly dark face full of sadness. Brother Su, you died so miserably. Crying and howling, he was about to step forward and snatch Su Changjia's body. Zhou Yin didn't let go. He glanced at Lu Xinyi and saw her gently nodding. Then he threw Su Changjia's body to the short-sleeved man. Caught off guard, the short-sleeved man was hit by Su Changjia's corpse and staggered back 2 steps. He immediately glanced at Zhou Yin with some displeasure, but was soon replaced by grief. Brother Su, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Yin again and asked in a deep voice, Zhou Yin, where did you find Brother Su's body? Do you know who killed Brother Su? Zhou Yin remained silent. The short-sleeved man couldn't get an answer, so he looked at Tower and Xiangzi again and asked sternly, Tower, Xiangzi, tell me, how did Brother Su die? However, Tower and Xiangzi were trembling with fear at this time, shivering close to each other, and glanced at Lu Xinyi from time to time with timid and frightened eyes. What's going on? How did this woman find their base? Oh, it was Zhou Yin who brought them here. But why did she take the initiative to come to their base? What is her purpose? Seeing that neither of them answered him, the short-sleeved man was a little dissatisfied, and his voice suddenly rose a lot. I want to ask you too, are you deaf? It's her. Tower was so frightened by his roar that she reflexively pointed at Lu Xinyi and said urgently, she killed Brother Su. What? The short-sleeved man looked at Lu Xinyi in shock. He heard about the distribution center from Su Changjia, but because he was not involved in the distribution center, he did not know Lu Xinyi and Qin Geng. When I saw them appearing with Zhou Yin, I thought they were passers-by who discovered Su Changjia's body with Zhou Yin, but I didn't expect that they were the murderers. But this way, it saves him from continuing to put on a show to find the so-called murderer. If he kills this woman to avenge Su Changjia in front of everyone present, I believe his prestige in the base will skyrocket. The short-sleeved man casually handed Su Changjia's body to the person next to him, then put on an angry look and glared angrily at Lu Xinyi. Did you kill Brother Su? He asked through gritted teeth. Lu Xinyi looked calm and said calmly, I killed him. How dare you dash? Before the short-sleeved man finished speaking, Lu Xinyi took out a pistol and pointed it directly at him. What? Are you so impatient to accompany Su Changjia? Lu Xinyi said coldly. The short-sleeved man did not dare to act rashly. Others were also stunned and looked at Lu Xinyi in surprise. Before the end of the world, almost everyone present was ordinary people. They had never seen real guns, let alone killed people. It has only been more than a month since the apocalypse came, and everyone is still at the stage where they only dare to kill zombies. Although everyone was clamoring to avenge Su Changjia, they didn't have the guts to kill people. But the incredibly beautiful young girl in front of her was different. She really dares to kill people. And she has a gun. For a moment, everyone fell silent, shrank back, and looked at Lu Xinyi with a bit of timidity. Seeing everyone's reactions, Lu Xinyi had no reaction. Having experienced the apocalypse for 3 years in her previous life, she had already seen too much of the ugliness of human nature, and the reactions of these people were not worth mentioning in her opinion. I killed Su Changjia. He wanted to steal territory from me, so I killed him. She raised her voice and said slowly and coldly, I came here today to tell you who dares to join me in the Oasis base, seize the territory. Su Changjia will be his fate. As she spoke, her sharp eyes swept over everyone present, and then looked at the other people watching quietly upstairs. Of course, if anyone wants to join my Oasis base, as long as you pass my assessment, I can allow you to join. The man in short sleeves was furious when he saw that she not only threatened him in public, but also openly stole his girl. You said that Brother Su took your territory, so you killed him. Then why are you openly snatching people from me now? The short-sleeved man cursed angrily. Lu Xinyi answered without blushing. Because I have double standards. This shameless remark choked the man in short sleeves and made him speechless for a moment. I've seen people with thick skin, but I've never seen someone so thick-skinned and self-righteous. Lu Xinyi ignored him, glanced at the people upstairs, and called Qin Zhu and Zhou Yin to prepare to leave. However, just as she turned around, the man in the short-sleeved shirt suddenly stepped forward and reached out to grab her shoulders. Did I allow you to go? As soon as the short-sleeved man finished speaking his angry words, Lu Xinyi quickly turned around, grabbed his wrist, and squeezed hard. Click! There was a crisp sound from the short-sleeved man's wrist bone. He only felt as if his wrist was being squeezed by a heavy force, and the bones were almost broken. Before he could check his wrist, Lu Xinyi kicked him in the knee, causing him to kneel down with a thud. The pain in his kneecap made him grin. Immediately afterwards, a pistol was pressed against his head, causing him to become silent for a moment, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. If you are not afraid of death and still want to seek revenge from me, I can help you and send you to accompany Su Changjia. Lu Xinyi said coldly, as long as the people in your base stay safe and no longer oppose my Oasis base, I can do the same. When you go to the well, don't mess with the river. So, whether you want to fight against me or plan to live in peace, the choice is yours. As she said this, she glanced at the other people in the yard and said loudly, You guys too. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. Even the short-sleeved men are no match for her. Most of them are ordinary people without special powers, and they dare not go against her. If we can live in peace and don't offend the river, that's of course the best. If anyone wants to join my Oasis base, you can find me at the distribution center half an hour's drive from here. After saying this, Lu Xinyi ignored the short-sleeved man and others, followed Qin Xian and Zhou Yin out of the yard, and drove straight away. Not long after they left, several figures sneaked out of the yard while others were not paying attention, heading towards the distribution center. Chapter 53 Base Members +5. The main entrance of the distribution center. Lu Xinyi sat lazily on the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle with the door open. She gently wiped the knife and asked casually, Teacher Zhou, are you sure those people you mentioned will come to us? Before going to the abandoned residential building, Zhou Yin asked her if she could take in a few of Su Changjia's men. The few people he mentioned were relatively familiar with him, and he understood their personalities. Moreover, those few people did not like Su Changjia's leadership and had expressed to him many times that they wanted to leave Su Changjia's team. Therefore, he boldly proposed to Lu Xinyi, hoping that she could take in those people. It is precisely because of this that Lu Xinyi poached short-sleeved men in public in abandoned residential buildings. Zhou Yin glanced at the direction of the residential building and felt a little unsure, saying, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 70% or 80% sure. Okay, Lu Xinyi said, but I agreed beforehand, Teacher Zhou, that I won't wait here for too long. If they haven't come by this time tomorrow, I won't wait any longer. Although base members are indispensable, she does not recruit just anyone into her base. If those people didn't want to come, she wouldn't force them. Waited for nearly half an hour. Qin Geng, who was standing next to Lu Xinyi, leaning lazily on the off-road vehicle with his hands folded across his chest, suddenly stood up straight. Xine, they are coming. Lu Xinyi put away the meow knife and got out of the car. Turning around, he saw 3 men and 2 women running towards them in a hurry. The 2 girls are very young, in their 20s, and look about 60 to 70% similar. They must be sisters. Among the 3 men, the man with the Chinese character face is about 40 years old, and the other 2 are about 30 years old, and they both have a certain integrity in their faces. Seeing the 5 people running towards them, Zhou Yin, who was sitting in the minivan, immediately opened the door and jumped out, looking at the 5 people with a look of relief. Old Tao, you're finally here. He quickly walked up to the Chinese character face, reached out, and patted him on the shoulder. Our 2 legs are not as good as a car with 4 tires. It took us half an hour to drive here, but we hurriedly and slowly arrived. Lao Tao is a little fat. Although he has lost a lot of weight since the end of the world, he still looks fatter than Zhou Yin. In such a hot weather and after such a long journey, he was so tired that he was sweating profusely and almost collapsed. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else and sat down on the ground, breathing heavily. The other few people looked quite embarrassed. Their clothes had already been wet with sweat, and everyone looked like they had been fished out of the water. Everyone, let's rest for a while, Lu Xinyi said, giving each of the 5 people a bottle of water. Water! As soon as Lao Tao saw the water, he hurriedly took it as if he saw a life-saving straw. After thanking him repeatedly, he unscrewed the bottle cap and started drinking. Old Tao drinks slowly. A girl reminded, don't drink cold water when it's too hot. Drink it in small sips. Lao Tao drank half a bottle of water in one breath, breathed a sigh of relief, and said nonchalantly, whatever, I'd rather drink water and die than die of heat. Bah, don't be so talkative. The girl glared at him, then looked at Lu Xinyi with a smile. This, classmate? Thank you for the water. This girl looks several years younger than her. She must have been a college student before the disaster. There seems to be nothing wrong with calling her a classmate, right? Lu Xinyi said, my name is Lu Xinyi, and his name is Qingong. You all know Mr. Zhou, so I won't introduce him. The girl also quickly introduced. My name is Yuan Shui, and she's my sister Yuan Shuang. One of them is named Tianming, and the other is Shernua. Before the disaster, the 4 of us were neighbors in the same building. When the disaster happened, we left the community to go to work together and have been together ever since. As for Lao Tao, we met after joining Su Changjia's team. After they got to know each other, Lu Xinyi said, although you are here, it doesn't mean I will accept you. Before that, I have a few questions to ask you. Only after you give me satisfactory answers will I let you join my base. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Shui and the others became a little nervous, and Lao Tao couldn't help but look at Zhou Yin for help. However, Zhou Yin didn't know what kind of questions Lu Xinyi would ask, so he could only give him a helpless look. Glancing at the 5 people, Lu Xinyi asked, what jobs did you all do before the end of the world? Let me explain it all at once. Yuan Shui said, I'm an intern at the hospital, my sister works in a cake shop, Tianming is a programmer, Shernua is a courier, Lao Tao, I'm an electrician. Lao Tao said with a smile, raising his hand to wipe the beads of sweat that kept oozing from his forehead. Lu Xinyi nodded and asked, have you awakened your powers? What kind of powers are you? I will speak for myself. Lao Tao raised his hand very actively. I have the metal power, Shernua has the speed power, and Yuan Shuang has the water power. Yuan Shui and Tianming have no awakened powers. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Shui and Tianming's faces were obviously filled with disappointment. Lu Xinyi took in the reactions of several people and continued to ask, how many zombies have you killed? Yuan Shui said, from the disaster to now, we have killed many zombies. As for the specific number, we have not calculated it. The others nodded in agreement. Next question, Lu Xinyi said, looking at the people with a more serious look. Have you ever killed anyone? If you need to kill someone in the future, will you dare to kill someone? This question stunned the 5 people, and no one spoke for a while. Kill? They never thought about it. Even killing zombies for the first time requires a long period of psychological preparation. If they were asked to kill someone, they really didn't know if they would be able to muster the courage. Lu Xinyi didn't urge him and just looked at them quietly. After a moment, Yuan Shui, who had never spoken a word, said firmly, I have never killed anyone, but if it comes to the point where I have to kill someone, I will kill him. Having seen Lu Xinyi's decisive look when he was in the residential building, she knew that if she wanted to take refuge with Lu Xinyi, it was obviously not possible to be soft-hearted and soft-hearted. Besides, it's the end of the world now, and being merciful to everyone will only hurt yourself in the end. After others hesitated for a moment, they also gave the same answer as Yuan Shui. Lu Xinyi said no more, and his deep gaze fell on the 5 people for an instant, making the 5 people feel as if their entire beings had been seen through, and they had nothing to hide. The 5 of them looked at each other nervously, and then looked at Lu Xinyi in unison, waiting for her judgment. After a long while, Lu Xinyi said slowly, your answers pass my assessment. Welcome to join the Oasis base. 5 more members were added to the base, and her points increased by 5,000. Chapter 54, Automatic Defense System. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting more than 10 base members. You will be rewarded with 10,000 points and a gift package. The sound of the system sounded at the right time. Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself, there is actually an extra reward. I don't know what will be given in this big gift package. But right now, she couldn't care less about checking the gift package. She asked Yuan Shui and others to get into Zhou Yan's minivan, while she and she drove the off-road vehicle, and the 2 vehicles drove all the way to Taoyuan village. Yuan Shui and others were very confused when they saw them leaving the distribution center directly. It wasn't until they arrived at Taoyuan village that the doubts in their hearts deepened. Isn't the base at the distribution center? What is this place? Before several people could ask, Zhou Yin answered their questions and said, "This is also part of the Oasis base. We usually live here. Is it also part of the base?" Lao Tao said in surprise, looking around curiously. Based on a village, this is much larger than Su Changjie's abandoned residential building. Moreover, there are not only small single-family rural buildings here, but also a lot of farmland. He even saw a man working in the fields. "Teacher Zhou, is that brother also from our base?" He pointed at Li Dashin, who was growing vegetables in the field, and asked curiously. Yuan Shui and others also looked in the direction he pointed. Zhou Yin nodded and said, "That is brother Li Dashin. Their family of 4 joined the base earlier than Miao Miao and I. They're the first members of our base. It turns out he is a veteran member of the base." Tianming said aloud, looking at Li Dashin with a bit of admiration. This person must have something special about him. Lu Xinyi glanced at him helplessly and said, "You will live here from now on. There are many vacant houses at the moment. You can choose on your own. You can live wherever you want." Lao Tao looked at her expectantly. Lao Tao immediately rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Then I must choose a better house." "Old Tao, you are alone. What house should you choose? You might as well live with us." Shi Nua said, "You, me, Tianming, let's live together." Lao Tao thought for a while and finally agreed to his proposal. "Okay, then let's live together so we can have someone to take care of us." Lu Xinyi looked at the excited people and reminded, "I don't have free meals in my base. If you live here, you have to work and pay rent to me." As she said that, she glanced at Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin understood and immediately told the 5 people the rules of the base concisely. The 5 people did not resist after hearing this. The base members who are entered into the system will always be loyal to Lu Xinyi and will not resist her orders and decisions. After that, Lu Xinyi arranged the work of several more people. "Yuan Shui will be the doctor of our base from now on, and I will try my best to provide you with the medicine you need. Yuan Shuang is a water power user, so he is responsible for the daily water supply of the base. Although Zhou Miao is also a water power user, as the number of people increases in the future, she alone will obviously not be able to supply everyone's domestic water. Moreover, she also arranged warehouse management work for Zhou Miao. Now that Yuan Shuang helps share the task of water supply, Zhou Miao can also spend more time managing the warehouse. Tianming is responsible for building the radio station in our base. From now on, you will be engaged in the work of the radio station. All maintenance work of the base will be handed over to Lao Tao. Shi Nua will patrol with Teacher Zhou. Except for Shi Nua, whose salary is 500 points per month, everyone else's salary is 400 points per month. After the explanation, Lu Xinyi gave each of the 5 people a point card. Several people looked at the scorecards in their hands curiously and were suddenly full of expectations for their future lives. Although they have to work here, they are paid. Moreover, 3 meals a day are taken care of by the base, so they don't have to worry about food issues as before. In the apocalyptic era, such a life is simply a fairy life. And Lu Xinyi, who created this kind of life for them, is their god. Lu Xinyi didn't know that she had been deified in their hearts. After arranging a few people, she returned to the safe house with Qin Ju. The first thing to do after returning to the safe house is to go upstairs to the room and check the gift package rewarded by the system. Lu Xinyi took a deep breath and opened the gift package with some nervous anticipation. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of automatic base defense system, which can be used in all areas of the base. Automatic defense system? Lu Xinyi couldn't help but reveal a happy smile, her eyes sparkling. This is like having a pillow when you feel sleepy. As soon as her base was attacked by others, the system gave her an automatic defense system. With this system, when the base is attacked again, she doesn't have to rush to check the situation. The defense system will automatically deploy defense. She examined the defense system carefully. As long as the Oasis base, whether it is Taoyuan Village, the distribution center, or even her safe house is attacked, the defense system will be automatically activated. There is only one goal, and that is to never let the base be attacked. System, you are really my sweetheart," Lu Xinyi said with a smile. System. The rewards of the gift package are random. The host is lucky to have drawn this defense system. Whether it's my good luck or not, in short, you are my good system. The system immediately let out a giggle, but combined with its mechanical and cold electronic sound, it sounded a little weird. Lu Xinyi. Just be happy in your heart. There is no need to laugh out loud. In order to verify the power of this defense system, Lu Xinyi went out alone. After finding a lone zombie, she led the zombie to the safe house. Standing at the door of the safe house, she waited quietly for this disabled zombie with a pale face, blood-stained teeth, and one missing arm. I saw this zombie dragging its slightly stiff legs, staggering towards him, opening its mouth to bite Lu Xinyi. But before it could reach Lu Xinyi, an automatic aiming machine gun suddenly appeared on the wall. Ta-ta-ta. Several bullets came out of the barrel quickly, hitting the zombie accurately, and instantly smashed the zombie into a sieve. After the zombies were eliminated, the machine gun was automatically hidden again, and there was no trace of the machine gun at all. Lu Xinyi put away her surprise and asked, "System, if I use skill points to upgrade the base's defense, can this defense system also be upgraded?" System, yes. Lu Xinyi. It is indeed a good system dedicated to creating a better future for her. With this defense system, she doesn't have to worry about the base being attacked again. From now on, she can go to more distant places to find supplies and expand her territory without any worries. Chapter 55, we have meat to eat. Early morning. After breakfast, Lu Xinyi came to the monitoring room. Since Yuan Shui and others joined the base, she and Xinju have cleared out all the zombies near Taoyuan village in the past few days. Therefore, the area of several kilometers from Taoyuan village to the safe house was included in the Oasis base. But she didn't ask the system to create a wall. The area enclosed by the wall is too wide and is not conducive to the lives of the base members. Just patrolling by Zhou Yin and Shernua requires a lot of energy. In addition, she also raided the area near the distribution center, trying to connect Taoyuan village and the distribution center, making them all the territory of the Oasis base. However, there are several highways between Taoyuan village and the distribution center. She cannot enclose the highway as her own territory and prohibit others from passing by. In the end, she only connected Taoyuan village and the safe house. In the past few days of sweeping, she earned 200,000 points. Current total points, 228741. The butler robot in the points mall has long been in her plan to redeem. However, there are not many members in the base at present, and Zhou Yin can help her solve most of the problems. There is no need to spend 100,000 points to exchange for a butler robot. After checking the surveillance cameras around the safe house, Lu Xinyi took out his mobile phone and opened the offline map. Next, she needs to expand her territory further. The entire H-City has 3 main road rings and 1 bypass expressway, and the Oasis base's territory is all outside the bypass expressway. Lu Xinyi saw a feed factory on the map. It was just inside the ring road, not far from the highway. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 40 minutes to drive from the safe house to the feed factory. However, given the current environment and uncertain road conditions, it is obviously impossible to reach the feed factory in 40 minutes. However, Lu Xinyi still planned to go and take a look at the feed factory. If the feed from the feed factory can be moved back, Taoyuan village can develop the breeding industry. Knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Come in. Xinju pushed the door open and walked in and said hesitantly, "Exen, I want to go out alone today. Is that okay?" Oh. Lu Xinyi sat on the chair and looked up at him in confusion. "You want to go out alone?" From Xinju's perspective, he could see her slender neck, as white as snow, under her slightly raised round chin. He looked away slightly unnaturally, met her inquiring gaze, and said, "Is it okay?" "Of course." Lu Xinyi curled his lips slightly and chuckled. "Although you are my teammate and a member of the base, you are also an independent individual. I cannot restrict your freedom. I only have one request: peace return." With the system in place, she doesn't have to worry about Qin Xian betraying her, and naturally she won't force Qin Xian to stay with her at all times. Meeting her serious eyes with hidden concern, Qin Xian also restrained his expression and answered seriously, "I will definitely come back safely." Just in case, Lu Xinyi still spent 10,000 points, redeemed 2 locators from the system points mall, and gave one of them to Qin Geng. In addition to positioning, the locator can also send signals. If you encounter danger, just press and hold the locator twice. Lu Xinyi pointed to the button-shaped locator in his hand and warned, "I will find you when I receive the signal." Qin Xian held the locator tightly in his palm and nodded heavily. "I remember it." In the blink of an eye, Qin Xian had been out for 2 days. Since the end of the world, Lu Xinyi has spent almost all of his time with Qin Geng for more than a month. Now that Qin Geng had not been seen for 2 consecutive days, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It felt bad, and she didn't want to become dependent on someone. She got up and went downstairs, driving the off-road vehicle to Taoyuan village. Due to the high temperature in recent days, the land has dried up and cracked. The paddy fields where rice was originally grown have now become dry land. There are countless cracks in the ground, like dense spider webs all over the fields. However, in Taoyuan village, it was a different scene. The land here is not affected by the scorching heat at all, and the pond where lotus flowers are planted is still rippling. Li Dashin has cleared some of the dead crops in the land that was covered with snow some time ago, and has now planted a lot of vegetables. This place seems to be a paradise, just like its name. After arriving at Taoyuan village, Lu Xinyi first went to the fields to check the growth of vegetables, then checked the water storage in the water tank, and then went to the warehouse to check the warehouse account book in Zhou Miao's hand. At present, the inventory in the warehouse is almost all collected by Li Dashin's family from the village. Except for fresh vegetables and fresh meat that is not easy to preserve, the food in the warehouse is enough for Li Dashin, Zhou Yin, and others to eat for more than half a year. But people cannot live without vegetables and fresh meat for a long time, and the vegetables in the fields are not yet mature. Therefore, Lu Xinyi came this time and specially brought them some fresh vegetables and pork. Li Dashin, take Tianming to my car and move the baskets of ingredients in the trunk to the canteen. Lu Xinyi ordered. Zhou Miao, follow along and register the types and quantities of the ingredients. After the 3 people responded, they left together. Li Mingxian and Li Mingxiu, brothers and sisters who were young and lively, also followed hand in hand. Soon, the group came back. The brother and sister ran at the front and shouted excitedly, "The boss has brought us meat. We have meat to eat." Although they all eat luncheon meat, bacon, and other easy-to-preserve meat these days, they have not been able to taste the taste of fresh meat for many days, and both adults and children are a little greedy. As soon as he heard that there was meat to eat, Old Tao, the most greedy person, couldn't help but swallow. Yuan Shui stood next to him, couldn't help but tugged on the corner of his clothes, and glared at him silently, telling him to restrain himself. Lao Tao smiled awkwardly and said, "I can't control it. I remember when I was in Su Changjia's team, they could only eat 2 meals a day. Each meal could only eat some dry bulk bread and other food. It was difficult to eat even a hot meal. After arriving here, they're not only guaranteed 3 meals a day, but also each meal is hot. Moreover, they can eat meat almost every day. Even if it is lunch meat, it is much better than their previous meals. Furthermore, Li Dashin's daughter-in-law, Zhang Chui, has very good cooking skills. She can change even the simplest ingredients to make different dishes. This made everyone's taste become more sophisticated and their appetites increased, wanting to eat more and better food. Seeing everyone's reactions, Lu Xinyi smiled and said, "As long as you work diligently, stay safe, and don't cause trouble to the base, I guarantee that you will have meat every meal in the future, and your life will only get better and better." Chapter 56, Qin Geng is in danger. Nothing happened, so Lu Xinyi accepted everyone's warm invitation and stayed in Taoyuan village for lunch. Zhou Yin and Shernua finished their morning patrol and came to the cafeteria under the scorching sun. When they saw Lu Xinyi, they were both a little surprised. "Boss, why are you alone?" Zhou Yin walked over and sat next to Zhou Miao and asked doubtfully, "Why don't you see Qin Geng?" Qin Xian went out alone to look for supplies. Lu Xinyi said, picking up a piece of farm-style stir-fried pork made by Zhang Chui. Although it is a very homely method, Zhang Chui's craftsmanship is indeed good. This stir-fried pork is not only full of color and aroma, but also tastes quite good. It's no wonder that everyone is so picky about her. Did he go alone? Zhou Yin frowned slightly and asked worriedly, "Will he be in danger?" Although Qin Geng is not old, he is not bad at strength. Lu Xinyi said, holding another chopstick of fried pork, "I gave him a locator. If he encounters danger, he will send me a signal." At this point, her chopsticks suddenly stopped midway, and her expression became a little more serious. She almost forgot that Qin Xian had an unstable bug. If he is hungry, no matter how powerful he is, at that moment he will become a helpless loser. However, he prepared a lot of food before setting off. He shouldn't be hungry for 2 days. Drop! Drop! Suddenly, 2 prolonged mechanical and electronic sounds suddenly sounded. "What's the sound?" Yuan Shuang asked curiously, but saw Lu Xinyi put down the bowl and chopsticks and stood up suddenly. Others hurriedly stood up and looked at her suspiciously. "Boss, what happened?" Zhou Yin asked nervously. "Qin Geng is in danger." Lu Xinyi turned around and walked out of the cafeteria. Others quickly followed. Zhou Yin asked, "Boss, do you need us to go with you?" Lu Xinyi turned around to meet everyone's worried and concerned eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Teacher Zhou and Nua will come with me, and the others will stay at the base." "Boss, you must be careful," Zhou Miao said urgently. The off-road vehicle sped away and soon left Taoyuan village. Although the network has long been paralyzed, the locator does not require an internet connection to connect to the mobile phone. Lu Xinyi can check Qin Geng's location through the mobile phone. According to the location of the locator on his mobile phone, Lu Xinyi drove the off-road vehicle and rushed forward. On the way, they met a dozen wandering zombies, including a speed zombie. When the zombies saw the speeding off-road vehicle, they were immediately excited and flocked to the off-road vehicle. The speed zombie ran at the front, much faster than the other zombies. "Why is this zombie so fast?" "It's faster than speed zombies," Nua said doubtfully. "This should be a second-level speed zombie," Lu Xinyi said, stepping on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle ran faster. Bang! The off-road vehicle used its absolute force to knock the second-level speed zombie away and fell heavily to the ground a few meters away. Then, the wheels crushed the zombie's body fiercely. In an instant, the zombie's abdomen was crushed into a piece of meat, and its intestines and flesh were stuck together, sticking to the ground. Its head had also been crushed into pieces, and its sticky white brains burst out and smeared all over the floor. A yellow crystal core the size of a glass ball rolled out, and in an instant, the small crystal core detector truck thrown by Lu Xinyi was stowed away in the carriage. After the pickup truck collected the crystal cores, it immediately caught up with the off-road vehicle at a fast speed, climbed up along the driver's door, and got to Lu Xinyi's side through the window. At this time, the off-road vehicle had already arrived in front of other ordinary zombies. Like a giant, it ruthlessly knocked away and crushed these zombies, and then drove away. The off-road vehicle sped along for about 40 minutes and finally stopped near a fertilizer plant. The mobile phone showed that Qin Xian's locator was in the fertilizer factory. However, the situation in the fertilizer factory was currently unknown. Lu Xinyi did not rush in, but used his mental power to investigate. The entire fertilizer factory covers an extremely large area, with several production workshops alone, as well as warehouses, office buildings, employee dormitories, canteens, supermarkets, and other buildings. Lu Xinyi had heard of this fertilizer factory. It was estimated that there were more than 1,000 employees. After the disaster broke out, this place obviously became the hardest hit area. Under her mental detection, she could clearly see countless densely packed zombies running around the factory area eating. On the ground, there were bright red bloodstains and broken limbs everywhere. Groups of zombies can be seen everywhere, sharing the bodies of survivors. The bodies are bloody and gnawed so badly that their original appearance cannot be seen at all. The entire fertilizer plant has now become a living hell. Lu Xinyi continued to spread her mental power forward, but her mental power had a limited detection range, currently only 200 meters away. However, the straight-line distance of the fertilizer plant is more than 200 meters. In desperation, Lu Xinyi had to withdraw his mental strength. Qinju is in this fertilizer factory, but there are many zombies in the fertilizer factory. Lu Xinyi turned to look at Zhou Yin and Nua and said seriously, "You can choose not to go in. I won't force you." "Boss, what are you talking about?" Nua said hurriedly. "You are our boss. How can we just watch you take risks alone? Besides, Qin Geng is also our friend. We can't just stand by and watch him in danger." "Huh?" Zhou Yin nodded in agreement. "Nua is right, boss. We will go with you. Don't worry. We won't hold you back. If an accident happens, you don't have to worry about us. Just go and save Qin Geng." Lu Xinyi looked at the two of them deeply and said after a moment, "Okay, let's go together. You must remember that safety is the first priority, and it is important to save your life when encountering danger." "Boss, we remember." "Then get off the car." Parking the car in a secret place, the three of them quietly approached the fertilizer plant. Based on what he had just observed, Lu Xinyi chose a place with fewer zombies, and the three of them carefully climbed over the wall and entered the fertilizer plant. The few zombies in the corner were eliminated with crisp movements, and the three of them hurriedly hid behind the wall of the building in front of them. Zhou Yin and Nua looked to both sides warily, while Lu Xinyi took out his mobile phone to check Qin Geng's locator. "Go left." The three of them immediately followed the wall and walked quietly to the left. At the same time, in an office building in the factory area. Qin Xian leaned against the wall, eyes closed, and slumped on the ground weakly. His left hand tightly covered his right waist. Blood flowed out from between his fingers, dyeing his slender, white fingers blood red. His already pale face was even more bloodless at this moment. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes a little empty and unfocused. Chapter 57. Zombies climbed the wall. A girl of 13 or 14 squatted next to Qin Xian and asked nervously and worriedly, "How are you? Are you okay?" Qin Ji slowly turned his head, tried his best to open his eyes, and stared at her, and said in a weak tone, "Don't worry, Exing will come." "Stop talking now." The little girl was so anxious that she almost shed tears. She stretched out her little hand to try to press Qin Xian's bleeding wound, but she was afraid of hurting him, so she was at a loss for a while. Suddenly, there was a crashing sound outside the closed office door, and the hungry roar of zombies. The zombies' sharp nails scratched the door panel, causing bursts of sharp and harsh sounds, which made many people in the office couldn't help but cover their ears. In the office, besides Qin Xian and the little girl, there were 20 or 30 people, both men and women, including young people in their 20s and 30s and middle-aged people in their 40s. Several men held weapons and looked at the closed office door with vigilance and fear. The door was blocked by tables, chairs, and benches, but the door panel was still shaken by the zombies outside. "What should I do? There are so many zombies outside. Can this door be blocked?" Someone in the crowd whispered in fear. This sentence also expresses the worries and fears in everyone's hearts. Now the entire fertilizer plant has been occupied by zombies. They're trapped in this office, with hordes of zombies outside the door. Even if the door is not knocked open by zombies, they will still be trapped here and die if there is no water or food in the office. "I don't want to die. I don't want to become food for zombies, woo-woo." Someone couldn't help but cry softly. Immediately afterwards, a series of crying sounds continued. "Stop crying." The middle-aged bald man holding an iron rod and staring at the door growled unhappily. "What's the use of crying? Crying will only make the zombies outside more excited." The two young girls who were hugging each other and crying suddenly did not dare to cry when they heard this. They bit their lips and shed tears silently. At this moment, fear, despair, and uneasiness filled the entire office. Suddenly, a man leaning against the opposite window opened his eyes wide and pointed at the bottom of the window with a pale face. "Sad, sad. Zombies are crawling up from downstairs." "What?" His words shocked everyone in the room. The bald man took a quick step to the window. As soon as he lowered his head to look downstairs, he was frightened by the terrifying scene downstairs and took a step back. "What's going on outside?" Others who didn't know the truth asked the bald man in confusion. Some people had the courage to go to the window to check the situation, but without exception, they were all frightened. Some people were so frightened that they staggered back, some were so frightened that they sat on the ground, and some were so frightened that they cried. Just because the large group of zombies downstairs were stepping on the zombies in front one after another and climbing up the wall. Looking around, the walls downstairs were covered with dense zombies. All the nearby zombies were attracted and were climbing up one after another. They thought they would soon climb outside their office. Qin Xian was also shocked by the zombies' move. His pupils trembled slightly and his lips moved slightly, but he was too seriously injured and said nothing in the end. There was some regret in my heart. Maybe he shouldn't send a signal to Xin. Xin, he should not be allowed to take risks here. However, even if he was about to die, he still wanted to see Xin again before he died. The other side of the factory, Lu Xinyi led Zhou Yin and Shernua through several workshops carefully. Now all the zombies in the factory are concentrated near the office area, but there are not many zombies in the workshop area. But there is a small square between the workshop area and the office area. At this time, the square is filled with countless zombies. To get to the office area, they had to cross a small square. This means that they need to find a way to get rid of the zombies in the square. Lu Xinyi observed the entire small square. There was almost no obstruction in the small square. Even if they wanted to sneak in, they would be spotted by zombies. There were estimated to be 100 or 200 zombies in the small square. Although it was far less than the number of zombies when she swept the distribution center, as time went by, there were more and more zombies with supernatural powers. She was not sure how many zombies with supernatural powers there were in this group of zombies, so she did not dare to act rashly. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xinyi took out the pickup truck and switched it to detection mode. In a moment, the pickup truck drove out quietly, quickly weaving among the corpses ahead. Wherever the pickup truck passes, Whenever there are zombies with special powers, the pickup truck's headlights will flash. Lu Xinyi roughly estimated that among the 100 or 200 zombies in this group, there were more than 40 zombies with special powers, which was already a very high proportion. The pickup truck returned to Lu Xinyi's feet very quickly. As soon as she put away the pickup truck, she heard Zhou Yin say quietly and nervously, "Boss, we have been discovered." Lu Xinyi immediately looked up and saw a female zombie among the corpses in front of her, staring at them with her dull gray eyes. Her mouth opened and closed, making a low, roaring sound like a beast. This zombie was wearing a colorless dress, which was covered with dried blood. There were no obvious wounds on its body. It seemed that it was the original zombie when the zombie virus broke out. Suddenly, the zombie roared. Then, he rushed over at lightning speed. That speed was faster than the second-level speed zombie they met on the way here. Is this a third-level speed zombie? Shernua said in shock. He is also a speed user, but his speed is far inferior to the zombie in front of him. That's right. Lu Xinyi pulled out the Miao Dao and said seriously, "Everyone be careful, because this zombie's movements have attracted the attention of other zombies around," and they all looked towards the three of them. Immediately, all the zombies in the square swarmed towards Lu Xinyi and the three of them, like a ferocious beast that had discovered its prey. Seeing that the third-level speed zombie was about to rush in front of them, Lu Xinyi kicked off his feet and rushed out quickly, facing the zombie with superpowers head-on. "Boss!" Shernua shouted in surprise. Zhou Yin also frowned nervously. The two of them quickly followed without hesitation. Swish! Miao Dao drew an arc in the air and struck the third-level zombie accurately. However, the reaction speed of third-level speed zombies is far beyond that of low-level zombies. Moreover, the physical fitness of third-level zombies is also stronger than that of low-level zombies. Therefore, when Lu Xinyi swung his sword, the third-level zombie nimbly dodged away. Roar! The third-level zombie roared angrily and grabbed Lu Xinyi's arm with his right hand with sharp nails. Chapter 58, Godlike Figure. Lu Xinyi's reaction was also particularly sharp. She quickly took 2 steps to the side, barely avoiding the zombie's claws. Miao Dao raised his sword upwards, and the sharp blade cut off the zombie's right arm directly. Thick black blood spurted out, and the third-level zombie took a few steps back. It opened its dirty mouth, revealing its dark teeth, and roared at Lu Xinyi again. Then, it bent over and arched its back like a cheetah and charged towards Lu Xinyi arrogantly. Lu Xinyi held the Miao Dao tightly, stared at the third-level zombie warily, and jumped up with all his strength when it was about to rush in front of him. The battlefield boots stepped heavily on the zombie's back, comparable to the power of a third-level power user, and trampled the zombie severely under its feet. Ah! Lu Xinyi swung his Miao knife and cut off the zombie's head. The round head rolled gurglingly twice, but its mouth continued to make biting movements. Lu Xinyi stepped in front of the head and stabbed down with the Miao knife, passing through the zombie's eye socket. All this happened so fast that Zhou Yin and Shernua didn't even react. This third-level speed zombie died under Lu Xinyi's knife. "Boss!" Shernua came to Lu Xinyi and looked at her with admiration. "You are so awesome." "Stop talking nonsense," Lu Xinyi said solemnly. "Get rid of the zombies in front of you first." All the zombies in the square had been alerted, and now they were all rushing towards them. They also include at least 40 zombies with special powers, and they must not take them lightly. Lu Xinyi wielded the Miao Dao. Zhou Yin used his firepower, and Shernua also used his power, holding an iron rod and quickly shuttled among the corpses. Soon, dozens of ordinary zombies died under the hands of 3 people. Suddenly, a huge power-type zombie rushed over from the group of corpses, knocking away the ordinary zombies blocking the road in front of it, and then used strong force to knock away an earth-type zombie that was dealing with it. Shernua. Shernua was already on the thin side. Under the brute force of this powerful zombie, he flew out and landed on the ground 3 or 4 meters away. Before he could get up, several zombies quickly rushed towards him. Shernua hurriedly swung the iron rod to attack the zombie's legs, tripping up several zombies one after another. A zombie jumped over his head with its mouth wide open. He was so frightened that he quickly held up an iron bar to resist the zombie. But his left foot was grabbed tightly by another zombie, and he was about to be bitten. He could only keep kicking the zombie with his feet. More and more zombies flocked to Shernua, and despair suddenly rose in his heart. He had just joined the Oasis base not long ago and had not lived a good life for a few days. He didn't want to die like this. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across. Shernua stared helplessly at the zombie above his head. In the blink of an eye, his head was missing. Thick black blood spattered on his face. If he hadn't closed his mouth tightly, the smelly zombie blood would have dripped into his mouth. Inside, before he could react, the zombie holding on to his left leg was kicked out, and the other zombies around him were quickly killed with a knife. "Stand up!" A clear and sharp voice suddenly sounded, pulling Shernua back from his thoughts. He saw Lu Xinyi's slender and tall figure walking among the corpses. The slender meow knife was danced fiercely by her. Wherever she passed, none of the zombies survived. Shernua hurriedly got up, picked up the hem of his clothes, and wiped the zombie blood on his face, then joined the battle with the iron rod. He said that you can't hold back the boss. Just now, he distracted the boss from trying to save him. It was because he was incompetent and useless. He will never let this happen again. Teacher Zhou. Lu Xinyi came to Zhou Yan's side and reminded, "Use your powers sparingly. Don't use them up." Zhou Yan's face looked a little pale, obviously because he had used too many powers. Hearing Lu Xinyi's words, he quickly put away his powers and used the homemade spear in his hand to stab the zombie in front of him in the eye socket. Ordinary zombies were easy to deal with, but the 40 zombies with special abilities took a lot of energy from the 3 of them. Finally, all the zombies in the square were dealt with. Zhou Yan and Shernua sat on the ground weakly, and even Lu Xinyi felt a little tired. Sitting casually on the ground, she first released the small truck to collect the crystal cores, and then took out 2 bottles of mineral water from the space and handed them to Zhou Yan and Shernua. "Thank you, boss." Zhou Yan took the mineral water and took a sip. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and looked at Lu Xinyi in surprise. "Boss, you!" They came in a hurry and did not prepare any water or food before setting off. After entering the fertilizer plant, everyone only carried weapons. Where did the boss get the mineral water for them to drink? There is also that super intelligent little truck. His attention was previously on the zombies, and he only realized now that the appearance of the little truck was also very abrupt. "Oh, space power," Lu Xinyi said calmly. "I believe you won't betray me, right?" "Of course not," Zhou Yan said immediately. Shernua also shook his head, but he couldn't stop being amazed in his heart. What kind of powerful person is their boss? She is extremely skilled with a meow sword and has more agility than the 3rd-level speed zombies, and she is also a lightning power user. Now, the boss tells them that she has spatial powers. At this moment, he just felt that their boss was simply a godlike figure. With the system in place, Lu Xinyi was not afraid that they would betray her, so she simply told them about her spatial abilities so that she could take things at any time. "Okay, let's keep going. Qin Xin can't wait for us too long." Lu Xinyi stood up and looked down at the 2 of them. Zhou Yan and Shernua also quickly got up and followed her forward cautiously. There are many office buildings in the factory area. After the 3 of them walked through the small square and entered the office area, Lu Xinyi took out his mobile phone and walked in the direction shown above. When the 3 of them passed through the 2 office buildings, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. In front of the office building in front of them, they saw countless zombies climbing up layer by layer. The zombie climbing at the front had already reached the 3rd floor. By the window on the 6th floor, a bald man was looking downstairs. He was so frightened by the horrific scene downstairs that he stepped back. Isn't this too scary? Zombies can actually climb walls." Shernua lowered his voice and said in shock. Zhou Yan was also shocked by this scene. His pupils dilated and whispered, "Today's zombies not only have superpowers, but their intelligence has probably also evolved." Lu Xinyi said nothing. He looked at the horrifying picture of mountains of zombies in front of him, and then looked at the location of the locator on his phone. Qin Xian is on the 6th floor of the office building ahead. The room where the bald man was. Chapter 59. Oops. The door was knocked open. Lu Xinyi told Zhou Yan and Shernua the location of Qin Geng, and the 2 looked at the room in shock. "Then we have to rescue Qin Ji quickly," Shernua said anxiously. "Otherwise, the zombies will crawl into his office. Of course we have to save them, but there are so many zombies, we can't act rashly." Zhou Yan said solemnly, "Let's follow the boss's arrangements." As he said that, the 2 of them looked at Lu Xinyi at the same time, waiting for her instructions. Lu Xinyi pursed her lips and said nothing, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and a solemn look on her fair face. After a few seconds of silence, she took out a barrel of gasoline from the space, and then looked at Zhou Yan seriously. "Teacher Zhou, after I pour gasoline on those zombies, you immediately use your powers to burn as many zombies as possible. After saying that, she told Shernua, pay attention to the lone ones around you. Zombies, don't let those zombies affect our actions. Got a boss. They both answered in unison. After giving the two people a deep look, Lu Xinyi rushed out from behind the wall with the oil barrel and rushed towards the group of zombies climbing the wall as fast as possible. Some of the zombies behind the group of corpses noticed her presence and immediately turned around and rushed toward her, but she quickly and accurately cut off their heads. Quickly opening the lid of the oil drum, Lu Xinyi threw the 10-liter oil drum towards the group of corpses. Gasoline poured down like rain, pouring on the pile of corpses that formed a hill. At the same time, Zhou Yin also rushed over and immediately used his firepower. Burning flames sprayed towards the corpses, instantly igniting the gasoline on the corpses. The dazzling scarlet flames burned, and the flames quickly rose upwards, igniting the zombie crawling at the front. The zombies shrouded in flames felt no pain at all. They kept waving their arms, trying to turn around and attack Lu Xinyi and the others. In the office on the 6th floor, the atmosphere was very depressing and solemn, filled with an air of despair. Outside the door were zombies who kept banging on the door, and downstairs were zombies climbing the wall. Attacked from both sides, they had almost no way out. All they could do is wait for death and try their best to fight. But most people present were ready to give up resistance. With their meager strength of 20 or 30 people, how could they be a match for hundreds of zombies? However, just when everyone was feeling desperate, a dazzling red light suddenly rose downstairs. Even on the 6th floor, they seemed to be able to feel the scorching temperature through the windows. The bald man hurriedly came to the window and looked outside and shouted in surprise, "There is someone downstairs. Someone is attacking the corpses." Hearing this, other people also came to the window to check. This sight suddenly raised hope in everyone's hearts. Someone is really attacking the corpses. The corpses climbing the wall downstairs are surrounded by fire. Who is so powerful? He actually has the guts to deal with so many zombies. Look, there are people there. 2 men and 1 woman. The man wearing glasses is a fire-based superpower. He should be the one who set the fire. The woman with the long knife is also very powerful, and she kills zombies so neatly. Bar, a man wearing glasses? A woman with a long knife? Qin Xian, who was sitting weakly, heard this and endured the pain to stand up. "Don't move," the little girl standing next to him hurriedly warned. "Be careful of your wounds." Qin Xian turned a deaf ear and ignored the blood oozing from the torn wound. He forced himself to get up and walk towards the window with weak and staggering steps. The little girl hurriedly stepped forward to help him and followed him to the window. However, the window was already crowded with people, and everyone was looking down curiously. The two of them couldn't squeeze in at all. Sudden, boom! There was a sudden loud banging sound from the closed door of the office, which also attracted everyone's attention. They almost forgot that there were many zombies gathered outside the door. "Everyone, please keep your voice down," the bald man hurriedly reminded everyone. Everyone who was still talking excitedly fell silent for an instant and looked at the door with vigilance and fear. Boom! There was another strong impact, and the locked door lock was knocked open. "Oops, the door has been knocked open," the bald man shouted. "Quick, move something to block the door." The young and strong men took action and moved all the things that could be moved in the office to block the door. Although zombies can't break into the door for the time being, this is not a long-term solution after all. As long as they are in the office, zombies will continue to knock on the door, and sooner or later the door will be breached by zombies. "Do you think the people downstairs will come to save us?" someone asked in a low voice. Everyone was silent. After a while, someone said in a low voice in hope, "It should be possible." Downstairs, the zombies climbing the wall were surrounded by fire, and the flames kept burning. Soon, half of the zombies were burned by the fire and lost the ability to move. But there were still many zombies. Regardless of the burning of the fire, they rushed towards Lu Xinyi and the others. Try to control these zombies where they are, and don't let them set other places on fire. Lu Xinyi reminded Zhou Yin and Shernua while killing the zombies quickly and accurately. Although these zombies are not afraid of the burning fire, their bodies have become fragile under the burning of the flames. With just a slightly harder blow, the already rotten arms of the zombies would easily shatter like burnt charcoal. Lu Xinyi waved his meow knife and moved swiftly and vigorously through the corpses. A cold light flashed through, and wherever she passed, a zombie died under her sword. After killing more than a dozen zombies in succession, she suddenly felt a burst of hot temperature sweeping from behind her. She hurriedly looked back and saw a zombie with wind powers, controlling the direction of the wind and blowing the flames from the zombies towards her. Under the control of this wind zombie, the scorching fire was approaching Lu Xinyi like a poisonous snake. Lu Xinyi did not dare to take it lightly and quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the red flames, but her trouser legs were still burned with holes in the fire. The skin on my calf stung a little, but luckily it wasn't burned. Lu Xinyi rolled around on the spot and quickly stood up. Before the wind zombie used its power again, she ran as fast as possible to the wind zombie. When she was still 2 or 3 meters away from the wind zombie, she jumped up suddenly and slashed the zombie's head with her sharp and slender sword. He actually split the zombie's head into 2 halves. A gray crystal core the size of a glass ball fell to the ground. Lu Xinyi lowered his eyes and thought to himself. It turned out to be a second-level wind-type supernatural zombie. Chapter 60. Why are you here? The 3 of them were fighting hard downstairs. Suddenly, Lu Xinyi heard a burst of anxious shouting from the office on the 6th floor. Help! Help! Can you come and save us? Immediately afterwards, the call was interrupted. Even though the other party's voice was much lowered, Lu Xinyi's hearing was very keen, and he could still hear the other party whispering at the person calling for help. What are you shouting for? Do you think the zombies outside the door are too slow to break in? After Lu Xinyi killed a zombie with 1 blow, he looked up to the 6th floor and saw the people inside gathered around the window, looking at the 3 of them nervously. But there is no figure of Qin Xian in it. Lu Xinyi frowned, turned around and said to Zhou Yin, Teacher Zhou, leave the remaining zombies to you and Shernua. I will go up and save them. Okay, boss, be careful. Zhou Yin thrust his spear into a zombie's head, turned around and nodded at Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi cut off the head of a zombie rushing in front with 1 knife, and then quickly walked to the corner. There were many zombies that were burned to a pitch-black pile in the corner, and some of them still had flames left on their bodies. Lu Xinyi avoided the flames, took out an eagle's claw hook from the space, and threw it upwards with force. The eagle's claw hook accurately hooked the window edge of the office on the 6th floor. After testing the stability of the eagle's claw hook, she grabbed the rope with both hands, jumped up lightly, pushed her feet on the wall, and climbed up quickly. Quick, open the window and let her come up. Give me your hands and pull her up. Arriving outside the window on the 6th floor, Lu Xinyi rejected the many hands that were stretched out to him and easily entered the office while holding onto the windowsill. Everyone in the office gathered in front of her and started asking questions. Are you here to rescue us? How are you going to get us out? Get us out quickly. The zombies outside the door are about to rush in. Are you the only one who can save us? Can you do it alone? Lu Xinyi ignored the crowd and glanced around the crowd with cold eyes, and finally saw a pale and weak Qin Geng in the corner. She pushed aside the crowd, strode to Qin Xian, knelt down in front of him, and said softly, Qin Xian, how are you? The little girl who had been following him turned to look at Lu Xinyi, but in an instant, a look of shock appeared on her tender, palm-sized face. Elder sister? After Lu Xinyi saw the little girl clearly, his pupils couldn't help but dilate, and he said in disbelief, Forsythia? Why are you here? Xiao Yinxiao, her biological sister, followed her mother to Country M after her mother divorced Lu Jinping, and even her surname was changed to her mother's. In the past few years, my mother only took my sister back to the country a few times, so they didn't see each other that often. We usually communicate by phone. Before the end of the world, when she was talking to her mother on the phone, she heard her mother talk about her younger sister attending school. However, how could the sister who was supposed to be in Country M appear in City H? But she couldn't care less about that at the moment. She took out the hemostatic medicine and handed it to Xiao Yinxiao and said, help him stop the bleeding first. As she spoke, she spread her mental energy and found that the corridor outside the door was filled with crowded corpses, and even the stairs were full of zombies. It is obviously impossible to get out from the door. As soon as the office door is opened, zombies outside the door will immediately pour in like a tide. Bang! There was another loud knock on the door, and the tables, chairs, and cabinets blocking the door were shaken by the impact. Under the influence of mental power, Lu Xinyi clearly saw that the person who hit the door was a 3rd-level power zombie. It was already tall and burly. After awakening its power was greatly increased. It hit the door panel hard again, and the obstacles behind the door were actually knocked back a centimeter or 2. If it is allowed to continue to hit, the obstacle will be knocked away sooner or later. Gotta get out of here quickly. However, Just as Lu Xinyi was about to withdraw her spiritual power, she was keenly aware that a spiritual power was also coming from the corpse group and tried to attack her spiritual consciousness. There is actually a psychic zombie among the corpses. Her current mental power is equivalent to that of a second-level mental superpower, and the mental power of that superpower zombie is probably on par with hers. Obviously, the mental zombie discovered her. The next moment, it actually used supernatural powers to affect the consciousness of other zombies. Suddenly, the zombies outside the door became restless, each one roaring nonstop, and the power-type zombie outside the door crashed into the door more than twice as fast. Seeing that the office door had been opened with a gap of 4 to 5 centimeters, Lu Xinyi immediately stood up and tied the eagle hook to a heavy wooden desk. After fixing the eagle hook, she threw the rope out of the window and said seriously to the others, "Anyone who wants to survive should follow the rope and go downstairs immediately, and be fast." Outside the door were zombies who kept banging on the door, and everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme. When they suddenly heard her words, everyone came to the window and tried to go downstairs. But when I looked out the window, everyone was frightened by the height of the 6th floor. This is the 6th floor. If you accidentally fall down, you will either die or be crippled. The consequences are not much better than being eaten by zombies. Lu Xinyi glanced at everyone and said nothing. The purpose of her coming here was to save Qin Geng. Now that she had found Qin Geng and unexpectedly met her sister, she only needed to take them both out of here smoothly. As for the life and death of other people, it has nothing to do with her. Besides, she has already paved a way out for them. If they don't have the courage, they can only wait here to die. Lu Xinyi came to Qin Xian and helped him to the window with Xiao Lianxiao. Then, she took out another rope and tied him and Xiao Lianxiao together. After helping the two people onto the windowsill, Lu Xinyi held the rope tightly and carefully let them go downstairs. When other people saw this, they all said, "Send us down too. If I go down from such a high building, I will fall." Lu Xinyi turned around and looked at everyone with cold eyes. "What did you say?" At this time, the office door had been knocked open with a gap of about 10 centimeters. An arm with blue and black skin stretched out from outside the door, grabbed an upside-down chair, and threw it forward with force. Bang! The chair smashed the glass window and fell downstairs. Glass flew everywhere, making everyone scream and run away. "Hurry downstairs!" Lu Xinyi couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. At this time, everyone was afraid of the height of the 6th floor and rushed to grab the rope. "No crowding. Go down one by one." Lu Xinyi shouted again, walked to the door with a meow knife, and kicked the table hard. The table hit the door panel and hit the arm of the power-type zombie hard. It broke its arm forcefully but also completely angered it. Chapter 61, No One is Allowed to Leave. The powerful zombie suddenly became furious, and its tall body kept slamming into the door panel, causing the tables, chairs, and benches behind the door to clank. Lu Xinyi glanced at the door warily, then looked back at the survivors lining up to go downstairs. At this time, nearly half of the survivors were heading downstairs along the ropes. On the wall more than 10 meters high, the survivors were strung together like candied haws. The one at the bottom is the bald man. After he successfully came down, he released the rope and went to pick up the person above. The whole process was quite orderly. But suddenly, a middle-aged man hanging in the middle of the rope said angrily, "People below, hurry up. Don't you see there's so many people above us? When zombies rush into the office, everyone will die. Here." These words made the people below him a little nervous, and they all sped up. But not everyone has the courage and strength to slide down from a 10-meter-high building by grabbing a rope. One of them saw that he had reached the 3rd floor, but accidentally failed to hold on to the rope and fell out of the air. "Ah!" The man screamed in fright, and his face instantly turned pale. Fortunately, there were many charred corpses piled up downstairs. Although the zombies were burned beyond recognition and looked hideous and terrifying, they had someone to back them up. The man fell directly into the pile of zombies. Apart from being choked by the unpleasant smell that hit his nose and almost vomiting, he didn't suffer any injuries. Seeing this, the others felt relieved. As long as you don't die if you fall. Suddenly, everyone fell faster. In the office at this time, there were still 4 survivors who had not come downstairs. The powerful zombie outside the door was still banging on the door. "Son, bang!" The door panel and the tables, chairs, and benches piled up behind the door were all knocked away. A bench flew straight out and almost hit the head of a survivor. The 4 survivors were all frightened and clung to the window. urging the people below to move faster. Lu Xinyi, on the other hand, was always staring at the door warily. When the power-type zombie rushed in, she rushed forward with a single step. Before the zombie launched an attack, she swung her sword with all her strength and slashed hard at the zombie. The third-level power-type zombies are not only much stronger, but their physical strength has also been improved a lot. Her full-strength sword attack only cut off its other arm, but failed to kill it. But Lu Xinyi did not lose heart. He swung his knife again and struck the zombie's head accurately. But at this moment, another zombie rushed in from outside the door, knocked away the power zombie, and jumped towards Lu Xinyi. Immediately afterwards, more and more zombies poured into the office. The door, which could only allow 2 people to enter side by side, was blocked by the terrifying zombies. Under the influence of the spiritual zombie, the zombies all attacked Lu Xinyi, which gave the 4 survivors a chance to escape. After the 4 of them glanced at Lu Xinyi worriedly, they hurriedly climbed out of the window and followed the rope carefully and quickly downstairs. Downstairs, when the bald man saw that all his people had come down, he wanted to organize everyone to evacuate. Zhou Yan walked over quickly and asked urgently, "How is the situation up there?" The last person who came down panicked and replied, "The door of the office was opened by zombies." All the zombies outside the door rushed into the office. Your companions were surrounded by zombies. What? Zhou Yan was suddenly shocked. The weak Qin Xian, who was being supported by Nuo and Xiao Lianxiao, staggered forward when he heard this. "Qin Xian, you are injured. Don't move." Nuo quickly stopped him and persuaded him. "Boss, she is so powerful. She will be fine." Qin Xian remained silent, raised his bloodless pale face, tried hard to open his heavy eyelids, and stared at the office. Xiao Lianxiao's heart was also full of worry. She finally reunited with her sister, and she didn't want to be separated from her sister forever. "My sister will be fine. You can't leave." Zhou Yan's angry voice attracted the attention of Nuo and Xiao Lianxiao. The 2 of them looked at the same time and saw Zhou Yan holding up the homemade spear in his hand, blocking the front of the bald man's group with an angry look on his face. "My companion is trapped in the office in order to save you, and you just want to leave like this?" The bald man looked a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at him. However, one person in the crowd behind him said, "I'm afraid your companion has been bitten to death by zombies long ago. With so many zombies rushing in, does she still have a chance to survive? If we don't leave, why don't we stay here and wait upstairs? Are those zombies coming down?" Several people next to him echoed, "That's right. Besides, it won't help if we stay here. We might as well leave quickly and find a safe place to stay. If you don't save your comrades yourself, why do you ask us not to leave? Your comrades saved us, so we have to stay here and wait to die in vain? Get out of the way. We have to find another shelter." With that said, those people came forward and stretched out their hands to push Zhou Yan. Suddenly, a crackling purple lightning struck his head, killing the man who walked in front of Zhou Yan on the spot. The man's whole body was scorched black after being hacked. After twitching a few times, he fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. They all looked at Zhou Yan, thinking that it was Zhou Yan who had moved his hand. But they felt something was wrong. They all stared at Zhou Yan and did not see him use his powers. Before anyone could figure it out, another thunder and lightning struck. This time it was the man who was the first to retort that was hit. The man suddenly fell to the ground, shaking uncontrollably and foaming at the mouth. After a while, he lost his breath. 2 people died one after another, and everyone panicked and looked at each other nervously. After looking around, everyone finally discovered that the 2 lightning bolts came from Qin Geng, who was so weak that he would faint at any time. He slowly turned his head, and his originally clean and clear eyes were now filled with cold, murderous intent, staring at the group of people in front of him like poisonous snakes. He opened his lips lightly and said weakly, but firmly, "None of you are allowed to leave until Xi comes back." Although the words were spoken intermittently, his tone was cold and strong. Coupled with his stern eyes, it actually made the bald man and the others shudder. This kid looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, but he didn't expect to have such a terrifying aura. At this moment, another window in the office on the 6th floor was suddenly smashed heavily. The sound of broken glass instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw a slender figure jumping out of the window. Chapter 62, They Say Bad Things About You. Everyone looked shocked when they saw this. Qin Xian and the others even had their hearts in their throats. Just when everyone thought Lu Xinyi would fall directly from the 6th floor, they saw her plunge the Miao knife into the wall, and her whole body was suspended in midair. Then I saw her throwing a round object into the window. There was a loud bang, and a deafening explosion suddenly came from the office. Bright and dazzling firelight burst out of the window, and the remaining window glass was scattered in all directions. The office was full of zombies, and the grenades thrown in by Lu Xinyi were blown to pieces. For a moment, broken limbs and broken arms were flying everywhere, and blood mixed with rotten flesh covered all the walls of the office. The entire office was in a sea of blood. Lu Xinyi was still holding the Miao Dao in midair, extending his mental power upwards and landing in the office. The zombies in the office were all blown into a pile of rotten flesh, but there were still dense zombies squeezing in outside the door. And the mental zombie was still hiding outside the door. If that mental zombie is not dealt with, it will eventually become a disaster. After another large group of zombies swarmed in outside the door, Lu Xinyi once again spent 2,000 points to redeem a grenade from the system mall. At this moment, she didn't care about the distress points and quickly threw the grenade into the office. The explosion sounded again, and tongues of fire shot out of the window. She clung to the wall to avoid being burned by the tongues of fire. After the bombing of 2 consecutive grenades and her hard fighting just now, 90% of the zombies inside and outside the door have been eliminated, leaving only about 10% of the zombies. Lu Xinyi grabbed the Miao Dao, used the force to jump up, clung to the window edge while withdrawing the Miao Dao, then turned over and climbed into the office. At the same time, the mental zombie finally rushed into the office. Under its influence, the remaining zombies attacked Lu Xinyi with all their teeth and claws, but they were all eliminated by Lu Xinyi with quick eyesight and quick hands. Roar! Seeing that all his accomplices were wiped out, the mental zombie roared angrily. Immediately afterwards, it used its spiritual power to try to attack Lu Xinyi's consciousness. Lu Xinyi quickly formed a mental barrier to protect his brain from being invaded. Then, she pushed hard with her feet, and her whole body jumped out like an arrow from a string, and she was in front of the zombie in the blink of an eye. Seeing that it was unable to attack her mental consciousness, the zombie immediately waved its hands to catch her. But with Lu Xinyi's agile and vigorous skills, and his speed comparable to that of a third-level speed-type superpower, how could he be caught by it? She quickly flashed past the zombie, and Miao Dao's gleaming blade sliced across it, causing the zombie's head to instantly roll to the ground. Ah! Miao's knife drew an arc in the air, and the tip of the knife pierced the zombie's head, picking out a white crystal core the size of a glass bead. After putting the small truck out, Lu Xinyi saw it put the white crystal core into the compartment and then turned around to explore other crystal nuclei, so he ignored it. After the pickup truck detector collects the crystal cores, it will automatically look for her. She has no worries that the pickup truck will get lost or be robbed. Downstairs, everyone was still in shock, obviously not expecting that Lu Xinyi was actually carrying 2 bombs. If these 2 bombs are thrown out, a large number of zombies will definitely die. But without seeing Lu Xinyi in person, the 4 of Qin and Zheng still couldn't let go of their hanging hearts. Zhou Yin glanced at Qin Ji, who couldn't wait to rush into the building, and said, "I'll go into the building to see if I can find the boss." Qin Xian slowly turned his head to look at him, opened his mouth with difficulty, and said, "Be careful." "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Zhou Yin smiled knowingly and wanted to reach out and pat him on the shoulder, but seeing that he was so weak, he was really afraid that his pat would aggravate his injuries, so he calmly retracted his hand. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took 2 steps forward, he saw a slender figure walking quickly from the office building holding a slender Miao knife. Her black high ponytail was slightly messy at this time, but it did not affect her charming appearance at all, but instead added a bit of bohemianness to her. There was a drop of blood on her fair and smooth face, but she didn't care at all and wiped it off casually with the back of her hand. Facing everyone's shocked and surprised eyes, Lu Xinyi strode over. Qin Ji's originally dull eyes suddenly glowed with a bright light, and his dry and chapped lips tried their best to raise an obvious arc. He endured the severe pain in his abdomen, dragged his heavy legs, and moved forward with difficulty. Qin. Lu Xinyi quickly came to him, grabbed his arm, and said worriedly, "You are so seriously injured, please don't move." Qin Xian grabbed her wrist with his backhand, looked at her with remorse and guilt in his eyes, and said weakly, "Xinyi, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back." Lu Xinyi interrupted him, then turned back to Zhou Yin and said, "Teacher Zhou, let's go." Zhou Yin responded, stepped over, and carefully supported Qin Geng with Shernua. Lu Xinyi held Xiao Lianxiao's hand, and they were about to leave. When the bald man and others saw that Lu Xinyi ignored them at all, everyone was a little confused. What's going on now? This girl. The bald man stopped Lu Xinyi and said sincerely, "Thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have died in the office." Lu Xinyi turned to look at him, then looked at the two people who were struck to death by lightning in front of them, and said coldly, "You can go." Just now, when she was upstairs, although her attention was all on the zombies, with her keen hearing, she still heard the two thunders used by Qinju. Qinju was able to use his supernatural powers to kill two people in succession in such a weak state. It must be that these people did something that he could not tolerate. Furthermore, she was very unhappy with the reactions of these people when she went downstairs. Out of kindness and to prevent them from getting in the way, she rescued them downstairs. After that, they had nothing to do with her. Seeing her cold attitude, the bald man looked a little embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly, but didn't know how to start. Someone in the crowd said disdainfully, "Why are you so arrogant? Do you really think you are the savior?" Lu Xinyi turned to look at the person who spoke. A coldness flashed in his eyes, and after snorting coldly, just as he was about to speak, he saw a thunder suddenly fall, killing the person directly. She quickly turned back to look at Qin Xian. They saw that Qin Geng, who was already seriously injured and pale, was even more weak due to the continuous use of his powers, as if he would fall down at any time. But he still met Lu Xinyi's gaze firmly and said seriously, "You deserve to die if they say bad things about you." Chapter 63 is the boss doorman. Facing Qin Xian's stubborn and persistent gaze, Lu Xinyi felt as if there was a large ball of cotton stuffed in his throat, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. After a long while, she raised her lips slightly and chuckled. "You're right. We don't care about them, and go home first." After saying that, she looked back at the bald man and the others and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, leave as soon as possible. If anyone dares to be dirty again, I guarantee that his end will be worse than these three people." At this time, the bald man and others were frightened by Qin Xian's cruelty of killing three people without saying a word. They were also threatened by Lu Xinyi. Everyone could not help but tremble, and a feeling of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. "Timid. These people are really terrible." The bald man hurriedly said, "Let's leave now. Let's leave now." After saying that, he led a group of people and left in a hurry, as if they were fleeing. Glancing at the panicked backs of everyone, Lu Xinyi looked away and said, "Let's go too." The off-road vehicle was hidden by them, and several people could only leave the fertilizer plant on foot. On the way, Lu Xinyi asked the system, "If I include this fertilizer plant within the scope of the base but leave it alone, will it have any impact on the future development and construction of the base?" System: "The entire base is fully handled by the host. If the host doesn't want to take care of it, just ignore it. It will not affect the base." Lu Xinyi thought for a while and asked, "Then if this fertilizer plant is seized by others, will my points be deducted?" System: "Reward points that have been issued will not be deducted." With the words of the system, Lu Xinyi felt relieved. This fertilizer factory is far away from her safe house and Taoyuan village, making it really inconvenient for her to manage. Therefore, she planned to incorporate the fertilizer plant into the base territory first, and then leave it alone as long as it brought her points rewards. Lu Xinyi: "So is this fertilizer plant now part of the Oasis base?" System: "If the host wants to incorporate this place into the base territory, it will be part of the Oasis base." "Then hurry up and reward me with statistical points," Lu Xinyi urged. "It's okay if you don't want it in vain." The system was silent for a moment before issuing a reward of 100,000 points. After the points arrived, Lu Xinyi felt relieved and led the others to find the off-road vehicle quickly. Then he returned to Taoyuan village as quickly as possible. Qin Geng was so seriously injured that he fainted on the way back to the village. The off-road vehicle drove all the way to the medical center where Yuan Shui was located, and Yuan Shui had already received Lu Xinyi's message through the intercom. At this time, he was waiting outside the hospital with his neck stretched out. Seeing the off-road vehicle approaching, Yuan Shui hurriedly stepped forward and was startled when she saw Qin Geng being carried out of the car by Zhou Yan. "Quickly, carry him into the house and lay him flat on the bed," Yuan Shui ordered hurriedly, then turned to Lu Xinyi and said, "Boss, I need medicine." At present, most of the medicines in medical clinics are common medicines such as cold medicines and gastrointestinal medicines. These medicines were obviously of no use in treating Qin's wounds. If you need any medicine, just tell me. Lu Xinyi said solemnly. Even if she doesn't have it stored in her space, she can still buy it from the System Points Mall. No matter what medicine Yuan Shui needs, she can provide it. As the two of them walked in, Yuan Shui reported the name of the medicine, and then she saw Lu Xinyi like a treasure chest, with various medicines appearing in his hand, which made Yuan Shui's eyes widen. Darling, is their boss Doraemon? Carrying a lot of medicine, gauze, alcohol, etc. into the simple operating room, Yuan Shui walked in front of Qin Xie with a serious expression. She used scissors to cut off Qin's short sleeves, revealing the bloody wound on his abdomen. I saw a horizontal laceration wound about 10 centimeters long on his abdomen near his right waist. The wound was very deep, with flesh and blood turned out, and it looked very hideous and terrifying. The fair skin near the wound had already been stained red by blood, making his already fair complexion even paler. When Lu Xinyi saw Qin Geng's wound, he couldn't help but frown, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Xiao Lianxiao, who was standing next to her, held her hand tightly, her little hands trembling slightly. "Forsythia, please go out first." She turned her head and said softly. Xiao Lianxiao shook her head persistently and said with a hint of tears, "I won't go out. I want to watch Qin Xian wake up." Thinking that her sister had been staying with Qin Geng when she found the two at the fertilizer factory, Lu Xinyi thought about it and didn't let her out again. Yuan Shui first carefully cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and then began to suture Qin Geng's wound. You can imagine the pain when the wound is sutured without anesthesia, but at this time Qin Xian was in a coma and seemed to not feel the pain at all, not even moving his brows. After the wound was sutured, Yuan Shui took the gauze and began to bandage Qin Geng. It wasn't until his abdomen was wrapped with several layers of gauze that Yuan Shui breathed a sigh of relief and stepped in front of Lu Xinyi. Qin Xian's injuries look very serious, but fortunately they are all on the skin and flesh, and no internal organs are injured. It's just that he lost too much blood and needs to rest for a long time. Let him stay here for a few days so that you can change his medicine. Lu Xinyi said, "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan Shui was somewhat flattered and waved her hands hurriedly, saying, "Boss, you don't have to be so polite. You arranged this job for me, and this is my job. How can I accept your thanks?" Lu Xinyi curled her lips slightly, without saying much, and said, "Tell me what medicine you need." Yuan Shui frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Although we have no shortage of commonly used medicines in our clinic, if we encounter a more serious illness, commonly used medicines will obviously not work. And we lack a lot of equipment, so I'll find a way to get it back for you." Lu Xinyi said in a deep voice, "Make me a list of the medicines and equipment you think you can use, and I'll find time to go to the hospital." Yuan Shui is right. Since she has arranged a doctor's job for Yuan Shui, it is impossible for her to just treat some simple colds. Therefore, medicines and medical equipment are essential. Although there are many medicines stored in her space, they are all commonly used medicines. Even if they are redeemed from the System Point Mall, it will cost her a lot of points. So, the best way is to go to the hospital. After bidding farewell to Yuan Shui, Lu Xinyi took Xiao Lianxiao out of the hospital. After telling others about Qin Lianxiao's situation so that they didn't have to worry, she took Xiao Lianxiao to an empty house alone. "See?" Lu Xinyi sat casually on a chair and pointed to the chair opposite her. Xiao Lianxiao lowered her head and wrung her fingers nervously after sitting down. Leaning lazily on the back of the chair, Lu Xinyi crossed his arms over his chest and said seriously, "Forsythia, why are you in H City?" Chapter 64, Why Say Sorry? Lu Xinyi stared at Xiao Lianxiao steadily. "My sister will appear in H City. It is obvious that she has returned to China before the end of the world. However, she had no idea at all. Sometime before the apocalypse came in her previous life, she did not speak to her mother and sister who were far away in Country M. Although she tried to contact her mother after the apocalypse, they all came to nothing and there was no news. Therefore, she did not know that her sister would also be in H City after the end of the world. After returning from Rebirth, although she contacted her mother in advance, her sister was still in Country M at that time, and she never thought that her sister would come back quietly. That's why she was deeply shocked when she saw her sister at the fertilizer factory. She didn't dare to think about how her sister survived alone in a world full of ferocious zombies, and humans were scarier than zombies after the apocalypse in her previous life. But this life is different. She has found her sister, so she must protect her sister and not let her get hurt in any way. Xiao Lianxiao quietly raised her head to look at Lu Xinyi. Seeing her serious expression and a trace of anger hidden in her eyebrows, she was so frightened that she immediately lowered her head. Sister, after hesitating for a long time, she suddenly raised her head to meet Lu Xinyi's slightly sharp gaze. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you when I returned home. A 14-year-old girl lived alone in a zombie-infested city for more than a month just to see her sister. If the thought of seeing her sister hadn't kept supporting her, she would have been bitten to death by zombies or killed by a villain with bad human nature. Now I finally see my sister, but her sister seems to be a little different from what I remembered. It has become a lot more severe. But my sister is still so awesome. She has regarded her sister as her idol since she was a child, because her sister is not only beautiful, good at studying, but also has many abilities. Therefore, her sister has always been her goal. Now that she saw her sister again, she found that her sister was even more powerful. The zombies that made everyone tremble were killed by my sister alone. My sister is indeed her idol. She is so awesome. Thinking of this, the little girl who was originally timid and guilty now put on an expression of admiration and looked at her sister curiously. Sister, why are you so powerful now? Seeing his sister looking at him with bright eyes, Lu Xinyi suddenly felt that she and Zhou Miao must be getting along well. Don't change the subject, she deliberately said with a serious face. Why didn't you tell me when you returned to China? We were lucky this time. I met you unexpectedly. If I hadn't seen you dash. Sister, I'm sorry. Xiao Lianxiao moved in front of her, grabbed her sleeves and shook her gently, saying coquettishly, I just wanted to give you a surprise, so I didn't tell you in advance. I am also a pre-apocalyptic person. I just returned home in one day. Then why didn't Mom tell me? I didn't let my mother say it. Xiao Lianxiao lowered her head guiltily. Isn't this a surprise for you? Lu Xinyi was speechless for a moment. My mother was a little too relieved about her sister and actually allowed her to return to China alone. It was the teacher who brought me back to China, as well as many classmates from our class. Xiao Lianxiao seemed to guess her thoughts and explained, That's why Mom promised me not to tell you. Meeting her guilty and self-reproaching gaze, Lu Xinyi sighed and said, Forget it, let's not talk about this. It is useless to say this now, and it does not change the fact that Xiao Lianxiao has returned to China for many days. How did you meet Qin Xian? How did Qin Xian get injured? Hearing this, Xiao Lianxiao lowered her head again in self-blame and whispered, Qin Xian was injured because he was trying to save me. When the disaster happened, I was studying and communicating with a teacher in a school. Later, the teacher took us all the way out of the school, but many classmates died. In the end, only me and 2 other classmates escaped. The 3 of us experienced the blizzard together, but neither of them could make it through, and I was the only one left in the end. Later, I accidentally met people from the fertilizer factory. When they saw that I was lonely, they took me back. Fertilizer plant. Almost all the survivors of the fertilizer plant were factory workers. There were many people, hundreds of them. I stayed in the fertilizer plant for several days. Qin Xian came yesterday. I wanted to find you, so I took your photo. Go ask him if he has seen you before and get to know him. He told me that he met people from the factory when he was looking for supplies. They were attacked by zombies together, and then he was brought back by the people from the factory. Qinji originally planned to take me out of the fertilizer factory today, but before we had time to leave, the corpses locked in the dormitory area suddenly rushed out. In the end, the only survivors were those who were rescued by you, sister. In order to protect me, Qin Xian was accidentally stabbed by the glass. In desperation, we had no choice but to escape to that office. Later, sister, you came? At the end of the sentence, Xiao Lianxiao couldn't help but shed tears. If you hadn't arrived in time, sister, I'd probably never see my sister again, and Qin Geng would be hurt. Lu Xinyi stretched out his hand to hug her, patted her back, and comforted her. Okay, stop crying, isn't sister here? You are fine. Qin Xian will be fine too, so you don't have to blame yourself, you know? But Qin Zhen, Xiao Lianxiao raised her tear-filled eyes and looked at her with red eyes. Then you wait until Qin Xian wakes up and then thank him. Lu Xinyi raised his hand to wipe away her tears and said with a smile, If you still feel sorry for him, then apologize to him in person. Xiao Lianxiao nodded heavily and said seriously, I will. The night is dark. Qin Xian, who had been in a coma for several hours, finally woke up. He opened his heavy eyelids and looked around in confusion. When he saw Lu Xinyi sitting on the chair next to the bed, he subconsciously wanted to sit up, but he didn't want to pull the wound. He couldn't help but groan in pain. Lu Xinyi, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed, quickly opened his eyes when he heard the movement, and a sharp flash of light flashed in his eyes. Qin Xian, you're awake. Seeing Qin Xian half supporting his body, she hurriedly stepped forward to help him lie down. Don't move around, just lie down. Qin Xian lay down again, but his eyes were locked on Lu Xinyi, and he whispered, Xinyi, I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry? Lu Xinyi pulled the quilt over him and asked casually. You were in danger to save me. Lu Xinyi chuckled when he heard this. You are my teammate. If you are in danger, will I just sit back and ignore it? But if you feel sorry for me, then just listen to me from now on. Lu Xinyi interrupted him and pretended to be serious. I will definitely listen to you. Qin Xian said solemnly and seriously. I will listen to whatever you say. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and reached out to touch his trouser pocket. Lu Xinyi looked at him doubtfully and saw him take out a diamond necklace from his trouser pocket. Chapter 65, Birthday Gift. Lu Xinyi took the necklace and looked at it carefully in his palm. The pendant of the necklace is in the shape of a water drop, and the diamond droplets sparkle under the light. Why did you give me this? She turned her eyes to Qin Xian and asked doubtfully. Your birthday is coming soon. Qin Xian was still very weak, and his voice was a little soft. But Lu Xinyi heard it clearly and was also surprised. Birthday? It's been a long time since she had a birthday. Since her mother divorced Lu Jinping, she rarely celebrates birthdays. Lu Jinping never celebrates her birthday. Although her mother remembers her birthday, buys her gifts, and calls her, she still feels lonely. When her grandparents were still alive, she would be accompanied by her grandparents on her birthday. But after her grandparents passed away, her birthdays would become even more deserted and lonely every year. In the 3 years after the disaster in her previous life, she had no chance to celebrate her birthday. So much so that she even forgot her own birthday. Now that she heard Qin Xian's words, she couldn't help but be a little stunned. How do you know my birthday? I found an old calendar in the safe house with your birthday circled on it. Lu Xinyi pursed her lips and said nothing. The safe house was the house where my grandparents used to live, and the old calendar must have been left behind by my grandparents. As they get older, they will gradually forget many things. It must be that they are afraid of forgetting her birthday, so they marked it on the old calendar. She couldn't help but tighten the necklace in her hand and smiled at Qin Ju. Thank you for your gift. Do you like it? Like. Hearing this, Qin Ju immediately showed a happy smile, and his pair of clean and clear eyes were filled with smiles. Lu Xinyi couldn't help but chuckle, but then she thought of something and asked, You went out alone this time. Weren't you just looking for a birthday present for me? Qin Ju's pale face showed a trace of embarrassment, and he whispered, Well, back then at the gas station, you said you didn't want things taken from dead people, saying they were unlucky. I said at that time that I would find you a better necklace from the store in the future. Lu Xinyi was stunned for a moment. It had been a long time since that incident. At that time, she had just met Qin Xian, and she was very defensive and distrustful of him. Therefore, she didn't take anything he said to heart. But he didn't expect that he would always remember it. Qin. Lu Xinyi put away his thoughts, looked at him intently, and said seriously, Thank you for remembering my birthday, especially preparing a gift for me, and protecting Forsythia regardless of your own safety. In short, I'm very grateful for all of this. Qin Xian didn't respond for a moment, just stared at her. After a moment, he shook his head gently and said, Ecting, you don't have to thank me. I am willing to do all these things for you. I'd do anything for you. The weight of these words was too heavy. Lu Xinyi wanted him to take it back, but when she met his solemn and firm eyes, she could not say the words that came to her lips. After a moment of silence, she raised a soft smile and said, Then I thank you in my heart. Yuan Schweb bandaged your wound, but the wound was very deep and you lost too much blood. So you have been here to recuperate in peace these past few days. Do you know? What about you? Qin Xian asked anxiously. Will you stay here? Lu Xinyi thought for a moment and said, I will also stay in Taoyuan village for the next few days. When your injury is almost healed, we will return to the safe house. After hearing this, Qin Xian felt relieved, showed a bright smile, and said softly, Okay. After coming out of the medical clinic, Lu Xinyi saw Xia Lianxiao waiting anxiously outside. Sister. Xia Lianxiao walked over quickly and asked nervously, Is Qin Geng awake? Wake up. If you want to go in and see him, go ahead, but he is still very weak, so don't talk to him for too long. Yeah. Xia Lianxiao nodded obediently. I just went in to thank him and apologize. Lu Xinyi suddenly thought of something and asked, By the way, Forsythia, are you willing to be my teammate? Xiao Yanxiao was a little confused, but she still nodded and said, "Of course I am willing. Go and see Qin Xian." Lu Xinyi smiled and waved to her. At the same time, the system announced, prompting her to recruit a new teammate and gain 1,000 points. When Xiao Yanxiao's back was out of sight, she withdrew her gaze and left the hospital, finding Zhou Yin, who was talking to Zhou Miao. "Boss!" As soon as he saw Lu Xinyi, Zhou Miao immediately looked at her with shining eyes. The look in his eyes was as fanatical as when a star-chasing fan sees his idol. Lu Xinyi smiled at her and nodded, then turned to Zhou Yin and said, "Teacher Zhou, take Shernua and Lao Tao with you to transport the fertilizer back from the fertilizer factory." Although she had previously used skill points to upgrade the land in Taoyuan village, there was free fertilizer to use, so there was no need to use it in vain, and she did not need to spend points to buy skill points. The zombies in the fertilizer plant have been cleared away, and the three of them are all superpowers. As long as they don't encounter a large-scale zombie wave, the three of them should be able to handle it. "Boss, I want to go too." Zhou Miao looked at her expectantly. Lu Xinyi said, "You have to ask Teacher Zhou about this." "Uncle," Zhou Yin originally wanted to reject her, but then he thought about it. Although Taoyuan village is currently safe, there is no guarantee that accidents will not happen. They cannot rely on the boss for protection all the time. They have to become strong themselves, and they must not hold the boss back. It would be fine to let Miao Miao go out with him to gain some experience. Then go ahead, but first I have to tell you that you have to listen to me. "Don't worry, uncle." After the uncle and nephew left, Lu Xinyi also prepared to return to the building where she was temporarily staying. But on the way, she saw Tianming walking towards her in a hurry. "Boss!" Tianming walked quickly to Lu Xinyi and said excitedly, "I've already set up the radio station, and I just received a message." "What news?" Lu Xinyi asked. "This is an official message, informing everyone that they can go to the Dawn base created by the authorities on their own." Dawn base? She had heard of this base in her previous life. It was indeed officially established and was located 200 or 300 kilometers away from H City. In her previous life, after hearing about the Dawn base, her team had also wanted to go to the Dawn base, but due to various reasons, they had been unable to go there. When they were finally ready to set off for the Dawn base, the base was attacked by an unprecedented tide of zombies. Soon, the Dawn base fell, but that was a year after the end of the world. At present, the Shuguang base is in the development stage. Lu Xinyi put away his thoughts and said, "Don't expose the existence of our base for now. Continue to receive radio messages." "Okay, boss." A few days later, Tianming brought her an important radio news. "Boss, Shuguang base is convening various civilian bases to organize a collective action. Do we want to participate?" "Collective action?" Lu Xinyi frowned slightly and thought to himself. Chapter 66, I don't want to be separated from you. "Did you say it was a collective action?" Lu Xinyi asked. Tianming replied, "We are going to search the national grain reserves. It is said that we will recruit 20 civilian teams." "When do you leave?" "We are still in the recruitment stage. The information given by Dawn Base is that we will depart in a week." Lu Xinyi thought for a moment and said, "Then let's sign up." The grain reserves of the National Grain Depot are measured in tens of thousands of tons. Even if Shuguang Base takes the bulk, each civilian team can still be allocated a lot of grain. With such an opportunity in front of her, she didn't want to let it go. At dinner, everyone gathered in the cafeteria to eat. After these few days of recuperation, Qin Xian's injury has improved a lot, and now he is sitting around the dining table with everyone. After everyone had finished eating, Lu Xinyi told everyone about the Dawn base. "I asked Tianming to sign up, and I will go and participate in person when the time comes." "Boss, are you going alone?" Zhou Yin asked. Qin Xian immediately said, "Xine, I'll go with you. Your injury hasn't healed yet, so just rest in peace and recover." Lu Xinyi said, "Teacher Zhou will go with me then." "Sister, I want to go too." Xiao Lianxiao weakly raised her hand and looked at Lu Xinyi pleadingly. "Forsythia, you dash." "Sister, I have superpowers." Xiao Lianxiao interrupted her and said hurriedly, "I never found a chance to tell you that I have awakened 2 superpowers." Everyone present was shocked and looked at her in surprise. Tianming was even more envious. "Oh my god, it's so unfair. Some people have awakened 2 powers, while some people don't even have 1 power. That's right, I am the loser without powers." His words were immediately attacked by Yuan Shui. "Tianming, what do you mean? Are you useless if you don't have superpowers? You're not the only one here who doesn't have superpowers." Suppress your words. Looking at Yuan Shui, who was deliberately keeping a straight face, and then at Li Dashan, who looked a little embarrassed, Tian Ming realized that he had said the wrong thing. In addition to his having no powers, Yuan Shui and Li Dashan's family also had no awakened powers. His words undoubtedly scolded them. He hurriedly apologized. Look at my mouth, you know it's nonsense. I'm in charge. Brother Dashan, sister-in-law, just think I'm farting, don't take it to heart. Li Dashan waved his hand and said, I know what you mean, we won't mind. Having said that, Tian Ming still had guilt on his face. Lu Xinyi glanced at Tian Ming and then asked Xiao Lianxiao, Forsythia, what power have you awakened? Space powers and auxiliary powers. Xiao Lianxiao said proudly. My space is as big as a bedroom and can hold a lot of things, and my auxiliary powers can increase the intensity of your powers. This surprised Lu Xinyi. He didn't expect his sister to have two kinds of powers. Moreover, the space for Forsythia is not small. Even if they have the same space ability, their space capacity will be different. Although Forsythia's space is far less than her system space, its capacity is definitely not small compared to other space power users. As for her auxiliary abilities, although she has no actual attack power, at critical moments, her auxiliary buffs will bring unexpected benefits to the team. However, because her powers have no attack power, it means that her safety cannot be effectively guaranteed on the battlefield, and someone must protect her at all times. Sister, can I go? Xiao Lianxiao looked at Lu Xinyi nervously and expectantly. Lu Xinyi pursed her lips and thought for a long time before saying, Okay, then you come with me. With Forsythia, a space superpower, traveling with them, they don't have to expose her space to outsiders. In this way, their team has a hidden card. Moreover, she also wanted to try out the effect of Forsythia's auxiliary power. Okay, Xiao Lianxiao was very happy, with a bright and youthful smile on her face. When she smiled, the two paired dimples at the corners of her mouth were particularly obvious. Lu Xinyi looked at her with a smile, and suddenly felt a sad gaze falling on her. She quickly looked around and saw Qin Xian looking at her pitifully, like a pitiful puppy abandoned by its owner. Lu Xinyi. She calmly looked away and pretended not to notice. But Qin Xian's resentful eyes always followed her, firmly locked on her. After leaving the cafeteria after the meal, Qin Xian still followed her step by step, but did not take the initiative to talk to her. When he walked outside the building where he was staying temporarily, Lu Xinyi couldn't bear it anymore and turned around to look at him expressionlessly. Qin Xian, come here. Qin Ji lowered his head, slowly came to her, lowered his head, and stared at her with his innocent eyes. I won't let you go because your injury hasn't healed yet. I'm not afraid. What if you are not careful and your old injury relapses? Yuan Shui will bandage it for me again. Lu Xinyi, calm down, calm down. Didn't you promise that you would listen to whatever I say? This sentence suddenly hit Qin Xian's weakness. He couldn't find the right words to refute for a while, so he could only press his lips tightly and look at her stubbornly and aggrievedly. Lu Xinyi reached out and brushed his hair and said comfortingly, When you recover from your injury, we can go out together again. Looking into her bright and lively eyes, Qin Ju mustered up the courage to say, But I don't want to be separated from you. Lu Xinyi was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, she sighed and compromised. The departure time for the Dawn base is scheduled to be in a week. If your injury is almost healed by then, you can go with me. But if your injury is not suitable for going out, then you can't. Qin Ju immediately laughed and nodded heavily. I will take good care of my injuries, and I will definitely get better. He looked like a pitiful puppy one second and smiled happily the next. If he really had a tail, it would be shaking like a propeller at this moment. Lu Xinyi smiled helplessly and whispered, Fool. In a blink of an eye, it was the departure time set for the Dawn base. The meeting point is set at a highway intersection on the border of City F and City H, where Dawning Base is located, and the time is 10 o'clock in the morning. In the early morning, after Lu Xinyi got up, as soon as she opened the door to her room, she saw Qin Xian's tall figure standing motionless outside her door. Ekani, my injury has healed, Qin Xian said cheerfully, lifting up the hem of his short sleeves, revealing his fair and thin waist and the scabbed wound on his abdomen. It has to be said that although Qin Xian looks very thin, his physical fitness is very strong and his recovery ability is much faster than that of ordinary people. Lu Xinyi glanced at the slightly flesh-red wound on his abdomen and said, In that case, let's go together. Yes, Qin Xian nodded heavily, his eyes full of joyful smile. Chapter 67. Still want to steal my car? When going to the grain reserve this time, Lu Xinyi not only brought Qin Geng and Xiao Xiao, but also Zhou Yin. Before 9 o'clock, the four of them drove to the meeting point. Abandoned vehicles can be seen everywhere on today's highways, blocking the roads in random directions, making it difficult to drive. But Lu Xinyi's off-road vehicle had full defense and ran fearlessly, crashing directly into a path between abandoned vehicles. But even so, it still took the group an hour to arrive at the agreed-upon location. When they arrived at the highway intersection, they found that many people had already arrived and vehicles were parked at the intersection, making the intersection somewhat congested. The number of other teams is not small. There are at least a dozen people, and almost all of them come in big trucks. The four of them, Lu Xinyi, only had one off-road vehicle, which seemed a bit unusual among all the large trucks. The four of them found a place to park at the back of the team, and Zhou Yin got out of the car to sign in with the person in charge of Shuguang Base. Lu Xinyi sat in the passenger seat, following Zhou Yin with his calm eyes, and landed on the person in charge of Shuguang Base. It was a tall, burly man. The man's muscles were gnarled, and his army green short sleeves were bulging out from his strong muscles, as if they would burst at any time. Under his army green camouflage pants was a pair of black military boots. His facial features are very straight, and there is a sense of majesty between his brows. One look at him shows that he has gone through a lot of hardships. The other party held a registration form in his hand and a pen in his calloused right hand. He wrote a few words on the registration form at random, and then gave Zhou Yin a walkie-talkie. When Zhou Yin came back with the walkie-talkie, the other teams were quietly observing him and their off-road vehicles. Lu Xinyi was also observing these people silently. Judging from the teams gathered by these people, 12 teams have arrived, and there are still 8 teams that have not yet arrived. After waiting for a while, when it was still a few minutes until 10 o'clock, 7 more teams arrived one after another. At 10 o'clock, a rough and deep voice came from the intercom. "Hello, friends. I am Bai Jing, the person in charge of this operation at Shuguang Base." After all, dedicated respect. Everyone suddenly understood. Since we are all going to act together this time, why don't we all get out of the car and get to know each other first? Bai Jing's voice came from the intercom again. As he finished speaking, the people from Dawn Base were the first to get out of the armored vehicle. There were 12 people in total, all of them looking capable and neat. As expected of a team sent by the official base, their equipment is much better than other teams. The armored vehicle attracted everyone's envious gazes for a while, and when they saw that everyone in Shuguang Base was armed with guns, their envious gazes became even more obvious. Seeing this, the other teams also came out one after another. "Boss, shall we get off too?" "Go down." The four of them, Lu Xinyi, opened the off-road vehicle and got out, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present. Isn't it? There are only 4 people in this team, and there's a little girl who is 13 or 14 years old. Are these people bastards? How were they chosen? Even if you have to find someone to make up the numbers, you can at least do a good job on the surface, okay? That's right. Of these 4 people, the one wearing glasses looks more reliable. The other 3 are too young. For a moment, everyone looked at the 4 people with suspicion, disdain, and dissatisfaction. "Captain Bai, Shuguang Base's promise to us is that Shuguang Base will account for 40% of the grain reserves in the grain depot, and other bases will share the remaining 60% equally. But now some people are acting as gangsters. Can they share it equally with us?" These words express the sentiments of many people present, and everyone looked at Bai Jing, waiting for him to give a satisfactory answer. Bai Jing is an unsmiling and serious person. Hearing this question at this time, he frowned slightly and said solemnly, "Since you have come to participate in this operation, you must have agreed to the distribution of grain reserves by Shuguang Base." "But we didn't know in advance that there would be gangsters," someone retorted. "If we had known that there would be gangsters, we would never have agreed to an equal share." "You're right. Why can the bastards get the same amount of food as those who contribute more to us? It's not fair. It's the end of the world. Isn't it too naive to still think about fairness?" A joking and mocking voice came, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked around and saw the door of a black Jeep opening and a handsome man getting out of the car. He faced everyone's curious and inquiring eyes, walked straight to Lu Xinyi, and greeted her with a smile. "What a coincidence, we meet again." Lu Xinyi looked at him suspiciously, frowned, and said, "Who are you?" "Ji Yunjia." Even though it's the end of the world now, he was still a traffic star with many fans before the end of the world. She didn't know him when they first met, and she still doesn't know him now. And she has even forgotten that they have met before. Ji Yunja felt a little worried for a while. Don't you remember us? Su Mo followed and stood next to Ji Yunja. We wanted to drive away your car, but we didn't expect you to find us. Lu Xinyi recalled it for a moment and suddenly said, It's you. What? You still want to steal my car? Ji Yunja. Su Mo. This matter cannot be overcome. Who cares about your car? Li Zishan followed closely and looked at Lu Xinyi with disdain. Isn't it just a car? We don't need your car now. She had a lot of dissatisfaction with Lu Xinyi at the beginning. Although 2 months had passed, when she saw Lu Xinyi again, the scenes from back then suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Before Lu Xinyi could say anything, Qin Geng and Xiao Lianxiao stepped forward at the same time, staring at Li Zishan with hostility. She looked like if she dared to talk nonsense again, the two of them would attack her together. Seeing this, Li Zishan cursed loudly and dissatisfied. What do you want to do? Do you want to hit someone? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Xiao Lianxiao was quite temperamental at a young age. She put her hands on her hips and glared at Li Zishan angrily. Anyone who has trouble with her sister is her enemy. Although Qin Xian didn't say anything, his indifferent expression and sharp eyes already showed his attitude. Li Zishan was even more furious when she saw the two people were so unkind. Two lunatics. Who are you scolding? Xiao Lianxiao raised her chin, unhappiness written all over her young face. I'm talking about you. Zishan. Ji Yunja lowered his voice and scolded in a deep voice. Don't be rude. Yunjiu. Ji Yunja ignored her, but looked at Lu Xinyi apologetically. I apologize to you on Zishan's behalf. I hope you won't take it to heart. This time he could meet this girl again, and he wanted to bring her into his base. He didn't want to miss such a great talent again. Chapter 68 XINE. Is it really you? Lu Xinyi looked at Ji Yunja expressionlessly, and after a while he said quietly, Do you like apologizing for others? Ji Yunja was suddenly speechless and looked a little embarrassed. After 2 seconds of silence, he turned to look at Li Zishan and said seriously, Zishan, why don't you apologize to me quickly? Apologize? Why should I apologize? Li Zishan shouted dissatisfied. I am Li Zishan. Why should I apologize to her as an amateur? Before Ji Yunja could speak, Su Mo beside him couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, It's been 2 months since the end of the world, and you still think you're a big star? Wake up and face reality. You don't need to take care of my affairs. Li Zishan cursed displeasedly. Shut up. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Ji Yunja quickly gave Su Mo a wink to signal her not to argue with Li Zishan. Otherwise, the two of them will inevitably quarrel endlessly, which is already a daily routine in their base. Everyone in the base knew that Su Mo and Li Zishan disliked each other, and they would quarrel without even saying a few words. But both of them were veterans who founded the base with Ji Yunja, and they had not made any principal mistakes. It was impossible for Ji Yunja to drive one of them out of the base. In desperation, he could only reconcile and warn again and again. Fortunately, Su Mo was a reasonable person and listened to advice. He couldn't persuade Li Zishan, so he could only persuade Su Mo. Sensing Ji Yunja's eyes, Su Mo swallowed back the words that came to her lips. After giving Li Zishan a blank look, she simply walked aside and stayed alone. Out of sight is pure. Ji Yunja cast an apologetic look at Su Mo, then turned to Lu Xinyi and said, I didn't expect that we would meet again. I failed to introduce myself last time. My name is Ji Yunja, and her name is Su Mo. She is Li Zishan, a big star who is the center of attention. Lu Xinyi interrupted him and said in a mocking tone. Ji Yunja smiled awkwardly and spoke before Li Zishan could get angry. We have established a rising sun base. We received the news from the Dawn base and came to participate in the granary operation. I didn't expect to see you. Which base are you at now? His words also expressed the thoughts of the people watching the fun. They also wanted to know which shameless base these 4 guys who were obviously here to be scoundrels came from. Oasis base. Lu Xinyi did not hide it. There was no way to hide it, and there was no need to. Since they have come to participate in this event, the name of the Oasis base will naturally be known. Oasis base? Ji Yunja murmured and asked curiously. I wonder what the current size of your base is? How many people are there? If possible, he planned to persuade Lu Xinyi to join the Rising Sun base, or simply merge the Oasis base into the Rising Sun base. Just as Ji Yunja finished speaking, the sound of cars came, and the last team finally arrived after being more than 10 minutes late. It started with a small car, followed by several large trucks, and stopped directly at the end of the line. Then, everyone got out of the car and walked towards his side. The leader was a man in his 40s, of medium height, with a small goatee, followed by more than a dozen people. Captain Bai? The man with the goatee obviously knew Bai Jing. He walked straight up to Bai Jing and shook hands with him warmly. I'm really sorry. Our team encountered a small wave of zombies on the road. We're too late. Please forgive me, Captain Bai. Bai Jing just shook hands with him casually, then retracted his hand simply and said without changing his expression, It doesn't matter. We haven't set off yet. It's good that I didn't waste everyone's time. Goatee said, and then bowed to the others apologetically. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. I am Sui Changfeng from Changfeng Base. I owe you all this trip. Take good care of me. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. After Sui Changfeng's actions, even those who originally complained about his tardiness found it difficult to speak out now. Lu Xinyi, who was silently watching the excitement, suddenly heard a surprised voice. Qinyi, is it really you? Lu Xinyi looked around and saw a disgusting face that was unforgettable but did not want to be seen again. Zhuo Tianxiu, and Ning Qian, who was never far from him. Since meeting these two people the day she was reborn, she has never seen them again in the past 2 months. Unexpectedly, they would also participate in this operation. Looking at how the two of them look now, they must have not been living well in the past 2 months. Zhuo Tianxiu, who was usually high-spirited and quite confident in himself, now had the original pride gone from his brows, replaced by depression. Ning Qian, who had a low self-esteem to begin with, now no longer has low self-esteem. Instead, she is full of vigilance, treating everyone like a thorn, and her figure has also lost a lot of weight. When they saw Lu Xinyi, both of them looked shocked. In particular, it was discovered that even in the end times, Lu Xinyi was still beautiful and charming, with fair and clear skin, without any change at all because of the end times. If you look closely, you will find that she is even more radiant and dazzling than before the end of the world. This contrast made them look particularly embarrassed. They are both in the end times, so why is there such a big gap between them? Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian both felt very uncomfortable. Xinyi. Zhuo Tianxiu took 2 steps forward, wanted to reminisce with Lu Xinyi. Are you okay? Before he could even utter the word me, Lu Xinyi interrupted him mercilessly. Stay away from me. Zhuo Tianxiu wanted to continue moving forward but suddenly stopped. He stood there awkwardly, feeling that everyone around him seemed to be laughing at him, making him feel ashamed. Xinyi, don't you recognize us? Ning Qian saw this and said anxiously, I am Ning Qian and he is Tianxiu. Aren't we good friends? Why are you so indifferent to us now? As she spoke, she looked sad. Her words directly labeled Lu Xinyi as abandoning her friends, which immediately changed the public opinion situation. Wow, is this gossip? I didn't expect to be able to eat melon on a mission, but this melon doesn't look very delicious. I'm curious about who this girl at Oasis Base is. She seems to have some connection with the people at Rising Sun Base, and now she has entanglements with the 2 people at Changfeng Base. You are all taking advantage of me. Am I the only one who cares about the size and number of people in the Oasis Base? After this person said this, everyone remembered that before the people from Changfeng Base arrived, Ji Yunzhou was asking Lu Xinyi about the scale of the Oasis Base. Everyone also wanted to know what kind of base this Oasis Base was. In this collective operation led by the official and participated by 20 civilian teams, Oasis Base actually sent 4 such people to act as slackers. I guess this Oasis Base is not that great. Chapter 69. Trying to win over Lu Xinyi. Hearing other people's discussions, Ning Qian's mind raced, and she asked, Xinyi, which base are you in now? Why don't you come to Changfeng Base and stay with us? After all, we are friends, and if we stay together, we can take care of each other. Zhuo Tianxiu also followed her words and said, Yes, Xinyi, are you coming to Changfeng Base too? This is the base director of our base. He is a very good person and will definitely not refuse your joining. He turned to Sui Changfeng and said, Brother Sui, her name is Lu Xinyi. We were classmates and friends before the end of the world. Can you let her join our base? Sui Changfeng was able to become the base commander, so he was naturally very discerning. Of course, it can be seen that the relationship between these 3 people is not as simple as the friends Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian said. 1 man and 2 women, both still young people in their 20s, there is no simple friendship. However, he does not mind increasing the number of people in his base. If this young girl and the 3 people behind her could join his Changfeng base, he would certainly not refuse. Thinking like this, Sui Changfeng showed an approachable smile and said, "If Miss Lu is willing to join our Changfeng base, then I will warmly welcome you. However, Tianxiu, even if Miss Lu is your friend, you also have to respect Miss Lu's wishes." Brother Sui is right. Zhuo Tianxiu lowered his head slightly, with a respectful look, then turned to look at Lu Xinyi, pretending to be persuading him sincerely. "Xinyi, although our base is not as good as official bases like Shuguang Base, among private bases, our base can also be called a big base. Why don't you come to our base?" With that said, he winked at Ning Qian again, motioning for her to help persuade. Ning Qian was unwilling in her heart. Before the end of the world, Zhuo Tianxiu liked Lu Xinyi more, and it was through Lu Xinyi's reputation that she fell in love with Zhuo Tianxiu. After the end of the world, she has been staying with Zhuo Tianxiu, and now she has finally captured Zhuo Tianxiu's heart. What if Lu Xinyi intervenes again and takes Zhuo Tianxiu away from her? But before setting off, Sui Changfeng had told them that this trip would allow them to recruit as many people as possible to strengthen their Changfeng base. Furthermore, she was the first to propose that Lu Xinyi join Changfeng base. Although it was just a casual remark of hers, the words had already been spoken, and she could only go on with the flow. "Yes, Xini, just come to our base." Seeing the two people singing and talking nonstop, Lu Xinyi just wanted to laugh. Did she give them some illusion, making them think that she would agree to join their base? But before she could say anything, Ji Yunjia took the lead and said, "Brother Sui, hello, my name is Ji Yunjia, and I am the person in charge of Rising Sun Base." With that said, he shook hands with Sui Changfeng politely. "Brother Sui, everything is on a first-come, first-served basis. If your Changfeng base wants to invite Miss Lu to join, she has to be ranked behind our Rising Sun Base." Before Sui Changfeng could speak, Ji Yunjia turned to look at Lu Xinyi and said, "Miss Lu, our Rising Sun Base sincerely invites you to join us. I wonder if Miss Lu is willing." Lu Xinyi glanced at him speechlessly. "What's he doing here to interfere? Do you think things are not chaotic enough? You guys should give up. My sister will not join any of your bases." Xiao Yanxiao walked out from behind Lu Xinyi and looked at Ji Yunjia and Sui Changfeng angrily. Especially when looking at Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, the hostile eyes were even more obvious. "My sister is the person in charge of our Oasis base, so she will not leave our base." Her words surprised everyone present and looked at Lu Xinyi in surprise. This little girl who looks very young at first sight is actually the person in charge of the Oasis base? So, the four of them are not gangsters sent by the Oasis base, but the base commander and 3 members are gangsters? For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Xinyi from surprise to disdain. The base director is actually a little girl, and this Oasis base doesn't look very good. Ji Yunjia was also a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure and followed Xiao Lianxiao's words and said, "It turns out that Miss Lu is the person in charge of the Oasis base. It was me who took the liberty and tried to win over you. Then think about it, Miss Lu, I won't join other bases easily." He said this not only to Lu Xinyi, but also to Sui Changfeng, Zhuo Tianxiu, and Ning Qian. Rising Sun Base has given up on wooing Lu Xinyi. It would be unwise for Changfeng Base to still cling to Lu Xinyi. How could Sui Changfeng not understand the meaning of his words? Dang even smiled and said, "Brother Ji is right. We were presumptuous." Lu Xinyi always had a calm face and did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at Bai Jing, who had been watching quietly. "Captain Bai, now that everyone is here, should we set off?" For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Jing. Bai Jing cleared his throat and said seriously, "Everyone get in the car and get ready to go." Immediately, everyone got into their respective teams' cars as quickly as possible. With Shuguang Base leading the way and Changfeng Base bringing up the rear, the Long team was moving majestically on the highway. The grain warehouse they were going to this time was neither in City F nor in City H, but in City K, which was adjacent to the two cities. Normally, it would take 3 hours to drive from their gathering place to City K, but now it was the end of the world, and not only were the roads damaged and congested, they also had to be on guard against zombies that might appear at any time. Therefore, the 3-hour drive took them nearly 6 hours. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the large force arrived in City K. When they were about to get off the highway, Bai Jing asked the team to stop and rest for a while. After 6 hours of traveling, everyone was a little tired and got off the bus to stretch their legs and eat something to fill their stomachs. Each team brought food, but it was all simple and convenient dry food such as bread, ham, biscuits, and the like. In the apocalypse, it is good to have something to eat and fill your stomach. Who dares to despise the food? Lu Xinyi also got out of the car and stretched his muscles beside the car while observing the others calmly. She caught a glimpse of everyone in Changfeng Base lining up in front of Ningqian. Ningqian, on the other hand, took out one piece of food after another out of thin air and handed it to everyone in turn. Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows. Ningqian still awakened her space powers just like in her previous life. In her previous life, Ningqian relied on this special ability to make everyone in the team unable to live without her. Because she has space, all supplies are stored in her. But in this life, even though she has spatial powers, it doesn't seem like everyone has to support her like in her previous life. Miss Lu, Ji Yunja's voice came, pulling Lu Xinyi back from his thoughts. She turned around and saw Ji Yunja reaching out and handing her a bag of bread. Chapter 70, Don't Tarnish My Eyes. It's a little thoughtful, and I hope Miss Lu won't refuse. Ji Yunja passed the bread forward again, with his usual signature smile on his face. But the next moment, he suddenly felt a hostile gaze staring at him, making him feel a chill running down his spine. He looked calmly and saw that the young man who had always been by Lu Xinyi's side was looking at him deeply. That look was full of evil. Quickly looking away, Ji Yunja secretly thought, this young man looks young, but his eyes are quite fierce, like a ferocious wolf cub. It's just that he didn't seem to offend him, right? Thank you for your kindness, but you should keep it for yourself. We have prepared food. Lu Xinyi's cold and distant voice brought Ji Yunja back from his thoughts. He was about to say something else, but he saw Lu Xinyi turn towards Xiao Lianxiao. Then he saw Xiao Lianxiao pull out a full transparent lunch box out of thin air and hand it to Lu Xinyi. He was secretly surprised at first that this little girl was actually a space superpower. When Lu Xinyi opened the lunch box and saw the rich food, his expression instantly turned to stone. I saw that the rectangular transparent lunchbox contained half a box of fragrant white rice, as well as green vegetables, red and yellow tomato scrambled eggs, and shiny braised pork ribs. Yi Yunzi? Could it be that he was dazzled? Are the meals in this lunchbox really edible in the apocalypse? Before he could put away his surprise, Xiao Lianxiao took out 3 more lunchboxes one after another, which were also full and had the same dishes as the lunchboxes in Lu Xinyi's hands. Then, the 4 of them sat around on the ground as if no one else was around and started eating by themselves. Yi Yunzi? Suddenly, I felt that the bread in my hand was too shabby. No wonder Lu Xinyi refused to accept his bread. Seeing that Ji Yunja hadn't left yet, Lu Xinyi looked up at him in confusion, frowning slightly as if she was thinking about something. Then, she retracted her gaze and whispered something to Xiao Lianxiao, and saw Xiao Lianxiao nodded, took out a bun from the space, and handed it to her. Here, she casually handed the hot meat bun to Ji Yunja. You invited me to join your base just now. Are you afraid that I will directly refuse Changfeng Base and offend Sui Changfeng? Ji Yunja was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, There is this reason, but I am also sincerely inviting you. Oh, then I decline your invitation. Seeing that she refused so bluntly, Ji Yunja didn't know how to respond for a moment. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled with relief and said, I understand. I won't say that again. Yes. Lu Xinyi nodded and raised the bun in his hand towards him. Thank you. I don't like to owe others favors. Ji Yunja did not refuse, took the bun and said, Then I will accept it without any courtesy. After accepting the bun, he didn't keep any more. Firstly, he didn't want to disturb Lu Xinyi and the 4 of them while they were dining. Secondly, he really didn't want to endure the tangy aroma. He was really afraid that he would drool. Before the end of the world, he was a star who had seen a lot of the world and eaten a lot of delicious food. But now, he was drooling over the home-cooked meals of Lu Xinyi and the others. Really? What a sin. After returning to his team with the bun, Ji Yunja thought for a moment and handed the bun to Su Mo while no one was paying attention. It was given by Lu Xinyi. Ji Yunja said casually, You can eat it. Su Mo didn't answer and asked in confusion, Since it's for you, why did you give it to me? Before departure, I won't let you and Zishan quarrel, which will make you feel wronged. Su Mo was startled, then smiled and said, I'm too lazy to argue with her. As she said that, she took the bun and gave half to Ji Yunja, half for each of us. The steamed buns are still steaming. The filling is stuffed with chives and meat, which smells delicious. The dough is soft and fluffy, and the flour is well fermented. Su Mo couldn't hold it back and ate half of the bun in a few mouthfuls. She said, This bun is so delicious. It's delicious. Ji Yunja also finished eating the buns and said with emotion, Who would have thought that now we would be sighing for half a bun? Suemo also sighed. Who says it's not the case? Those are hot buns, and there's meat in them. Yes, there is meat, Ji Yunja said, suddenly realizing a problem. Where did the Oasis base get so much meat and fresh vegetables? Not only can you make steamed buns, but you can also make braised pork ribs. For a time, Ji Yunja was full of curiosity about the Oasis base. Also surprised and curious were other teams. Everyone was eating dry food when they suddenly smelled a fragrant smell, which made everyone move their index fingers and couldn't help but swallow. Everyone looked in the direction from which the scent came and saw 4 people from the Oasis base, chatting and laughing while eating hot meals. The clear white rice, the green vegetables with clearly visible oil beads, and the soft and glutinous braised pork ribs. Gulu, gurgling. The sounds of swallowing came one after another. Everyone looked at Lu Xinyi and the 4 of them intently, and even forgot to eat the dry food in their hands. Looking at this scene, Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian were so jealous that their eyes almost turned red. How could Lu Xinyi live so well? Isn't it the end of the world now? Where did she get such a sumptuous meal? When they thought that they could only drink mineral water and eat dry biscuits, while Lu Xinyi could eat such delicious and hearty hot meals, the 2 of them felt unbalanced. Why do they have to suffer such hardships? But Lu Xinyi lives so happily. Suddenly, Zhu Tianxiu bumped Ning Qian with his elbow and whispered, Qian, aren't you and Lu Xinyi good friends? Why don't you go over and ask her if she has any extra food? After spending so much time with him, Ning Qian could naturally guess what he was thinking. But seeing the sumptuous meal in Lu Xinyi's hand, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. After thinking for a moment, she said, I'll go over and try. After getting up, she gathered her emotions and stepped in front of Lu Xinyi. Xinyi. The emotions that had just been brewing disappeared without a trace when they met Lu Xinyi's cold eyes. Ning Qian looked at her blankly, not knowing how to react. If you don't say anything, get out. Lu Xinyi said coldly, Don't tarnish my eyes. Ning Qian's face instantly turned pale. She clutched her clothes tightly and stared at her in embarrassment. Even if we had any unpleasantness before, it was all in the past. Now is the end of the world. Why are you holding on to the past? Lu Xinyi raised his eyes and stared at her coldly and indifferently, with the corners of his red lips slightly curved in a mocking arc. She opened her lips lightly and said slowly, I'm willing to do it. Can you take care of it? Chapter 71, Don't mention the word friend. In one sentence, Ning Qian's originally planned words of betrayal were instantly stuck in her throat. She opened her mouth and almost failed to control her anger several times. After taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner dissatisfaction and continued in a sad tone. Eki, if I have ever wronged you in the past, I apologize to you. After saying that, she bowed to Lu Xinyi in a serious manner, as if she would not get up if Lu Xinyi did not forgive her, and she always maintained her bowing posture. But what she didn't expect was that Lu Xinyi really wouldn't let her get up. As time passed, Ning Qian felt that her waist was no longer her own. However, Lu Xinyi didn't say anything. If she stood up at this time, wouldn't her previous persistence be in vain? With thoughts racing in her mind, she quietly squeezed her thigh. Pain suddenly hit her, and she burst into tears instantly. A gentle sob sounded, but it was enough for Lu Xinyi and the people around to hear clearly. For a moment, everyone watching the excitement couldn't help but start talking in low voices. This Lu Xinyi at Oasis base looks young, but I didn't expect him to be cruel. He can be so ruthless towards his friends. That's right. Who would dare to cooperate with such a heartless and cold-hearted person? I don't know how the Dawn base contacted the Oasis base. You guys, when you see this woman in Changfeng base pretending to be weak, your sympathy begins to overflow and your machismo explodes. This woman looks like a green tea and white lotus, but you can't even tell. Green tea and white lotus? What do you mean? Isn't the situation in front of me the girl at Oasis base, treating her friends ruthlessly? I don't want to talk to you straight men who are blinded by green tea and white lotus flowers. Amid everyone's discussion, Zhu Tianxiu stepped forward, helped Ning Qian up, and also gave Ning Qian a step up the stairs. As she stood up, she put on a weak and pitiful look, leaned on Zhu Tianxiu's shoulder, and choked with sobs. Tianxiu, it's been 2 months since the end of the world, and Xeni is still thinking about what happened back then. Zhu Tianxiu patted her shoulder comfortingly, then looked at Lu Xinyi, slightly dissatisfied, and said in a deep voice, Lu Xinyi, Qian, and I didn't mind what you did back then, but you turned our backs on us. You don't push yourself too hard. Lu Xinyi originally just ate with her head down, while Ning Qian was nothing. But when she heard Zhuo Tianqu's accusing words, she seemed to have heard a funny joke and couldn't help but sneer. Raising her head, she stared at Zhuo Tianqu with cold eyes and said sarcastically, "Before, you kept saying that I was your friend and invited me to join your base. Then you turned around and started to accuse me. Who would be like you? My friend, you are really unlucky for 8 lifetimes." Zhuo Tianqu's face suddenly turned ugly. Just because he invited Lu Xinyi to join Changfeng base did not mean that he could tolerate Lu Xinyi's rude attitude. "We regard you as our friend, but do you regard us as your friend?" Zhuo Tianqu retorted. "In your eyes, we are not friends at all." Lu Xinyi sneered and said, "Since you know, don't mention the word friend. It's disgusting." "Lu Xinyi, you." Tianqu. Ning Qian grabbed Zhuo Tianqu's arm with a hint of forbearance and grievance on her sallow face. "Don't say it. Today is different from the past. It is reasonable for Xinyi not to be friends with us now. After all, we are living in such a mess now, and excellent." At this point, she put on a magnanimous look and smiled relievedly. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Tianqu, let's go and don't disturb Xin Yi's meal." These words directly shaped Lu Xinyi into a villain who looked down on his friends once he became powerful. Lu Xinyi looked at Ning Qian mockingly, and she just wanted to laugh. In her previous life, she didn't realize that Ning Qian was so good at acting. In the entertainment industry, her acting skills would be 10 times better than that of Li Zishan. It's a pity that she always regarded Ning Qian as her best friend in her previous life, but what she got in the end was ruthless betrayal. After resurrecting her life, she saw clearly who Ning Qian was. In this life, she will never believe anything Ning Qian and Zhuo Tianqu say, and she will never have any compassion for them. "You've talked so much to yourselves, and you just want to leave?" Lu Xinyi put down the empty lunchbox, stood up slowly, and looked at the 2 people who were turning to leave. There was a gleam of ferocity in Ning Qian's eyes, and when she turned to look at Lu Xinyi, a look of resentment and grievance appeared on her face again. Pungent. Bang! As soon as Ning Qian finished speaking, she saw Lu Xinyi suddenly raise his foot and kick her hard in the chest, kicking her several meters away. "Lu Xinyi, you." Zhuo Tianqu subconsciously wanted to curse, but before he could finish his words, he was kicked out and fell heavily to the ground. This sudden change shocked everyone present. Even Sui Changfeng, who was lazily watching the show, couldn't help but sit up straight, a serious look on his face. "Brother Sui, it's obvious that the 3 of them had a feud before the end of the world. Since it's a personal vendetta, it's probably inconvenient for others to intervene." Ji Yunjia walked to Sui Changfeng's side without him noticing and spoke casually. Sui Changfeng raised his head and glanced at him and said with a smile, "What Brother Ji said is that I can't interfere with personal grudges. But after all, Zhuo Tianqu and Ning Qian are from my Changfeng base. If this Miss Lu from the Oasis base, if it goes too far, then I can't ignore it." Brother Sui's words make sense. Ji Yunjia nodded and said, "Then let's see if Miss Lu can go too far. Then let's take a look first." Sui Changfeng smiled, but his smile seemed a bit stiff. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to put pressure on the Oasis base to demonstrate the strength and prestige of the Changfeng base. But after Ji Yunjia's words, he suddenly lost his reason and position. I was also a little dissatisfied with this. What is the relationship between the Rising Sun base and the Oasis base? So that Ji Yunjia helped Lu Xinyi speak for him everywhere? A piercing scream interrupted Sui Changfeng's thoughts. He followed the sound and saw Zhuo Tianqu falling to the ground with a face full of pain, clutching his left shoulder blade, and his chest was severely stepped on by a clean black marten boot. Going up from the marten boots, there is a long, slender, and straight leg, and then up, there is a beautiful, refined, and charming white face. But at this moment, this stunning face was filled with impatience and coldness. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted and her red lips were slightly pursed, all revealing her inner displeasure at this moment. She bent slightly and lowered her head, staring at Zhuo Tianqu with sharp eyes, and said in a cold tone, "Zhuo Tianqu, do you want to die?" Chapter 72, you have to hold it in even if you don't accept it. Facing Lu Xinyi's cold and terrifying gaze, Zhuo Tianqu felt a chill running down his spine, and a sense of timidity surged up from his heart. But we haven't seen each other for only 2 months. How could Lu Xinyi become so cruel? The temperament around him has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, although she was a little distant and cold, she was not so unattainable, and she was not encouraged by Ning Qian to actively pursue him. But now, she seems to have completely changed, becoming so cold, cruel, and fierce. And there seems to be a chill that kills invisible people lingering around her at all times. How can a person's personality change be so different? What exactly stimulated Lu Xinyi to become so strange? If Lu Xinyi knew the doubts in his heart, he would definitely laugh out loud. After 3 years of experiencing the apocalypse, seeing many unpredictable people, and finally being betrayed by her most trusted teammates and friends, her personality has undergone earth-shaking changes. Is this strange? However, Lu Xinyi didn't know what he was thinking at this time and still kept looking down at him and said coldly, "If you want to die, I can help you." As she spoke, she stretched her right hand back. The next second, Qin Xian took out a slender meow knife from the off-road vehicle and quickly stepped forward and handed it to Lu Xinyi's hand. "Thanks." Lu Xinyi turned around and thanked Qin Xian, then pulled out the meow knife and pointed the sharp tip directly at Zhuo Tianchu's throat. "Aren't you satisfied that I'm showing off to you?" She sneered. "You have to hold it in if you don't accept it." At this moment, Zhuo Tianchu only felt terrified and did not dare to move at all, for fear that the sword had no eyes and might accidentally kill him by mistake. "Lu Xinyi, do you really want to push things to the point of no return? Do you really want to turn swords on me and Ning Qian? Have any opinions?" Lu Xinyi sneered. If she could, she really wanted to kill Zhuo Tianchu and Ning Qian right now. But at this time, she was not allowed to do so. If she really killed these two people in public, Sui Changfeng would definitely not let her go. After all, Zhuo Tianchu and Ning Qian were from Changfeng base, and they were personally brought out by Sui Changfeng to participate in the mission. By killing these two people, in Sui Changfeng's view, she was slapping Changfeng base in the face and trying to make things difficult for Changfeng base. In order not to provoke the enemy Changfeng base, and in order for this operation to proceed smoothly, she could only save the lives of these two people. Their lives can be saved, but they must suffer no less. After saying those 3 words, Lu Xinyi stepped hard on Zhuo Tianchu's chest again. The next moment, Zhuo Tianchu opened his mouth and spat out blood. He instantly lay weakly on the ground, without even the strength to speak a word. But I was extremely surprised. Lu Xinyi was tall and thin, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. The kick on his chest made him feel like a heavy mountain was pressing down on him, almost crushing his internal organs. Unsatisfied, she kicked him a few more times before turning to look at Ning Qian, who was already stunned and slowly walked in front of her. The sharp meow dao was placed across Ning Qian's neck. She said coldly, "Ning Qian, put away your little thoughts. Just because you think Zhuo Tianchu is a treasure, it doesn't mean that others think he is a treasure too." Ning Qian was kicked by her, and her chest was in pain. Now the meow dao was pressed against her neck, so she dared not move. Hearing Lu Xinyi's words, she immediately defended herself. "Xinyi, Tianchu and I are not what you think. He likes you, and I don't dare to expect him to like me. If you still like him and want to be with him, I can stay away and never show up in front of you." Whispering sound. Lu Xinyi was so angry at Ning Qian's words that she laughed. She really didn't know what mood or expression she should have when facing her. Only now did she realize that Ning Qian was truly an acting genius. She made up a big drama in her mind and insisted on dragging others into her drama. "Shut your mouth," Lu Xinyi warned coldly. "If I hear you say something like that again, I'll cut off your tongue." "Xinyi, shut up." Lu Xinyi interrupted her ruthlessly. "You and I are no longer friends. You should stop pretending to be pitiful in front of me and pretend to be affectionate and loyal. I feel disgusted. The relationship between you and Zhuo Tianchu has nothing to do with me. If you want to survive, you'd better never appear in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I see you." After saying that, she took back the meow dao, raised her foot and kicked Ning Qian hard, sending her flying out and slamming into a truck on the opposite side. With a loud bang, Ning Qian slid down the bed of the truck and lay weakly on the ground, with bright red blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Hiss! The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. This kick was so cruel that the truck compartment was slightly deformed by the impact. This shows how powerful this kick is. For a moment, everyone looked at Lu Xinyi, full of inquiry and speculation. Could it be that the person in charge of the Oasis base is a power user? Otherwise, with her slender figure, how could she be so strong that she could kick people away and deform the body of a truck? Ning Qian was even more shocked. lying on the ground looking at Lu Xinyi in disbelief. Lu Xinyi is so strong. Is she also a superpower? Regardless of whether she was a person with powers or not, Lu Xinyi treated her like this in front of so many people, causing her to be seriously injured and humiliated. Sooner or later, she will definitely pay back this debt to Lu Xinyi. She wanted Lu Xinyi to pay 10 times and 100 times the price. And now, Sui, brother Sui. Ning Qian slowly stretched out her hand and crawled weakly towards Sui Changfeng, staring at him intently. Brother Sui, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid Tianxiu and I'm afraid we can't participate in this event with you. She breathed weakly and said intermittently, it's all useless to us. We lost our long. Feng Ji's face, we are sorry for Brother Sui. The phrase lost the face of Changfeng base instantly turned a personal grudge into a conflict between the two bases. This also gave Sui Changfeng the reason and stance to stand up and speak. He casually glanced at Ji Yunjia, who was always standing next to him, then stood up and took 2 steps forward, looking at Lu Xinyi seriously. Lu Xinyi from Oasis base, Miss Lu, right? I don't know what's going on between the 3 of you, but you injured 2 members of my base so seriously in front of so many people present. It's a bit inappropriate. When he said this, his eyes always fell on Lu Xinyi. The look in his eyes gradually changed from the initial questioning to as sharp as interrogating a prisoner. Finally, he said in a strong tone, should Miss Lu give an explanation for this matter? Chapter 73, I love to fight injustices. Facing Sui Changfeng's questioning, Lu Xinyi was always calm. Captain Sui, you also know that I have issues with them. Let's deal with our personal grudges. Captain Sui, please stay out of it. Seeing that she once again defined the nature of the matter as a personal grudge, Sui Changfeng's face darkened, and he said, you have to deal with personal grudges, just deal with them privately. But you injured them in front of so many people present. But that's a little too much. Is it too much? Lu Xinyi chuckled. If it weren't for the sake of Captain Sui and Changfeng base, I would have killed them both. With one sentence, Zhui Tianxiu and Ning Qian's faces suddenly turned pale, and Sui Changfeng was stunned and looked at Lu Xinyi in surprise. The little girl in front of him was so beautiful, with sparkling eyes, like a clear pool of water. But he didn't expect that beneath her pure and innocent appearance, she actually hid a cruel and ruthless heart. But in an instant, Sui Changfeng put away his surprise. This little girl can become the base director of the Oasis base. How can she be an innocent and harmless little white rabbit? So, I have to thank Miss Lu for saving their lives? Sui Changfeng said in a mocking tone. Lu Xinyi didn't seem to hear his sarcasm, and said seriously, there's no need to say thank you. For Captain Sui's sake, I won't care about them too much, but I still ask Captain Sui to take care of you. People, let them take the initiative to provoke others. Otherwise, if you are beaten or killed, I'm afraid it will be disrespectful to Changfeng base. The words were full of taunts, warnings, and threats. She originally didn't want to be an enemy of Changfeng base, but this Sui Changfeng seemed to be a person who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong, so she didn't need to be too polite with him. Sui Changfeng's face turned ugly, with strong dissatisfaction hidden in his eyes. But before he could speak, Ji Yunjia stepped forward and said, Miss Lu is right. If someone takes the initiative to provoke you, you can't just sit there and wait for death, right? What do you think, Captain Sui? He even stopped calling him Brother Sui and changed it to the polite and distant Captain Sui. Sui Changfeng turned his head and glanced at him, with a strong anger rising in his heart. He remembered Lu Xinyi from the Oasis base and Ji Yunjia from the Rising Sun base. Anyone who dares to disregard Sui Changfeng and Changfeng base is the enemy of Changfeng base. Captain Ji, this is a matter between my Changfeng base and Oasis base. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with your Rising Sun base, right? Ji Yunjia chuckled. I love to stand up for the weak. But Captain Sui, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not targeting the Changfeng base. I am only targeting these 2 people. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhui Tianxiu and Ning Qian casually. Captain Sui, these 2 people used the name of Changfeng base to cause trouble in front of so many people. When they caused trouble, they even pulled you out, Captain Sui, as a shield. Isn't this obviously trying to ruin the reputation of Changfeng base? Make other people think that the people in Changfeng base are so fond of causing trouble, and they will rake them up after they cause trouble. Catch the thief. Listening to Ji Yunjia's words, Lu Xinyi couldn't help but look at him twice. This man is an eloquent and articulate person. These words directly caused Sui Changfeng to stand up, leaving him unable to find the right words to refute. When Ning Qian heard this, she endured the pain all over her body and hurriedly defended. Brother Sui, we have absolutely no intention of ruining the reputation of the base. We would never dare to have such an idea. Please believe it, Brother Sui. Us, the so-called knowing people, but not their hearts. Ji Yunjia glanced at Ning Qian and continued. No matter how nice the words are, they are not as intuitive as the actual actions. Isn't there a saying that says, don't look at what a person says, but depends on what he did? You two have taken the initiative to provoke Miss Lu several times. Miss Lu ignored you, but you still grabbed her and wouldn't let go. Isn't this obviously causing trouble? As a member of Changfeng Base, your words and deeds outside represent Changfeng Base. You dare to say that what you did before was not to discredit Changfeng Base. Seeing that Ji Yunjia was accusing himself of smearing the Changfeng Base both inside and outside his words, Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian became anxious and kept explaining to Sui Changfeng. However, Sui Changfeng paid no attention to the two of them. His serious eyes moved between Ji Yunjia and Lu Xinyi, and he was secretly calculating and thinking in his heart. I have to admit that Ji Yunjia is really smooth-talking. His words directly reversed the direction of the trend and pointed the finger directly at the two people at his base. He originally wanted to use this momentum to establish prestige for Changfeng Base, but he did not expect that it would be ruined by Ji Yunjia. Moreover, Ji Yunjia's words put him in a difficult position. If he insists on standing up for Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian, not only will he fail to show the prestige of Changfeng Base, but it will also affect the reputation of Changfeng Base. But if he just gave in, he really couldn't swallow it. After thinking for a moment, he finally chose to compromise. Zhu Tianxiu, Ning Qian, why don't you go back to your team quickly? Don't embarrass yourself outside. The two of them felt a twitch in their hearts, knowing that this made Brother Sui unhappy. When they returned to the base safely, Brother Sui would definitely settle the score with them. But right now, they didn't dare to have any objections. They could only endure the pain all over their bodies and return to the team in dejection. Glancing sharply at the two of them, Sui Changfeng turned to look at Lu Xinyi with a polite smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. Miss Lu, I'm really sorry. I failed to discipline the people in my team and caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. This attitude is completely opposite to the harshness of interrogating prisoners just now. Lu Xinyi was disdainful in his heart, but remained calm on his face. Captain Sui is serious. I also offended you just now. I hope Captain Sui won't take it to heart. She also has the ability to talk nonsense to people and ghosts. On the surface, the two seem to have reconciled, and there was a harmonious atmosphere. But if you look closely, it is not difficult to detect the hidden smell of gunpowder between the two. In the team at Shuguang Base, Bai Jing, who had been silently watching, saw that the farce was finally over and walked out. Before entering K-City, I need to make one point. Bai Jing glanced at everyone present and said seriously, I don't care what grudges you have between you, but this action is a collective action and the risk factor is high. Before the operation is over, everyone must obey my command. If anyone dares to do something secretly and affect this operation, then don't blame me for being rude. If anyone doesn't accept it, you can withdraw from the operation now. Bai Jing said, looking at the two teams, Lu Xinyi and Sui Changfeng, with meaning. When looking at Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian, his eyes were even sharper. Chapter 70, For There Is a Tide of Corpses Ahead. Facing Bai Jing's words, no one had any objections. Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian lowered their heads and tried to reduce their sense of presence. Since everyone has no objections, let's get in the car and get ready to go now. After saying this, Bai Jing turned around and strode back to his team, quickly getting on the armored vehicle. Others also got on the bus. The long team set off again. In the off-road vehicle, Xiao Yinxiao, who was sitting in the back row, lay on the back of the driver's seat in front, looking at Lu Xinyi, who was driving with a gossipy face. Sister, what kind of personal feud do you have with those Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian? Lu Xinyi looked back at her and said helplessly, Why are you so nosy at such a young age? Don't I want to know more about you? After all, we meet very rarely. Xiao Yinxiao said, her eyes dimming a bit. After her parents divorced, she followed her mother to Country M. In the past few years, she had only met her sister a handful of times. Although the relationship between their sisters has always been very good, they still feel regretful. Lu Xinyi was silent for a moment and said, They're my college classmates. Is that so? Xiao Lianxiao leaned forward and asked curiously. That Zhuo Tianxiu likes you, and Ning Qian also likes Zhuo Tianxiu, so she treats you as her love rival? Absolutely. Lu Xinyi said casually. Her conflict with Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian was not a simple emotional issue, but that happened in the previous life, and there was no need for her to tell Xiao Lianxiao. TSK, what an emotional drama, Xiao Lianxiao said in a pretentious manner, then asked gossiping. What about you, sister? Do you like that Zhuo Tianxiu? Qin Xian and Zhou Yin, who were silent on the side, couldn't help but look at Lu Xinyi curiously, wanting to hear how she would answer. Qin Xian felt a little nervous for no reason, and really didn't want to hear a positive answer from Lu Xinyi's mouth. He clenched his hands subconsciously, suppressed the tension in his heart, and stared at Lu Xinyi, waiting for her answer. When Lu Xinyi heard Xiao Lianxiao's words, she almost stopped holding the steering wheel. Quickly calming down, she glanced back at Xiao Lianxiao speechlessly and said angrily and funny, "For Scythia, what are you thinking about in your little head? Would I like him? Instead of liking Zhuo Tianxiu, it's better to like Qin Geng." Qin Xian was secretly happy for Lu Xinyi's denial. When he saw her suddenly mentioning him, he couldn't help but froze for a moment and looked at her in surprise and confusion. Lu Xinyi did not notice his reaction and continued, "Look at our Qin Geng. He is much more handsome than Zhuo Tianxiu. He has a good personality and is obedient. He has also awakened the power of thunder and fire, and he can kill zombies easily. Why would I still like Zhuo Tianxiu after living day and night with such an excellent Qin Xian?" Hearing this, Xiao Lianxiao couldn't help covering her mouth and snickering. She glanced at Qin Geng without forgetting the gossip and said with a smile, "Qin Geng, my sister praised you. Are you happy?" "Happy." Qin Xian nodded without thinking. A bright smile bloomed on his young face, and the smile in his eyes almost burst out. It turns out that in Xinyi's heart, he is so good. Zhou Yin, who was sitting next to Xiao Lianxiao and remained silent, looked at Lu Xinyi and Qin Geng calmly, with a look of understanding in his eyes. Then, he smiled with some emotion. "It's great to be young." Other side, Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, who were sitting in the big truck, felt very heavy, and they did not dare to raise their heads to look at Sui Changfeng, who was sitting opposite them. It was obviously not a good thing for Sui Changfeng to give up his own car and condescend to stay with them in the big truck. "You two are really good at it," Sui Changfeng spoke slowly and said in a cold tone. Both of them shivered and lowered their heads. "Brother Sui, please listen to our explanation." Ning Qian mustered up her courage and whispered, "We really didn't want to bring shame to the base. We haven't seen Lu Xinyi since the end of the world, and we didn't expect that she would become so ruthless and arrogant now, and even ignore you, Brother Sui. You don't have to provoke me." Sui Changfeng directly exposed her tricks. "Aren't you just trying to fool me and make me hate Lu Xinyi so that you can vent your anger?" Ning Qian was stunned when she realized her thoughts were exposed, and she shut up in embarrassment. "That Lu Xinyi, I will find an opportunity to teach her a lesson," Sui Changfeng said coldly. "If she dares to disrespect me, I will make her know how powerful our Changfeng base is. As for the two of you," as he said that, he looked at the two of them with a sharp look, and his tone of voice became even colder. "If you dare to cause trouble for me again in the future and disgrace the base, I will definitely have you cramped, skinned, and thrown away to be fed." "Zombies!" The two of them were trembling with fear and kept saying, "Brother Sui, spare your life. We will never dare to do it again." Sui Changfeng leaned back lazily on the carriage, glaring at the two of them. "Tell me everything you know about Lu Xinyi." Okay, Brother Sui." After the convoy got off the highway, it entered the urban area of K City. Unlike the suburbs and the highway where you came from, where you can only see a small number of zombies sporadically, the number of zombies in the city is tens of thousands, and swarms of zombies can be seen everywhere. In order to get off the highway and reach their destination, the granary, they had to pass through the city. This means that they may face attacks from zombies at any time. Therefore, the convoy drove extremely cautiously along this road. The convoy drove along the outer ring of the city, choosing remote roads for about an hour. Suddenly, the armored vehicle driving at the front stopped, and the convoy behind it also stopped. The off-road vehicle was in the middle of the queue, and the situation before and after it could not be seen. There were a large number of people in the team, and it was not known if there were any people with spiritual powers in the team. Therefore, Lu Xinyi did not use mental power rashly and quietly waited for Bai Jing's instructions. Just as he was thinking about it, a rapid sound came from the walkie-talkie he got from Bai Jing. "Everyone step back. Back quickly." There is a wave of corpses ahead. Upon hearing this, all the vehicles started to move. The vehicle at the rear quickly retreated. After quickly retreating for a distance, it immediately turned around and drove forward. Other vehicles also turned around and drove quickly along the road they came from. The off-road vehicle was still sandwiched in the middle of the group. Lu Xinyi looked back through the rearview mirror. When he saw it, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. I saw a large group of black zombies behind the convoy. Although I couldn't tell how many zombies there were to make by Jing so anxious, I guess there must be a lot of zombies. Those ferocious-looking zombies were attracted by the sound of moving vehicles and followed closely behind the convoy. The zombie running at the front was even faster and unexpectedly hit the armored vehicle whereby Jing's team was with a bang. Chapter 75, you go first, we will be behind. All the vehicles were moving forward at the fastest speed, but the sound of the vehicles attracted more and more zombies. The horde of zombies behind was even more relentless in pursuit. Suddenly, the tires of a truck driving in the front slipped due to its high speed, and it directly hit the green belt in the middle of the road. The large truck was instantly blocked on the road. Several cars following closely behind had no time to react and crashed into it. Bang! 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 The sound of collisions occurred one after another. For a moment, the already congested road became even more blocked and impassable. The convoy was forced to stop. The swarm of zombies was still following closely behind, getting closer and closer to the convoy. The speed-type zombie with special abilities running in the front had already caught up with the armored vehicle at the rear. I saw a speed zombie suddenly taking off and jumping directly onto the roof of the armored vehicle. A look of excitement appeared on its face with obvious corpse spots. Immediately afterwards, several more zombies caught up with the armored vehicle, surrounded it tightly, and kept beating the windows of the armored vehicle. Fortunately, the window glass of the armored vehicle is bulletproof glass, and the body's collision resistance level is also very high. Therefore, even if it is surrounded by zombies, there is no danger for a while. Captain, what should we do now? A team member asked in the armored car. Bai Jing held a submachine gun and looked at the hideous zombies outside the car with a serious face. A few seconds later, he took the walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, "Attention everyone, prepare to fight. Members of the vehicle in the car accident in front, quickly evacuate to the vehicle behind." After saying this, he took a deep breath and pushed the car door hard. In the gap between the zombies outside the car door, he quickly stretched out his hand and threw a grenade towards the zombies behind him. Then, he quickly retracted his hand and closed the car door with a bang. The explosion of the bomb also sounded. Fire suddenly exploded all over the sky, and in the dense group of corpses, several zombies were immediately blown to pieces, their flesh and blood splashed, and their broken limbs were scattered on the ground. The loud explosion briefly attracted the zombies' attention. But then, a huge group of corpses swarmed the convoy again. The armored vehicle is still surrounded by zombies. Although it is not in danger, it cannot leave and is trapped in the tide of zombies. In front of the armored vehicle is the team from Rising Sun Base. Ji Yunja looked back at the black tide of corpses behind him and the armored vehicles that had been surrounded and frowned solemnly. Does God think their journey has been too smooth and wants to arrange some hardships for them? But this ordeal is too difficult, right? There are too many zombies, roughly estimated to be thousands. Bang! There was a sudden loud noise from the truck compartment, which was hit by a zombie with a special power. This loud noise also made Ji Yunja take back his thoughts. Turning around, they saw that the tide of corpses had already surged towards their team and would soon surround them. Their car windows are not equipped with bulletproof glass like armored vehicles. They will soon shatter under the attack of powerful zombies. At that time, they will become turtles in an urn with no way to escape. For now, we can only fight. While his team was not surrounded, Ji Yunja suddenly stretched his hand out of the window, and a whirlwind rose from his palm. He waved his hand towards the group of corpses behind him, and several zombies were instantly swept into the air by a strong wind. After the strong wind carried the zombie into the air, the strong wind suddenly disappeared. The zombie fell directly from the midair and fell on the hard concrete floor, with blood and flesh splashing everywhere, turning into a puddle of flesh. At the same time, Su Mo, who was sitting next to him, also displayed his supernatural powers. What's surprising is that she actually has an ice power after mutating the water power. Following her movements, hard ice spikes flew towards the corpses behind her like sharp arrows. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 zombies had their heads pierced by ice spikes and fell to the ground. In addition to Lu Xinyi, who has space powers, other members of the Rising Sun base also joined the battle. Those with superpowers use superpowers, and those without superpowers use weapons to attack. Bai Jing and others behind them were not idle either, looking for every opportunity to launch an attack, and the sound of gunfire continued. The two teams fought with all their strength, barely restraining the corpses and preventing them from moving forward. Among the cars that were involved in the car accident at the front, the survivors who were still alive had been transferred to other vehicles with the help of others. Almost all of these cars were from the Changfeng base. Sui Changfeng's face looked gloomy and ugly at this time. Although they have Ning Qian, a space power user, Ning Qian's space capacity is not large. This time when they went to the granary, they would be able to get a lot of food, so he had prepared several large trucks in advance. But he didn't expect that nearly half of it was destroyed now, which meant that he would need to spend more time looking for other vehicles. But survival is still important right now. Hurry up, drive out of the way, hit the car in front of you, and get out of here quickly. Sui Changfeng gave the order, and his team's vehicles immediately moved forward. As the vehicle in front was forcibly knocked away, the originally congested road became clear at this time. Seeing this, other vehicles also started their engines and followed behind Changfeng base. Seeing that other teams have continued to set off, Rising Sun base and Dawn base are still besieged by zombies and have been unable to escape. There was a steady stream of zombies coming from behind. At a glance, the black mass was mind-numbing. Why did they leave? Li Zishan hid in the car in fear. Seeing the other teams walking further and further away, she shouted anxiously, "Did they leave us alone? Where is Captain Bai? Why did he let the others leave?" Although the others did not speak, they had the same idea in their hearts. Have they been abandoned? If they were to face this huge tide of corpses, wouldn't it mean that they would just die? Ji Yunjia frowned and used his special powers to attack the zombies while trying to get closer to the armored vehicle. After a lot of effort, he finally came to the armored vehicle and said to Bai Jing, who got out of the vehicle holding a submachine gun, "Captain Bai, the others are leaving." Bai Jing's face was equally ugly, and he kept firing his submachine gun at the zombies that were constantly charging towards him, as if he wanted to vent his inner anger. "You guys get in the car first, we'll cover your rear." After repelling a wave of zombies, Bai Jing turned and said to Ji Yunjia, "What about you? What are you going to do? There are too many zombies. You can't handle it. I am a soldier. It is my duty to protect the lives and safety of the people." Ji Yunjia was stunned and didn't know how to start. And just at this moment, a rocket was suddenly launched from behind them and landed with a loud bang in the dense tide of zombies in front of them. He and Bai Jing looked back at the same time and saw a huge off-road vehicle parked behind them in a graceful posture. Chapter 76, Have I Offended You in any way? The passenger door of the SUV opened and a tall and slender figure got out of the car. On her seemingly thin shoulders, she carried an RPG-7 rocket launcher. It was obvious that she had fired the rocket just now. The rocket fell into the group of corpses, and the flames instantly rose into the sky, blasting the zombies that had long been beyond recognition to pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. "Captain Lu!" Ji Yunjia looked at Lu Xinyi in surprise. "Why are you back?" Lu Xinyi casually threw the rocket launcher on his seat, and then quickly used his superpower on the corpses that were coming again. In an instant, crackling thunder and lightning continued to fall, splitting the skin and flesh of the zombies that rushed up, turning them into charred corpses. Qin and the other three also got off the off-road vehicle. Qin followed closely and used fire powers, while Zhou Yin was responsible for protecting Xiao Lianxiao's safety. Xiao Lianxiao, who had no attack power, could only work hard to use auxiliary abilities to increase the abilities of Lu Xinyi and Qin Geng. With her assistance, the power of the two people's powers was significantly improved, and the situation was quickly reversed, making it impossible for the corpses to get close for the time being. "Get in the car," Lu Xinyi said sternly as he walked in front of Ji Yunjia. Ji Yunjia couldn't care less about being surprised at their strength and hurriedly called his team members to get on the bus, while he stayed to fight with Lu Xinyi and others. Lu Xinyi just glanced at him indifferently, stepped in front of Bai Jing, and said, "Captain Bai, there are too many zombies, we should retreat first." "Yes." Bai Jing nodded, but the submachine gun in his hand never stopped firing. "You retreat first, we will take the rear. Let's go together," Lu Xinyi said, and another burst of bright purple thunder struck down, instantly chopping the dozen zombies that came over into charcoal. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling fire dragon rushed out, wrapping all the zombies in the front row in flames. After briefly controlling the situation, everyone did not dare to hesitate and got on the bus as quickly as possible. Boom! The loud engine sound sounded, and several cars immediately left at the fastest speed. By the time the group of corpses at the rear broke through the flames blocking the road in front and continued to chase the car, several cars had already traveled a long distance. Several cars drove along for more than 10 minutes, and after making sure they were completely clear of the corpses, they stopped on the side of the road. Everyone got out of the car and checked each other for injuries. Fortunately, even if someone was injured, it was only a superficial injury and no one was bitten by the zombies. After the fierce battle, just now, everyone was a little tired and the superpowers had almost exhausted their superpowers. At this time, they couldn't care about anything else and sat on the ground one after another. Lu Xinyi sat in the passenger seat, resting his right hand on the car window, lazily looking at the dilapidated street scene outside. Suddenly, a tall and straight figure blocked her sight. She raised her eyes and saw the muscular Bai Jing standing in front of her like a straight green pine, with a serious and solemn expression. "Captain Bai, what's wrong?" She opened the car door and got out of the car, looking at Bai Jing doubtfully. Bai Jing gave her a military salute and said seriously, "Thank you, Captain Lu, for saving me just now. If Captain Lu hadn't brought someone back, it would have been difficult for us to escape." Lu Xinyi raised the corners of his lips slightly and said with a smile, "Captain Bai is serious. You are the leader of this operation. If something happens to you, how will this operation be carried out? Having said that, Bai will always remember your life-saving grace." Bai Jing still said with a grateful attitude, "As a soldier, Bai has given his life to the country. So, I apologize that Bai cannot repay Captain Lu with his life, but as long as Bai can do it, Captain Lu can speak up." Seeing how solemn he was, Lu Xinyi felt a little embarrassed and said hurriedly, "Captain Bai, you are too polite. I just did what I could, and I never thought about asking you to repay me." The reason why she took Qin and Zheng back to rescue Bai Jing and others was because, in addition to the reasons she mentioned earlier, she didn't want to watch so many people lose their lives. Furthermore, Ji Yunjia had spoken to her before, which was considered a bit of a friendship. She doesn't like to owe others favors, so when she goes back to save people, it's more for Ji Yunjia. She didn't expect that Bai Jing would be so grateful to her. It was an unexpected gain. Her words made Bai Jing look at her with even more admiration. "I will always remember this kindness from Captain Lu. If Captain Lu needs me for anything, please feel free to ask." Having said this, Lu Xinyi no longer refused. If he really needed help in the future, he could always ask for it. "Okay, then I'll follow Captain Bai's instructions. Who knows? I might really bother you in the future. It is an honor for Bai to have the opportunity to repay Captain Lu's kindness." After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Bai Jing returned to his team. As soon as he left, Ji Yunjia came in front of Lu Xinyi. "You don't need to say thank you," Lu Xinyi said first. "I came back to help you, firstly because we all participated in this operation and are temporary companions, and secondly, because you spoke for me in front of Sui Changfeng before, so I want to repay you for this favor." Ji Yunjia couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. "Now that you've said this, I don't know how to start again. Then there's no need to say those polite words." Ji Yunjia smiled slightly, then restrained his expression and said seriously, "But I still want to thank you. The favor I gave you is nothing compared to your risking your life to save us. Since you want to thank me, when you get to the granary, give us half of the food you got." Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows. Ji Yunjia was startled and said, "Although I should thank Captain Lu, isn't it a bit too much to share half of the food? Is it too much? Let's take 1/3. Lu Xinyi said. Seeing that he was still hesitant, he waved his hand impatiently. "Forget it, I don't want your food. You can go." After saying that, she turned around and went back to the car, closed the car door, leaned back on the seat, and began to close her eyes and meditate. Ji Yunjia didn't react for a moment and was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but chuckle. Captain Lu's temperament is really unpredictable. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Qin Xian standing next to the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, staring at him for a moment, his eyes full of alertness and vigilance. Ji Yunjia only found it funny. He didn't seem to offend this wolf-like boy, right? Why is the other party always hostile to him? Stepping up to Qin Xian, he asked bluntly, "Excuse me, where did I offend you?" No. Qin Xian's answer was also very direct. Ji Yunjia was even more confused. "Then why are you always hostile and defensive towards me? Is there any?" "No." Ji Yunja was a little confused, pointed at him and said, "Yes, that's the way you look at me now." Qin Xian glanced at Lu Xinyi in the car and whispered, "I just don't like you approaching Xinyi." Chapter 77. No one can take your place. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Ji Yunja couldn't help laughing. "It turns out you were jealous," he teased. "Jealous? What is jealousy?" Qin Xian opened his clear dark brown eyes and looked at him in confusion. His reaction made Ji Yunja a little unsure of how to respond, and he looked at him with a bit of inquiry. Is this young man named Qin Ji really innocent, or is he pretending to be innocent? Not to mention high school students of Qin Xian's age, even elementary school students know what jealousy is. The only explanation is that Qin Xian didn't want others to see his feelings for Lu Xinyi and deliberately pretended not to understand. If this is the case, then he will cooperate with Qin Xian and pretend that he doesn't know. "It's nothing," Ji Yunja said with a faint smile. "I just said it casually, so don't take it to heart. But don't worry, I only have appreciation and gratitude for Captain Lu, and I have absolutely no other thoughts." Qin Xian seemed to understand, but still looked at Ji Yunja with a somewhat wary look. When Ji Yunja saw this, he raised 2 fingers helplessly at him. "I swear, what I told is the truth, and I never meant to offend you. So, you don't have to treat me as an enemy." Qin Geng. A crisp voice interrupted Qin Xian's words. He followed the sound and saw Lu Xinyi got out of the car at some point and was walking around from the front of the car in front of him. "Captain Ji." She stood next to Qin Geng, looked up at Ji Yunja, and said, "Qin Geng has no intention of treating you as an enemy, and I will explain it clearly to him." Ji Yunja nodded and said, "I understand, I don't mean to blame him. Then you can chat, and I won't disturb you." After saying this, he glanced at Qin Xian again, and then quickly returned to his team. "Qin Geng." Lu Xinyi turned to face Qin Geng and said seriously, "I am the person in charge of the Oasis base. I will come into contact with more people in the future, including men, women, and children. You can't be on guard against everyone." But Qin Xian opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain, and frowned anxiously. "You don't like Ji Yunja talking to me?" Qin Xian hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded lightly. "But he is the person in charge of Rising Sun Base, so I will definitely have contact with him." Qin Xian lowered his head slightly and remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Lu Xinyi said softly, "Don't worry, no matter who I come into contact with, you are special in my heart and no one can take your place." When Qin Xian heard this, he immediately raised his head and stared at her steadily, with a strong joy appearing in his dark brown eyes. "You are my teammate. You have been with me since the disaster first happened. Your position is irreplaceable," Lu Xinyi said sincerely. "Qin." The smile in Qin Xian's eyes was gradually replaced by seriousness. He stared at Lu Xinyi steadily and said seriously, "I'm so happy." "Really?" Lu Xinyi looked suspicious and said seriously, "But your expression doesn't look like you are happy." Seeing that she didn't believe it, Qin Xian was a little anxious. He subconsciously took half a step forward and said hurriedly, "I'm really happy. I'm so happy." Okay, I believe you," Lu Xinyi said, his expression a little more serious. "Qin Geng, you also have to believe in yourself." Meeting her focused gaze, Qin Xian nodded heavily. "I understand." Xinyi said that he is special in her heart and irreplaceable. He believes in Xinyi, and he must also believe in himself. While the two were talking, the team members in the Shuguang base gathered together and looked at Lu Xinyi calmly. "Captain." A team member came to Bai Jing's side and whispered curiously, "What do you think Captain Lu's background is?" "She's a young girl. Where did she get the RPG? We are here this time when I go out. I can't even equip myself with a rocket launcher." Other team members also echoed, "Yes, not only does she have an RPG, but she is also a lightning power user. When she attacked the 2 people at Changfeng base, she seemed to be a power user. I really want to know, before the end of the world, what does she do?" Bai Jing glanced at the team members who were full of doubts and inquiries around him, and said in a deep voice, "No matter what Captain Lu's background is, it is an indisputable fact that she saved us. We should be grateful to her and remember her kindness. What the captain said is that we will naturally never forget Captain Lu's life-saving grace." The team member said with a sneer, "But I'm just curious about Captain Lu's background. You said she is a young girl of about 20 years old. With such a great ability, everyone would be curious about her." Bai Jing glanced at him, and then looked at Lu Xinyi, who had returned to the off-road vehicle, with a look of contemplation on his slightly rough face. This Captain Lu is really curious, and I really want to know more about her. But Captain Lu is their savior. Even if he is curious about Captain Lu's background, he will never investigate the other party privately. Withdrawing his gaze, Bai Jing looked at the watch on his left wrist and said to everyone, "It's almost time to rest. Let's go out quickly and find the others." As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the Rising Sun base said unhappily, "Those people abandoned us and ran away. Why are we still looking for them? In my opinion, the people from our 3 bases should continue to go to the granary. We can get more food." This statement was agreed and echoed by many people. That's right. Those people only cared about escaping for their own lives and didn't care about our lives at all. Why should we care about them? They don't even know where they are running to now. That's right. We have a lot of people now. We can just go to the granary by ourselves. Why bother looking for them? The people who were talking were all members of the Rising Sun base. Ji Yunjia cleared his throat and said, "Okay, everyone, please stop talking. We should listen to Captain Bai." Bai Jing looked at him, then at the people who had just spoken, and said seriously, "After all, those people were summoned by our Shuguang base, and as the general person in charge of this operation, I naturally want to make this operation successfully completed. Those people are also participants in this operation. I can't leave them alone, so I must find them first before going to the grain depot." After saying that, he turned back to the armored vehicle, picked up the walkie-talkie, and started looking for someone. Fortunately, he quickly contacted Sui Changfeng and learned the whereabouts of everyone from him. It was at a gas station not far from them. "Everyone get in the car and get ready to go." Following Bai Jing's order, the vehicles drove out one after another. About 10 minutes later, several cars arrived at the gas station. As soon as Bai Jing got off the armored vehicle, Sui Changfeng quickly came to him and shook hands with him with a smile on his face. However, Bai Jing did not raise his hand, but stared at him displeased. Chapter 78, Will You Pay for My Life? Sui Changfeng retracted his hand in embarrassment and said with a smile, "Captain Bai, it's great that you guys are safe and sound." As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd behind Bai Jing heard someone say, "Hypocrisy." Sui Changfeng's face immediately became ugly, and the stiff smile that was already there was now stuck on his face. A flash of displeasure flashed quickly in his eyes. He pretended not to hear the words, put on a worried look, and said with concern, "Captain Bai, we have been waiting for you, and now that we see you safe and sound, we can rest assured." Bai Jing did not respond. His sharp eyes swept over him, and then looked at the people behind Sui Changfeng. His eyes were sharp and cold, with the sternness that had gone through countless lives and deaths, making people dare not look at him and lowered their heads silently. With a flash of mockery in his eyes, Bai Jing looked away and said calmly, "Now that everyone is gathered, let's set off and continue to the grain depot." "Captain Bai, please wait a moment." Seeing him turning around and about to leave, Sui Changfeng quickly stopped him and said, "Before Captain Bai arrived, we had already packed the gasoline at this gas station, and each of our teams was divided. When it comes to 500 liters of gasoline, the rest are reserved for Captain Bai, Captain Ji, and Captain Lu, 550 liters for each team." As he spoke, he motioned to a few people behind him to bring out several large oil drums, which were filled with gasoline. Bai Jing glanced at the large oil drums and said with a half-smile, listening to what Captain Sui said, "We should thank Captain Sui for giving us 3 teams an extra 50 liters of gasoline?" "Captain Bai, you are too serious. That is not what I meant." Sui Changfeng said, "The reason why I gave you 3 an extra 50 liters of gasoline is because you fought hard against the zombies and bought us a chance to escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mo snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "You also know that we created the opportunity for you to escape. We almost lost our lives, but in the end we only got 50 liters more. Captain Sui is really generous." Although along the way, any discerning person could see that Sui Changfeng was not an easy person to get along with. He was just a smiling tiger with a lot of calculations in his mind. But I didn't expect this person to be so thick-skinned. Su Mo was a straightforward person, and she would speak out if she was unhappy. She didn't care what Sui Changfeng's reaction would be at the moment, and kept scolding her like firecrackers. "When we were faced with so many zombies, none of you thought about helping us. You just thought about escaping for your own lives. If we hadn't been fighting the zombies from behind, do you think you could have escaped? Now you think that with the extra 50 liters of gasoline, you can get us to stop arguing with you? Ha! Don't even think about it." Sui Changfeng's face also darkened, his brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. But before he could say anything, Ning Qian suddenly stood up in the crowd behind him to refute. You are not from our Changfeng base. Why should we ignore our own safety and stay to help you? Besides, aren't you all fine now? Su Mo laughed angrily at her words. What? If I'm not from your Changfeng base, why wouldn't you take action? Of course, Ning Qian said without thinking. There are zombies everywhere in the city. Why should we save an unrelated person? If I sacrifice myself to save you, will you pay for my life? This may sound reasonable at first glance. After all, it is the end of the world. Everyone is in danger and only thinks about self-protection. How can he care about the life and death of others? But Su Mo was still furious at her selfish words. Her usual quarrels with Li Zishan never made her as angry as now. If Ji Yunjia hadn't stopped her in time, she might have been unable to contain her anger and rushed up to slap Ning Qian. But if she didn't take action, someone else did. I saw a figure quickly flashing in front of Ning Qian. Before Ning Qian could react, a soft and boneless hand grabbed her shoulder. Then, with a strong pull, she was dragged several steps away. What are you doing? Let me go. Hearing Ning Qian yelling angrily, everyone reacted and looked around hurriedly. Lu Xinyi grabbed Ning Qian's collar and dragged her towards the SUV outside the gas station. Lu Xinyi, what do you want to do? Let me go quickly. She was beaten up by Lu Xinyi before, but now Ning Qian was too lazy to pretend to be sisters with her and shouted angrily. Lu Xinyi ignored her and continued to stride forward. Captain Lu! Sui Changfeng's dissatisfied voice came from behind. What are you doing? Lu Xinyi walked forward and said coldly, Since your Changfeng base only saves your own people, I will help you create this opportunity. Upon hearing her words, Sui Changfeng suddenly felt bad and hurriedly chased after her. But halfway through, he saw Qin Xian suddenly walking out, crossing his chest with his hands and standing in front of him with a cold face. Sui Changfeng had no choice but to stop, glared at Qin Geng angrily, and shouted, Get out of the way! Qin Geng said nothing and remained motionless. In desperation, Sui Changfeng had to go around him. But when he took a step, Qin Ji followed suit, always firmly blocking his way. Sui Changfeng became even more angry now. Lu Xinyi, do you want to go against my Changfeng base? Lu Xinyi had already walked to the SUV, opened the passenger door, and roughly threw Ning Qian in. Turning around, she met Sui Changfeng's resentful gaze and said disapprovingly, Didn't Captain Sui regard me as an enemy a long time ago? Sui Changfeng probably already hated her when she attacked Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian on the way here. It's not that he defends Zhu Tianxiu and Ning Qian, but he feels that she has embarrassed Changfeng base, so he doesn't like her. Although he thought so in his heart, Sui Changfeng was still a little surprised when she said it so bluntly. And just when he was surprised, Lu Xinyi had already walked around to the driver's seat and got into the car, and was about to drive away. Brother Sui, save me. Ning Qian kept trying to open the car door, but it was locked. She could only look at Sui Changfeng nervously and fearfully. Sui Changfeng clenched his hands on his sides, his expression gloomy and scary. Captain Bai. He turned around and looked at Bai Jing with an evil look. Are you just watching and letting Lu Xinyi do whatever he wants? Bai Jing remained silent. Although he didn't like Sui Changfeng's style, Sui Changfeng was a participant in this operation after all. As the person in charge, he couldn't just watch the team have conflicts. Once the team has conflicts, it is likely to affect the progress of the mission. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at Lu Xinyi and asked tentatively, Captain Lu, why don't you get out of the car first and have a good talk with Captain Sui? Talk! Lu Xinyi's teasing eyes swept over Ning Qian and Sui Changfeng, and he said slowly, Why should I talk to him? Chapter 79 what? Threaten us? Bai Jing heard this and tried to persuade again. The purpose of our trip is the grain depot. There is no need to delay the trip for other things. Lu Xinyi put on a pensive look, thought for a moment, and said, Then let's talk about it for Captain Bai's sake. With that said, she got out of the car and roughly pulled Ning Qian out of the car. Ning Qian staggered and fell directly to the ground. Her palms were scratched by the rough ground, and a trace of blood oozed out instantly. You. As soon as she spoke, Lu Xinyi turned his head and looked at her condescendingly. That sharp hawk-like gaze made her swallow back the words that came to her lips in an instant. Before Ning Qian could get up, Lu Xinyi stepped on her back, causing her to lie on the ground like a bastard. Captain Sui, let's talk. Sui Changfeng's mood at this time was so bad that words could not describe it. He just wanted to eat the arrogant girl in front of him alive. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said in a deep voice, What does Captain Lu want to talk about? Ning Qian is a space power user, which should be important to you, right? Lu Xinyi glanced at Ning Qian and said slowly. Sui Changfeng suddenly felt like a quail being strangled by the neck and was speechless for a moment. He doesn't care about Ning Qian's life or death, but Ning Qian is a space power user. When going out to look for supplies, space powers are crucial, so he took Ning Qian on the mission. But this Ning Qian is restless. She always likes to stand out despite her lack of ability. Now that she fell into Lu Xinyi's hands, it was up to him to save her. Judging from Lu Xinyi's attitude, it was obvious that he wanted him to pay a price. Seeing that Sui Changfeng didn't answer, Lu Xinyi didn't care and continued. If you want me to release Ning Qian, it's fine. As long as each of your teams gives half of the gasoline to our 3 teams, you can share it equally. You each keep 250 liters of gasoline. This number is suitable for you. She deliberately emphasized the word 250, then turned her gaze to Sui Changfeng and continued. If other teams disagree, then you, Captain Sui, will have to trouble yourself to resolve it. If there is any team that refuses to share the gasoline, Captain Sui, then you can only go to the group of zombies just now to find Ning Qian. But your Changfeng base will not save anyone except its own people, so I think you will not ignore Ning Qian's life or death, right? The threat was self-evident, and Sui Changfeng was in a difficult position. He glanced at Lu Xinyi angrily, then turned to look at the other teams behind him. He saw that everyone had their heads lowered, as if they didn't hear Lu Xinyi's words. At the moment, he was even more dissatisfied. These people were very active when sharing gasoline, but now they all seem to be deaf, and they're all starting to act like transparent people. Everyone, please listen to me. Captain Bai and his 3 teams fought tooth and nail to create a chance for us to escape. We should really thank them. Trying to suppress a smile, Sui Changfeng tried his best to persuade. Only give them 550 liters. There is indeed a little shortage of gasoline, so let's give them half of the gasoline each. Nearly half of the 18 teams started distributing gasoline without saying a word, but the remaining half never moved. Sui Changfeng looked at these teams displeasedly, as if he wanted to remember them firmly. Suppressing his anger, he had to continue persuading those teams, but he had to include Lu Xinyi in his words. The main point was that it was Lu Xinyi who asked them to distribute the gasoline, and if they had any dissatisfaction, they could go to Lu Xinyi. He was also threatened. When Lu Xinyi heard what he said, she couldn't help but want to laugh. But it doesn't matter. After this operation is over, she will no longer have any intersection with these teams. After Sui Changfeng's lobbying, several more teams were allocated gasoline, but 3 teams still acted as stubborn residents. Everyone has been given gasoline. Why aren't you moving? Sui Changfeng's tone became uncontrollably irritable. The leader of one of the teams said, Ning Qian is not from our base, so why should we share the gasoline for her? The other 2 people also echoed. Yes, this is a conflict between your Changfeng base and Oasis base. What does it have to do with us? Captain Sui, I understand your desire to save the team members, but you can't damage our interests because of this. This gasoline is what we deserve. Sui Changfeng was so angry that the 3 people said this. His appearance made everyone in the Rising Sun base feel quite relieved. When a shameless person meets someone even more shameless than him, let him experience the feeling of being disgusted. Lu Xinyi never said a word, only watched quietly, his cold eyes slowly sweeping over the 3 people. Then she spoke out. Captain Sui, I'll give you 5 more minutes. After 5 minutes, if you haven't asked them to separate the gasoline, then you can wait to find Ning Qian among the corpses. Hearing her words, Ning Qian was frightened. She raised her head and cried to Sui Changfeng. Brother Sui, save me. I don't want to be thrown into the group of corpses. Brother Sui, I am a space superpower. You can't give up on me. Sui Changfeng only felt that one head was as big as 2. Lu Xinyi couldn't get along with him, so these 3 people also added insult to injury and watched his jokes. Before he could say anything, Zhu Tianxu stepped forward, pointed at the 3 people, and said angrily, Brother Sui, since they are unwilling to take the initiative to share the gasoline, then we will help them share it. Although they are helping, everyone knows that they're going to be tough. The 3 people were also angry. One person took a step forward and cursed at Zhu Tianxu. This is our gasoline. Do you dare to touch it and try it? In the current situation of supplies, no one will give in easily. Although gasoline cannot be eaten, with gasoline, they can drive farther to find supplies. Therefore, they will never let go of this gasoline. What? Threatening us? Zhu Tianxu snorted coldly. We are Changfeng base. Go and find out. Our Changfeng base is the 2nd largest base after Shiguang base. With just 3 of you small bases, you dare to against us? Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel, Lu Xinyi spoke at the right time. Captain Sui, there are 2 minutes left. With that said, she took back her foot that was on Ning Qian's back, bent down and picked up Ning Qian's back collar, and pulled her up from the ground, as if she was ready to take Ning Qian away at any time. Ning Qian struggled for her life, but no matter how hard she struggled, she still couldn't break away from Lu Xinyi's grasp. She was so frightened that she burst into tears and cried. "Brother Sui, Tianxiu, save me. Help me quickly." "Qian." Zhou Tianxiu looked at her nervously, and then said angrily to Lu Xinyi, "Lu Xinyi, our Changfeng base has allocated half of the gasoline. The choices of others have nothing to do with us. Please let Qian go quickly." Lu Xinyi was too lazy to pay attention to him and said to Sui Changfeng, "Captain Sui, there is still 1 minute. Chapter 80, can we let him go now?" Sui Changfeng had a gloomy face, first glanced at Lu Xinyi, and then looked at the 3 people with sharp eyes. "You really don't want to share the gasoline?" "Captain Sui," one of them said, "it's not that we don't want to share it, but in today's world, materials are too important. We finally got this gasoline, so let us share half of it. Isn't this a bit too much?" Sui Changfeng clenched his back molars, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. If Ning Qian wasn't a space superpower, why would he bother talking to these 3 little characters? It also depends on their faces. How do you want to separate the gasoline? The 3 of them looked at each other, and the person who spoke just now said, "We gave half of the gasoline to save Captain Sui and your members. Should Captain Sui compensate us?" "They are blackmailing him." Sui Changfeng's teeth were itching, and his face was frighteningly gloomy. He is the base commander of Changfeng Base, and 3 minor characters dare to threaten him. But now he was under the control of others, and even if he was filled with anger, he had to endure it. "After the grain is distributed at the granary, I am willing to give you 1/10 of the grain." 1/10. The man was a little disgusted. Sui Changfeng could hardly hold back his anger, and his voice became a little colder. The National Grain Depot's reserve grain is calculated in 10,000 tons. Even if there are only 10,000 tons of grain, and the Shuguang base gets half of it, each of our teams can get more than 200 tons. I'll take out another 10th and divide it among you. Each of you will get 8 tons of food, which is much more valuable than the 250 liters of gasoline. After weighing the pros and cons, the 3 agreed to his conditions. "Okay, then we'll do as Captain Sui says. And please don't default on your debt, and give us 1/10 of the food. With Captain Bai as my witness, I will never deceive you. As for whether they'll be able to catch it alive by then, it is still unknown." After the discussion, the 3 teams quickly divided the gasoline in half. Sui Changfeng pointed to the packed gasoline and said to Lu Xinyi, "Captain Lu, all the gasoline you want is here. Can we let him go now?" "Of course." Lu Xinyi casually threw Ning Qian towards Sui Changfeng like trash. If Sui Changfeng hadn't dodged in time, he would have been smashed to pieces. But Zhou Tianxiu, who happened to be standing behind him, was not so lucky. He was hit by Ning Qian, who staggered back a few steps while holding her, and then they fell to the ground together. "Tisk, it's really useless." Lu Xinyi muttered in disgust, and then distributed gasoline with Ji Yunjia and Bai Jing. Both of them wanted her to share more, but Lu Xinyi insisted on an equal share, and in the end, they had to comply with her wishes. After dividing the gasoline, Lu Xinyi looked at Sui Changfeng with a smile and said, "Captain Sui, it's all thanks to you that we can divide so much gasoline. In addition, I'd like to give you a suggestion. For disobedient people like them, just hit him until he obeys. Why bother talking to him? So much nonsense." After saying that, she ignored Sui Changfeng and the other 3 who looked as ugly as flies, called her people, turned around and returned to the off-road vehicle. The entire gas station suddenly fell into deathly silence. Sui Changfeng was so angry that he almost broke his back molars, and his hands hanging by his sides were clenched tightly. His gloomy eyes were always fixed on Lu Xinyi in the car. This Lu Xinyi is so arrogant. Why did he promise to give out 1/10 of the food? It was not all because of her threat. In the end, she even laughed at her. "Everyone get in the car and go." Bai Jing's loud and majestic voice sounded, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Everyone did not dare to neglect and hurriedly got into the car. "See, your brother Fi." Ning Qian rubbed her painful waist, came to Sui Changfeng, and whispered, "Let's get in the car first." As soon as she finished speaking, Sui Changfeng turned his head sharply and stared at her with a sinister look. Lowering his voice, he gritted his teeth and warned, Ning Qian, if you want to go against Lu Xinyi, I won't stop you. But if you dare to ask me to clean up your mess again, even if you were a space superpower, I will never stop you. We'll save you. Although space power users are relatively rare and are a very useful power, if it hinders the interests of him and the entire Changfeng base, he doesn't mind abandoning her. Ning Qian shivered with fear, lowered her head, and whispered, Brother Sui, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Get back in the car. Ning Qian immediately got into the car, dejectedly. Even though she knew that everyone else in the team was laughing at her, she still kept her head down. But his heart is filled with hatred. It's all Lu Xinyi's fault. If it weren't for meeting Lu Xinyi, she would still be the most important person in the team, and everyone would have to worry about her safety first. But after meeting Lu Xinyi, she was not only beaten up by Lu Xinyi, but she is still hurting all over. More importantly, she also completely angered Sui Changfeng. Although she had not seen the consequences of angering Sui Changfeng with her own eyes, she had heard people at the base mention it. Even if her life is not in danger, her future life may not be easy. All this was caused by Lu Xinyi. She originally thought that Lu Xinyi would be dead long ago, but why is she still alive? Moreover, he has become so powerful, his temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes, and he has become so arrogant. She won't just let this account go. As long as she finds a chance, she will make Lu Xinyi return it 10 times and 100 times. The long convoy left the gas station, took a detour to avoid the previous group of corpses, and continued towards the grain depot. In the off-road vehicle, Lu Xinyi was sitting in the passenger seat, with his right hand on the window and lazily supporting his head. Realizing that Zhou Yin glanced at her from time to time, as if he was hesitant to speak, she asked, Teacher Zhou, do you have something to say? Boss, although I shouldn't question your decision, but what you did just now has completely offended the Changfeng base, right? Zhou Yin said worriedly. Lu Xinyi chuckled and said, Teacher Zhou, I know what you were worried about, but do you think Changfeng base will let us go if I don't do that? Sui Changfeng was already dissatisfied with me when I attacked Lu Xinyi and Ning Qian for the first time. But even if it happens again, I will still attack them both. Not killing Lu Xinyi and Ning Qian directly was a decision she made after careful consideration. Although her Oasis base has a small number of people, it has an automatic defense system, so she is not afraid of retaliation from the Changfeng base. Zhou Yin opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. The boss has her own decision, and he shouldn't question it. If Changfeng base really wants to retaliate against them, he and the boss will face it together. Because of the previous zombie tide, the convoy is now driving extra carefully. After driving cautiously for an hour, the convoy finally arrived at their destination, the granary. Chapter 81 Quick. Kill them. The grain reserve warehouse in City K covers an area of approximately 200 acres, with more than 10 tall bungalow warehouses that can accommodate more than 100,000 tons of inventory, as well as 30,000 ton steel plate oil storage tanks. The grain reserves are extremely abundant. There was no way they could move all the stored grain at once. We drove carefully to the granary, drove to the Dawn base in the front, and parked the car at the gate of the granary. Other cars stopped shortly after. Bai Jing's serious voice came from the intercom. We have arrived at the grain depot. Everyone must follow my instructions and are not allowed to act without authorization. Once someone affects the progress of the operation, the allocation of the base will be canceled. In view of the situation where more than a dozen teams turned around and ran away when encountering a zombie wave before, this time, Bai Jing put his words first. Others have no problem with this. Now that we have arrived at the grain depot, everyone naturally hopes that the operation will go smoothly and everyone will receive food. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? After saying this, a drone flew out of the armored vehicle Bai Jing was in, took off, and flew quickly to the grain depot. Captain, a team member handed the tablet in his hand to Bai Jing. The image on the screen was the image projected by the drone. Bai Jing frowned slightly and looked at the screen carefully, not missing any corner. The grain depot has a large area, but the number of employees is not very large. It is estimated that there are less than 100 employees on duty in the entire grain depot. Even if they all turn into zombies, the threat is not great. Even so, Bai Jing still did not relax his vigilance. After the drone came back, the armored vehicle continued to set off, crashing into the barrier gate at the gate without hesitation, and directly creating a path. Then, based on what he just observed, he headed straight towards the bungalow. The sound of the moving convoy attracted the zombies in the grain depot, and they were mercilessly knocked away and crushed by the vehicles. The long motorcade arrived at the bungalow without any hindrance. Everyone got out of the car, and the team from Dawn Base walked at the front, cautiously approaching a warehouse in front. Two team members stood on both sides of the warehouse door, and another team member stepped forward and quickly opened the lock. When the warehouse door opened, the two team members on both sides of the door quickly moved forward, and their submachine guns immediately pointed into the warehouse. But the next second, "Back off! Back off!" The two team members shouted and hurriedly backed away. As they retreated, a dense group of rats ran out of the warehouse. If they were just ordinary rats, they wouldn't have frightened the two team members like this, just because these rats had all turned into zombie rats. There are a huge number of zombie rats, estimated to be in the thousands. They are more than twice the size of ordinary rats. Their eyes have turned blood red, and their teeth and claws are extremely sharp. This visual impact is less than the impact of seeing a group of corpses. Seeing this, the others were so frightened that they quickly backed away. The screams continued, which only further stimulated the zombie rats, making them even more excited, and quickly ran towards everyone present. "Quick, kill these disgusting mice." Li Zishan was so frightened that her face turned pale, her feet kept beating, and she turned around and ran towards the car. Ning Qian, who was also a space power user and had no attack power, turned around and ran towards the car when she saw this. While running, she turned back and saw the dense zombie rats rushing out of the warehouse. She was frightened. People are frightened. A moment. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of submachine gun fire was endless, and the superpowers also used their superpowers one after another. Those without superpowers could only use weapons to physically attack the zombie rats. The scene suddenly became chaotic. A scream suddenly sounded. Everyone looked around and saw that a member of an unknown base had been bitten on the ankle by a zombie rat. Immediately afterwards, dozens of zombie rats surrounded him and crawled up his legs, wrapping the man airtight in an instant. At a glance, he was covered in hideous zombie rats. There was a crunching sound, and soon the man was chewed to pieces, leaving no trace of his original appearance. Everyone else was shocked by this bloody and cruel scene. Everyone only knew that people could turn into zombies, but they didn't expect that other creatures could also mutate into zombies. Therefore, the appearance of zombie rats left everyone at a loss. Compared to the surprise and panic of others, Lu Xinyi seemed exceptionally calm. He swung the Miao Dao in his hands so fast that an afterimage appeared. Having experienced the 3-year apocalypse in her previous life, she naturally knew that humans were not the only ones who could turn into zombies. She had also dealt with many zombie animals, including zombie dogs, zombie cats, and even zombie tigers. If the others had not abandoned them and fled on their own when facing the zombie tide before, she would have reminded them in advance so that everyone could be prepared. But after what happened before, she felt that it was unnecessary. Although they participated in the same action, these people were not honest, so she didn't bother to care about their life or death. Just make sure that nothing happens to your people. Teacher Zhou, take Forsythia back to the car. Lu Xinyi quickly and decisively dealt with the zombie rats that rushed over, then turned to Zhou Yin next to him. Zhou Yin nodded, quickly came to Xiao Yanxiao, and pulled her away. Xiao Yanxiao is using auxiliary powers to provide power gains for Lu Xinyi and Qin Gong. Although she was also afraid of these fast-moving and numerous zombie rats, seeing that everyone was fighting hard, she also wanted to do her part. Therefore, when Zhou Yin asked her to leave, she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But Zhou Yin said, "Forsythia, go back to the car first. Once you get back to the car, you can still use your powers." That's right. Xiao Yanxiao didn't hesitate when she heard this and quickly ran back to the off-road vehicle. Her auxiliary power has a certain range limit. She only needs to ensure that her sister and Qin Xian are within the range of her power. Other bases are also fighting fiercely. The members of Dawn Base are all soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles. Their combat effectiveness is extraordinary, and with hot weapons in hand, they will not flinch. Years of rigorous training and rich combat experience allow them to achieve almost perfect shots. The number of people who came to Rising Sun Base this time was not very large. They should have been carefully selected by Ji Yunjia, and their combat effectiveness was pretty good. Ji Yunjia and Su Mo are both superpowers, and Su Mo's ice superpower is even more powerful. However, the ice spikes she wields are not very accurate. It is estimated that only 4 of the 10 ice spikes can hit zombie rats. This caused a lot of waste of her abilities, and they were consumed faster. Over at Changfeng Base, Sui Changfeng turned out to be a dual-series power user of gold and thunder. No wonder Changfeng Base could develop into a large base second only to Shuguang Base. Zhuo Tianxiu is also a well-known wind power user, and his wind blade attacks the hordes of zombie rats like a knife. The battle was going on in an orderly manner, but suddenly, a panic scream suddenly sounded. Chapter 82, How do you plan to thank me? Everyone looked for help and saw a large group of zombie rats, avoiding everyone in the battle and running towards Li Zishan in the car. The black zombie rat crawled along the car body to the window, opened its mouth wide and exposed its sharp teeth, and screamed at Li Zishan in the car. Li Zishan had never seen such a scene before. Since the end of the world, she has been with Ji Yunjia and the others. As a space superpower, she cannot help but go out in search of supplies. But every time she goes out, she is the key protection target of the team. Every time she waits for everyone to deal with the zombies and confirm that there is no danger, she will come out of the hiding place. But this time, these zombie rats actually discovered her and were lying outside her car window, staring at her, scaring her so much that she couldn't stop trembling. What's more, she discovered that some zombie rats were hitting the car window with their heads. Li Zishan was so frightened that she couldn't stop screaming, "Yunjia, save me! Come and save me!" When Ji Yunjia looked back, he was also frightened by this scene. If those zombie rats broke the car window, Li Zishan would definitely die. He immediately turned around and condensed a whirlwind in his hand. Just as he was about to take action, Suemo suddenly came to him. While pushing him away, Suemo waved his hand, and several ice spikes flew out. With 2 swishes, he eliminated the zombie rats that rushed to Ji Yunjia's feet. But at this moment, the window glass of the big truck made a crisp sound and cracked with a spider web-like crack. Li Zishan was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. She searched frantically in the car, but couldn't find a suitable weapon. What should I do? What should I do? She was so anxious that she burst into tears and kept crying, "Save me! Someone save me!" Just then, sizzle! Several dazzling bolts of lightning struck in the air, turning the zombie rats lying on the car into charcoal, and then fell down along the car body. Immediately afterwards, several more lightning bolts fell from the other side of the car, killing the zombie rats on the other side. All this happened so suddenly, and the power of thunder and lightning was too powerful. Li Zishan was stunned on the spot and did not react for a long time. After a moment, she stared blankly at the tall and slender figure outside the car. The figure was seen holding a slender meow knife in his hand, walking through the zombie rats. The sharp blade easily cut off the zombie rat's head. Everywhere she passed, there were rats lying on the ground. Li Zishan's mood at this moment was a bit complicated. She never expected that the person who came to save her would be Lu Xinyi, whom she had never wanted to see. Lu Xinyi saved her, but without even giving her a look, he turned around and threw himself into the battle again. Li Zishan was a little confused about her intentions. He couldn't even figure out why she would save him. Although the number of zombie rats was large, after a fierce battle, everyone finally eliminated them all. However, they also sacrificed several people, all of whom were bitten until their flesh and blood were mutilated and their shapes could not be seen. But even so, those people still turned into zombies and were eventually killed by their companions. Looking at the zombie rats all over the place, everyone was frightened and really tired. "Everyone take a rest first," Bai Jing said. Everyone ignored the zombie rats all over the ground and looked for a place to sit down and rest. The fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of superpowers, and now they just felt exhausted. Lu Xinyi stepped forward to the off-road vehicle, looked at Xiao Lianxiao in the car worriedly, and asked, "Forsythia, are you okay?" "Don't worry, sister, I'm fine." Xiao Lianxiao smiled and shook her head at her, revealing 2 dimples. "With teacher Zhou protecting me, I'm fine." Seeing that both she and Zhou Yin were safe and sound, Lu Xinyi looked back at Qin Geng and felt relieved when he saw that he was not injured either. "Everyone, please get in the car and have a rest first," she said, taking out 3 bottles of mineral water from the space and giving them to the 3 of them while others were not paying attention. This mineral water was specially prepared by her before setting off this morning. It contains crystal core evolution fluid, which can help them quickly restore their abilities and gradually increase the strength of everyone's abilities. The crystal core evolution fluid was colorless and odorless. The 3 of them did not notice anything strange. They took the mineral water and drank it in large gulps. Lu Xinyi also took out a bottle of water and took a few sips then heard Ji Yunja's voice behind him. Captain Lu, is something wrong? She looked back at Ji Yunja and saw that Li Zishan had also come with him. Thank you for saving Zishan just now, Ji Yunja said and winked at Li Zishan. Although Li Zishan was a little reluctant, she still said, thank you for saving me. I didn't save you in vain. Lu Xinyi glanced at her lightly, then turned to Ji Yunja and said, I saved your companion. How are you going to thank me? Hearing this, Ji Yunja and Li Zishan were stunned and looked at each other in confusion. Didn't I already say thank you? Li Zishan opened her mouth and said, how else do you want us to thank you? Your life is only worth a thank you. Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows and asked casually. Li Zishan was immediately speechless. Ji Yunja calmly tugged at Li Zishan, signaling her not to say anything. Then he said to Lu Xinyi, I wonder what Captain Lu wants us to do? After spending a day together, he discovered that Captain Lu had a bit of an odd personality. He seemed cold and distant, but he would help others. But if she saves someone, she will ask for reward without batting an eyelid. It's not what I want you to do, but how you plan to thank me. Lu Xinyi said casually. You. Li Zishan wanted to speak again, but Ji Yunja grabbed her arm and pulled her behind him. He took a step forward and stood in front of Li Zishan to prevent her from rushing out to speak again and making Lu Xinyi unhappy. Captain Lu, you saved Zishan. We should thank you. Ji Yunja thought for a moment and said, how about this? When we get the food later, we will give you some as a thank you for saving Zishan. Lu Xinyi thought about it and said, okay. She had no friendship with Li Zishan at all, and they even had some conflicts. In order to save Li Zishan, she used up a bit of her supernatural power, so she had to get something in return. The group rested for about 10 minutes and then began to check the next bungalow warehouse. Although they didn't encounter any danger afterwards, unfortunately, after the end of the world, the warehouse lost effective management and much of the stored grain inside became damp, moldy, and rotted. After an inspection, only 5,000 tons of food were available for distribution. According to the agreement, Shuguang Base will give priority to half of the food, and the 20 civilian teams will share the remaining half equally. Although it is not as much as expected, each base can still get 125 tons, which is enough to last for a long time. By the time the food was distributed, it was completely dark. The night was obviously not suitable for traveling, so Bai Jing decided to stay in the grain depot for one night and leave early tomorrow morning. Chapter 83, you can eat it if you want, just use food in exchange. Because there were corpses of zombie rats in the bungalow area, everyone moved to a clean and spacious place to spend the night. A large bonfire illuminated the surroundings as bright as day, and the teams from each base gathered together and were eating dinner. After a hard day's work, all the teams had gained a lot. Therefore, everyone was in a good mood, and there was a burst of joyful laughter from time to time during the dinner. Suddenly, someone shrugged his nose and asked curiously, what's that smell? It smells so good. The people next to him also sniffed and exclaimed, what delicious food are you cooking? It smells so good. It smells so good that I'm almost drooling. A mouth-watering aroma wafted out, attracting everyone to look around curiously. Then I found out. The 4 people in the Oasis base actually set up a pot and were cooking hot pot. Have they forgotten the environment they are in now? This is the end of the world. They're actually cooking hot pot. But I want to eat it so much. The 4 people at the Oasis base still ate the shabu-shabu hot pot because Xiaolian Xiao couldn't eat anything too spicy. In the Bagua hot pot basin, the red soup is as bright as fire, with red peppers floating in it, and there are actually tomatoes in the clear soup on the other side. Lu Xinyi picked up a plate of spicy beef marinated in seasonings and poured it into the red soup pot without hesitation. Then, she picked up another plate of pork belly and poured half into the red soup and half into the clear soup. Immediately, the rich aroma of meat hit their nostrils, making everyone salivate. Gulu, gululu. The sounds of swallowing and stomach growling were constant. The 4 people at the Oasis base acted as if they had not heard anything and ate the hot pot as if no one else was watching, commenting on the taste of the hot pot from time to time. This hot pot base is not very good. I will try another hot pot base next time. This beef is delicious. Eat more of it. For Scythia, if you can't eat spicy food, just eat less and eat more clear soup. Sister, I want to eat peeing beef balls. Can you help me cook a few? And peeing beef balls? Everyone's eyes were fixed, staring at the steaming pot of hot pot, and they even forgot to eat the bread and biscuits in their hands. Because I can't eat it at all. Why do they have hot pot? In the team at Rising Sun Base, Li Zishan endured the envy and jealousy in her heart and said in a low voice, "I really want to eat hot pot too." Who wouldn't? Others kept their mouths tightly shut to prevent themselves from drooling. Although there is currently no shortage of food in their base, it is only limited to filling their stomachs, and they do not dare to expect to eat anything good. Not to mention eating hot pot as indulgently as Oasis base. That's meat, fresh meat. There are also tender cabbage, bright red tomatoes, and golden potato slices. Not only that, they actually brought out Coke. What a luxury! Finally noticing everyone's gaze, Lu Xinyi turned to look at everyone, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Want to eat?" Except for Shuguang base and Changfeng base, everyone else nodded unanimously. Even Li Zishan couldn't care less about putting on the airs of a female star at this time. She nodded her head and looked straight at the meat and vegetable hot pot. "You can eat it if you want. You can exchange it with grain." Lu Xinyi started the business directly. 10 pounds of grain are exchanged for a bowl of vegetables. You can choose what you want to eat. When everyone heard this, they all hesitated. Is 10 kilograms of grain too much? Someone said, "I can eat many meals with 10 kilograms of grain." That's right. You are being too loud. 1 pound of grain is fine, but 10 pounds of grain is just a robbery. Lu Xinyi disagreed and said nonchalantly, "If you don't want to, forget it. It's up to you to change it or not." After saying that, she ignored everyone and continued to eat meat and drink Fat House Happy Water. After drinking it, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. It tastes so good. Everyone. On purpose, she definitely did it on purpose. Seeing that the food in the pot was getting less and less, someone finally couldn't help but said, "I'll change it." Lu Xinyi turned around and saw that the man was the captain of a small base and looked very ordinary. He stood up and said to Lu Xinyi, "There are 10 people in our team, and I am willing to give you 100 kilograms of food in exchange. However, you said that we can choose ourselves? Is it true?" Lu Xinyi pointed to the dishes on the shelf beside the pot and said, "Of course it's true. You can choose whatever you want from the dishes here." "Okay," the man said, and immediately asked his team members to give out 100 caddies of food. They received more than 100 tons of grain today, and 100 kilograms of grain is nothing. The worst thing to do is to find supplies later, but hot pot is not something you can just eat casually. You may not find the shop after passing through this village. After checking the 100 kilograms of grain, Lu Xinyi took out 10 disposable lunch boxes and chopsticks and gave them to the man, saying, "You choose your own dishes first and cook them yourself." "We cook it ourselves?" The man was a little surprised. Lu Xinyi raised his eyebrows. "What else?" The man, "Okay." After that, Lu Xinyi and the other 4 stood up and walked aside, giving the hot pot to these 10 people. Seeing the 10 people surrounding the pot and eating hot pot happily, the others couldn't help but feel a little excited. After a while, another person stood up and said, "We are also willing to exchange food for it. Isn't it just over 100 kilograms of grain? They now have more than 100 tons of grain. Can't they afford to replace it? Change it immediately." More and more people joined in to eat hot pot, and the whole camp was suddenly filled with the strong smell of hot pot, and sighs of satisfaction were heard one after another. "Yunjia, let's exchange for food." Li Zishan came to Ji Yunjia and whispered, "We're late, the meat is gone." God knows that in the past 2 months since the end of the world, she has not even eaten a piece of fresh meat, and she was already so greedy just now. Ji Yunjia was also greedy. He looked at the other people in the team, who all looked eager and salivating, and then nodded and said, "Okay, change." He came to Lu Xinyi with more than 100 kilograms of grain that he had divided and said, "Captain Lu, this is our grain. Leave it," Lu Xinyi said, taking out a dozen lunch boxes and handing them to him. "By the way, how much are you going to give me for the food? I need to save Li Zishan." When she said this, Li Zishan happened to walk over and immediately quickened her pace and came to Ji Yunjia's side. Seeing her approaching, Ji Yunjia pursed his lips slightly, pondered for a moment and said, "We have been allocated a total of 125 tons of grain, so we will give you 5 tons of grain as a reward for saving Zishan." Lu Xinyi thought for a while and said, "Okay." Her impression of Ji Yunjia was okay, and there was no conflict with the Rising Sun base. Saving Li Zishan was just a casual matter, and the reward for 5 tons of grain was not bad. As soon as the two of them agreed on the remuneration, they saw Sui Changfeng walking straight towards Lu Xinyi, followed by several strong men, each carrying a sack on their shoulders. Chapter 84. Still want to buy and sell by force? "Captain Lu, we also want to make an exchange with you." Sui Changfeng came over and said, and motioned to the people behind him to put down the sacks. "Wait a minute. Lu Xinyi stopped those people's movements and said slowly, Captain Sui, how many people do you plan to exchange for food? Of course it belongs to everyone in our team. Sui Changfeng said, with a bad feeling rising in his heart. Sure enough, the next second I heard Lu Xinyi say, sorry, I won't change. Why? A man carrying a sack behind Sui Changfeng asked in confusion. There are people in your team that I hate, so I won't change them. Who Lu Xinyi was referring to by these words, I am afraid no one present could guess. For a moment, everyone in Changfeng base turned their attention to Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian with a bit of complaint and displeasure in their eyes. If they hadn't offended Lu Xinyi, how could they not have hot pot? When Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian saw the team members looking at them with complaints, dissatisfaction suddenly rose in their hearts. Lu Xinyi, what do you mean? Zhuo Tianxiu stepped forward and said displeased. We are willing to give you food in exchange. Why don't you agree? What? You still want to buy and sell by force? Lu Xinyi looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, just because this hot pot belongs to our base, it's up to me to decide who will eat it or not. Zhuo Tianxiu was speechless for a moment, and his whole face turned red from exhaustion. Sui Changfeng's face was also ugly. He glanced at Zhuo Tianxiu next to him with a gloomy look, and then looked sharply at Lu Xinyi. Captain Lu is determined not to change? No change. Okay. Sui Changfeng nodded, glanced at Lu Xinyi with a sinister look, turned around and walked back. Lu Xinyi, wait. Zhuo Tianxiu gritted his teeth and said harshly, then followed Sui Changfeng and walked away dejectedly. When other people in Changfeng Bay saw that everyone could eat hot pot, but they couldn't, their envy and jealousy instantly reached its peak. Then they all looked at Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian, their eyes changing from complaining to angry. It's all these two scourges. Zhuo Tianxiu and Ning Qian wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. They lowered their heads and tried to reduce their presence. The two of them didn't even dare to look at Sui Changfeng. It didn't take much to think about it, but they knew that Sui Changfeng must be very angry at this time. Sui Changfeng was indeed angry. He guessed that Lu Xinyi would not give it to him, but he couldn't resist the requests of other people in the team, so he went to Lu Xinyi with the food. Unexpectedly, Lu Xinyi didn't give him any face and made him unable to step down in public. Isn't it just hot pot? It's not like he's never had hot pot before, so there's nothing special about it. After he finds an opportunity to teach Lu Xinyi a lesson, he can ask Lu Xinyi to hand over the hot pot base and ingredients in her hand. By then, he can eat hot pot whenever he wants. Eat as much as you want. Lu Xinyi ignored Sui Changfeng's reaction. Seeing that everyone else had already chosen the dishes and cooked their own portion of food, she put all the remaining ingredients into the pot. Then, she took out the vegetables from the red soup and the clear soup respectively, placed them in 2 large round lunchboxes, and added some soup into them. Afterwards, she and Qin Xian each carried a lunchbox and came to the team at Shuguang Base. Captain Bai, this is the hot pot we cooked. You can try it with everyone. Bai Jing looked at her in surprise and quickly stood up to refuse. Thank you, Captain Lu, for your kindness, but we have no intention of exchanging food for it. Dawn Base is an official base, and as soldiers, they must obey orders. The superiors asked them to take charge of this operation and transport the grain from the grain depot back to the base. Then, they could not dispose of the grain privately. These grains belong to the entire Dawn base, not to them personally. Other bases can trade food for hot pot, but they can't. Therefore, even though everyone coveted hot pot, no one offered to exchange food for it. No need to change, Lu Xinyi said, and Qin Xian put the lunchbox on the ground in front of them. This? Bai Jing was a little at a loss. It's for you, Lu Xinyi said with a smile. If Shuguang Base hadn't taken the lead this time, how could we have distributed so much food? I hope you don't dislike it if you show your kindness. As soon as she finished speaking, one of the team members said with a smile, I don't dislike it, I don't dislike it. How can we dislike it? The other team members also looked at her gratefully. Bai Jing hesitated for a moment and said, Thank you very much, Captain Lu. You eat. We won't disturb you anymore. After the two left, everyone at Dawn Base couldn't wait to start eating. Only after their taste buds were satisfied and their stomachs full did everyone feel ready to talk. Captain Lu is such a good man. Yeah, we never thought about exchanging food for hot pot, but she actually took the initiative to give it to us and gave us so much. What a good person. This hot pot is so delicious. The beef is cooked just right, tender and delicious. Not bad at all. And the pork belly is alternately fat and lean, fat but not greasy. This hot pot is definitely the best I've ever had in my life. I'm afraid it will be hard to have such a delicious hot pot again in the future. The hot pot is delicious, but I'm curious. Where do all the fresh ingredients come from at the Oasis base? There's beef, pork belly, vegetables, and potato chips. These words made everyone fall silent instantly. They looked at each other and finally looked at Bai Jing in unison. Bai Jing also had this question in his mind, but he didn't say much. He just glared at everyone and said, "Even eating can't stop your mouths. Stop talking nonsense and eat quickly." No one dared to say anything more and just continued eating. Bai Jing glanced at the hot pot in front of him and couldn't help but look back at Lu Xinyi. I saw Lu Xinyi talking to Qinju. I didn't know what they were talking about, but they both started laughing. Her fair and beautiful face, with a clear smile and her twinkling eyes, made her whole person extraordinarily lively. Sensing his gaze, Lu Xinyi turned around and smiled friendly at him. Bai Jing quickly put away his thoughts, smiled back at her, and then calmly looked away. There are indeed many elusive things about Captain Lu that people can't help but want to explore. But he had no interest in exploring other people's privacy, not to mention that Lu Xinyi had saved them before, so he couldn't repay kindness with enmity. The night is dark. After Bai Jing assigned the night watch personnel, everyone went to sleep. Lu Xinyi closed her eyes and fell asleep. When snoring sounded in the camp, she suddenly opened her eyes and turned over to sit up. "Captain Lu, are you awake?" asked a night duty officer. "I'm going to the bathroom." "Then be careful." Lu Xinyi tiptoed out of the camp, and her slender figure quickly blended into the darkness. Then, he went quietly towards a flat warehouse. Chapter 85, A Sneak Attack. The entire granary has a grain reserve of more than 100,000 tons, but today they only found 5,000 tons of edible grain, and the rest of the grain was damaged to varying degrees. The damaged grain could not be taken back as supplies, so it remained in the flat warehouse. Lu Xinyi went straight to the bungalow warehouse, opened the door quietly, and slipped into a warehouse. The corn stored in this warehouse is mostly moldy, but the degree of moldiness is not serious, but it is not suitable for human consumption. As long as it is exposed to the hot sun for a few days, it can be used as feed for chickens and ducks. With a wave of his hand, Lu Xinyi collected all the corn in the warehouse into the space. Then he went to another warehouse and took away all the food he could. Soon, Lu Xinyi swept through more than a dozen bungalows. She made a rough estimate and found that she had stocked at least tens of thousands of tons, enough to feed many chickens and ducks. After walking out of the last bungalow, she was about to return to the camp when she saw a burst of exclamation suddenly coming from the camp. "There are zombies! The zombies are coming!" Zombies? Lu Xinyi was shocked when he heard this. When they arrived at the grain depot today, Bai Jing carefully observed the surroundings and made sure there were no zombies around before they entered the grain depot. Moreover, the area around the grain depot is relatively open and there are not many residential buildings, so naturally there are not many zombies. Furthermore, they camped inside the grain depot tonight, still some distance from the grain depot gate. How did the zombies find them? With doubts in her mind, she hurried towards the camp. Before she could reach the camp, she saw chaos in the camp. Countless zombies rushed out of the darkness and pounced on the sleeping people in the camp. For a while, screams continued to sound, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Those who had already woken up quickly launched an attack and tried their best to resist the zombie attack. The entire camp suddenly fell into chaos. Lu Xinyi quickened his pace and rushed over quickly. The slender Miao knife glowed with a cold light in the darkness. Wherever the blade passed, the zombie's head suddenly disappeared. She chopped off the head of a zombie with a knife and quickly searched for the figures of Qin and the others. After searching around, she finally saw Qin Xian's figure. Not far to her left front, Zhou Yin and Xiao Yanxiao were both beside her. Xiao Yanxiao had no attack power and was carefully protected by the two of them, but she was also working hard to use her auxiliary powers to assist Qin Lianxiao and Zhou Yin. Then, they saw that Qin Ji, who was already very strong, now had much stronger supernatural powers. The thunder and lightning he waved out crackled in the air, killing several zombies in an instant. Zhou Yan's flames were also purer and hotter. The fire dragon spurted out, wrapping up the zombies in front of him and quickly burning them into charcoal. Seeing that the three of them were safe and sound, Lu Xinyi felt relieved, and while killing the zombies around him, he approached Qin and the others. At this moment, she suddenly saw Ning Qian coming quietly behind Xiao Lianxiao, pushing Xiao Lianxiao's back with both hands, and push her hard towards a zombie in front of her. Qin Xian and Zhou Yin were struggling to kill the zombies and did not notice Xiao Lianxiao's danger for a while. It wasn't until Xiao Lianxiao screamed in horror that the two of them turned around in a hurry and were immediately frightened by the scene in front of them. I saw a ferocious zombie with pale skin on its face, its right eye hanging out of its socket, and a big bloody hole on its neck. It grabbed Xiao Lianxiao's shoulders and lowered its head to bite her. Xiao Lianxiao raised her hand and pressed it firmly against the zombie's chest, trying with all her strength to push the zombie away. However, she was only a 14-year-old girl, and she was too weak to push away this ugly and terrifying zombie. Forsythia, Zhou Yin yelled in fright, and just as he was about to rush to save people, he saw a figure flash past like a ghost, and came to Xiao Lianxiao's side in an instant. The sharp blade, shining with cold light, split open the zombie's head with a snap, and thick black blood spurted out, all over Xiao Lianxiao. Boom! The zombie fell to the ground with a crash. Xiao Lianxiao stood there blankly, unable to recover for a while. Forsythia, it wasn't until a familiar crisp voice sounded that she suddenly came back to her senses. Turning around, she saw Lu Xinyi standing beside her, looking at her worriedly. Sister, she threw herself into Lu Xinyi's arms and finally couldn't hold back her tears. I'm so afraid I'll never see you again. It's okay, sister is here. Lu Xinyi patted her back and comforted her softly. It's okay. Don't be afraid. At this time, Qin Xian and Zhou Yin also ran over, looking at Xiao Lianxiao with the same worry and concern. What's going on? Why was Forsythia suddenly caught by zombies? Zhou Yin asked with a frown. He and Qinji had been carefully protecting Xiao Lianxiao and never let a zombie get close to her, but she was still caught by the zombie. I had been using my powers, and suddenly I felt like someone pushed me hard behind me, Xiao Lianxiao said with a cry. What? Zhou Yin was surprised. He turned to look at Lu Xinyi and saw her sullen face and coldness in her eyes. Forsythia, stay with Teacher Zhou. Lu Xinyi gently pushed Xiao Lianxiao to Zhou Yan's side. Then, she clenched the Miao Dao in her hand and started to leave. Qinyi. Qin Xian walked over quickly, his usually innocent and harmless face now covered with a layer of coldness. I'll go with you. You stay and protect them. I'll go by myself. Lu Xinyi said coldly. Along the way, she had been holding back from killing Ning Qian directly, but she didn't expect that Ning Qian would dare to take advantage of the chaos to attack Forsythia. After Ning Qian pushed Xiao Lianxiao, she quickly found a place to hide. She had no offensive power, so she had already mustered up a lot of courage to rush into the zombie group and sneak attack Xiao Lianxiao. What needs to be done has been done, and she will naturally not go out to die again. She hid behind a large truck and heard the sounds of a fierce fight from the other side of the truck, the piercing screams of zombies, and the painful shouts of those who were bitten. Her body couldn't help but tremble. She endured her fear and quietly looked out. As a result, the next second, she saw Lu Xinyi, who looked like a murderous god. Lu Xinyi was seen holding the Miao Dao in both hands. As the blade slashed, the zombies in front of her fell to the ground, leaving only broken limbs and broken arms. Her charming white face was covered with a layer of frightening frost, making her look like a Shura Yiksha who came out of hell, which was frightening. Seeing Lu Xinyi walking straight towards her after killing several zombies with murderous intent, Ning Qian couldn't help but be startled. She was so frightened that she quickly retracted her head and pressed her back tightly against the body of the truck. But the next moment, the sharp blade, glowing with cold light, fell against her face. The blade turned, and the blade was instantly across her neck. Chapter 86. Even when death is imminent, he is still stubborn. Ning Qian was so frightened that she quickly turned her head and saw Lu Xinyi standing upright just a few feet away, staring at her with gloomy and cold eyes, and his palm-sized white face was filled with murderous intent. Lan! As soon as she opened her mouth, Lu Xinyi grabbed her shoulders and dragged her out from behind the truck. Then, throw it hard. Ning Qian was thrown out like garbage. Her body drew a parabola in the air and landed on the ground a few meters away with a bang. At the same time, all the zombies that broke into the camp have been eliminated by everyone. Bodies were lying on the ground, and the pungent smell of rotting corpses permeated the air, constantly attacking everyone's sense of smell. Before everyone could celebrate their survival, the sudden sound of a heavy object falling to the ground attracted their attention. Everyone looked over and saw Ning Qian lying on her back on the ground, her face twisted in pain. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. Qian. Zhuo Tianqiu immediately ran to Ning Qian, bent down, and carefully helped her up. How are you? Tianxiu, it hurts. Ning Qian leaned into Zhuo Tianxiu's arms and whispered, "What's going on?" Zhuo Tianxiu frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Shouldn't you be hiding?" Ning Qian's eyes flashed with hatred, and she slowly turned her head, her expression full of timidity and fear, and she opened her mouth hesitantly. Everyone immediately followed her gaze and saw Lu Xinyi walking towards Ning Qian step by step with a gloomy face, holding her iconic meow knife. There was a terrifying chill all over her body, as if even one more glance at her would freeze her to death. But at this moment, everyone also understood why Ning Qian fell to the ground. Obviously, he was beaten by Lu Xinyi. It's just that I don't know what Ning Qian did to make Lu Xinyi so angry that he wanted to skin Ning Qian. Lu Xinyi, did you beat Qian like this? Zhuo Tianxiu ignored her cold and terrifying look and cursed angrily. Everyone was busy dealing with zombies, and you actually took the opportunity to attack Qian. Lu Xinyi, why have you become so vicious? Lu Xinyi ignored him, but turned the meow knife and put it back into the scabbard. Immediately afterwards, she suddenly accelerated and rushed in front of Zhuo Tianxiu with lightning speed. The 1-meter-long meow knife was twirled in her hand. The scabbard was like an iron rod, and it was whipped towards Zhuo Tianxiu's head, sending him flying out instantly. Everyone watched as Zhuo Tianxiu fell to the ground with a bang, bounced up from the ground, and fell further away. Then, he fell to the ground motionless. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Miserable! Too bad. It hurts to look at it. This blow to him won't damage his head, right? However, he brought this on himself. Who asked him to provoke Lu Xinyi? Lu Xinyi, what are you doing? Let me go! Ning Qian's angry and frightened voice drew everyone's attention back. Everyone looked around and saw Lu Xinyi carrying Miao Dao on one shoulder behind his back, grabbing the hair on the back of Ning Qian's head with one hand, forcing her to raise her head, and pinching Ning Qian's neck hard with the other hand. Ning Qian, I'm leaving you alive, not to let you sneak up on me. Lu Xinyi lowered his head slightly and approached her, saying in a cold tone, I don't understand what you are talking about. Ning Qian retorted loudly, resisting the feeling of suffocation. Don't understand? Lu Xinyi said, grabbing her neck hard. For a moment, Ning Qian felt that her eyes suddenly went dark. Her breathing seemed to have completely disappeared, and the fear of death immediately came over her. Sui Changfeng on the side saw this and stepped forward. But as soon as he took 2 steps forward, he saw a purple thunder suddenly fall on the tip of his toes, and just a little bit, the purple thunder fell on him. Don't disturb, Xine. Qin Xian walked up to him with a stern face and stared at him warningly, thunder and lightning flashing in his palms. Sui Changfeng was furious and cursed. You stinky boy, get out of here. After saying that, he raised his hand and was about to attack Qin Xian. But Qin Ji took action 1 step ahead of him, with a fist wrapped in thunder and lightning, which landed heavily on Sui Changfeng's face. Sui Changfeng was hit so hard that he took several steps back, and his face was even burned with a fist-sized red mark by lightning. Print. The sharp and burning pain reminded Sui Changfeng that he had been beaten by a young boy. This caused his dignity and face to be greatly insulted, and he couldn't swallow this breath no matter what. The next second, he was seen running his superpowers. The glittering golden superpowers were intertwined with purple thunder and lightning, crackling continuously. The dual abilities of gold and thunder were swung at Qin Geng at the same time. Qin Xian's reaction was very quick, and he quickly dodged Sui Changfeng's attack. Then, he also quickly moved, thunder and lightning flashed out continuously, hitting Sui Changfeng directly. The two soon became furious. Seeing this, other people in Changfeng base wanted to step forward to help. But before they could take action, a homemade spear was pointed straight at them. I advise you not to interfere. Zhou Yin pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a serious tone, lest you get into trouble and harm yourself. Xiao Lianxiao stood next to him, with her hands on her hips, trying to look fierce and staring at the people in front of her. Everyone in Changfeng base looked at each other, and after a moment, everyone retreated. Seeing this, Zhou Yin withdrew his spear, turned around and looked at Qin Geng, who was fighting fiercely with Sui Changfeng, and then turned his attention to Lu Xinyi. Lu Xinyi was seen grabbing Ning Qian's neck and lifting her up. Ning Qian's feet were off the ground, and her neck was pinched tightly. It was extremely difficult to breathe. Her entire face had turned purple, and her eyes were about to turn white. Let go me! Ning Qian used all her strength to break off Lu Xinyi's hand, But no matter how hard she tried, she could not move Lu Xinyi even a little bit. Lu Xinyi raised his head and stared at her coldly, and said coldly, "Ning Qian, do you think you can take revenge on me because you attacked Forsythia secretly and caused her to be bitten by a zombie? I didn't do that." "No." Lu Xinyi snorted sarcastically. "You are still talking hard even when you are about to die." As she said that, she suddenly knocked Ning Qian down from a height and hit her hard on the ground. Bang! Ning Qian felt like she was hit on the ground like a stone, and there was a sharp pain in her back, which made her wonder if her spine was broken. Immediately afterwards, Lu Xinyi released her neck. But before she could take a breath, Lu Xinyi pressed one leg on her chest. The powerful force, which was comparable to that of a third-level power user, made Ning Qian unable to breathe, and several of her ribs were broken in an instant. Swish! The Miao knife was unsheathed, and the white blade lay across Ning Qian's neck. Lu Xinyi lowered his eyes, stared at her coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Those who dare to touch me will only have one fate." Chapter 87 die Zozun. That's life worse than death. After saying this, Lu Xinyi stood up, and the slender blade of the Miao Dao drew a perfect arc in the air. A cold light flashed, and an arm flew out suddenly, spinning several times in the air before falling to the ground. Blood spurted out, falling from the air like raindrops, and merged with the blood spurting from the bowl-sized wound on Ning Qian's right shoulder. Ah! Sharp and piercing cries of pain echoed through the night sky. Ning Qian's face suddenly turned pale. All the blood faded in an instant, and her entire face was distorted by pain. She hurriedly reached out to cover the wound, and gurgling blood seeped out from between her fingers, instantly staining her entire left hand red. Everyone else was stunned by this bloody scene and stared in stunned silence for a long time before they came back to their senses. Everyone couldn't help but swallowed quietly and looked timidly at the slender figure standing proudly. They felt that she was like a god of death at this moment, which made people fear from the bottom of their hearts. Cruel. Too cruel. He actually cut off Ning Qian's arm with one knife. But what shocked everyone even more was yet to come. Just as Ning Qian was about to curse Lu Xinyi, she saw Lu Xinyi swinging the knife again, turning the tip of the knife and directly cutting off the hamstrings of Ning Qian's feet. Severe pain kept attacking the nerves in her brain. Ning Qian screamed in pain again, and sweat appeared on her face, which wet her messy hair. Pain! It hurt so much. The pain was so painful that she was about to lose consciousness. But Lu Xinyi refused to let her pass out. He actually took out a bottle of refreshing Fenjiujing, put it to her nose, and let her smell it. Instantly, the strong and pungent smell of Fenjiujing poured into her nasal cavity, causing Ning Qian's already blurred consciousness to suddenly wake up. Then I clearly felt the severe pain in my arms and feet. "Do you think I will kill you directly?" Lu Xinyi looked at her condescendingly and said coldly, "Killing you will be an advantage for you. I will make you a useless person and die slowly in pain and suffering." With all the grudges from the past life and this life put together, if Ning Qian was killed with just one blow, it would be an advantage for her. Only by making her life worse than death and letting her endure endless torture can she vent the hatred in her heart. In his previous life, when he was bitten by a zombie before he died, the heartbreaking pain was still fresh in his memory. She endured so much pain before finally dying. How could she let Ning Qian die so happily? Furthermore, just now, Ning Qian took advantage of the chaos to sneak attack on Forsythia, causing Forsythia to be almost bitten by zombies. Added together, she would make Ning Qian slowly wait for death in despair. Now Ning Qian has lost an arm and her hamstring has been cut off, making her a complete invalid. Even though she is a space superpower, if she cannot contribute to the base, Sui Changfeng will definitely abandon her. By then, Ning Qian's life will be even more difficult. Although Ning Qian was in severe pain, her mind was very clear. When she heard Lu Xinyi's words, she quickly understood Lu Xinyi's intention and immediately cursed angrily. "Lu Xinyi, kill me if you can. As long as I am still alive, I will definitely seek revenge on you." "You reminded me," Lu Xinyi said slowly. "I can't give you a chance to take revenge, so I can't let you go back to Changfeng Base." Although healing superpowers are very rare among all superpowers, there may not be even one in 1,000 superpowers. But it is not ruled out that Ning Qian will meet someone with healing powers in the future. Therefore, in order to avoid this possibility, she has to bring Ning Qian back to her territory. Then imprisoned. Let her wait for death slowly in a dark cell. Ning Qian, who originally had a glimmer of hope, was completely panicked when she heard this. She yelled desperately, "Lu Xinyi, you bitch! You'd better kill me directly. Otherwise, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Bitch! You stinking bitch! You have such a stinky mouth." After saying this in disgust, she punched Ning Qian in the face. Puff! Ning Qian opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Several teeth were mixed with the blood and spit out. Blood flowed down the corners of her mouth. She stared at Lu Xinyi angrily, but the pain all over her body left her with no energy to yell anymore. Meeting her hateful gaze, Lu Xinyi sneered, "Don't worry, I will let you live and let you live in despair." As soon as she finished saying this, she saw Sui Changfeng, who had been fighting fiercely with Qin Geng, turn around and charge towards Lu Xinyi regardless of Qin Geng's attack. Thunder and lightning mixed with metal-type superpowers struck directly towards Lu Xinyi from midair. Lu Xinyi reacted quickly and saw her quickly ducking to the side, while not forgetting to drag Ning Qian to where she was standing just now. Then, thunder and lightning struck in the air, all falling on Ning Qian's body. She was seriously injured and dying, but under Sui Changfeng's unreserved blow, she actually dead. Sui Changfeng was stunned immediately. Lu Xinyi also frowned slightly. "TSK, he died so soon," she said with some disappointment. She was really given an advantage. As she said that, she turned to look at Sui Changfeng and said slowly, "Captain Sui, you killed Ning Qian. You can't blame me." "You!" Sui Changfeng was furious, but he didn't know how to refute. So, he turned his anger into an attack and used his superpower on Lu Xinyi again. Lu Xinyi's current speed is comparable to that of a third-level speed superpower. Although Sui Changfeng has dual-type superpowers, his superpower level is still first level. Obviously, not Lu Xinyi's opponent. Seeing that Lu Xinyi easily dodged his attack, he did not forget to remind him, "Captain Sui, you are so unscrupulous in using your powers. Aren't you afraid that your powers will be used up? You don't need to worry." Sui Changfeng gritted his teeth and cursed. "You cruelly abused the members of my base in front of so many people here. As the base director of Changfeng Base, how can I see you so wantonly? What a waste." As he spoke, his powers kept waving at Lu Xinyi as if they were free of charge. But it is not difficult to see that his expression gradually became reluctant, and it was obvious that his superpower was about to be exhausted. Lu Xinyi didn't fight back and teased Sui Changfeng like a cat teasing a mouse, making him keep using his powers, but he couldn't hurt her. Until Sui Changfeng's superpower was completely exhausted and he was angry and anxious, Lu Xinyi flashed and came to him in the blink of an eye. His fist wrapped in thunder, and lightning fell directly on his face. Sui Changfeng was hit by her blow and took several steps back. The bridge of his nose was broken and blood instantly flowed out of his nostrils. He raised his hand and wiped it and saw blood on his hand. However, before he could get angry, Lu Xinyi punched him again, hitting his temple with a powerful punch, making him dizzy and starry-eyed. Seeing him staggering to the ground, Lu Xinyi looked at him condescendingly and said coldly, "Your members secretly attacked the people who assassinated me. As the base commander of Changfeng Base, you must also bear joint responsibility." Chapter 88, I'll beat everyone I see. Lu Xinyi's words were not only addressed to Sui Changfeng, but also to others present. Let them know that it was not her who started the trouble, but the people at Changfeng Base who started the trouble first, and she was just fighting back. As a result, everyone looked at Lu Xinyi with their mouths agape, unilaterally crushing Sui Changfeng. Sui Changfeng had exhausted all his superpowers and received 2 heavy punches from Lu Xinyi one after another. Under Lu Xinyi's stormy attack, he had no power to fight back. Everyone saw Sui Changfeng being kicked around by Lu Xinyi like a tattered doll. Soon, the whole person was covered with injuries and lay on the ground unable to move. Ahem! Opening his mouth, Sui Changfeng spit out a mouthful of blood. He opened his swollen eyes and looked at Lu Xinyi, who was slowly walking towards him with anger and fear. He saw her coming to stand in front of him, looking down at him with that disdainful look. "Sui Changfeng, I'm giving you face by calling you Captain Sui," Lu Xinyi said coldly. "I have a mortal feud with Ning Qian and Zhu Tianxiu. This is between me and them. If you insist on getting involved in my personal grudges, then don't blame me for being rude." Sui Changfeng felt a little regretful at this time. If he had known that this young and beautiful girl was so cruel and powerful, he should not have provoked her. But he always had a good face. Even if he was beaten to a bruised face, a broken nose, and several teeth lost, he did not want to admit defeat in public. Ningqian and Zhuotianxiu are both from our Changfeng base. He endured the pain all over his body and said with difficulty, "If you attack them, you are going against my Changfeng base." Lu Xinyi nodded and said decisively, "In that case, from now on, Changfeng base will be the #1 enemy of my Oasis base. From now on, I will beat every person in Changfeng base who I see." As she spoke, she slowly turned her head and looked at the other members present at Changfeng base. After seeing her abilities and bloody methods, these people were already afraid of her. Now that they heard her words and felt her sharp gaze, they were all frightened and stepped back. Someone said subconsciously, "Don't beat me. It has nothing to do with me. The people who provoke you are Ningqian and Zhuotianxiu. Brother Sui wants to defend them. That's his business. I didn't provoke you." Others also echoed, "Yes, it was Ningqian and Zhuotianxiu who offended you, not us. Don't do anything to us." Lu Xinyi ignored them and said slowly, "I said, I will beat everyone in Changfeng base when I see them, unless you are not from Changfeng base." The obvious meaning of her words was to let these people make choices. Sui Changfeng became anxious when he heard what she said. He endured the pain and got up holding his painful chest and staggered 2 steps forward. Don't listen to her. With so many people watching, she doesn't dare to actually do something to you. She's just trying to scare you. Scare? Lu Xinyi sneered. Immediately, she ducked in front of a member, grabbed the other member by the collar, clenched her fists, and was about to swing at the other member's face. The member was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly and shouted hurriedly, "I quit. I quit Changfeng base." The fist suddenly stopped 1 centimeter away from his face, and the sharp wind of the fist made the hair beside his ears sway. He slowly opened his eyes and met Lu Xinyi's eyes that seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." The member looked at her, and then at Sui Changfeng, whose face was ashen and teeth were gritted. Swallowing his saliva, he made up his mind and said, "I will withdraw from Changfeng base." The next second, Bai Jingsu's hand that was holding his collar loosened. "Since you are not from Changfeng base, I will naturally not do anything to you." Seeing this, other people in Changfeng base looked at each other and said one after another, "We also withdraw from Changfeng base." Seeing all his members announcing their withdrawal, Sui Changfeng was so angry that he almost broke his teeth. He walked up quickly, looked at these people angrily, and shouted angrily, "Do you really want to quit? If you quit now, you're a traitor to Changfeng base." "But we don't want to be beaten," someone whispered. Sui Changfeng was furious and wanted to step forward and punch this man. "Do you think quitting Changfeng base is the best choice? In today's world, only by joining the base can you have a chance of survival. If you leave Changfeng base, where can I go? Changfeng base is not the only base in the world." Lu Xinyi said, "Shuguang base is an official base, so I guess I won't refuse to accept them, right? Captain Bai." As she said that, she turned to look at Bai Jing with questioning eyes. From beginning to end, Bai Jing remained a bystander and did not participate in the struggle between Lu Xinyi and Changfeng base. His purpose this time is to find food. As long as it does not affect the progress of the operation, he will not interfere in the conflicts of other bases. What's more, Captain Lu was kind to them, and it was indeed the people from Changfeng base who caused the conflict this time. He will not interfere in this matter. Now that he heard Lu Xinyi's words, he calmed down and said seriously, "The door of Shuguang base will always be open to survivors." As an official base, Shuguang base accepts survivors as one of its responsibilities. With Bai Jing's words, these people who had just exited Changfeng base were immediately overjoyed. As long as they have somewhere to go, they have nothing to worry about. However, Sui Changfeng was anxious. "You have lived in our Changfeng base for so long, eating and using the base's food. The base has protected your safety. You can't just leave like this." "Brother Sui," one of them said, "we are grateful to you for accepting us in the first place, but during our time at the base, we have also made a lot of contributions to the base. Most of the materials in the base were found by us along with you. Yes, we have hard work even if we don't have any merit." Others also followed. "Yes, Brother Sui, we don't eat and drink for free. What you said is a bit unkind." "Okay, you all go," Sui Changfeng said angrily. "Don't even think about returning to Changfeng base again." The others didn't speak, but they didn't care about it in their hearts. If they went to Shuguang base, they would definitely not return to Changfeng base. Besides, Changfeng base has now become the #1 enemy of Oasis base. With Lu Xinyi's cold and cruel methods, there will only be fewer and fewer people in Changfeng Base. Who cares about staying at Changfeng Base? Sui Changfeng glared at these people angrily, gritted his teeth, and said, "You guys are going home. You can't take away even a pound of the food harvested today." Food! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyi said quietly, "The food exploded in Ningqian's space does not belong to you." Chapter 89, Becoming a Complete Fool. Upon hearing Lu Xinyi's words, Sui Changfeng immediately turned to look at her and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Of the more than 100 tons of grain allocated to Changfeng Base, a small part was packed in Ningqian space, and the other part was packed in trucks. After the death of a person with space powers, the powers will gradually disappear. As the powers disappear, the space will no longer exist, and the materials stored in the space will be exposed. The time when the supplies were exploded was about 10 minutes after the death of the superpower, and almost 10 minutes after Ning Qian's death. Lu Xinyi glanced at Ning Qian's bloody corpse and said casually, "Literally, you want to occupy our base's supplies?" Sui Changfeng reacted and cursed angrily. "Lu Xinyi, don't go too far." Lu Xinyi said nothing, and what he responded to was a sharp knife pointed directly at his throat. Sui Changfeng was immediately startled and subconsciously closed his mouth. At this moment, the remaining superpowers in Ning Qian's body disappeared completely, and all the materials in her space exploded. The food was like a hill pressed on Ning Qian's body. Forsythia. Lu Xinyi turned around and waved to Xiao Lianxiao. Xiao Lianxiao trotted up to her. She pulled Xiao Lianxiao toward the pile of grain, held Xiao Lianxiao's hand, and stretched toward the grain. On the surface, it seemed that Xiao Lianxiao had collected the food into the space. In fact, all of the food had gone into Lu Xinyi's space. Seeing that all the food was gone, Sui Changfeng was so angry that he vomited blood. "Lu Xinyi, you! Shut up!" Lu Xinyi interrupted him impatiently. "If you say one more word, I will take away the food in your truck. You are robbing me openly." Sui Changfeng cursed through gritted teeth. "So what if I rob you?" Lu Xinyi raised his chin slightly and stared at him. "Changfeng Base is the #1 enemy of my Oasis base, so what if I rob you? If you can rob it back. If you can't, just shut up." Sui Changfeng was choked and speechless. The injury caused by Lu Xinyi's beating just now still hurts badly. If he had the ability to snatch it back, he wouldn't have been beaten unilaterally by Lu Xinyi just now. Lu Xinyi didn't bother to pay attention to him and took Xiao Lianxiao's hand back to his SUV. Seeing that there was no excitement to be seen, the others dispersed one after another, leaving Sui Changfeng alone, still fuming incompetently. The next day, early morning, after everyone had a simple breakfast, they were ready to set off and leave the grain depot. Everyone is ready except Sui Changfeng. Now he is the only one left in Changfeng Base, but there are still several trucks of food allocated to Changfeng Base, and there is no way he can take it back alone. But he couldn't give up the food. He walked back and forth anxiously and suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhu Tianxiu, who was still lying on the ground unconscious. Last night, after he was slapped away by Lu Xinyi with a scabbard, he fell into a coma, and no one cared about his life or death. But he was a member of Changfeng Base after all. Sui Changfeng could only step towards him and pat his face to wake him up. But when Zhu Tianxiu woke up, Sui Changfeng was stunned. "Oh, Mommy, where's Mommy? I'm looking for Mommy." Zhu Tianxiu turned over and sat up, crying like a 3-year-old child. "Who are you? Go away. I'm going to find my mother." Zhu Tianxiu pushed Sui Changfeng away, got up, and ran around in a daze. Then, the zombies that had been chopped to pieces last night sat down on the ground in fright. "Wu Mom, where are you? I'm scared." He howled loudly at the top of his lungs, making his crotch even wet. "Sui Changfeng. Everyone. What's going on? Is Zhu Tianxiu stupid? Did Lu Xinyi's blow last night make him a complete fool after hitting his head?" Even Lu Xinyi didn't expect Zhu Tianxiu to become what he is now. But he asked for it. He is not a rare space-related psychic, and now he has become so stupid, Sui Changfeng will definitely not take him back to Changfeng Base. Then, the only fate that awaits him is death. Sui Changfeng looked at Zhu Tianxiu with disdain, then turned and left. But how could he transport so much food back? Captain Sui, a member of another base, suddenly said, "You can't take so much food with you by yourself. Why don't you give the extra food to us all?" His words were approved by many people. "Yes, Captain Sui, it's enough for you to take away 1 truck of food. Give the rest to all of us. Otherwise, it would be a waste to leave it alone." Sui Changfeng retorted without thinking, Don't even think about it. This is the food distributed by our Changfeng base, and none of you can take it away. But you can't take so much food alone. The man said, rather than throwing it away to waste, it's better to give it to everyone. As the man spoke, he turned to look at Lu Xinyi and said, Captain Lu, what do you think? Lu Xinyi, what does it have to do with her? Why ask her? If she didn't want to make Xiao Lianxiao's space capacity seem too big and she didn't want to expose her own space, she would definitely occupy all of Sui Changfeng's food. Sui Changfeng also immediately looked at Lu Xinyi vigilantly, fearing that she would come to steal his supplies again. This time he learned his lesson. Without waiting for Lu Xinyi to speak, he immediately said to Bai Jing, Captain Bai, please arrange a few people to help me transport the food back to my base. I am willing to give you 10 tons of food as a reward. TSK, only 10 tons of food. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Lu Xinyi say with disdain, the distance between your base and the Dawn base is not close. Captain Bai's people helped you transport food, and you don't know what dangers they will encounter on the way. You only took out 10 tons of food as revenge. You are too stingy. I'm talking to Captain Bai. Why are you butting in? Sui Changfeng cursed angrily. Lu Xinyi said, I can't stand your stingy and mean behavior. Sui Changfeng was so angry that he decided to ignore her and instead looked at Bai Jing expectantly. Bai Jing cleared his throat and said, Captain Sui, I think what Captain Lu said makes sense. I can send someone to help you deliver food, but 10 tons of reward is indeed a little too little. Sui Changfeng was a little anxious. Their base was allocated a total of 125 tons of food. At the gas station, he also promised to give 1/10 of the food to the 3 small bases. In addition, nearly 20 tons of food in Ningqian space were all snatched away by Lu Xinyi. Now he only has 90 tons left. Taking out 10 tons of grain as reward is already enough. But Bai Jing actually thought it was too little. If he had been unable to find a heavy truck that could carry 100 tons, he would not have had to divide the grain into several trucks. After thinking and considering for a while, Sui Changfeng finally compromised. 20 tons? Tisk. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyi clicked his tongue in disgust. Sui Changfeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Is there something wrong with Lu Xinyi? He is discussing with Captain Bai and has a close relationship with her. Chapter 90, Should I Give You Half? Sui Changfeng glared at her angrily, then turned to look at Bai Jing, only to see Bai Jing frowning slightly, looking hesitant. Feeling a little nervous, he gritted his teeth and said again, Captain Bai, I am willing to pay 30 tons of grain as reward. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xinyi spoke up again. Captain Bai, it's getting late. Let's set off quickly. I have to rush to bring the food back to the base. Bai Jing looked down at the watch on his wrist and said, It's indeed getting late. Hearing his words, Sui Changfeng panicked, fearing that he would really leave, and immediately said, 40 tons. Captain Bai, I am willing to give you 40 tons of food as a reward. This time, Lu Xinyi didn't say anything. Bai Jing first looked at Lu Xinyi calmly, and seeing that she looked as if it had nothing to do with her, he said, Okay. After getting his affirmative answer, Sui Changfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But my heart aches. 40 tons. That's 40 tons of food. It was just given away for nothing. After negotiating the remuneration and dividing the food, the convoy finally set off and left the granary. After driving for several hours, the convoy arrived at the meeting point before departure yesterday. At this point, the grain storage operation came to an end. After saying goodbye to each other, the other teams left one after another. Soon, only Dawn Base, Oasis Base, Rising Sun Base, and Changfeng Base remained. Seeing that Bai Jing had arranged 4 people to help him transport food, Sui Changfeng finally felt relieved. Before leaving, he did not forget to glare at Lu Xinyi fiercely. Meeting his hateful gaze, Lu Xinyi said nonchalantly, Go back and tell everyone in your base that I will beat up anyone in Changfeng Base I see. Sui Changfeng. A vicious woman. After Sui Changfeng left, Ji Yunjia first exchanged some pleasantries with Bai Jing and then came to Lu Xinyi. Captain Lu, I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future. Lu Xinyi said casually, If there is a chance, we can cooperate. Although she does not trust others easily, she can still agree if cooperation can bring benefits to her. Then let's contact the radio station. Soon, Ji Yunjia also left with the members of the Rising Sun Base. At the highway intersection, only Shuang Base and Oasis Base were left. Captain Lu. Bai Jing strode up to Lu Xinyi and said, Thanks to you for this operation. Captain Bai, Put aside any polite words. You can share half of the 40 tons that Sui Changfeng gave you. Bai Jing was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously said, why? If it weren't for me, when Sui Changfeng proposed to only pay you 10 tons, you would have agreed, right? Bai Jing, yes. Lu Xinyi shrugged. Then tell me, should you give me half? Even if you give me half, you still earn 10 tons. It's time to divide it. Bai Jing was very decisive. He agreed to divide it in half, and then he did it immediately. He directly gave Lu Xinyi a 20-ton truck, along with the food. Captain Bai is a straightforward person, Lu Xinyi said with a smile. Bai Jing apologized. Captain Lu saved our lives, so the food should be given to him. I was inconsiderate and asked Captain Lu to speak in person. One thing at a time. Bai Jing smiled and stopped talking about this topic. He said, Captain Lu, are you willing to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the Shuguang base? What do you mean? Lu Xinyi raised her eyebrows. Although the Shuguang base is an official base, it cannot be all-encompassing. Some tasks need to be completed together with other bases. Bai Jing explained, if faced with such a task, I hope to cooperate with Captain Lu. Lu Xinyi pursed her lips, pondered for a moment, and said, cooperation is fine, but I must not get less of the supplies I deserve. Dawn Base is an official base. If you can establish cooperation with the official base, it will indeed bring many benefits to your own base. But she would never sacrifice the interests of her own base just because the Dawn Base was an official base. Bai Jing answered simply, of course. But Lu Xinyi raised her eyes and looked at the tall and burly man in front of her, who had a resolute and upright face. Can you represent the Dawn Base? She had never been to Dawn Base in her previous life. She only knew that Dawn Base was an official base and was attacked by a zombie wave 1 year after the end of the world and fell. As for what's going on inside the base, she doesn't know much. Therefore, it is natural to not know what Bai Jing's status is in the base and what his right to speak is. Captain Lu, don't worry about this. Bai Jing's tone was very confident. Lu Xinyi nodded clearly. That's okay. After the negotiation was settled, Bai Jing left with his people. Now that there was no one else around, Lu Xinyi directly collected the food from the truck into his own space. Then, drive the off-road vehicle back to Taoyuan Village. When the four returned to Taoyuan Village, Li Dashin, Zhou Miao, and others all gathered around. First they looked at the four of them nervously, and then they felt relieved when they saw that all four of them were unharmed. Then everyone started asking about the results of their outing. We harvested more than 100 tons of grain this time, Zhou Yin said excitedly. Enough for everyone to eat for a long, long time. Everyone was surprised, with excitement and joy written on their faces. Is there really more than 100 tons of grain? It's great to have harvested so much food. Lu Xinyi glanced at everyone and said, although the harvest this time is not small, the land that should be planted must continue to be planted, the livestock that should be raised must continue to be raised, and the development of the base cannot be stopped. After arranging everyone's work, she gave Li Dashin a lot of seeds and also left some chickens, ducks, lambs, and aquatic products to raise in the village. The vegetable seeds planted at the beginning have now grown to about 4 to 5 centimeters high, and the breeding industry has also developed smoothly. Don't worry, boss. I will continue to work hard to farm. Li Dashin, who was in charge of farming, patted his chest and said confidently. Lu Xinyi smiled and nodded. Thank you for the hard work. It's not hard. It's not hard. Lu Xinyi kept 1 ton of the grain she found this time in the warehouse in Taoyuan Village and put the rest into her space. After all, the flow of time is stationary in her storage space, and there is no need to worry about food spoiling when placed in it. After that, she took Qin Xian and Xiao Lianxiao and drove back to her safe house. Since Qin Xian was injured, they have been living in Taoyuan Village during this period, and it has been several days since they returned to the safe house. Xiao Lianxiao had never been there. She learned from Lu Xinyi that the safe house was the building where her grandparents lived before her death, and she couldn't wait to go and see it. However, when the three of them were driving to the safe house, they suddenly heard a burst of gunfire coming from the direction of the safe house. Lu Xinyi's heart tightened. This is the safe house's automatic defense system attacking the enemy.